Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. We're glad you're watching. Thank you so much for making time to join us. This is Utembei TV, open forum political discussion show, a show that gives you an opportunity to air what you feel and think about the latest development on our political front. A lot is happening. A lot is failing to happen. And so mixed reactions and counter reactions, even as our political story keeps on building as the push and the pull between Kenya Kwanza and Azimio never ceases to surprise many, even as we proceed into looking at the Kenyan situation and what needs to be done in order to fix what is wrong with our country. Karibu sana kwa show. Nashukuru kila mmoja kwa kujumuika nasi tunapoanza kipindi chetu ambacho kinakupatia nafasi ya wewe kushiriki yale unayofikiria na kuona kuhusu siasa zetu na maisha yetu kijumla, na kukaribisha kwa moyo mkunjufu mahala popote ulipo. Na unapotupata tu, tafadhali karibisha wawili watatu, ili usikwe na yeyote atakayeachwa nyuma kwa yale ambayo yanakwenda kusemwa mahala hapa. Well, kumekuwa na mushkil hapa na pale na vuta ni kuvute katika siasa zetu tangu kuwe na yule whistleblower aliyefichua siri ambayo ilikuwa imefichika katika IEBC. Mrengo wa Kenya Kwanza unaonekana hafifu kujibu madai hayo, na wameshinda kuruka kitu kimoja wakienda kwa kingine, mara defense forces, mara insecurity, mara njaa ya wananchi, mara maendeleo. So mimi nauliza, kama kuna swali situpewe tu jibu mara moja. Basi hiyo ndio mada ya leo. Does William Ruto appear defenseless against the wounded lion, Raila Odinga? The Jacaranda meeting today, we are woken up with another twisted letter purported to be coming from AFC Leopards and Gor Mahia with Mashemeji Derby, pretending to be requesting Raila Odinga to call off the rally. Tumbi seems to be overworking on this one, but this is too late. You cannot call it off. Well, the Jacaranda is loading, and so let's get talking. Thank you so much. Karibu kila moja, tumakinike pamoja. The link to use to get to the studio is now available in the comment section. All you need to do is click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera as well as the audio, and we will be in this space to get talking. I also want to appreciate all of you who have made it. I'm happy to report we have crossed over the 1,000 subscribers on Sound Candid Talk. So thank you so much for making that happen. And let's keep going in ensuring that that particular channel works effectively and makes sure that everyone is a participant into the same. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. And God bless you as you join into the discourse. Let's keep moving. Asante sana. Okay. So the link is there available. Please, let's click on it. Allow StreamYard to configure for you the camera. Njoo hapa tuongee. Njoo hapa tusemezane ukweli wa mambo. As William Ruto have an answer to the wounded lion, Raila Odinga. The Jacaranda rally, there has been a controversial letter going around social media pretending to be asking Raila Odinga to call off the rally. Do you think it's possible for Raila Odinga to call off the rally? Ama kunaendaje? Thank you, everybody. Let's get moving. All right. It's okay. Asante sana, nikawashukuru wote ambao mnajumika nasi. 1 2 3 4. Okay, let's go. Na msabai nani huyu? Haji, karibu sana. Kuna Trufosa Lai, karibu kwa show. Kuna Meki wetu huyo, thank you so much. Kuna Fatan Abdullahi Hamud, karibu kwa show. Of course, Mato Makandes anasema mtumishi, karibu leo tushawasha studio. Asante sana kwa kuhifadhi usafi na kuhakikisha kwamba tuko safe hapa tunapoandaa masuala haya. Fatan Abdullahi Mahmud, thank you so much. Karibu sana, wewe ndio umekuwa mstari wa mbele kuongoza kikosi ambacho kimesaidia wherever sound candid talk channel to cross over from where we were to 1,000 and plus subscribers. Thank you so much. Let's keep going. Tunashukuru tu sana na tuendelee, tusichoke, because we have all ability to get to as far as we can get in terms of getting subscribers. So we'll keep sharing the link and get as many to subscribe as possible. Elizabeth Anyango, karibu kwa show. Of course, kuna Paul Karithi, karibu sana. Honorable Kemboi, nasema Mtembei, hello Mtembei TV, thank you so much, karibu. Vincent Moi, simwende mpige mawe State House, tuwaogope. Vincent Moi, karibu kwa show, tunashukuru. Munje, Vincent Kanini, tukutane Jacaranda. Come one, come all. Thank you so much. Elijah Okanga, will never be cancelled. Thank you so much. Tuesogevele Sharon Chepchirir, anasema we are finished voting, so wacha Mungu atuongoze. Hatuna msemaji wote, wanyonge na haki. Okay, whichever. Thank you Dahi Abdi, thank you to the show. Of course, kuna James Aminga, bora wasiharibu chochote. Okay. Aya, asante sana. Jacqueline Getuba, karibu kwa show. Evans Akada, mimi nilizoea mzee Agwambo kitambo. Aya, Alego Kennedy, hello to you, thank you so much. Passionate love of Christ, you're welcome. Through Fosa Lai, karibu kwa show. Honorable Kemboi ndio huyo. Nani mwingine? Of course kuna Jeremiah Muniafu JM, welcome to the show. Dennis Munene, okay. Jen Akinyi, karibu sana. Nani mwingine? Jason Charo, Trufoso Lai, karibu sana. Teresa Lee, thank you so much. Dan Kemboi, nani mwingine? Gesa George, welcome to the show, thank you so much. Let's get going. Non-Mildred Owanda, hello to you. Okay, kuna fan Sanchez, where is Gaucho? Okay, you'll be given a comprehensive report on that. Jacqueline, of course, thank you. Johnson Wafula, thank you so much. Nani mwingine huyu nisimfungie nje? Aha, karibu sana kila moja, tumakinike tunapoendelea na kipindi cha leo. Naamini kwamba tunayo kila sababu ya kujumuika na Wakenya tunapoangazia masuala yetu, na ni wajibu wa kila mmoja wetu kuhakikisha kwamba ukweli wa mambo unajulikana. Kwa hivyo usisalie nyuma na usikose kumakinika wakati tunapoendelea na kipindi hiki. So let's get going and let's do what is right. Thank you so much. Please use this link, get in the studio. Tuanze kuongea kwa kina. Mchango wako, maoni yako ni muhimu na tunayadhamini sana mahala hapa. Kwa hivyo usilegee na usikose kuhakikisha kwamba kila kitu ambacho kinaendelea hapa, kuhakikisha kwamba kila mmoja anafanya nini, anamakinika, anaelewa, anafahamishwa na hakuna anayeachwa nyuma kwa haya mambo yote. So welcome everybody, let's get talking Thank you so much. Let's move together. All right, we have our sister here. Thank you so much, Sister Rhoda. Uh, asante sana, ushafika. Umekuwa wa kwanza, karibu. Salimia wa Kenya, utufungulie sakafu.
Wacha unajua niko kwa laptop. I want to close
Salimia wa Kenya, utufungulie sakafu.
Unajua niko kwa laptop. Unanisikia sasa vizuri?
Yes, unapatikana lakini kuna feedback.
I need to close the one. You know when your laptop.
Yes, close the feed. Close the feed ya kusikiliza. Usikilize kutoka kwa studio. Okay, sort out that. And then you can come back. Sort that out. Ukishaingia studio, uzime ile unasikiliza nayo. Uzime ile ulikuwa unasikiliza nayo kabla uingie kwa studio ili kila kitu itoke kwa studio. Okay, sasa iko sawa. Endelea.
Hi everyone. Hi Bernard. Hi a new person, Frederick Owina. Nice to see you guys. I hope you have a very nice day today. Today I've been not so much in social media, but give me tips. What is the topic today? William Ruto appeal, defense against the UND. Raila Odinga, Jacaranda, rally cannot be cancelled. Can you try to give me tips? I can understand what you mean. I don't understand, Ray. Because I was not today in social media so much. So I don't know what something new today. Because I need to think to make politics.
Roda, subiri kidogo, okay? Tunazungumza kuhusu majibu ambayo Kenya Kwanza imepeana tangu ile ufichuzi utolewe na ile whistleblower. Tumeona wanatapatapa, hawana jibu halisi. So we are saying William Ruto appears defenseless against the wounded lion, Raila Odinga. Whatever Raila Odinga is putting forth is not receiving the equal response. So is Ruto defenseless? Kwa haya maneno, hiyo ndio tunazungumzia. Labda tumpatie Frederick achangia alafu tarudi. Frederick, vipi? Unmute Frederick. You click on the link on the mic is beside your name on the screen. Yes.
Hey guys. Nanipata Bernard?
Yes. Go ahead. We can hear you. Bwana.
Mi kwa nimekuwa fan wenu kwanza kitambo. Mnanisikiliza?
Unapatikana lakini unakatika. Endelea tu kuongea. Endelea kuongea, tusikilize.
Nitawasikiliza kwanza, acha kwanza nitarudi baadaye.
Okay, sawa. Asante sana. Mabibi na mabwana, tunawashukuru wote mnaojumuika nasi katika kipindi cha leo. Tunaangazia William Ruto appearing defenseless against the wounded lion Raila Odinga. Many accusation and counter-accusation have been leveled against the legitimacy of William Ruto in office and the Kenya Kwanza government after the Kamkunji meeting. The response, we are yet to receive any official response from any of the Kenya Kwanza leadership. And the members of parliament and the other Kenya Kwanza brigade that has been responding, they have not given anything credible that is equal to the allegations that have been leveled at their doorstep. Does this mean that William Ruto is defenseless in this matter? That's what we are looking at. Let's get talking. Thank you so much, everybody, as we continue with the conversation. And if you're able to get us, please make sure you invite 1, 2, 3, 4 people to join into the discourse. Usitazame kipindi peke yako, na hakikisha kwamba kila Mkenya anamakinika kwa kusikiliza Wakenya wanapojadili masuala haya ambayo yanagusia nchi hii, usalama wake, na of course maendeleo yake. Thank you so much. So, Frederick, are you back or you did not leave? Yes, Rod, unmute and talk.
Yeah, I've not had anything from William Ruto comment about what happened in Kamukoji, but the statement when he was in Gatondo, when he was, I don't know, his mother of, no, for that guy, what is his name? I don't know, that's from Gatondo. He was a member of Gatondo Kuria. So, you know, he is not in Kenya right now. You know, he had been in Senegal, and then now he went in France. So we have not had anything about it. But us, we don't care. We don't care. We'll continue to have a meeting in Jacaranda. Tutaenda, senda. We will go. Baba akitambia tuende, tunaenda. Hakuna shida. Wamama wote wanatoka, watoto wanatoka, kila mtu. Hata watoto wanaweza pigania nchi. Kwani wanasema hata watoto wa 5 years mnatoka, mnapigania nchi kwa sababu nchi ni yenu. Kenya tuliambiwa na Raila, Kenya si ya Gachagua na si ya Raila, ni ya sisi. Huyo mtoto wako utabeba naye uende naye kama nini? Jacaranda. Hata kiwa ni 5 years mubebe. Ujue mtoto kama atakuwa anaweza kama kuwa tomboya. Ndio ni nchi yetu, ni must. We need our country ipone na kabila zote, kama vile tuliongea jana, see against other tribe. That's the country we want. So tokeni sisi wote tunapigania nchi yote, sisi wote tuonyeshe the world that Africa, we are not stupid the way people they think. We are very clever and we love our country, and we want everybody, we believe about justice for everyone, and our democracy and our constitutions, it's for everyone. So nyinyi wote mjitokee mwende Kamukoji kama vile tuliambiwa na baba alituambia he doesn't believe Raila is Ruto as a president. So what he told us, we are still keeping in our heart. He's not our president. Yeah, ni stranger. He's like a stranger. He's like me and you. Kwa sababu ni alijipeleka huko nyumba sijui kunaitwaje, State House huko alijipeleka, si kwake, ni Raila alikuwa hapo. Sasa ni must haki yetu ikuje na katiba yetu inafanyika na constitution yetu. Kama ukiwa minister ukilitired unaheshimika. Kama unajua, kama Moi akiwa president, Moi siku ile alikuwa president, maminista wake kina Biot si walikuwa hapo na kina Saitoti, lakini Saitoti alipata accident ya ndege. Ni watu walikuwa naheshimika, si ndio? Kina watu kama Charles Jonjo, they were Attorney General of Kenyatta, si alikufa kama nini, kama king alikuwa. Me, by the way, I know we are very close to Janjo. He's my neighbor. So alikufa kama king, si ndio? Huyo hivyo ndivyo tunataka. Ile katiba ilikonga siku ya Kenyatta. Siku Kenyatta alikufa, ukakuja Moi tukachange. Hiyo 2010 ndio tunatumia sahi. Tusiwe watu wanafanya hivi kidudo, you know, shortcut. Kenya si a shortcut. Kenya is an open country, is a democracy, is a constitution, is a law by the law. Na si makesi za zingine wanafanya corruption zinatolewa. I don't believe that. Kila Mkenya wote akona kesi amefanya corruption, kila mtu kesi yake isitolewe. That is, inarudishwa. Hata kikuwa ni sub chief ameiba pesa, as kesi yake isitolewe. That's what I'm here. I'm not here. I have been many times here. I'm not coming here to waste my time. I have many things to do. But I'm coming here. I'm very happy I get this opportunity that I can express myself. I can say what I want and what I think for the best for our country because I care about the future. And future is tomorrow, not now, is tomorrow. And today, future started today. And the key is me and you. The key is me and you. We fight. Come here and we speak one voice, all community. And I'm telling you, we can go very far. If we listen to one another, we have the same voice. That is the key. We can go. That's the way you always ask, why didn't Europe, the usual development? Why in Europe? Because they listen one another. It's not that they don't have opposition, they have, but they listen one voice. That's what I want. Because me, I believe about democracy. I believe the constitution. I believe everything must be in order. You know, ata Mungu, God is in control. Everything has been not kidudo. Ati wewe umetoka MP, ati unaniambia ati wewe nitakuja kupatia kazi kama nina na vile niona Gachagua akiwa huko mazishi ya nani ya huko Kuria. Alikuwa na utapata kazi huko nini Nyao House. Na mtu huyo hajasoma, ana certificate. Kila place unafanya serikali, you need to have a certificate. You need to have a knowledge. You know what you are doing. Like me, for me, I can't be like a politician because that is my passions. I can't be opposition because I can't be a politician to fight for my country because that is what I like. But I need to have a knowledge. I may have a lot of knowledge about politician because I've been following so much. And I have been following even this country I am. I know how things work, and that's what I can bring my country to be perfect. And whole world can come and see. The way, oh, Kenya is a great country, is a law by the law, is a law by the constitution. If together we listen one voice, that is the key. That is the key. Hata ukitembea kwa barabara unalinga unaona nchi yetu ina nini ina constitutions na katiba. I'm telling you, even you never be there same again. Hata ukida manchi zingine ku represent your Kenya unasema my country is like this, my country ruled by the law. If the school system is like this country I'm living, the primary school is start class 1 to 9. And you know, like my daughter, she's 15 years. She know many things, even I don't know. Because wanasoma vitu. Unajua, yani anajua vitu mingi. Kama aliambiwa andike history ya Kenya, how did you colonize by Mau? Akaandika hiyo history na alipata nice marks. Si anaenda kwa internet na muonyesha hizo vitu. That's what we want our country. Yeah, na to love one another like a brother and sister. Sisi wote tuko one Kenya. Like the way baba alikuwa anasema, unajua hii song walikuwa naimba one love, one Kenya. Right? Yes. Let us keep shining one another and be the right. Where you see the darkness, pull the right. Usitikie giza, wewe ukuwe right. Usitikie kudanganywa, wewe unasimama na ukweli kwa sababu ukweli it's everything. It's a key deal. We can make our country great and fantastic. And everybody come and say, our country is very fantastic. We have a very blessed country. We are blessed. We have everything. We have almost everything. It's all people that try to, want to put down. We don't let our country people to come on a pattern. Yeah. No. Our country must be respected, must be high. Our country want to be more classic, more high, more university, more academic. People they can, that's what I want. People wanakuja kuona hata Kenya wanatengeneza computers. Yes. Kwa nini? Unasikia doctor anatoka Kenya kwenda kufanya operation Europe. Ni vile masomo vile amesoma Kenya na PhD. Together we can make it. That is a key when we come here and listen together. Yes. Have a nice evening. I hope we...
Okay, thank you, Rhoda. Thank you, Rhoda, for that start out. We appreciate you for your continued and passionate commitment to a better Kenya. We look forward to engaging further and ensure that everybody gets what is right in their understanding and the position they must take in the current prevailing circumstances. Thank you, everybody, for sticking by and continuing to follow the broadcast. Please continue inviting somebody so that everybody gets on the cutting edge in understanding what's going on and how to relate to the same. Naona mheshimiwa amekuja leo. Duncan, how are you?
Yeah. I'm
Namna gani?
good. Muko namna gani?
Tuko salama, siku nyingi. Happy New Year.
Happy New Year. Unajua nilipata shoki bwana Raila kutangazwa, niliamuka jana tangu kura sitangazwa.
Mm.
Shoki nilipata hiyo ijaisha. Musijali kwa nini iko kuagiza. Sijanunua kitanda, ni mzee kidogo, nikaona msione, lakini kuanzia kesho nitaweka taa. Kabla niende kwa agenda, nilikuwa nawakumbusha kwamba Wakisii walipita mtihani. Najaribu kuona kama watatupatia likisho tu celebrate Wakisii. Tu celebrate huko kwetu. Najua siwezi kosa kukuambia hiyo.
Mtaikuja anasema nyinyi watu mmeua CS Magoha of heartbreak.
Yeah, siku ya mtu kama imefika, hatuwezi, hiyo ni mpango ya Mungu. Let that man rest in peace. He did a very wonderful job. And he's a genuine minister. He was a very genuine minister. He was not ready for politics. The way amepanga familia yake can really tell that the leadership was from the house. Ilikuwa kutoka nyumbani, sio hapa biari peke yake. So ni mtu wa kuhigwa. Sasa turudi kwa mjadala. As much as I was bedrest for this whole time, unajua ya kwamba pia mimi nilianguka, nilikuwa kwa siasa nikaanguka, nikashindwa bila kupingwa. I've moved on, lakini yangu iko nistua kama hii ya hapa ya mzee Raila, hiyo ilinistua sana. But yangu ilikuwa fadhali because yangu ilikuwa first round and yes, Dennis. Yeah. So yangu iko nistua sana because I tried. I came number 2. That was a try. Next time I'll try. Hii ya mzee hii, na sasa tena nilikuwa najaribu kupona tena, naona tena figures zinakuja kwamba ilikuwa milioni 8. Ai, tena kidonda bwana. Si wangeacha tu. Sasa tena kumbe ni ukweli, nilikuwa mgonjwa ya ukweli. So we really don't know whether we have a government yenye itatautia makansulas wajaribu kutuongeleza, because some of us we have not come to terms. Some of us we have started looking a place where to invest because we are feeling like this is not our country whereby you fought. But mimi hata nilikuwa nasema hivi kabla niende kwa mjadala, badala tuanze kung'ang'ana hizi kura zilipigwa namna gani, si kila mtu aendee kura yake, ndio tujue ni wangapi watapata kura yao, ndio tuhesabu wale wametoka, ndio tujue kama ni milioni 8. Hiyo inaweza kuwa rahisi. Kila mtu aende apewe kura yake moja moja, tukihesabiwa vile mtu anatoka, sile stabaki ndani ndio tuhesabu. Yeah, if somebody can go to court, we go that way. Yeah, because ile karatasi nilijaza iko kwa box fulani, napewa inatoka, wale diaspora tunajua, wale prisoner tunajua ni wangapi walikuwa huko ndani. Yeah, badala wanakaa na kura wanaendelea kutuambia vitu ati saba nini, and everybody, kila mtu alipiga kura yako. Wale wamekufa ni wachache. Yeah. About mjadala, I can tell you for free, there is nothing going on in this country. Actually, there is nothing going on. Whatever going on here is just PR. Kufuta watu, repressing people, kukopesa pesa, kutoa ile mambo Uhuru alianzisha, kuanza yao. That is what happening in our country. Chana uliona statistics inafanywa, Ethiopia and other countries wanaenda kupita Kenya economically in this short years. And when you look at what was going on in campaign period, It's all about the double digit economy, whereby sisi hatutakopesa pesa. But by yesterday alimekopesa 1.50 already, trilioni moja tayari, na 50 billion sila alipewa mahali yako saa hizi kama amerudi. Less than 5 months. What is going to happen next 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, 5 years? We don't know. We really don't know. As much as yes, we have a government yenye iko, tunaikubali hiko, kwa sababu hiko. But we have to be honest. Where are we heading to? We are going in a very dangerous directions. There is nothing actually happening in our country. Even the CPC, unaona ile mpangilio iko yote, unasikia kuna primary na secondary, no budget, yani hakuna mipangilio. Uwezi toa mtu amefunza mwalimu wa biochem aende pale primary, aende kufunza primary na msara ya primary. What are you telling those students? You are even not motivating these people to go to school. So unataka uweka mwalimu wa primary na secondary wafunza pamoja, msara ili uwe pale, ati serikali chachipanga, tutachipanga in 5 years coming. And then instead of doing that, then slash everything. How can I be in a high school teacher and then tushindane tena na mwalimu wa primary tuanze kufunza pamoja? Yeah, because this high school worked for it. Yes, primary school worked for it. Even a primary school cannot always fanya na mtu wa ECD. It's the same. There is a level of everything. There is a reason of getting PhD, masters and everything. So kila kitu inafaa iheshimiwe. They should make a structure. Ile biashara kubwa inafanyika Kenya ni kupinga zile vitu serikali yenye ilipita ilifanya. Yani to show off. It's just a real show off. And that is very bad. And this is the only country, and this is the first time I've seen a government inamaliza kura inaendelea complain, opposition inanyamaza. Raila started just yesterday but one. Yeye amekuwa amenyamaza. But yo serikali kila Jumapili kura silipigwa, tulishinda wale vitandawili. Tulifanya nini? Government, you are there telling us about yenye ilipita last year. Instead of opposition complaining, wangekuwa opposition complain. So in vice versa, because they know what they are doing and they know they are not going to deliver. I'm happy nani got a budget of nasikia ni 1.5 billion ya kumalisha kanisa yake Dorcas Rigate. Sasa sijui kanisa watu wataenda ndani wakiwa njaa waokoke. I really don't know, but anyway, hiyo ni mambo ya Mungu, sitaki kupinga. But as much as I know and as much as I'm concerned, some people wametumia kanisa vibaya. Hata kuna wale walitumia vibaya wakadanganya watu, enda mtoe watu macho murete mutatajirika. So there is a lot of things misleading. Sijasema ni ya Dorcas, but somewhere in Kasarani. You understand, mlisikia kuna mtu alitolewa macho kule Kisii. Hiyo ni kanisa fulani kwa mahali fulani ilidanganya watu. Those are the bad news we have been listening from Kisii and before tupite mtihani. And we are hoping, lakini pia wakiongea mbaya wakumbuke hata Kisii ndiye alikuwa mwerevu zaidi dunia mzima, mwalimu yule Tambachi. So we are in continuation of this good brain. And we expect maybe one time in the future we shall have a president from Kisii region. I don't know where I should, but I should be in the government. You've seen Bharat come up, I don't know. But we hope that one is coming. It's really coming. We don't know the condition of future, but we shall be somewhere. I don't want to spend a lot of time. Roda na sirea wala mnijui, mimi ni mheshimiwa Bundi. Niko hapa Nairobi. Mtuombe kwa sababu dunia iko hapa, hakuna dunia. I'm telling you. Unga hii mlisema 120 bado iko 230 na hata iko ipatikani. Ile nyingine ya tutakula tumea matiti haina shida, tutamea tu matiti mkirara na mama labda asike kichwa ndio chuko na mama kwa sababu sasa tutamea matiti. You know, that is the government and we are going to do nothing. Mutadu, that is the language. That's the language. So I hope ile kitu itatusaidia peke yake ni kila mmoja yao. I think there's a message I sent here nikawaambia hivi. Afadhali ukae siku 10 hai ukae vizuri kuliko ukae siku 100 umeteseka. We are ready to die. Some of us, hiyo Jacaranda tutaenda, tutapiga kelele. Mimi kwanza siwezi kosa. Mimi napepanga na chesi yangu ile ilikuwa inanisaidia kampeni. We are there. Tuko tayari. They can kill us, but they cannot kill all of us. We must make noise until they come down. And I mark you. Nyinyi hata mjua, and I know this is in social media. We are heading in that state house. Tutaenda sisi wote hapo. Tutakaa hapo. We are not going to leave these people wale vile wanataka. We are not going to watch our people die. We are going to sit there. We are going to bomb there. Wacha kama ni state house waongea kutoka Sogoi. That's what's going on here. Na hiyo ndio mpango iko. And we are ready to do that. Hiyo matia gasi wacha watupe. Wacha ifanye kazi. Ni taxi yetu. Once tusipande watupe, kwani itakuwa hiyo pesa itakuwa imeenda wapi? Yeah, watumie ndio zingine sikuje. We cannot leave those things yakae kwa store. Let them use. We cannot leave police officers wakae kwa nyumba bila kusweat. Let them sweat. We are ready for it. Thank you.
Okay, asante bwana Duncan, mheshimiwa wetu, asante sana kwa kurejea na pole kwa yote, lakini lazima tung'atuke kutoka kwa haya kuhakikisha kwamba tunakomboa nchi kutokana na uongozi mbaya. It is important that we respect the constitution that we give ourselves as the determinant factor of who becomes a leader and how they become leaders. When we go against the constitution in getting leaders, then that constitution loses its power to protect the same leader who has gotten into leadership by violating the very constitution. And so this is a delicate matter, but I believe and trust that Kenyans are going to do the right thing, and that is stand on what is right, insist on what is right until what is right is done in the country in the interest of our children and our children's children. So welcome everybody, and keep inviting somebody to join into the discourse even as we continue with the conversation. Anyumba. Vipi lakini?
Niko salama ndugu yangu, habari ya siku nyingi?
Niko salama. Mbona curtain?
Unioni?
Mimi hapa naona wewe, weka kamera on.
Si kamera iko on bwana.
Hapana, umecross wewe. Kliki kwa hiyo kamera yako iko na msalaba, utoe msalaba. Alafu. Karibu.
Happy New Year.
Happy New Year to you, sir.
Bwana, habari ya siku nyingi kila moja hapo.
Lazima tunashukuru Mungu mwema.
Mimi nashukuru Mungu sana kuwaona. Na nimefurahi Mungu amewalinda. Na niko hapa nikasema wacha leo nirudi. Mimi pia naweza sema kama huyo mwenzangu ametoka. Niliona nilikuwa nimefikishwa mwisho, lakini nikamwambia Mungu, wewe unanijua kuliko vile watu wa kampeni wananijua. Kwa hivyo endelea kunishikilia. Bernard, kabla niendelee, ningeomba kama uko na hiyo clip Ruto alikuwako Dakar. Hapo alikuwa nasomewa go back to your country. Ningeomba uplay hiyo clip.
Hiyo clip imeleta mushkil. Hebu achana nayo sasa.
So you know, Bernard, kuna kitu sisi kama wananchi ama watu wa Kenya, kuna kitu tunasahau, na hii kitu itatusumbua muda mrefu sana. Sitaki kuongea sana kwa sababu najua kuna watu wanataka kuchangia, but unajua wakati uko na rafiki yako anakupatia pesa, anakununulia chakula na anaenda njia mbaya, unaogopa kumwambia kwa sababu atawacha kukupatia pesa. Hiyo ndio ile kitu tuko nayo hapa Kenya saa hii. Akina Ndindi Nyoro wana support ile kitu Ruto anafanya kwa sababu Ruto anawapatia pesa, anawapatia nini, na Ruto anaenda njia mbaya na wataki kusema. watu wanacheza na hii kitu ya wananchi. Kama unaweza kumbuka, ni watu wengi sana walikuwa Kamkunji, na hawa watu hawana kazi, hawa watu wako na njaa. Niambie, Ruto akituma polisi aanze kupiga hawa watu na hawa watu wakuje kwenye street, nani atafungua duka Nairobi? Nani atafungua kibanda yake? Wale jamaa zetu kutoka Mount Kenya ndio wanafanyaga biashara sana. Wanasemaga sisi Wajaluo ni masuit kuajiriwa kwa ofisi. Hakuna mtu kutoka Central atakubali ati Ruto akae kwa ofisi na wao wasifungue biashara. Itabidi Ruto aende nyumbani. Haya, hii kitu mzee wetu anasema, Raila anasema na Ruto anapooza. Hawa watu wakiamua kwenda State House, utaua wangapi na utawacha wangapi? Kwa sababu huyu jamaa amesema ukae siku 10.
Ongeza volume hapo ongeza volume kidogo hapo kwa kwenda State House. Ongeza sauti.
Huyu rafiki yangu amesema ukae uishi siku 10 vizuri, lakini kuliko kukaa siku 100 na unaumia. Watu wakiamua kuandamana mpaka State House, utaua wangapi na utawacha wangapi? Na baada ya kuua hawa watu utaongoza nani? Nilisikia mwingine anasema juzi ati Raila alifanya makosa kwenda kusalimia Uhuru ili wape handshake. Na naye mtu akamjibu, kama Raila angeenda kumsalimia Uhuru, huyu Ruto ameiba kura, angekuwa anaongoza nani na watu wote wangekuwa wamekufa. Sasa huyu mtu akashindwa na hiyo jibu. Mimi kama nilikuwa na Ruto hana advisors. Kama kweli unajua umeiba, na mimi naongea Kiswahili sanifu, yule mtu atakosa kunielewa, yule anatutizama hapa aweze kunielewa vizuri. Kama mimi ningekuwa Ruto, hii mambo ya kutangatanga ya kila uko Nyeri, uko sijui wapi, uko nini, umesahau hata ile kazi uliiba kufanya. Mtu anaiba lakini anasema wacha vile niliiba nirudishe kwa wananchi. Aliiba, kazi yake ni kutangatanga. Mara yuko huku, mara yuko huku, hata ujui ni kitu gani anafanya. Kama mimi ningekuwa yeye, kule yuko sahi, safari yake ikiisha, akifika hapa, angeenda kulala State House kwanza angetangulia kwa Raila Odinga. Na mwambie mzee, hii Kenya ni yetu sisi sote. Mimi sina chuki na wewe. Mimi sitaki kukuita mganga, sijui nilikushinda, sijui nini. Tulishindana. Yule ilifanyika mzee. Tutajenga hii Kenya namna gani? Urudi chini, kwa sababu hakuna mtu ajui kama uliiba. Lakini sasa wewe ukizidi kutia watu machungu, hata situlishinda wale, situlifanya nini? 99% ya wale watu wanajua kura iliibiwa. Hawa watu hawana kazi. Na hawa watu wako tayari, watu waende maandamano, wabomwe duka wachukue unga. Hiyo nakuambia kwa ukweli, hakuna mtu atalala jana na unga iko dukani. Hata mtu amekaa hapo anauza. Watabomwe hiyo duka, watachukua hiyo unga na ulete polisi. So hawa watu wa Kenya kwisha, kwa sababu wanataka kuiba pesa na watumia wenyewe kwa wenyewe. Wajue Mungu, hiyo Mungu wanasema wanaomba. Leo ndio Ruto amejua kama Chebukati alikuwa anataka kuuliwa. Musando aliuliwa, Ruto hakutuambia, alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali. Jacob Juma aliuliwa, Ruto alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali, hakutuambia. Kaiseri aliuliwa, Ruto hakutuambia, alikuwa kwa hiyo serikali. Hii ya Chebukati iko na nini? Kwani Chebukati ndio anatoa nini? Asali gani? Ndio yeye sasa kama anataka kuliwa inapatia Ruto apati usingizi. Sisi tuko na katiba ambayo tulipigia kura, na hiyo katiba itatuongoza na tutaandamana mpaka pale. Kama yuko na akili, yeye mwenyewe atatoka na atawachia wananchi wa Kenya waweke mtu wao ambao alichagua. Hata leo ameambiwa katika mkutano huko nje. Mimi nimeona hiyo clip. Jamaa amemwambia hata ukiniangalia na macho gani, rudi tengeneza kwako, acha kutangatanga. Bernard, mimi kwa sahihi yangu ni hayo. Asanteni sana.
Okay, asante nyumba kwa kurejea na karibu kwa show. Bado tumekuwa hapa na tunaendelea na hii maswala mpaka hii nchi ipone. Tunashukuru kila Mkenya ambaye anajumuika nasi katika kipindi leo. Tafadhali usitazame kipindi peke yako, karibisha wawili watatu ili tukamakinike pamoja. Na washukuru nyote ambao mmesubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk, ile channel nyingine, na washukuru tu sana. Naomba tuendelee, tushafikisha hiyo 1000 subscribers na nataka tuendelee. Kama huja subscribe, I'll be sharing the link so that you continue subscribing. Otherwise, we are here to share our different views as Kenyans to see to it that this country takes the right direction and is led according to the constitution. We cannot be using the constitution selectively, that where it favors us, we use it. When it does not favor us, we change it. And that's a new phenomenon that is being introduced by Kenya Kwanza. If you heard, I will be playing that clip later on, where Ndindi Nyoro now claims that the parastatals should be let go to be privatized because they are not making profit, and no government should hold any stake in any of those parastatals because the government is already entitled to 10% of what they make. That kind of reasoning is backward in my opinion, and insensitive to the Kenyan people. There is a reason why the government should have a stake in some of those parastatals, because the moment you don't have a stake, you don't participate in the decisions that are made into that particular parastatal, and in the process, it will be run against the people of Kenya. Who will stand to defend the people of Kenya? Something needs to happen to us. And the young parliamentarians seem not to be getting it, that the interest of the country comes first before personal interest and, of course, business interest. Let's keep talking. Dennis, namna gani? Okay, Dennis, unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen. You unmute first. The mic is beside your name on the screen. If you don't unmute, we can't hear anything you are saying, even if you scream.
Okay. Sasa unanisikia?
There you go. Continue. Yes, we cannot get you.
Okay, good. Thank you. Sasa mimi sijakuwa hapa kwa Mutebe TV sana, but of late nimekuwa nikifuatilia, nimekuwa nikifuata hapa sana. Na siasa imekuwa ikipigwa na iko mzuri. Mimi ni mtu ya Mount Kenya. Na sisi ile shida ilikuwa moja, na ndio watu hawakuelewa. Kuna watu tulikuwa nyuma ya baba, but hatungeweza. The only problem that came, nimesikiza Ayuba hapo, handshake haikuwa mbaya na ilileta peace. Lakini ilileta peace juu alisalimia. Ilileta peace lakini haikufanya mzuri juu baba alienda kusalimia failed government. So ile shida yote tulikuwa nayo kwa hii Kenya haikuwa ya baba, ilikuwa ya Uhuru na Ruto. So ilikuwa ni kama ni kadi ilichezwa hapo. Hapo ndio mimi naonaga. Juu ile pesa ilikopo, ile madeni tunalipa, baba hakuna mahali alikopa pesa. Baba hajakuwa kwa government, lakini ile handshake ilimfanya ni kama akuwe ni kama mtu kwa serikali. So ika confuse watu wa Mount Kenya. And Mount Kenya was voting against Uhuru. Haikuwa ina vote against nini baba. No. Na hiyo ndio problem yenye iliingia hapo Mount Kenya. Na ndio maana ulipata kura imepugua na hiyo kitu ikahappen yenye imehappen saa hii. Na saa hii kumacha hadi State House. Mimi naona ikiwa ngumu kidogo. Jule mtu aliapishwa, koti ikaamua. So sidhani kama itaigiana. Naweza penda igiane lakini sidhani kama itawezekana. Mimi kwa saa hii ni hiyo tu nilikuwa nataka kuwa confirm.
Wewe unachua kwa nini maharagwe ni mboga? Wewe unachua kwa nini maharagwe ni mboga? Acha wewe.
Sasa hiyo ndio nilikuwa
nataka. Bwana Duncan, you out of order. Bwana Duncan, you out of order. Dennis, nimekusikia, asante sana kwa kuchangia, na ningependa tu kukuambia kwamba katiba ndio msema kweli katika hii nchi. Okay? Na katiba huwa inasema, na ningependa tu ufuate kwa makini, okay? Kwa mfano, tumeapisha governor. Tuseme governor wa Nyeri. Sisemi simwombei mabaya. alafu akiwa katika hiyo ofisi yake ya governor tushamaliza swearing in akuwe wazimu. Okay?
Yes.
Tutasema aendelee tu kwa sababu swearing in imefanyika, we cannot reverse the order.
No, but ile kitu iko, this is already a failed government. Hii government ya Gachagua na Ruto hata iwezi enda miaka 2. Baba asifanye handshake na watu ama kuwatoa. Hao watajitoa wenyewe.
That is the very reason why he should go. That's why the very reason he should go. Wewe uwezi vaa kiatu kianze kukufinya na unasema tulinunua kwa contract ya 5 years, uendelee kufinywa mguu kwa sababu 5 years jaisha, unang'oa kiatu unavaa kingine. Wakenya wana haki ya kuongozwa kikatiba, sio kuongozwa vile mtu anataka. Na kwa mfano niseme mmenifanya daktari, okay? Nimepewa stakabadhi ya kuwa daktari, lakini ile makaratasi nilisubmit ya kukaguliwa ili nifanywe daktari inakundulika kwamba ni fake. Alright? Nitaendelea tu kuwa daktari kwa sababu nishapewa hiyo kofia na nishapewa stakabadhi. So kura zile zilitumika kutangaza William Ruto kama ni kweli zilikuwa fake. Bas, that is the purpose why they should be withdrawn from office. Now, it is not just marching to State House. It is Kenyans getting angry and making sure that IEBC does what it's supposed to do. And if IEBC does not do what it's supposed to do, they should be sent back to doing the right thing. So IEBC, Supreme Court, and all the people involved in these elections, they must be punished for this. The reason why they did it is because 2017 they did it and they were not punished. And one way of punishing them is making the regime they put to power go home midstream. Hiyo ndio shida tuko nayo. Na hiyo shida haiwezi kutatuliwa tukificha hii chini ya carpet, atutunyamaze tu tungoje miaka 5 ishe. No 5 years. Unajua William Ruto alikula mshahara 5 years bila kufanya kazi. Tena mnataka kupatia mshahara mwingine another 5 years bila kufanya kazi. Hiyo haiwezekani.
Hakuna.
Okay. Asante. Naomba tusonge mbele. Nashukuru kila mmoja, tumakinike pamoja tunapochangia katika masuala haya. Let us move forward. Everybody please, let's keep it cool and respectable. Watu wa comments tafadhali hakikisha kwamba ukikuja unakuja na point. Hii story ya kutusi watu haisaidii, okay? Na ukisema William Ruto aendelee kuwa kwa ofisi, sisi hatupingi, okay? Na hata sasa tunamheshimu kwa sababu katiba inatetea yeye kwa sababu aliapishwa. Lakini ikikundulika kwamba ulitumia stakabadhi zisizofaa kufanyika lecturer, atwe ni professor lakini professor fake because you submitted wrong papers, withdraw the papers plus your professorship. That's what is happening here. And so Kenyans should not be deceived that the train is already from the station. The train can be called back anytime if it need be. Thank you. A man from Bondo, how are you? And the man from Bondo is, you are locked in with 2 gadgets. What's the problem? Okay, let me get rid of one. Unmute and talk.
And now can you hear me?
Yes, we can get you. Go ahead.
Okay, I'm doing fine. I've been trying to follow up what you're talking about. I was a little bit late, so I didn't know exactly what was the contentious bone of the discussion.
Okay, sir. The topic is scrolling on your screen, okay? And we are looking at William Ruto appearing defenseless against the wounded lion Raila Odinga. From the day of the revelations of the IBC dossier, we seem not to be receiving any credible defense from their side. They are jumping from one issue to another. Mara, Chebukati was to die. Mara, Raila Odinga has not paid the person who researched. Mara, and all that. So is William Ruto defenseless on this matter?
Yeah, I think from an intelligent perspective, William Ruto is defenseless. And the act that he was about to take was something that already was stable. And I think Azimio were aware about it. And you can hear when Gachagua said the kufas were empty. I know you were very keen to notice that there was a lot of leaders who left the country, starting from Atuoli, Joho, Raila. So I think all the money was kept away, paralyzing. So there are many avenues that I think the money got out of the country while Uhuru was in power. And that's where they knew they will first start with that point. So it was not about what we were supposed to do, depending on the constitution. It was about they already knew what you were supposed to do, and there was nothing they could do about that. But sometimes they say money is power, and you have to play with it so well. And that is a big factor that I think is in play. And then another thing, when it comes to patriotism, there are many Kenyans who are likely members of parliaments, the elected members of the representative of the Kenyan government. I think most of them, they will be joining Baba in the long run. So probably he will be hanging somewhere very tight with no option what to do. And another very political interesting move has been from Muhonzi Street. I will capture Nairobi. So with that tweet, I don't know where we are standing with this action. And two, has it been part of the plan? So there is a lot that is yet to unfold that is political. And that explains maybe why the reason Ruto has been paying a lot of visit to Uganda before. So he might have had also some leakage from somewhere. So as much as you see the tweets and the discomfortability, and we can have something like foreign invasion or something to create instability, just to fix him. So that's why high chances are that that's the plot and that's where people are headed. In my own opinion, not verified.
Amemaliza, kwani Bernard umelala?
Excuse me, can you repeat again? I didn't understand you. Can you repeat again the last message, please? Man of Bodo.
Okay, yeah, Nema, already the political strategy and everything that happened or was to happen based on person and individual constitution. No. It's probably that the people who are in power, they already knew what Ruto was going to do, which constitutionally will legitimize as the sitting president. But before that, there is the economical issue, where I think when Gachagua was saying the kufas were empty, and before that, you realize there was a lot of leaders who actually left the country from Azimio. In my own political analysis, before that happened and intelligence, I somehow personally expected it to happen whereby some money will be taken out of the government coffers to paralyze him. Because there is a step that I think he had taken. 2, when we check on the Muhonzi's tweet, I will capture Nairobi. We will seize Nairobi. And then there's equally a debate that has been going on about splitting the country maybe into 2. So we have to face a crisis in the future whereby in one or another, by hook or by crook, Ruto is not going to have it easy. So politics is a game of allies.
Yes, the man from Bondo, you need to conclude. You are 3 minutes up.
Okay, yeah. So in million, it's just that we are heading into very interesting time, whereby external politics is going to be a major factor. And it was like already predetermined by the post that Raila was also having. So with that post that was having in Africa, gave him access to meet external leaders, African leaders, to be able to have an influence within the African politics, because the Western politics is against Raila. That is that's not negotiable. So they had to find new ways.
Okay, thank you. Let's leave it there. We'll revisit. Asante sana. Tunashukuru kwa maoni yako na mchango wako. Nashukuru kila mmoja. Tafadhali tuendelee katika kuchangia mada hii, either on the comment section or you get into the studio. And if you try to get in the studio and you find it is full, you keep trying. The show continues for the next 8 or so hours. And so if you try the first hour, you miss, try the second hour, the third hour, the 11th hour, you may get it, and you'll be able to make what you think and feel about the Kenya situation known to the rest of the world. Thank you so much. Let's keep moving, please, and let's remain within the framework of 2 to 3 minutes so that we don't keep many people on hold. We are already in the second hour, and people have not said anything. So let's make sure that we are lenient when we get the opportunity. Make maximum use of your 2 to 3 minutes so that we are sure that nobody is being kept unfairly on the line. Asante. Innocent, how are you? Unmute. The mic is beside your name on the screen.
Nanipata?
Yes. Carry on.
Habari zenyu wote. Hope mko poa.
Tuko poa, endelea.
On my side, like I was a big support of Baba kabisa. Nilikuwa nyuma wa Baba muda mrefu sana. Lakini kuna kitu moja nilikuja kanichanganya wakati Raila alienda akashikana na Uhuru. Then things change. Hakuna mtu alikuwa na check of government. Unajua wakati umepea adui yako anakuandama, then mkuja mshikane. Mnafanya vitu pamoja. Then we came 2022 election. I think Raila alilala mahali kidogo. Then I think surrounding yake pia ima affect. Because wale watu Raila she was okay. Kabisa Raila ako sawa. No surrounding yake hiyo ina affect everything. Angekuwa ule Raila kitambo ule alikuwa anasimama na msimamo wake ule. Aambiwi chochote na mtu. Ndio maana aliweza kutoboa Moi, akaweza kutoboa kwa Kibaki. But now vile nasikia anasema ati amepea Ruto that pressure. atafika mahali aitishe win yake. Ukiangalia vizuri, wakati kura zilipigwa, you'll find out walipewa opportunity ya kwenda kujieleza ushahidi yao kotini, atetee hiyo kiti yake. Then you'll find a time pia wakaleta hii call tribunal hii ya IBC, pia ajitetee akadecline kutuma surrounding yake. But hii pressure, wakati tunasoma mada vile nasema hapa hivi, ameweka Ruto kwa pressure sana, anashindwa kwa defenseless. Naona hapo ni ngumu, sioni, manake alikuwa na chances ya kufanya unless atumie parliament to get his win. But akisema ndo na kifua direct kwa maandamano, sioni akitoboa hapo, unless atumie parliament itafute mistake labda yenye Ruto amefanya mahali ama ameingia pale kinyume. Hapo ndio naona anaweza ingia state of grace sana, because alikuwa na nguvu. Raila bado ako na nguvu, hajaisha. What I believe on, nguvu bado iko nayo, because kama unaweza control almost half of people in the country, that means you have a lot of power. But let's hope, unless we give him time, she tries. But asiende, ningetarajia kutoka kwa Raila sana, at least angetufaitia kwanza sisi wananchi kwanza, kila kitu rudi stabilize. Akishapata ya wananchi ndio tupata nguvu ya kumsupport pia yeye naye.
So, Bwana Innocent,
Yes.
I'm trying so hard to get what you're saying. You're taking us too far. Mara, you have a problem with the handshake. What was wrong with the handshake?
Handshake hatukuwa na mtetezi. Hiyo ni kitu ya kwanza.
Sorry?
Hatukuwa na mtetezi. Mtetezi wetu wananchi wenyewe hatukuwa nayo.
Mlimpeleka wapi?
Sasa alitoroka akaenda kushikana handshake. Nani angetutetea kwa government?
Okay. Nani uliyeajiri akuwe mtetezi wako kwa government?
Opposition leader alikuwa na. Alikuwa Raila. What is the work of opposition leader?
But Innocent, wacha pressure. Okay?
It's not in the constitution. It's not in the constitution. It's not constitution opposition. Sasa unadhani kuna mudaba ni good? No, it was not good.
Thank you. Ngoja roda. Innocent, let me bring you up to speed. According to the 2010 constitution, there is no opposition called official opposition. Okay? After the 2010. Nakumbuka tuko 2023 right now. So from 2010 up to now, there was no seat called official opposition. The old constitution had a seat called official opposition who was funded, paid salary, and whose office was funded by the government. All right? From 2010 until now, that office does not exist.
Nambona?
Right? Yes.
Nambona wakati kura Ruto ashaapishwa, wakajitokeza nikaona wakasema they will check on the government. Hiyo inamaanisha nini? Wakati wakitoa press conference,
are you imagining things or you're judging things according to the required law?
Bernard, sijuzi yako
Kenya is not run by imagination. Kenya is run on a constitution.
Bernard, nikuulize. Juzi hapa hivi some few months ago.
Listen, let me help you understand. From the 2010 constitution, the people to check the government, the executive, is the parliament as a whole. The parliament as in opposition, na government as a whole of it is supposed to be executive. Minority and majority, it is not supposed to be anti each other. So, fanya hivi, let's get it clear. So you are free to support whoever you want to support, and you are free to find fault wherever you want to find. But the truth is, the blame you place on Raila is uncalled for. One, you have not hired him. Two, you don't pay him salary. So if he volunteers to defend you, and you now want to pin it to be his permanent role, then it means you are over expectant, number one, And number two, you are inhuman because mtu anakufanyia kazi tena unamlaumu na hujamlipa mshahara.
But unajua Raila bado anapata mshahara prime minister mpaka sasa hivi.
Anapata mshahara wa prime minister?
Until now. Support yote government anapewa.
Ati nini?
Hata Kalonzo Mdavadi walikuwa napata.
Bwana Innocent, please go and go find your facts first before you come to make your submission, please.
That's
There's no
truth,
office called prime minister. Na kuna mtu anapokea mshahara inaitwa prime minister. What are you taking us for?
Ya Kibaki, ukakuwa na constitution 2010, apati pesa kwa serikali akadururu. Nothing.
Unaona mtoto asai hold hiyo rank ya
Do you know the gravity of what you're talking about? That
yes.
Somebody is getting salary as a prime minister when there is no seat called prime minister.
Ai, bado anapata dividends zake, bado anapata, imagine.
Good night. Go and get your facts first, please. Don't waste our time. Thank you. Let's go straight to Cynthia.
Nani, we are innocent. Well, please get your facts straight first. Kabla hujakuja hapa, wacha kuudhisha watu. Already kila mtu amekasirika, people are suffering. Nini mbaya na wewe? Let's move forward. Saizi kila mtu anateseka Kenya. Bado wewe ndio huwa unalipa baba mshahara. Are you the one writing the checks for him from the previous job?
Cynthia, there's something wrong with your audio. We can't get you audibly. Please fix that fast. In the meantime, we are going to take a short commercial break. We play one video, then we get back to the conversation. But please, I want us to help the debate by debating on facts. Not on. Thank you very much. Let's keep going.
Government agencies, corporations, companies. Over 330 actually, precisely 334. Most of them make money. Most of them are regulators. Most of them, unfortunately, hemorrhage money. It is the plan of every responsible government that you cannot continue a company that makes losses, does not hold any strategic value for the government, to continue gobbling taxpayers' money. Therefore, it is the wisdom of the president and this government that the Kenyan people cannot continue carrying the road of parastatals, of government companies that have not been making money in any recent past. And therefore, I want to put it categorically. It is not the business of government to be doing business. The business of government is to facilitate business. The business of government is to enable businesses. And the other business of government is to regulate business. And therefore, it is the wisdom of the Kenyan people collectively, through the sovereign and especially the president, that all these companies that do not make any strategic value to government be sold away to the private sector to manage. And you know, ultimately, the government is a 30% shareholder of every business in Kenya, because corporate tax in Kenya is 30%. And therefore, government does not need to own any active stake in any company, because either way, they share in the profits of all the businesses.
I would say, regrettably, that is a member of parliament reasoning and thinking that tax is as well as holding a stake in the company. And when you have 30% stake in a company, is equivalent to when you collect 30% tax from that particular company. It is a sad state of affair that a member of parliament thinks that when a company makes losses and now it is privatized, it is offloading the burden from the government. It is reported that the member of parliament has 50% stake in Kenya Power. And so he's looking on how to take over Kenya Power and make it his private company so that he can sell power to the way he wants. And seems to be the mind of William Ruto. And so as Kenyans agitate for liberty and securing their country, these are the kind of minds that we need to get rid of in terms of, if the minds that sit in the decision-making bench, then we are doomed as a people. We are doomed as a people. There is a reason why Kenya Airways is bailed out, okay? Or else we are going to join the countries that don't have any airline. I mean, even if we have 2% into Kenya Airways, is better than when the government has 0% in any of those parastatals. So, but I invite Kenyans to ventilate on this. In my opinion, I'm very, very saddened by young people who choose not to use their brains and engage their mouths. Thank you very much. Roman, how are you? Are you the Roman for the Romans, or which row?
The Kenyan Roman, that is.
Carry on, Sema.
Okay. Kwanza nikiongea kwa huyo MP, as I speak and comment about what I heard from the MP. For me, it's very shameful if such a person who is expected to be just around the president, just on the table to advise the president, have such a mind, you know, thinking that yani hata sijui namna gani, haifai kabisa. Tumeshajua ya kwamba yeye ana shares ndani ya Kenya Power, ni kama amechukua kidogo, na anasema ati serikali ikishindwa, that is, anasema kuna biashara ya serikali, you know, na ile ati serikali ikishindwa kurani biashara, hii biashara iwe to be made a private, something to do of such a sort. I was not interested in that thing. Sikuipenda. That is not the right way. But as I move on, kulikuwa na history ya Jacaranda. To me, I don't want to waste time. Let me say this. Our able president, he was voted, he was sworn in, na hatukata hizo vitu zote, everything is right. But what we need to have is educate Kenyans. Ule mtu hajui ajue, kwa sababu nimeona kwa hii debate we are very far from understanding the constitution. We need to get the constitution right. We are not just headed by the president. The president is put there by this our able constitution. So if at all that man cannot perform, he cannot give the exactly expected, no matter we voted or we did not vote for him, but he must he must, that I put that in bold, he must give us what we require, not exactly what we want, but there's our requirements, Kenyans. I'm trying to say this because we were denied an opposition office. It went with the last constitution, the old one. So at the moment, we are led by this parliament, a parliament that I don't feel it's very okay for us. I don't feel the best secure place ya kutetea Mkenya, kwa sababu watu ukiona even the way they are debating the issues they erect on and all those things hazileti, ni vitu ambazo zinasaidia mostly, I cannot say their own affairs, lakini yeye anajaribu tu vile anaweza saidia mwananchi kidogo, but not how the president is running the country. The president should get it from the parliament, because the parliament should not have, we have the minority leader and the majority leader. So it is the house that should guide the president and do the other things. But this very, very house, I mean both parliaments, it is being used by the president, you know, in other ways, but not exactly guiding the president. but the president guides the parliament, which to me is wrong. This comes with us. I called me and another person. We should take Mzee. Mzee should stand firm. There is a rule of law, which again the president controls the judiciary. Okay, I cannot just say it very much. I'm not sure about it very much, and I should avoid contradiction. That is, the president have some small powers in the judiciary, in which that's the only way, in which it was the only way to get what we feel is good as we citizens. So, if at all this is the only way Baba can use, and I don't say Baba is just a placeholder. Baba has people who did send him there, like we now. So, the only way we can monitor this government and get away with this man, because no governorship there. We should hope Ruto does not, President Ruto, with his own able Kashago, I don't know. I don't think these are the right people. No matter we voted or we did not vote them. Even the people who voted them, they should just see, where are we heading to as a country? Where are we heading to as a nation? Everything has changed. You cannot change everything in just 2 to 3 months, you know. Hii ni Kenya, ni ya watu wengi, tunaelekea milioni 60. And they are just doing things by their own, you know. Vitu zao tu, yeye bora aone kitu ni kama inamplace hivi kidogo, that's all. They just speak, you know, without caring.
Thank you, Roman.
Welcome.
Your time is up, but we'll get back to you. And then also you need to make your audio. It's not very clear, although we got what you're saying.
I want to talk
Rhoda, what is it?
I want to talk with this guy called Ron. Bro, do you know that democracy is belongs to us? It's not from Ruto. Ruto ni kujifanya anajifanya nakaitaga kadictator. Unajua kadictator ni kanini? Ni kujifanya unajua kadigiriri. Kale kadoa kanatembeanga. Anajifanya hivi. Democracy is between you and me. Not that Sohoi man.
Okay.
So the way you are speaking, we can do whatever we want. And I answer this man of Bondo. People from Western,
let me do this, Rhoda. I think, hold on, Rhoda. Anyumba, are you there?
Yes, Bernard.
Yeah, good. I want to refresh my browser because I'm not getting the broadcast very clear. So I want you to share, bring in Duncan and then Adams. By that time, I'll be back, please. Thank you. Duncan, you can take it.
Hello Duncan, umepotea?
Time. Talk now is your chance now. Duncan.
Unanipata? Napatikana kweli?
Yeah, Duncan unapatikana, zungumza.
Okay, asante. Okay, mimi nilikuwa nataka nianze moja kwa moja kwa kusupport kwanza mjadala wa leo. Naona unasema William Ruto appears defenseless against the wounded lion Raila Odinga. And following the matter of the day, mimi nilitaka nianze kwa kusema hivi, from my own investigation and my research, it's true this Ruto man is defenseless for some reasons zenye maybe I would share. And one of the reasons inafanya Ruto is already defenseless, it's the detailed report from the whistleblower, the Vanguard research. You see, when you tulipata hii report, Raila was not around, was not in the country. So whenever the report came in, the Kenya Kwisha government expected maybe Raila akikuja, nothing will happen. They
We don't can something with the internet. We don't hear you. Maybe ametolewa. Can you hear me?
Roda, tunakusikia.
Are you still on? Sikusikia. Unanisikia wewe?
Mimi nakusikia. Wewe unanisikia?
Okay. Okay, wacha mimi niongee. Kabla huyu hajaongea, ulikuwa naambia about Western. Watu wa Western ni vile Ruto aliwaingiza. Ndio maana unajua Western wanapenda ule. Ndio maana unajua Western wanapenda mtu ule dictating kwa sababu they are own interest. They don't like Africa to succeed. Kwa sababu they are own jealousy. Unajua they don't like Africa to succeed. Raila Odinga alikuwa na represent jealousy. Unajua vile they don't believe Africa we can succeed. The way they Gaddafi, they don't believe even though they like the way they was representing us. It's the same. They don't like him. It's also America and UK. They don't like him. But can you ask yourself America why they don't go to Arab countries? But can you ask yourself why they don't go to Morocco? And Morocco is in Africa, right? Libya is in Africa. They don't go. Why they come to Kenya? And it's still in Africa. We are not. Morocco is not the US. Why they don't? Why they don't go to another country? Because they feel jealousy. Because you know, you remember even Idi Amin days. Actually, I was proud. Idi Amin was white people. They were obeying him. Kwa sababu alikuwa very, you know, alikuwa very strong. Lakini kwa sababu Ruto hajipendi, Ruto he hate himself. He's psychopath. That's a fact. He's a psychopath. Na kwa sababu anaona mzungu ni kama Mungu kwa kara. Because of his kara, the kara. Anafikiri mzungu ni kama Mungu kwa sababu Ruto hajipendi. Unaona? He's foolish. He doesn't love himself. Unaona? Anafikiri mzungu ni nini, mzungu akuragi mchele, mzungu akuragi, you know, he have that mentality. Na ni mzungu amesoma high school, amesoma university. He need to have a knowledge. We are the same human being, whether you're from India, whether you're from cartel. Lies is a global. He have another way of thinking. Unaona? Lakini sasa akiona hivyo na wao wanafurahi. Unaona? Kwa sababu ajipendi. He doesn't love it. First of all, why did you Kenya you vote somebody psychopath? Ruto doesn't love himself. Anajichukia. Sijui kwa sababu anajichukia na agujia naongea. And let me tell you, most of the people, criminal and bad people, they love such kind of people. So unaona watu kama hao. Watu wale wabaya wanapendwa na watu sana. Wanakuwa favor. Na sisi watu wazuri, innocent, sisi tutakuwa tunapanishiwa. Ni kama vile Mungu alikuwa innocent akampanishiwa, akachapwa, hawakumsikia vile anasema, wakamtesa kwa sababu he was innocent. Na walimchapa vikobo, wakamchapa, Mungu akamwambia they don't know what they are doing. Mungu aliwaambia ni hivyo. Watu wabaya wanakuwa na favor. Do research. Ndio maana Ruto anapendwa na watu wengi sana na makabila zingine wa Kikuyu kwa sababu wanapata interest. It's about money and power. But people they don't care about for tomorrow. Lakini si hata Saddam alikufa, si ndio? Si Amin alikufa. Hakuna mtu atakaa hii dunia milele. Kila mtu atakufa. Tuliona Queen Elizabeth alikufa na akaacha mabillions. Ruto nafikiria kwa mwili ya chuma hawezi kufa. So you Kenyans, why do you like somebody who is bad? Why do you support evil? Mtu apedi amani, mtu apedi maendeleo, mtu anakuja kufanya ile ilikuwa imefanywa na huyo president. Think twice. Mimi sipendi watu wabaya, mimi ni kina mbaya. I don't like, me I like nice people, I like kind. Spendagi. Mimi nikikuona wewe uko mbaya, mimi nakuweka kado. Unaona kama mtu huyo jamaa anaitwa huyo wa Muranga vile naongea. He cannot see negative about Ruto because he is blind. He's not clever. He's idiot. He doesn't have wisdom. You know? Lakini mimi siwezi. Watu wale wabaya wanapendwa na watu wengi sana. Do research. Lakini watu wale wazuri, they don't get. That's why Ruto many people wanampenda. Kwa sababu wanatuchukua kitu hapo. Hata makanisa. Na kanisa ndio wanatakikana wasimame kwa right to the darkness. Wakina mtu ni evil heart, wanamcorrect, wanamwambia. Mungu alikuja kuokoa watu wale wabaya kama Ruto. Watu evil. Lakini kanisa wanamweka hapa kwa sababu ya pesa. It's about money and power. People, they don't care nowadays, especially Kenyans. You don't care. You think about money and power. You don't care about somebody is evil, somebody is psychopath, somebody is murdered, somebody is a liar. You don't care. Alafu mnamfurahisha, mnampigia makofi hivi. Mimi siwezi. Ni kama unaona shetani unampigia makofi. Unamwambia asante, welcome, shetani welcome. It's the same shit. It's very painful. I thought Kenya people, you are very
Rhoda. Anyumba, what's happening? Now, please, let's keep order, please. If you have made submission, you patiently wait for others to make submission. If you take over when others have not made submission, that is an injustice, and you don't want to commit injustice against each other on this show. Please. And if you are intercepting, like you have a question, you be mindful of that, because a question should not take more than 30 seconds. At most a minute. You can't have a question for 5 minutes, for heaven's sake. Okay? Thank you. Please, let's have Adams. And thank you, everybody. Please, let's keep inviting each other to Songambele. Yes, Adams.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, Bernard. I want to take this opportunity also to contribute on the discussion. And I want you to allow me to differ with many of you who are attacking the president. I've actually listened to what even Rhoda has said there, but I totally differ with her. The way she says that Ruto is loved by many, but he's evil. So then when we talk of the president appearing in the defenseless, I've tried to think, nimejaribu kufikiria how defenseless is he, and at where is he appearing defenseless, yet he has exuded confident in everything that he does. Remember, you even went to the home ground of Raila, and gave them many projects. That means he is confident. Then on the issue of demonstration that Baba is calling, I think, to me, I call it hot air. Demonstration now cannot help anything. He had a chance to win the presidency. Raila had a chance to win the presidency, but he left the chance to other people. He had the machinery, he had the support of the president, former president. But what happened? He lost the election. So saying that Ruto stole the election is, I also wonder how he stole election, yet he didn't have the machinery, the government machinery at his disposal. It didn't have the support of the...
Adams. I don't get you. Do you need government machinery to steal an election?
Yes.
Where is it written that thou shall have government machinery so that thou shall steal election?
Bernard, allow me to finish, and then you come back.
Because the thought pattern you are taking is one looking for an excuse of looking the other side and not articulating matters for the way they are.
Allow me to devour.
Hold on. Listen, I will give you opportunity to defend yourself, okay? There is a reason why I'm intercepting. And I'm intercepting on the grounds that you are bringing propaganda of saying that Raila lost the election. That is the matter at hand right now, okay? The revelations from the whistleblower in IEBC, okay, proves that Raila won the elections. And then IEBC bungled the elections. The
Allow me to
significance of what we are talking about, William Ruto appearing defenseless, is because the declarations in Kamkunji have not received any credible response. As it stands now, Azimio does not acknowledge the presence of William Ruto or the William Ruto administration. And we are talking about 8.1 million Kenyans, because that is what their leadership spoke. So that is significant. If it appears to you not significant, then you are the one that is hallucinating here.
Allow me to answer you then. When you talk of 8 point something million, I'm trying to wonder which mathematics, which which arithmetics are you using? First of all, Raila lost election when he never kept friends. Remember, Mudavadi was a very strong supporter of Baba, but he removed him from being in parliament, in a position in parliament. Look at Mudavadi. Those were critical numbers that could have changed.
Van Adams, when I give you opportunity to make submission and you begin to run around without giving us any facts, please, we'll take back that position. We are not talking about Mudavadi. We are not talking about Wetangula. We are not talking about campaign. We are talking about a whistleblower. A whistleblower is not a passerby. A whistleblower is an insider. Okay? It's somebody who is in the IEBC. So the question to you is, are you in the IEBC? Do you work for IEBC?
Can I answer? Numbers cannot lie, my friend.
Are you an insider in IEBC?
I'm not an insider, but common
Good.
sense.
Then you cannot deny what the insider has said because you're not from inside. When the alligator comes from the river and says Mama Crocodile is sick, since you and I don't live in the river, we will believe what the alligator has said.
Why
if you don't have anything against, if you don't have figures to counter the figures that the whistleblower produced, then you have no case in this matter.
Bernard, allow me to give my submission. Then you come,
because you are taking us around the nation, wasting our time. If you want to tell us you are either from IEBC or the figures given by the IEBC insider, okay, are fake based on this and this and this. But if you are only here to tell us Mudavadi or Wetangula or Baba lost this, got this, that is all hearsay. That's all propaganda. I've been hearing that for a whole year. I've been on this show for a year and days now.
No. You have to listen to what I'm saying. I'm trying to defend myself on the issue of. I'm trying to rubbish what you say. 0.1 million. Allow me to speak first.
Mute your mic. Mute your mic, everybody, please. Let's have some decorum. Thank you. Let's do this.
Yes.
But Adams, I'm giving you the last chance, okay?
Yes.
If you are not countering whatever the dossier said, then you just want to give us stories, we'll take back our time. Thank you.
Just want, then allow me to speak, then you rubbish what I'm saying.
Bernard, allow us to answer him just one person each, and then
everybody. Let him make his case first.
Yes. When you talk of the 8.1 million from whistleblower, how do you believe the whistleblower? Then where did that 8.1 came from? If whistleblower was genuine, why don't he produce each and every polling station, the number of votes counted in polling stations, instead of coming with a fake figure of 8.1 million? We need to come up with facts, but whistleblower can as well be.
Are you a whistleblower? Do you know what is a whistleblower?
that whistleblower can be a conman.
Can be?
He can be a conman also. Why do you believe on the whistleblower more than your what? What I wanted to say is that I can't believe the whistleblowers. When you say
Adam, you don't have anything to say, so just leave it there, because it seems you want to
no,
get the memo from
give
Itubi
me
to come
time,
and
Bwana.
zip us.
Give me time to speak.
The whistleblower is now the man speaking now. If you want to counter it, you come with counter figures, okay?
I'm countering it.
That his claims
Then
are not true.
Proof what
And
proof.
the result from every polling station are still available.
Then you can prove them as evidence.
There are some MPs that are still going to lose their seats when those figures come out. So
that is hot air, my friend. It is not going to be possible.
Good night. Let's hear from Cynthia.
Ushafukuza huyo nyang'au, hata nimesinzia kidogo. Guys, Bernard, you should not even be giving time to people who are taking us back to misery. We are not campaigning right now. Baba came back from South Africa, very strong, very determined, yeah? And we already have the facts. We had the numbers. Baba won the elections, yeah? So right now, shida ya Kenya ni tunapeleka Kenya mbele aje. Wakenya watalipa stima aje. And then right now, Moses Kuria is talking about privatizing all our public universities. How are we going to educate our children? Tutatoa pesa wapi? So many Kenyans cannot even earn more than 500 shillings a day. Where are they going to be getting that kind of money? Wakenya saizi tunataka kutoe Ruto kwa hiyo nyumba. Hiyo sio nyumba yake. Atoke. Serikali imemshinda. Ashashindwa. He's defenseless. He's a failure. He's a coward. Amejifunika na wachafu mbele yake. Alafu bibi huyo Gachagua ati wanajenga kanisa. Do you know what? You cannot keep on rubbing salt on the wound. People are dying. People are crying. Watu wamejitolea wataenda Jacaranda on Sunday. Watu wameamua watakufa. That is what we're talking about right now. How do we move our country forward? Sasa privatizing universities kweli. See how then it will be the creme de la creme ndio watakuwa wanafundishwa. Ndio watakuwa na kazi. And what is the percentage of the percentage of the Kenyans who are rich who can afford schools right now? Ni harambe kila siku. Pigeni harambe mpeleke mtoto shuleni. People are losing track here. We are supposed to be taking our country forward. Kama ni kutoa huyo atolewe. People, kila mtu atoke on Sunday muende State House mtoe huyo mtu. That is where we are right now. We are supposed to be strategizing. How are we going to support Baba so there's no bloodshed? Unaona? We are not supposed to be campaigning right now. Sijui whistleblower, sijui nani. Hapana, toeni huyo nyang'au kwa hiyo nyumba. Ni hayo kwa sasa. Nimekasirika sana. A man from Bondo. Sisi tuko majirani. Pia mimi ni kutoka Bondo Roda. Nduma. Kila mtu. I'm so pissed off right now. Bernard, please do not keep on putting people on the panel that we're losing track on what is in front of us.
Yeah.
What is at stake? Yeah.
They are stealing our feeling. They want to steal our emotion or what we think, what we feel. And that's kind of their evil. Those people are evil. And we don't want. We want people who are negative, who are positive, who have the same feelings, the same we have. Because wakikuja hapa wananga feeling kama zetu
please Roda you out of order, please.
Mimi saizi ni mkulima. Hakuna maji Bondo for the past 3 months.
Person make submissions, please.
I've lost all my vegetables. I've lost almost 50,000. When nimeacha nyumbani saizi hata kuna kazi, lazima niwalishe. Kila mboga imekufa kwa shamba. Alafu mtu anakuja hapa hivi anatuambia nini? No, get that nyang'au out of the State House and we move our country forward. If it is marching on Sunday, let's march. Let's have some open line where we can donate money. Yeah, wenye wanatoka Kisumu waende. Hakuna ati this is not the time to campaign, man. Wacha kuweka watu kwa hiyo panel wenye they're steering, we are losing track of what is important right now. Kama mwenye anakuja hapa hivi kutetea Ruto asikue hapa. This is a panel for us as a Mio, how we are going to carry our country forward. Asanteni sana. Nonsense.
Yes, the man from Bondo.
Okay, thank you for this for another chance. Nimengojea sana nilikuwa nataka nijibu hiyo lakini umemwacha ameenda. Nilikuwa nataka kumjibu akiwa hapa. One, there is fact about fact. There is fact about fact. The fact ni fact never lies. If Raila has the fact that it was 1 million voters who voted for him against 5 point something votes, he called for people to come out, take it to the bank, the 8.1 million people step to the floor because their votes count and their vote means a word. So there is power in numbers, and numbers can overturn anything. Numbers can overturn a constitution or whichever way. And there's nothing you can do about numbers because numbers is a fact. Even number one. Number two, on issue of privatize the government business na vitu zingine. One, reason why it is being done ni moja. The government doesn't have money. Na watu wenye wanazinunua, watu wenye wanataka kuzi-own ni allies wa Ruto. So that they can be able to increase it and collect, either not even collect tax, because the tax ni kidogo sana for the government. But waki-privatize, na wakuna then they get the 100% profit, then it helps them to run the government and the affairs. Tayari the coffers were empty. So if it's a government mkitaka uzuri, one, you should minimize things that goes around pay number one. Number two, go against privatization your company, because that's where they expect to get their funds to support the projects they have. Kama kununua tear gas na hizo vitu resistance, they need money. And already wakiingia empowered, nimwambia the economy walikuwa tayari washaparalyzed. So that's the reason why privatization wanajaribu kusukuma, so they can own them, dictate the prices, to have funds to run the government. Because without funds, you might not even be in a position to pay the military. Na hiyo ndo ifanya revolution ifanye nini? It take place. So economy is power. They're targeting to control the economy because they've lost it in tax. As much as they try to collect taxes, how is it collect enough to be able to run the government? That's exactly what is happening. So mki protest hata for 1 month amlipi sana. Trust in me, the government will go down. Time to me a candle, it will go down because Didi Nyoro is one of the persons Tumika to tap the money that is supposed to fund the government. That's the reason wanataka ku privatize things.
Dede Nyere ni nyang'au. Wachana na nyang'au hiyo. Ajui ajiwezi. Nyang'au zili I wonder, I thought Kenya people are very smart. Lakini nyang'ao kama huyo watu wanalia. Mimi nikiongea na mamangu ananiambia watu wanalia. School fees, pesa za kulipa chakula, fama wala nini. Hii serikali na watu wale wanafuko biashara zimeenda chini. Na they don't care. They just think it's only go round and round and wasting our money and going big hotel and anyone atuudhi. They don't know how we feel. Especially as we live in diaspora, we need to talk more. Tunawaambia tunaficha kwa sababu tuambie vile tunakaa huko maisha.
Since we are diaspora, we are the problem because one country. Economy, the citizen are the biggest resource. And then the people who are funding the citizen diaspora. Unatumia mama yako, natumia dada yangu, natumia rafiki yangu, ndio anapata kupeleka kwa maoga. The government takes it in form of taxes, wanaenda wanaeka pesa nje. Taxation inakuwa hakuna mpaka tena diaspora mwingine atume. So if diaspora will go for a strike for 3 months or even 1 month in solidarity with Zimio, take it to the bank, it will happen. Because the government iko na power ya ku rip off money from the people. So we as diaspora, when not family, friends, na relative, the economy is there. They get the money. The government will force take from them and they can continue doing the things there. Ng'ombe mwenye hajalishwa vizuri mkamua. Sisi ndo malisho kama diaspora ya serikali. When we go on strike for 1 month or 2 months and we keep on pushing and talking the way we talk every day here, and we stop sending money for a period of time in agreement, subsequently, a revolution will take place.
And also we can do like this. Whenever we are, we need to tell the ambassador, to talk with our ambassador. We tell them we don't agree the way people from Western they are coming to do in our country. We tell them why we come here. We learn the language. I learn the language. I learn integrations. I learn how things work. If I do the criminal things, I'll go to jail. Before for me to get papers for living here, I have to struggle. I have to go the system. Why them? We come here, we do this, we respect their own country, the law. Why in our country cannot respect it? There is one proverb we used to say in my language, hakuna mtu, nimesahau your proverbs. You know, so our diaspora, we have a lot of voice to tell people in Kenya, and our ambassador who live the country you are, and we have right to demonstrations. We tell them we don't agree what is the government is doing and what they are doing, and we don't agree. And I'm telling, I used to see like now Iran, there is a war in Iran. You know Iran, there is a war. The president of Iran is killing people, and I'm telling you, if you come the street, I'm leaving. Iran people, they do demonstration every day against their president. How is killing women, and they have, because Iran is not, you're not allowed to be a Christian. Okay. Why can we do demonstration even here we are? We can do, and we go to ambassador. We stand for the truth. We say the justice.
Let's do this, please. Please, I want everybody to get back to our standing orders. I don't want to get to the place of quarantining anybody or banning anybody from the studio because of excesses. It's important that we respect each other's time and also respect the debate by doing justice to the debate. Let's not turn this into a marketplace as much as we are meeting right here and we begin the conversation. It must be within the framework of our engagement for us to be profitable in our submission and contributing to the shaping of the opinion of the Kenyan people in terms of dealing with the current state of affairs. So please, naomba tafadhali tukae in order. Kama umeinua mkono na hujachukuliwa, usiunmute na uanze kushout. If that happens again, now we're going to ban somebody from the studio, and that is not going to be good for all of us. Please. Francis, thank you so much for coming to in the studio today. I'm happy that I will not overwork today. The show for today is still today. Yesterday I had to host the show until 6 a.m. because of you. So you're owing me big deal. You pay me overtime for the past week and all that. So tafadhali, everybody stay within your framework, tuheshimiane, tufanye kazi pamoja. Ni jukumu letu kuongoza hii nchi na tutaiongoza tu tukifuata sheria. Hatuwezi vunja sheria na tutumie hiyo kuvunja sheria kutengeneza sheria. Lazima tufuate sheria, and even it applies in our engagement in the debate. So sijui Mdune ulikuwa umeongea na sisi kweli?
Bado.
Basi
Yeah.
masani yako tafadhali, peana maoni yako, alafu Francis please take charge. Take charge. I'm working on something else on the other side. I need to get the feed to Candid Talk. So for that to happen, I need to reset the other machines to do that. But for that to that's why I'm in and out. But please, tukibaki hapa hata kama hakuna class monitor, masomo iendelee. Okay? Hata kama hakuna mtu wa kusimamia, mtu anachukua hiyo jukumu na unasikiliza mtu akielekeza, kwa sababu katika kuelekezana tunafundishana. Thank you very much. Rhoda, I will not give you chance to talk now. You have spoken for too long. Please just hold on. I will listen to you later. Mdune, carry on.
Sawa, asante Bernard kwa hiyo nafasi. Alafu brother Bondo, man from Bondo, dada Rhoda, alafu na ndugu yangu hapo Francis. Kidogo nipandwe na munkari na hawa jamaa wale wawili walokuja na mambo sio wako Kenya hii, but ni sawa. Kila mtu ana maoni yake na vile anavyoona upande wake ni sahihi. Kuzungumza si vibaya, lakini pia kuna mambo mengine tufikirie zaidi kama tunayazungumza kwa minajili ya taifa. Wengi hapa wanakuta tu labda pengine sana tumebezi upande wetu wa Azimio. Hatuwezi acha juu upande wetu, lakini sasa hivi naamini kwamba tunachokizungumzia hapa.
One moment. Esther
Yes.
Mukungi, I'm not able to mute your mic. It means your configuration is not right. Kama ni nani? Francis, wewe unakuja na majina mengine? I will fight
No.
you.
My name I only this one.
Okay, there is an Esther who has your other name, if I'm not wrong. Okay, you configure right before you come in, because ukikuja kama tuwezi kumute mic yako inamaanisha hautaweza hata kuongea. Endelea Mdunu.
Yes, nikiendelea pale mahali nilikuwa nimeachia. Wengi wetu haswa ambao tuko hapa sasa hivi, kile ambacho tunakizungumzia hapa ni cha taifa. Sasa kuna wale stili bado wanakuta hatupo, labda pengine kwa sababu tunamfuata baba, basi labda ndio sababu kuu, na wao wako pande mwingine, ndio watu wanazungumza haya mengine. Yani sometimes pia naweza kusema maneno mengine ni kama uozo hivi. Juu Kenya hii watakaopata tabu ni sisi, si wala mishahara. So haina haja unaganda mahali wakati mwisho wa siku uende unabebeshwa mzigo pasipo kujielewa kwamba unaubeba huo mzigo. Sasa hawa ndugu zangu wanaokuja hapa na kuzungumza maneno, wajifikirie kwanza. Walipa ushuru ni wao, wanaohitaji kusomesha watoto wao ni wao, wanaohitaji matibabu bora ni wao. So Kenya hii kama waweza kulizungumzia haya na tukiacha ikienda katika mikono ambayo si sahihi, ni kitu kinanishangaza zaidi. But for today, mimi kile ambacho nilikuwa nacho haswa kwanza ni kwamba ni huu upande wetu mwingine huu wa serikali, kwamba sasa hivi watakuja tu na propaganda nyingi.
There's somebody called Ezron Ometa. If you cannot argue intellectually, let us not go to the genital part of it. We are not here arguing on terms of genitals. We are here to argue on substantial things. So let us stick to what affect Kenya. Whether somebody is in menopause or not, that is none of our business. His or her husband should complain, not us. So I hope that one is clear to you.
Do I proceed on kindly? Francis, niendelee?
Yes, proceed.
Yes. kwamba wengi wamepotezwa na hii propaganda, na unakuta wakija hapa bado katika hali ile ya kudanganyika, yaani wamebadilishiwa uongo kwa ukweli maochoni hivi bila kufikiria kwa kina zaidi athari yake. Sasa hivi kuna hiyo propaganda inaendelea kwamba labda baba anang'ang'ana si kwa ajili ya nini, anatafuta mwanya aingie kwa serikali kwa sababu ndivyo alivyozoea. Alifanya hivyo akasumbuana moyo, akaingia, akarudi kwa Kibaki wakasumbuana, akapata nusu mkate. Huku na huku kwa Uhuru nako akapata handshake. Sasa kwa Ruto nako pia anang'ang'ana hapa, kwa hivyo kwamba hili ni kama tishio, lakini njia kubwa ni kuhakikisha kwamba anapata nafasi tena katika hii serikali. Kwa hivyo hawana haja handshake, lakini niwaambie ukweli mtupu wa Kenya leo wasikie, na wale ambao wako kwenye hiyo comment section na wenye wanafuatilia Mtembe TV, anayempa na anayekubali handshake ni Ruto, si baba, na yeye ndio yuko tayari kwa handshake. Na kwa nini nizungumze hayo? Yeye ndio alitaka kumpa ofisi haswa awe sasa ni what do I call it? Yani ni rasmi kuwa yeye ni kiongozi wa upinzani kisheria, na wakawa wako tayari kumfacilitate, kumjengea ofisi, kuhakikisha kwamba wamweka pale official. Sasa kama si handshake hii ni nini? Kama sikumtaka haswa kuja hapo, ni kuja karibu na serikali ni nini? Ili kuweza kulipoteza kabisa lile donda ambalo linawauma wa Kenya la ukora ule kwenda pale kuweza watu kuiba kura, kuweza kupoteza kabisa. Sasa nashangaa mtu akisema kwamba baba anang'ang'ana yeye asitegemee kwamba atapata handshake. Wa kwanza kuminvite kwa handshake ni Ruto, kule kutaka kumjengea ofisi maalum tena official kikatiba kisheria, kwamba hiyo ni ofisi ambapo Muturi aliyekuwa spika wa bunge letu la taifa katika serikali iliyoisha kapelekeza hayo maoni, kajitokeza kabisa kwamba baba awe official kiongozi haswa rasmi wa upinzani, naye Martha Karua ashikilie upande ule wa Senate. Sasa wanaotaka handshake ni serikali, ndio wanang'ang'ana kumtafuta baba wampe handshake, ama ni baba anatafuta handshake? Kwa hivyo sometimes tunauziwa uongo hapa, sometimes pia tunauziwa uoga na hii serikali, kubadilisha uongo kuleta kama ukweli, wakati wao kile wanakipinga safari hii ndicho watakachokifanya wakati mwingine, na ni vitu tumevishuhudia hapa. So Kenya, wacheni kufanywa puzi na kufumbwa macho, fungwa tambaa macho. Mtakuja kukumbuka shuka saa 12 kumekucha. So kwa kila zuru naloliona sasa hivi, nazungumza serikali liangalie ndani yake litatokea wapi. Kwa hiyo baba kashasema hataki handshake this time around, ila na demand ni ushindi wake. Na ndio maana sisi wengine ambao ni Wakenya wazalendo wenye kuipenda nchi yetu, tusiongozwa na tamaa, tunaulilia ule ushindi, maana ule ndio ushindi ambapo kura ya mwananchi ilizungumza, si mambo haya ya let's move on. Tayari Ruto ashashika mamlaka, akina Sonko hao wanaongea pumba kwamba Ruto kashashika mamlaka, kwa hiyo power ni zake. Kuna kitu kama hii. Kama kule tunapenda nchi yetu na kama tuna haja ya kupiga kura, basi kura ya mwananchi izungumze. Na kura ya mwananchi kuzungumza si wakati mwingine, ni sasa hivi. Madamu ushahidi unaonyesha baba ameshinda kwa kura 8 milioni dhidi ya 5 milioni, Hakuna pa kusubiri hapa, lazima tuifuate ile kura mwananchi, maana ile ndio aliyosema. Na kuthibitisha haya ni kwamba hakuna vile ambavyo Raila ataweza jitokeza aseme mimi ushindi wangu ni huu, awe ni muongo ajipendekeza. Huyu kiongozi hajakaa hapa kwa minajili ya kutafuta tumbo lake. Kama ni pesa yuko nazo, nazungumza kila siku hapa. Kama ni mali yuko nayo, but kwa sababu amejaliwa na roho ya utaifa na kulitaka kulitengeneza hili taifa la Kenya kuwa ni taifa linaloongozwa na haki, laongozwa na justice, ndio maana yuko hapa. Na Wakenya tunamwamini kwa hilo tu, kwa ile record ambayo ameweza kupigania hii nchi. Si kwamba nang'ang'ana apate handshake kwa Ruto, na si kwamba Ruto hatitukubali ameshinda, kama alivyokuwa anazungumza Pumba huu kaka aliyotoka hapa kwamba alishinda. Alishinda wapi? Kama angeshinda basi Chebukati katika maswala aliyoulizwa juzi na yule lawyer hange kwama, akakuwa sasa anatafuta njia ya kutokea, kwa sababu maswali yamekuwa magumu na ni ya kweli mtupu. Na huo ndio chanzo na kigezo kwamba huu uchaguzi haukuwa wa huru na haki. Watu walifanya mipango yao waingie katika power ili kujidhibiti na kujinusuru, kuziba waibu wa yale mamilioni watu wamekusanya. Alafu wawazime wa Kenya wawaachie shida zao kukiwa hakuna mtu anayewajali. Na kwa kweli hakuna anayetujali. Tusidanganye hapa, serikali haiangalii sisi. Wanaangalia mahali pesa itakuwepo, biashara gani tutacheza na pesa izidi kuwa nyingi katika mifuko yetu. Wanajipanga wao, sisi. Nani atapewa hii nyadhifa? Huyu ni mtu wetu. Eneo gani litapewa nyadhifa nyingi? Eneo gani litapewa nyadhifa kidogo? Kwa sababu hawako support sisi. Haya ndio mambo tunashuhudia, na ndio uchafu wa hii serikali ambao tunasema haifai kukaa hapa, haifai kutuongoza. Na lazima tuzungumze kweli hapa, tusifichane. So mkija hapa wengine kama bado mko na mapenzi na UDA, sawa, hatuwakatalii, lakini jifikirieni zaidi na mlifikirie hilo taifa. Na haya matendo tunayoyaona, tunaushuhudia tu wingi wa ahadi, wingi wa maneno, si wingi wa vitendo, ndio tunayoshuhudia hapa. Ahadi ya mama mboga iko wapi? Ahadi ya bodaboda iko wapi? Ni kipi kinazungumzia manifesto hiyo iliyopangwa mafuta na kupakwa halwa ikazungushwa machoni kwetu tukajua hakuna mtu bora zaidi ya huyu? Je, ni jambo gani kutoka uongozi wa hii serikali ingie katika mamlaka limetimizwa katika hiyo manifesto yao? Sikuja hapa kutuambia mambo mengine ati Ruto kashinda kihalali. Never nothing. Maji hayakai hachanganywi na mafuta hata siku moja. Maji yatajitenga tu, na lililofumbwa basi litakuja kuwekwa wazi. Na hatuzungumzii kwamba ni ushindi huu tu. Kidogo tu Francis, kidogo tu nakuomba kakaangu, hili donda limetoka mbali. Chaguzi zenye zimekuwa hapa na huu mambo haya ya wizi wa kura, watu kukaa katika tumechokana nayo. Hii let's accept and move on. This to have to come to an end. Na wakumaliza haya ni mimi mwananchi, maana ndio mwenye usemi. Na ndio maana nawaambia ndugu zangu, turudi hapa pamoja, tufikirie, tuungane pamoja. Huyu mwenye mbuzi tumpe mbuzi wake. Baba naye yuko na option mbili Jumapili. La kwanza, kuchukua ushindi wake bila kuangalia huku wala huku, kuchukua ushindi wake, kutupa neno la mwisho, kuchukua ushindi wake liwe liwalo, na asiregerege wala sidanganyike kwa sababu ya wetu kununuliwa hawa wabunge. Kwa hilo lisimtishe, yuko na wananchi, maana wananchi wanamwamini. Achukue ushindi wake, atupe the last decision, ni tunaelekea wapi, kusiwa na vitu vingine vingi vingine. Hao watu kuanza tena kuandamana, kuanza kuwadanganya wananchi. Mwisho wa siku akaanza kushuka tena thamani. Madamu tushagundua, tupe thalasi neno lake la mwisho, tuchukue huu ushindi wetu. Acha tu nitakwamia pale kwa sababu nisichukue muda mrefu zaidi. Nikawa sasa naenda kinyume na masharti ya hapa. Ikaonekana kwamba hii ni yangu peke yangu. Hii ni kila mtu. But nipo leo. Lazima nitamaliza uchungu wangu wote na wananchi watu wanielewe, na ndugu zangu wanielewe, wananchi wenzangu kabila zote zile, kwamba ni nini tunazungumzia hapa. Si kwa minajili ya Raila, ni sisi. Raila ni kama ni mtu tu ambaye tunamuona anaweza kutuletea mabadiliko, but sisi wananchi wenyewe ndio tunamlazimisha Raila awe pale, si yeye. Asante, endelea tu Francis.
Sawa, nashukuru sana Chaka. Man from Bondo, dakika moja peke yake.
Kulingana na mazungumzo ya Mdune katika jambo la hapo, naelewa, nakubaliana naye katika jambo la haki na matokeo yalivyokuwa. Raila anafaa pewe haki yake na tusimame naye, lakini tukiangalia mambo ya swala la maisha na mahitaji ya kibinadamu, hayo ni swala yenye sasa tunafaa tuzitie katika mambo ya kisheria pasipokuwa na mambo ya kisiasa ndani. Yamaanisha wananchi lazima wahimize, wajue ni nini wanachokitaka katika katiba kama mwananchi, licha na siasa amechaguliwa ama hajachaguliwa. Kwa kuwa ukiangalia katika katiba ya Kenya, si ya huduma kwa mwananchi, nyingi ni ya kisiasa. Na faida ya kisiasa ni nini? Hamna. Ukienda nchi za ng'ambo, ofisi unayo ni kama kazi, lakini watimiza katiba, mahitaji ya raia ambaye ni mwenye nchi. Wengi wanalipa ushuru na lala nje, hawana sehemu za kulala, hawajui watakula ama amelipa ushuru. Ye serikali ya mtu nini? So ni mambo yenye lazima pia tuangalie kwa mkata mwingine nje ya mambo ya kisiasa. Kwa kuwa wanasiasa wanapotezea, mimi mkinichagua nitawafanyia hivi, kwa kuwa sisi wenyewe tumekubali kuwa chini ya uamuzi na mkataba wake. Akitaka kutupa atatupa, wakitaka kutuchezea shere watatuchezea. Wakuta mwanasiasa wa mrengo fulani yuweza ruka akarudi mrengo fulani, na wakatoka mrengo huo akarudi pani. Kwa ajili kuna baria kubwa katika taifa, kuna baria kubwa katika katiba, kuna baria kubwa katika serikali na viongozi. Kuna serikali, kuna uongozi, kuna katiba, alafu kuna rights za kibinadamu za mahitaji, kukua, pali pa kuishi. Huduma ni huduma. Kabla tuangalie huduma, je, usafi unapofanywa una pali pa kulala kwanza kabla usafi ufanywe hapo? Hao ni yatataka utaalamu na watu wa kisiasa wenye wanaweza kuchukua katiba na kaangalia na kaona pendekezo lipi laweza kuwa ndipo Mwanakenya awe na haki yake licha wa mrengo. Kwa ajili tukichagua mrengo, ni mjadala hata maliza, miaka nenda miaka rudi, miaka rudi nenda kizazi rudi. lazima tulitoe katika masuala ya kabila, liwe ni masuala la haki za kibinadamu.
Sawa sawa, na man from Bondo, tumekupata sawa kabisa. I've been away for some time, and you know, I completed my degree, so I've been completed the degree. Now I'm concentrating on looking of something to do with my life, because I need to progress as a young man. You know, life. I have some personal kind of life that also need to develop. That's why sometimes I'm far away, or sometimes you don't see me frequently here. But from soon I will be available 24/7. That means I will be appearing here very frequently. So ukiangalia mtu kama William Samoei Ruto, ambaye pengine tunaweza sema ni rais ambaye anatambulika kikatiba lakini si kwa raia. Wakati Raila alikuwa na mkutano Kamukunji, kwa nini kama kweli Ruto anajiamini kwamba ni kiongozi halali wa Kenya na mrengo wake wa UDA ambaye inajiita Kenya Kwanza ndio ilikuwa na speaker Moses Wetangula, mbona akutane na kina Sabina Chege na kina Kanini Kega? Kwa nini akutane na wao ili hali yeye ndio ambaye mrengo wake una wabunge wengi ndani ya bunge? Kumaanisha ana uoga fulani ndani yake inamsukuma kukutana na wao. Maana sasa hivi tunavyoongea, spika wa bunge la kitaifa ni Moses Wetangula wa Kenya Kwanza, kumaanisha ana wabunge wengi wa kupitisha miswada. Sasa mbona uende utafute deputy minority chief whip Sabina Chege umuite State House, wakati iliali unasema unataka upinzani wenye nguvu? Kuna wasiwasi ambao uko nao huwezi elezeka. Sijui, like, I hope you are getting my sense. Why should you call opposition members, whereas you have parliament, that you have the speaker, you can still pass bills and everything else, and you call the opposition MPs prior to the meeting? It means there's something that you know very well is not good. And the way they are saying that it's defenseless, Ruto knows one thing, and I'm telling you Kenyans who are here, you will witness one thing. Safaricom, today I saw some kind of interview between a Citizen and the CEO of Safaricom. But the CEO, there's some information not to give you. There's something that we call insider trading that has happened in Safaricom. What has happened is there were some kind of policies and some kind of laws that were unfavorable that people were attempting to pass against the big corporation. So what happened? The shares of Safaricom went down at a very low rates. Like the shares were selling at a very low price. So the moment the shares are going down, somebody came up and bought the shares at lump sum. So now we have a bigger shareholder in Safaricom who did not exist, by virtue that they were in insider trading, whereby the shares were made to appear that to go down so that somebody can be able to purchase them at a low cost in bulk. So what is happening with the KPLC? The same thing. The prices are being shooted high so that we justify privatization of parastatal. It has nothing to do with the cost of living. Get that clear. Rising of electricity has nothing to do with the cost of living, because one, electricity is produced from dynamos. The dynamos are being turned by water. So the only thing that can guarantee that electricity should go up, either should there become something to do with repairs or importation of electricity, either and down from Uganda. But if we are producing within the country, there is no any justification to say that electricity should be going up. This all is what we call privatization. They want to create a scenario whereby all these parastatals appear to be failing the citizen, so that when they start buying, there's nobody will complain because you already have gotten tired. But that one will not be a normal occurrence, but a forced occurrence. And that's where the citizens are not getting it, why things are being worked this way. Look at the Russians. When in 1991, before the breakup of the USSR, to form other nations such as Slovakia, Ukraine, and so forth, there were big companies that were aided by the USSR. Immediately after the breaking of USSR to form Russia and other parts, what happened? They were created what you call oligos. These are the people who wanted to get the shares of big companies. So they justify it by making them appear like they are failing. So we Kenyans who are there seated and be told that privatization will lead to good services is a lie. These things are very well manufactured to ensure that they are being privatized. And Nyoro said it very clearly that we are targeted to privatize 235 parastatals. Now let me ask you, go to the private hospital and to a public hospital. Come with the two bills, compare them, then you tell me which one will you favor in terms of cost. Then you shall know that privatization does not work in the common interest of Mwananchi. Kenya is still a country that is growing from socialism. We should not be jumping at a very high to go to capitalism, whereby there is little government intervention. We still need the government to cater for some of our costs, because as a country, we are transitioning from socialism to become a capitalist country, or what you call a kind of a classical model of economy. So whoever who is thinking that these things are happening by virtue of mistake, then you are lying yourself. You need to get the facts right, and once you get the facts right, you will be able to understand it. So the issue of Jacaranda rally, when the Gor Mahia said that they want the Jacaranda rally to be cancelled, I think there's difference between political rally and a football match. A football match will only entertain us more of becoming fun, relieving our stress and so forth. But a political rally has to do with our lives. I'm telling you, there is nothing in Kenya that you do that a government has no hand in it. So if you are thinking that this government does not affect you, you are just a fool, not even ignorant. Because an ignorant person, once informed, becomes aware, or he gets enlightened. But a fool is like a talent. You cannot change. It's like being short. You cannot change being short. So the government of Kenya affects you in every corner. Whatever thing you consume that is not produced locally goes with something to do with petrol. It must be transported either by the road, by the air, and so forth. So petrol, diesel, jet fuel has to take effect on it. When you are going to school, you are paying there. Anything you are paying there to school, remember the uniform you are buying, there's VAT, the other taxes, the business permits, and so forth. So there is nothing in Kenya that you do that government has no hand in it. So the moment we will get a good government, things will change. It's not an issue of if they will change. Things will change. I'm very certain that will change, because if you're having a government that almost 90% of things are getting involved with, therefore it means if we have a good government, 90% of things are likely to act in a correct way. And let me tell you, people, I know people might sit down and reason in terms of UDA and Azimio. Assuming, let's assume, for once, let's assume that Ruto won the presidency. What justification does Ruto have to hold the seat? When you went to the ballot box, it was more of an implied kind of an agreement that let us make you the president so that you make our life bearable or our life cheaper. Now you went to the ballot, assuming that Ruto won fairly. You made Ruto become the president. Instead of your life becoming becoming favorable or bearable, it is becoming worse. So which justification should a person hold? And then these issues of complaining. Oh, we got a depleted economy, this handshake, this thing. There is something called resigning. It's not a must Ruto to be president Kenya to progress. Ruto was born in 1962. Before that, Mount Kenya existed. Rift Valley existed. He was not president. We had people like Dr. Northley who are governors in Kenya. So he need to resign so that another person who can work with a poor economy can take charge. If that is the case, that if he thinks that the economy is too bad, he cannot handle, Let him resign. There are people who can work from grass to grace. Sio lazima yafanye. So I don't know why he thinks that he has to complain while sitting in the same position. What justify that? Alafu unakaa hapo, unakuja hapo unashangilia. Then the issue I'm asking also, if you are a new DA and you voted for that man, so who told you that if the economy collapses, will only collapse in Nyanza and maybe Rift Valley, the southern part of it, because you voted for Raila? It will collapse in the entire Kenya. Ask Libyans, the people of Sirte and the people of Tripoli who led the revolution. Today is affecting even the cities that Gaddafi never went there. It is affecting the whole country. So the moment you allow an incompetent president who seems to be out of touch with the citizen, you are affecting the whole country. Stima ndo inapanda na 17%. So let me see that stima ikipandishwa, kama wataweka special code for people from Madira and other from Sugoi, so that you will be able to recharge your tokens at a lesser cost. I want to see if it will produce that code. It will cut across all of us. So even if Ruto won fairly, there is no justification for him to continue being there. Mi sioni kabisa, hakuna. Kama kazi imemshinda, atoke mtu mwingine aje achukue afanye kazi nzuri. Hahitaji kukushinda akilalamika. Kama ni ngumu, kuna watu wanaweza fanya na hiyo kazi ikiwa ngumu. So you people, you need to get it right that we have no any alternative. And as I've always said, we can have two opportunities. One, tunaweza apply wote MasterCard and maybe things to do with H1B visa. We can apply green card, all of us to go to United States of America. The 50 million of us, we can do that if that is allowed. Or we can match the 50 million of us and inject one person who is causing all the troubles from our lives. So whichever the route becomes simpler, let's then use that route. If the route for green card is the simple one, let's follow that one. If the route of injecting this one individual is causing trouble for the millions of the people is the simpler one, let's then take that route. Whichever route will be the simpler one, therefore let's utilize that one fully. It has nothing to do with the Kikuyus, Luos, or whatever. It has to do with the common Mwananchi who are suffering to the core. Get that right, you know? Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Mukungi, thank you so much for that elaborate submission. I salute everybody for your continued followership and support. Please, let's keep going and ensure that you put the interest of Kenya first and ensure that you are on the right side of history. We are on the verge of making history again in this great country. And we have history makers and history reporters. The choice is yours. Just like we have you newsmakers and news reporters. You choose whatever side you choose determines what you end up with. Thank you, everybody. On the comment section, please, let's keep it tolerant, but of course, on the right side. Let us debate on facts and not hearsay and propaganda. It is very, very important. Thank you very much. Well, Adams, you are back here. Okay, let me play a video.
Kwani Bernard aliona kwamba wewe hautarudi tena hapo ni maana amekuona wewe na akaingia mitini. Sasa sijui mnawasema gani wewe na Adam.
On a mission to hike the cost of electricity by double digits, with low-income households poised to be hardest hit. If the distributor's application for tariff review is approved by the regulator, fewer Kenyan households will be eligible for low-cost lifeline tariff, leaving many grappling with a steep rise in their power bills. Kenya Power wants the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority to cut back on households eligible for the low-cost lifeline tariff and limit it to those who consume 30 kilowatt hours, unlike the present case, where the lifeline tariff covers up to those consuming 100 kilowatt hours. Kenya Power wants any household consuming between 30 kilowatt hours and 100 kilowatt hours to pay 21 shillings and 68 cents per unit of consumption. This same measure has been proposed to be implemented among the small commercial segment of consumers, which typically covers small and medium-sized business ventures, depending on their operation. Power warns the 0 to 100 kilowatt-hour per month category of such consumers, unbundled with those consuming between 0 and 30 kilowatt-hours, facing a tariff of 14 shillings per unit of consumption. Kenya Power also wants to reckon proposal showing that it is proposing a 46% hike in the tariff on street light power. The price will be 11 shillings per kilowatt hour, unlike the present 7 shillings and 50 cents. Kenya request for review of tariffs comes on the backfire of the 15% reduction of retail tariffs following the directive by immediate former President Uhuru Kenyatta in 2022 following the Power Purchase Agreement Task Force report.
Okay, mambo ni kama hayo. Mabadiliko ambayo yanataka kukwepa kulipa bill ama kutafuta pesa zaidi kutoka kwa mfuko wa mwananchi kwa sababu serikali haina pesa. It is sad that you give somebody a responsibility to see to it that he multiplies the cake to feed everybody, but he ends up getting rid of extra people so that the cake can be enough for the few that remain. An analogy that, in my opinion, it's an abuse to the office that the occupant is occupying and the mindset that is informing his decisions. Kenya deserves better, and that's why we must go for the best. We cannot sit back and watch an incompetent person run this country down by looking for any extra shilling he can get from Kenyans. If Kenya Kwanza does not create jobs for Kenyans, it has no moral authority to ask anything from Kenyans. And before long, there will be no paying of taxes until the incompetent government is out of office. Because if you can't manage what you found, there's no need of us adding anything from you. And of course, I will end up in the Bible. That's my specialty. Okay? Jesus said, he who is faithful in the little shall be faithful in much. He that is unfaithful in the little shall be unfaithful in much. If you are handed over government and you have not sustained anything that you found, you want to close everything to start afresh, then you are incompetent, you are not fit for the job, and that's why you should vacate office. And so the talk that we are having here and the exchange that we are having here as Kenyans, we need to get more serious, okay? And stop the sycophants of UDA trying to justify the unjustifiable using no point. Nashukuru tu sana kwa wote ambao mnajumuika nasi. Ningependa kushukuru wale ambao mmeendelea kusubscribe kwa Sound Candid Talk. Tunaendelea vizuri sana. We have crossed the 1000 mark and we are still building up. I'm very happy. Please, let's keep going as we work out on how to get the feed on the same channel as well. Since we have gotten all our channels are now working, we are on YouTube, Mtembei TV, Mtembei TV official page on Facebook, as well as the profile. And so you can get us on all Mtembeis since we started the show. And so we want to diversify and get the fourth channel to see to it that everybody is catered for. Asante sana. I'm happy to see my bro, Tony PK is here. How are you today, sir?
Fine, brother, Pastor Bernard. Good to see you. Good to see everyone else, including Chaka, Mukungu, and Rhoda. Na pia a man from Bondo. A man from Bondo. Asante sana.
Thank you for coming back, and you will come in as soon as Mdune has made a point. Mdune was saying something. Mdune, carry on before we play the video.
Asante sana ndugu Bernard, Reverend Wiyangu hapo Stone PK na wale wengine wote. Nafikiri Francis hapa amezungumzia maneno ambayo ni ya kukosha moyo, namuunga mkono 100%. Hakika ni kijana mwenye maono, na Wakenya tunafaa kuwasikiza, haswa wale youth waige mfano wa huyu kijana. Ni kijana ambaye anadadavua mambo inavyostahili. So kwa wale ambao bado wanajidanganya kuona kwamba labda kuna matumaini katika hii serikali, basi watazame haswa kile ambacho wanakazungumzia Francis hapa. Ila tu langu ni kuambia Wakenya, ndugu zangu wa Kenya, tusidanganyike tu kirahisi rahisi, maana mwisho wa siku watakaoumia si wengine, ni sisi. Chukulia tu mfano sasa hivi mzigo ambao anaobeba mwananchi, tena bado stima nayo inazidi kupandishwa, mafuta yako juu, vyakula viko juu, school fees ziko juu, stima nayo sasa hivi iko juu. Je, wenzangu, Wakenya wenzangu, wazalendo wenye kuipenda nchi yetu, huu uongozi mnaotuneoleaje? Huu uongozi ambao unatufanyia hivi, lini wengine tutatoka huko? But ni matumaini yangu kwamba hapa tunafundisha, hapa tunaelimisha, hapa tunazungumzia Ukenya na taifa. Hivyo matumaini bado yapo, ni sisi kushikana mkono, na madamu tuna mtu ambaye yuko pale juu, ambaye kasha sacrifice maisha yake kwa ajili ya taifa kuliko yeye mwenyewe binafsi, basi matumaini yapo. Jacaranda ni lazima. Pasitue propaganda zingine hapa tukakosa kuyajua yale ambayo baba ametuambia na yale ambayo mwananchi anayasubiri kwa hamu. So wale wanatiatia maneno huko kwa Gor Mahia, hiyo ni pesa tu, mimi najua ni pesa, maana huu uongozi ni pesa. Maana ungekuwa ni wa halali ya mwananchi, sikufichi Bernard, hatungekuwa tunapelekwa namna hii. Lakini kwa sababu ni uongozi ambao na utafuta wabunge nanunua hapa, wengine wanasema hii serikali na wabunge, haikuwa na wabunge wa kutosha. Kama sikununulia wale 8 wa kwanza walioregeshwa, ni serikali ya kununua na kugawia wale ambao wanawasakia kama alivyo.
Mdune, samahani, inaonekana neti ya kwako imekadiwa. Pole lakini. Thank you to SGG for the contribution and support for Mtembei TV. Please, ukiguzwa tafadhali support the channel. Let's keep the channel going. Asante sana. There are those handles there you can use. There is an opportunity for you to support using M-Pesa and the other avenues. It's one way of building up the channel. So thank you so much for that, and let's keep going. Mdune, net yako imekataa, utarudi baadaye. Stony PK, welcome back. Make your submission.
Thank you, Bernard, and thank you to all the brothers who are around and Sister Rhoda. Let me first of all begin by thanking all of those who stood by us during these very difficult times as a family. You know, those of you who know what I'm talking about, asanteni sana sana sana, nashukuru kabisa, and our warm regards from everyone of my members of the family. We managed to send our sister on Saturday. It was unbelievable, it was immense, although tulikuwa tunajificha ficha huko. Ruto UDA watutaki. That is the truth. It's not propaganda. The heat is too much. and wala wanajua ule wimbo wa Mangelepa unasema kijiko cha jikoni. Sasa kumekuwa na kijiko cha jikoni huko, nacho kimeogopa moto. Sasa ni noma. That brings me to our topic today. We've always said here that truth is just, you equate it to a lion in the bush. Truth walks with pride, and truth, whether you want to sugarcoat it, unataka kuifunika na mablanketi ndio isizungumze, unataka kuipigilia chini, utachimba chini uifunike, it will sprout out. That is the nature of truth. Na inashikanaga na ndugu yake anaitwa haki. Hao wawili wakishikana, muende chini ya miti, muende juu ya miti, chini ya maji, sijui ni wapi utajificha if you are trying to circumvent the truth and justice. Whether it takes 1 day, 2 days, 1 second, 3 seconds, 10 years, it will emerge and it will triumph. And that is what is happening now. Take an example of a seed. Mwembe, unaweka mbegu kadogo tu pale chini, and it turns out to be what it is. Revolutions are made like that. That small seed, the Arab Revolution, the Arab upspring, ilianza pale kiwanjani na mtu mmoja, watu wanadharau. Al-Bashir, that lady na kitambaa cheupe pale alisimama akiimba, akipiga makofi tu, watu wanafikiria ni mama labda amesoma sana. Unajua Afrika tunasemanga saa ingine unasoma sana unarukwa na akili. People don't know, but it is when you are fighting and you are seeing the cause. Now, today, time has come for Kenyans. People think it's Raila Odinga. It is not Baba. It is not Raila. Raila is just that seed, because there has to be a seed that will burst into very many seeds. Today, it's not about Raila Odinga, and people will get to know this. Even if Raila went on holiday after what he has shown us the path. People are taking the lead, and it's going to build into what you've never seen. If I were Ruto, I would simply just confess and say yenyewe niliiba. I'll give an example of nyani. Those of you who come from areas where you have monkeys. When the big monkey ikija ingie kwa shamba, zote zinamwagikaga hapo. But it keeps on warning the others that hapa tumeingia kwa shamba ya binadamu na ni hatari, atachukua juu hii shamba ni yake, hii mahindi ni amepanda na nini. That's why it is there always saying, calling, warning the others, please grab as quickly, because huyu mwenyewe ataingia hapa anytime. And from the place I come from, what we normally do is once they enter, because they enter wanavamia, na unakuta kila nyani moja inachukua mahindi kama 100, iko kwa mdomo, iko kwa mabega, quickly. That is what Ruto is doing. If you see what Ruto is doing, it tells you it's truly he knows is there illegitimate, what do we call it? It's not legible there. He's illegible there. He's not allowed. He's not supposed to be there. He knows that is not his house. He knows the seat he is on, Aliba, somewhere, somehow. Okay? Aliba, and it is known that this is how he did it. Knowing that, therefore, anajua anytime, anajua kimeumana, anytime atatolewa. Lakini njia ndiye ajui itakuja vipi. Hiyo nayo tumeweka ni siri. That's why tumepeana hiyo formula. Because ukiwa fala utafikiria sasa ni formula, ati mwizi amekwambia, mwenye nyumba amekwambia chunge sasa juu ulivunja nyumba yangu jana, nimekupatia siku 2. Tutaingia kama vile Yesu alisema. We are building up. It might not even be Jacaranda on Sunday. Maybe tomorrow we are coming to State House. I'm using as an example. So let them not pressurize us to know how we are arming ourselves, what we are doing, because I can see people also on the other side that, you want to. Yes, ni sawa, to lament, yes, but we are lamenting because of what you have stolen from us. And that's why the minimum that we are demanding, it's not negotiation. You don't negotiate with a thief. The minimum, irreducible minimum is you go, ngatuka uende. Maybe you should negotiate, we don't kill you. We don't hang you. We can forgive you for that, no problem. Yesu alisema you can forgive. We will forgive you, but can you return this goat to the owner? Then negotiate to kuone huruma. We will do that. You are a Kenyan, okay? We are Kenyans. We know you are a family. We know we will not go gun away. You know, Jerry Rawlings aliwaweka pale kwa beach, akawafunika na vitambaa vyeusi na akasema walipuliwa. Alisema ni takataka. They had jeopardized the entire country, like what Ruto has done. But Kenyans are known to be very, very, very wanahuruma. So basically, truth of the matter is, Ruto gives it back, he will be safe. He will even live in Sugoi. There is no need of sending him to wherever. We will give him conditions and observe him, put him under quarantine for like 1 year. Akikaa kama raia, it will be fine. All right? So what am I saying? This is real. Where we are heading is real. Baba has given us the clear path, because the path is leading us to inatupeleka njia mbili. Njia ya kwanza ni, na ni ya muhimu, we are heading for power. If we are not going for Baba to get back his power, then there is no need of us doing anything. Tuachie Ruto aendelee kuua wananchi na kuwagadamiza. Baba has no two options. Option number 1 ni hiyo power. Option number 2 is just giving it up to Ruto. And I think option number 2 is not tenable and is not what we want to hear. All right? So Kenyans, don't fear. Wale wa Azimio, in fact, most of them have declared we can die for it. All right? Revolution is real. It doesn't have to be like those other revolutions all over the world. We can have our own design, as I said. We pressurize this man, Ruto. I know now he has grabbed so much. Tunaweza mwambia sasa, you have no option. We smoke him out of where he is. Smoke him out of State House and pardon him. We confide him to Sugoi as we rectify the country. All right. Lastly, let me say that Jacaranda cannot be cancelled. Baba cannot afford to cancel any rally now. Not even foreign powers can cancel. The train has left the station. Mwananchi ametoka na hiyo station imetoka, train imetoka, ndege ishatua, ishapaa na itatua State House. Whether it takes 48 hours, 96 hours, whatever time it will take, but iko airborne. The train is out. Unless they dismantle the bridge and the bridges ahead, which I don't think they will be able to do that, as Mio Brigade is on very alert mode. So ours here, for example, is to keep on rallying our people behind and telling them the truth, telling them hakuna hapa, it's not politics anymore. It is claiming what is ours. And there is no going to the polls. I know people are saying, oh, ati sasa foreigners wakuja wasimamia, utasimamia namna gani? The thing is, you stole and the numbers are speaking. Patia mtu mbuzi yake, ule uliiba wewe, rudisha kwa wale, kwa mwenyewe. I don't understand when people saying that, oh, we can go for elections, we need to do this, sijui reconstitute IBC, sijui. Baba will reconstitute anything that is destroyed in this country in the shortest time possible. That is the only solution we have. Thank you, Bernard. I'll come later.
Okay, asante sana Stony PK. We appreciate that and glad that you're back safe and secure. And this country must be fixed. Kenyans must take responsibility. Complainers must be kicked out of seat of leadership. We cannot have a leader who is always complaining. If it's not handshake, it is leg shake. If it's not leg shake, it is agriculture, it is fertilizer. You did not take an oath to go to office to complain. We need delivery. We need more Kenyans working so that you can talk about taxing them, but not increasing taxing with reducing jobs. You're banning wherever income generating avenues for the young people. You've closed the bars. You have closed this and that. I mean, you reduce the workers and you want to increase the taxation. I mean, what kind of economic sense is that? And then kuna huyu anateta sana Adams, anasema I am a dictator. I'm not allowing dissenting voice. Dissenting voice, if lying is dissenting voice, I forbid it. I bind it. I resist it by all means. Adam and group look for where to go and do your yellow fever things. This platform is open for everybody, but when you stay within the standing orders. But if you are here to perpetuate your psychophancy of senseless thinking, this platform is for thinkers. Critical thinkers who want to find a solution to the critical problems of this great country. If you're not part and parcel of the solution, you become a problem, we will solve you. And one way is kick you out of here. If you call that dictatorship, so be it. Asante sana. Tumsikilize Bwire. Bwire amekuja. Bwire vipi?
Mzuri brother Bernard. How are you?
I'm well. Karibu.
Asante sana. I'm very happy to see you. I'm also very happy to see Stone PK. You have been entertaining me so much on this show. I've been a serious follower of this show. Every night I'm always here. I'm also happy happy about a man from Bondo. I also happen to come from Bondo, brother. I also saw another sister from Bondo. I was very happy for her. She has left, I think so. Rhoda, thank you very much. You have been very, very strong. I like your spirit. And my brother Mukungu, you are also fantastic, brother. So I am very, very happy to join you tonight. Mine is, I don't have much to say, but I really thank you, Brother Bernard, for being firm and standing strong against those who want to divert our attention. We really don't want somebody diverting our attention at this stage because we are transacting very, very serious business. For the doubting Thomases about the whistleblower, I really wanted to address that brother, but unfortunately he's not here. I personally has followed the link. I've gone to the
He's on the comment section. He's on the comment section. He's hearing you. Just go ahead.
Let him hear me. I followed that data of the whistleblower. I've followed the link and even downloaded data. I actually wanted to confirm the accuracy and authenticity of that data myself. So I went to the data and downloaded Bondo constituency in particular, and I went straight to the polling station where I voted myself. I wanted to confirm really what are the figures, because I was there when they were being declared and I wanted to see whether what I had being declared is what is on the whistleblower's data. And I confirmed that that data has results of not only the polling stations, but the streams. Each stream where I voted, I saw the exact results that were declared. By the way, I was an aspirant at that time and I had agents who also gave me results. And they gave me my own results, including those of the presidential candidates, all of them. That data is 100% accurate, if not more than that. And I can now understand why somebody can be defenseless against that data. I really understand the silence on the Kenya Kwanza side. I understand why the government is silent, why the IBC cannot even dispute that data. It is very, very accurate. They have nothing to defend. And actually, that's one thing about the truth. You cannot defend anything that is true. You cannot go against it and mount a serious defense. And I can assure you, there will be no defense at all. They will want to dismiss everybody who supports the whistleblower. They will want to dismiss the whistleblower, to dismiss Raila, but that data is indisputable. Nobody can dispute that data. He can go, he's very free, he can download it. I heard him saying that the whistleblowers will give us data of each polling station. He has given. That data is there. It's only him, maybe out of laziness or being brainwashed, he can't go to that data and to see what he's looking for. He cannot be asking those questions he is asking here if he went to the data and saw it by himself. Talking about handshake. I heard people talking about handshake. Oh, Baba wants just a handshake. Can he be given a handshake? And then I recalled something that I had Martha Karua saying one day, that somebody has come to your house or to your home and stolen your chicken. After slaughtering that chicken, cooking it and serving it on the table, then he tells you, come, we can have a share. Come and have a share of the chicken. Will you be talking about sharing your chicken that has been stolen and been cooked by a thief? Or you will be demanding your chicken? As Kenyans, I think we will be demanding justice. We are the people. I am actually one of the 8.1 million voters who voted for Baba, and I'm demanding nothing less than justice. What I want to see is that my vote has counted, that the votes of the majority Kenyans has counted. If we are going to be a country ruled by democracy, it must be the majority to be given their way and the minority to be given their say. You cannot deny 8.1 million Kenyans their way, and then you grant that way to a minority of 5-point-something million. It is us, the majority, who must be given our way, and our way is the State House. I don't know whether Jacaranda is another term for the house on the hill. I don't know whether on Sunday we are going to Jacaranda or we are going to the house on the hill, because that is where we are supposed to be on Sunday. I don't think we are supposed to be anywhere else other than the State House. And if Baba says on Sunday that we march to the State House, I am ready, willing, and I'm prepared to go to State House straight, because that is where we are going to install our president. On Sunday, I want to hear that Raila is being sworn in as the president of this country. We cannot take it any longer that somebody has stolen our votes. He is now busy stealing the country. He's making life unbearable. Of course, he has nothing to lose because Kenyans did not vote for him. He's not serving Kenyans. He's going to serve his own personal interest. And he's prepared to go a long way. That's why you can hear somebody wants to sell parastatal bodies, because he knows that they're the ones who are going to buy those parastatals anyway. So they can sell. That might just be the beginning of auctioning Kenya as a country. They will start with parastatals. They'll go to something else. Next, you'll hear there's no government. There's no country. And where will we go? We have no choice but to defend our rights as Kenyans. The Constitution vests all power on the people. Not even on the president. The president cannot be more powerful than the people. The people are even more powerful than the Constitution. And Kenyans are even more powerful than the international community. Whatever the people say, that must happen. And I said earlier, it's only God who is more powerful. Next can only be the people of Kenya when it comes to discussing matters of this country. So Kenyans must be allowed to exercise executive power. And if we cannot exercise the executive power directly, then it must be through our elected representatives. our elected president is Raila Amolo Odinga. That's the only person who is now allowed by the Constitution to exercise executive power. Anybody else exercising executive power at State House is doing it against the Constitution. And he cannot be protected by that same Constitution because he has already violated the Constitution by stealing an election and subverting the will of the majority Kenyans. He has already violated the Constitution and he cannot seek protection from that Constitution. So our Constitution, if somebody cannot respect it, the power can only revert back to the people, but not to a thief or a masquerader who is just occupying the State House. So Kenyans should come out in their numbers. Somebody can say, oh, what will it change? It will change a lot because, like we have seen examples, Brother Stone PK has just said how it happened in Sudan. Just a woman just singing, dancing, waving, had to send away Omar Bashir, a very powerful dictator. I don't think even if Ruto can even be half of Omar al-Bashir. He is not. And Kenyans must get justice this time around. If we don't get it this time around, we better forget about it for the rest of our lives. Thank you very much. I don't think I have much to say, but I just want to encourage all of us that let us stand strong. Let us talk loudly. Let us shout. Let us not relent until we get electoral justice, especially for the 2022 presidential election. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bwire. We appreciate that. Is clear and to the point. I trust nobody will confuse that with anything. It is important that we stand for something that is right. That's only what would outlive us. But the camouflage, the twisted, who wants to bend the truth and make the lie look like true, are the enemies of this great country, and they must not be allowed to lead the way. We must be a people that are mindful of the future. And the future belongs to right dealing, not shortcuts, not crookedness. We glorify stealing, we glorify subverting of and abuse of the Constitution. We are not just messing up the present, we are doing away with the future. And that is why each one of us need to be careful even before you weigh on any of these matters. I don't see any generation or any society that stands to survive when it enthrones lying, and there's not everything wrong with a lying president. Even if we choose to forgive William Ruto is public lying habit is annoying. And doing it in a church service or in a funeral service, you stand and say the servers have been opened. There is no more server to be opened. Using which basis? I mean, Kenyans, wake up and realize that there is somebody who thinks that you don't know anything. And he thinks that whatever he thinks is what is law. And if you don't take care, he will mess big time. The privatization of parastatus, it is a ploy. It is one of the biggest scandals that is being hatched right now. That is what you remember. Those of you you are old enough. You remember when the NAC government came into power in 2002. It was alleged that the Kenyatta International Conference Center had been transferred to Kanu as a gift by the president. Yeah, those of you you are old enough, you remember that when Tuju was the Minister for Tourism and worked on reverting it back to the government. And then one of the things that changed was the change of the law that the parastatal cannot be sold off or cannot be privatized without the approval of parliament. Ndindi Nyoro and the like-minded are looking for another ambit. You remember the Hustler Fund, they said they looked for an ambit where it can pass without going to parliament. They are looking for another ambit to change the law so that the president and his team can sell off any parastatal without passing through the parliament. This is a system of governance that has no regard for constitutionalism and has no regard for the rule of law. And that's why it should be ejected. Let Kenyans awake to the fact. Thank you. I can see Atuya. Atuya, how are you?
I'm very happy.
Happy New Year to you.
Happy New Year too. How's that going?
Great, great. Are you from that school where everybody got A?
Yeah, one of my schools was part of it. So my ex school was one of the schools which did well.
Sorry, get closer to the microphone. We can't get what you're saying.
My former school was one of the schools which performed really well. You can't hear me still?
Go ahead, go ahead. I think we can get you now.
So I should go on and address the topics. Okay. First of all, I think it's been a while. I've not been here for a long time. The last time I came into the show, I realized that the viewership, the attendance had gone down. And I just was watching something and I remembered that I think Mtembei TV must have a debate tonight. Then when I clicked, I saw so many people watching. I knew political punditry nights are back. And I want to thank one Honorable Raila Odinga for giving us this opportunity to do politics once again, because it had become boring once again. Even TV was not good to watch. I've seen Stone PK is back. And I think some other guys will be back sooner. Those people had gone hiding immediately after.
Manatuya, I can hardly get what you're saying. Get closer to the microphone, please. You are taking it easy. We can't get what you're saying.
Let me sit upright. I was saying I'm happy to see some political pundits back because they had gone missing after the elections. And I wanted to say I really want to thank one Raila Odinga for giving us the political heads a debate to talk about, because we thrive on politics. It was becoming boring. That's for me, for instance. I could not even watch TV because it was becoming boring. There's something that politics brings to it. Now that Baba is back at what he does best, I don't think I really have anything to say. I had Buire really agitate for something. It's a right. It's a right that you people are actually asking for. I don't want to deny. I don't want to accept whatever you people are advancing. All I want to see, all I want to hear is that I'm sure that Azimio had very qualified agents. I want to see an agent from Bondo, from Kisi, maybe from Migori, say the results that I signed are not the results at the portal, or not the results that were announced at Bomas. Then we can have a discussion. But if you have some cooked figures in your own files, and then you want to read to us without verification, then we will deal with them as a normal noise, a normal way of political operations from you people. So at the moment, that's why I won't respond. I'm not even concerned about that. The day I will see the results, the day you guys will confirm to us that the results Bernard, for instance, signed at Emuhaya, I don't know, it is not the same results that was brought to Bomas, then we can have a discussion. But the moment, depending on I was told it's John Wadio, I don't know who is that guy, has some results, cooked results, and giving my Jeremiah Kioni to announce at a rally full of students who are paid 500 shillings, and then you want to have a national conversation about that, then you can't expect William Ruto to be defensive about that kind of information. We went through the due process. We went through all the required legal processes. We have we were elected in. We were sworn in. So we have nothing to fear. If somebody wants to go to Jacaranda, you can even use Nyayo and Kasarani at the same time. Have your rallies. We will provide security, enough water, and we will ensure that you are not destroying anybody's business. And I will tell you for free, Bernard, this is not going nowhere. It will end nowhere. We will be here. As I told you before, Bernard, we were going to win the elections, and this one is going nowhere. Write it in your book. And
why are you here?
No, let me finish.
Why are you here if it's going nowhere? Why are you here?
I'm here to address it that you're going nowhere. That is why I'm
Then
here.
vacate so that we are not going nowhere. Why should you be in a vehicle with no direction? You are wasting your time. If you are going nowhere, then you should not be here telling us what. If people have lost direction, was not supposed to tell them. Enda kwenye kuna direction where people are going somewhere. Leave us so that we have no direction. You are more intelligent than us. Why then are you among the fools?
So as I was saying, on the issue about parastatal privatization, it's an issue. It's an issue that needs to be looked at. Bernard, you cannot openly say that it's a plot to just to swindle government parastatals and have them run by political friends. There is that fear that if we privatize them, they're going to land into political cronies, and we're going to have a situation like the one in Russia where Putin was empowering his friends who become oligarchs. But we can also look at it from a very positive side. We have so many parastatals that in this country that are not, they are just taking the taxpayers' money. They are not making any returns to the government. What if these parastatals are privatized and they are run by competent people who are, after making profits, these organizations can in turn pay more taxes, employ more Kenyans, and give back to the community instead of them being there, taking government resources, employing no people. They are having they are not adding any advantage to the economy. So it is an issue that can be looked into. We cannot just wish it away that it's a bad idea. It's an idea that can be discussed. It has its own negatives, but if we can have a corporation well managed and run the same as Safaricom has been run, we can have a job creation, and our taxes will increase. So it's something that we can look into. It has its own the negative side of it if it is not looked into well, and that one is a discussion that we can have. Again, there's something you're saying that again, Kwanza government is trying to do things without taking things to parliament. Again, if we go through the legal process, and I hope it goes through that. I hope it doesn't go behind the scenes and then it's a law. If it goes through parliament, we still have. Yes,
Bernard Atuya, thank you for your response. I want to respond on one thing, and your audio is terrible. I'm really struggling to get what you're saying. But on the issue of parastatus, any competent government, competent leadership, when it takes over a parastatal that is not making profit, it is supposed to streamline everything to make sure that the parastatals are making the profits they're supposed to make. Just like Uhuru Kenyatta, as president, when Kenya Meat Commission was making losses and generating nothing, what did he do? He got into the overhaul of the management of the place and made sure that it begins to make money. And within no time, it started to make money. So how do you get into office and the only thing you think of is that any parastatal that is not making money should be privatized? That makes you incompetent from the word go. It will now generate to any public school that is not performing well, let us privatize it. So we'll end up privatizing the whole country, and it's all born out of an incompetent leadership. We will get rid of the incompetent leadership so that people who know what they're doing can get into office and overturn the situation in the country. Privatize Kenya Power, privatize. They're going to privatize everything, including county governments now.
No, I understand the pain that you have, and I hope my mic is now a little bit okay. I am not 100% into that idea, but what I was saying that it is a discussion we can have. We can look into the positive of it, and there's a good question you're raising that a good government should fix that problem. And I think one of the ideas that they're coming up or they're bringing on the table is let's privatize these corporations. It's just an idea, and if it goes to parliament, Bernard, it's just an idea.
It will not be an idea. It will not be an idea when it's looking to change the law to make it effective.
So if it goes to parliament, your MP, my MP,
if there is seeking to change the law in order to make that work, that is not an idea. That's not a suggestion. That's almost a policy.
That means it has been discussed behind doors. So it is now coming to the stage of public participation. If it goes to parliament, if you elected an able MP, if I elected an able MP, they will discuss that. Me and you will have a chance to take our ideas to the public participation when that bill comes to parliament.
So public participation is not done that way, Mr. Tuya. Let's leave it there.
No, Bernard.
No,
before you dismiss me.
Hold on. We'll get back to you. Give you right of reply. Let Willie ask his question.
Yes, brother. Thank you, Brother Bernard. I just wanted to ask my brother Atuya Jr. Who are these competent people who can only work when these parastatals are privatized, and they cannot be hired by this government so that they can work for the government? Who are they? Are they impossible to find when that parastatal is still a government entity, but easy to find when that parastatal is now a private entity? Kindly just answer me that.
That's an easy question. You know, what usually happens is if today you employ Bernard as the head of a government parastatal, he will not work with the zeal that like a private manager does with their own businesses. There is so much laxity in government that these corporations are making losses because they are like you employ someone as the CEO of a government cooperative, he will not work as the CEO of Safaricom will, because he knows that they will have to make profits. Government for government parastatal, like you can see KQ, wanajua they will be bailed out. That's what is happening now. Now, whatever they are proposing, it's an idea. Don't put it on me that I'm supporting it. I'm just saying let's give it a chance. Now, Bernard, I wanted to answer your question. For any law to be passed in parliament, it gets to a stage where public participation takes place. If you don't know that, it comes to a time where you can take your ideas to parliament and they can be considered.
When was public participation? When did the public participation take place with the current law of the Hustler Fund?
Has it been taken to parliament? Has it been passed?
Pesa yenye unapokea.
Yes, I'm asking.
Atuya,
yes.
The reason why we are talking is because we have already seen it done by the Hustler Fund. And then if the Hustler Fund was passed without parliament through the ambit, okay, what stops this other law from passing through the same ambit and becomes law, and then we see our parastatals being sold away at a throwaway price, bought by the same people who want to make it private so that they use it for their personal gain?
What I'm aware of, the legalized, you know, the Hustler Fund is not a fund that is like a government. It didn't need so much of legalization to be rolled out, but there is legislation being prepared that will be brought to parliament to fully put it into the fiscal laws of this country. So it is not something. Did you need a law for Fuliza to work? There were laws that were governing Fuliza. So the Hustler Funds worked under other laws that were there in the financial field. So it is not a law that it is not something that was brought from hell. It is just an application that uses the same legal framework that is in place for Fuliza, for Branch, for other lenders. So it was not. It is not that we didn't have laws governing lending in this country. So I think
who is the owner of Hustler Fund? Who is the owner of Hustler Fund?
It's the government.
The government.
Yes.
And then it has no ratification by parliament.
Let me ask you: did the Branch and Fuliza have a pass in parliament? Which laws are they using?
Those are private businesses.
Now, this is a
private
fund.
businesses.
This is a fund.
When it's a government fund, it requires law, and that law, the constitution demands that it needs to be passed through parliament, debated,
let me ask
and
a question.
enacted.
Let me ask you a question. Do we have different laws for a government lender and a private lender? I know.
That's why we are talking about parastatals and private companies. You are the one who told us the difference between the two of them. Mr. Tuya, you are a master of double speak. Tuachie tu hapo tafadhali. Tuachie tu hapo tafadhali. Wewe ni mfuasi wa UDA, enda uulize vile Hustler Fund inafanya kazi kama ni kazi ya serikali. Tena Ndindi leo amesema it's not the business of the government to do business.
Let me ask you a question. How many times in the last almost 3 years did you dismiss my opinions? And what happened? Do you really want me to take it seriously? How many times
what do you mean?
Did you dismiss
you
my
want to
opinions?
Make yourself a president when you're not?
No, how many times did you dismiss my opinions? Look at you. You're now discussing. I won't take you serious anymore.
Atuya, you are not serious, and you're a young man. I don't know why you choose not to use your youthfulness to do something serious about your country.
Like throwing stones at Jacaranda.
You keep supporting what is twisted and
like I should go to Jacaranda and throw stones. That is being serious.
That we are not going to Jacaranda to throw stones, and we will safeguard you because you are irresponsible. That's all I can tell you. A man from Bondo.
Yeah, I had a question for this Atuya. First, does he think it's not hypothetically predictable when he's talking from the time when he came? The second question, has he been working with UDA in UDA? Is he working in UDA? He should answer us that. And I think maybe you can get him to answer that before I ask the next question, if possible.
Now, just clear the questions. You will respond at once. If we make it an exchange, it will degenerate into a war.
Yeah. In one perspective, do you think you are hypothetically predictable what you are going to say what you are standing for or not? As from me, meeting you for the first time.
Yeah, it's good that you can actually predict that whatever I want to say. I don't want to be unpredictable because whatever I stand for is what I stand for. And if you can predict that this is what I'm going to say, I'm not afraid that there is a smart guy in here who has predicted that I will say ABCD. So that is how.
Is it an identity or not an identity?
Is it?
An identity or not an identity when you can be able?
It is, I can say of the same of wherever Stone PK will unmute his mic, wherever Bernard will speak, wherever Bire will speak, wherever you will present your ideas, I can predict of whatever you say. So in the
not
political
of
debate, let me say,
you, not Bernard.
No, let me say.
It's a strict dimension to you.
Now let me answer. I was giving you a background to that answer. Now, to the political side that I belong to, the moment I will utter my first 3-4 words, you can entirely predict the trajectory that I will take. So the same happens to anyone. So I could tell the kind of questions you could ask.
So is it a basis of an argument?
Is it?
Does it qualify to be a basis of an argument?
Now you trying to be smart, and I think
no, I'm smart. I'm not trying. I'm smart.
Okay,
I'm smart.
You
That's what I'm telling you. Because you think you are smart.
No, I'm not.
Can I tell you? We can equally still vote. We can equally go to Kasarani. We can come to the State House and see what happens, which can happen, and we can equally it here.
Now
you cannot prove to men that you are men.
I can predict what you can say. You see now.
You don't have to predict me.
You're not any different, even from.
No, anyway, that's the point I'm trying to give you.
Okay.
It's not a justification.
Order, both of you. Thank you. Atuya and like his leader are the same. They either complaining or murmuring about anything and not owning anything, especially when that thing is wrong. They will own only what has worked. Like now they are saying they have reduced the price of unga from 230 to 190. When actually it is harvest time. The maize are more in the market. That's why the price has fallen. Yet they are looking for credit where they have done nothing. Yani kama kuna wafarisayo wako UDA. Yani they strain at the guinea and swallow a camel. God will save us from this madness. Let's move forward. Thank you.
Hatuya mna bahati si kwa Azimio kusaidia na intelligence. Mungeona moto.
It's okay. Let's move it. Let's leave it there. Let's leave it there. Ngoja kwanza kila mtu tafadhali mute your mic. Asante. Roda unasemaje?
It's where is this guy? I tell you, it's so sad. People like you're a young person, you don't think like young, and if you're the one who you are the future for our country. You know me, I used to see young people in Europe, they're the one, their voice used to be heard by their politicians. Come on, wake up. You have to say there is no hustler fund. Stand. And I'm telling you, young people, you are the future. And not in Kenya. Whole world are looking, young people. Whole world are looking because you're the next. especially youth, you need to think about your country. Do you want our country to have a good system of educations like Europe? Yes. Do you want to hear that we have a PhD doctor is coming to get job in Europe to do operation? Yes, you want that. Like the way India, you know how they do. People from this country, they used to buy doctor in India to come to do operation because they know Indians are very, very smart. You don't know that. Come on, let us wake up and we hear one voice as a Kenyans. We can make our country forward. Okay? We hear one voice. We are different. We think different. We focus different. But let us have this. You know, we focus about our country for future. For the next generation will come. And you will never feel ashamed. Like the way we used to say, education is a key. Everything is a key. We want the president who have a key, who have a future of the nations of Kenya. You know, I remember it was last year, Raila Odinga was interviewed in UK, United Kingdom. The way he was talking, if somebody have a future for our country. Even that man, he was very shocked. And William, when you hear him, when they interview him, negative about Kenya, he didn't talk about anything. And it's a Kenya. Do you know somebody talk about Kenya? I usually feel mad. No, you never talk about bad about Kenya. Never. And he was speaking negative. He didn't say about our Kenya we grow coffee. He didn't say we grow mango. He was or pie. We grow now coconut. He was negative. Even the people they were shocked. And Brother, he was so proud. He was saying, "Our country is a nationalist. We are integrity." You know, he's a man of integrity. He's kind. He have a passionate wisdom. You know, and I'm telling you, if we have such kind of man in our country will never be this. Whole world are looking in Africa because they know in Africa as a country will be affected with the dictatorship. But I believe all the dictatorship in Africa shall fall down in Jesus' name. All dictator shall fall in Jesus' name. And I believe and I trust in God. In Africa will never be the same again. All dictatorship shall fall down in Jesus' name. I trust God. One time Africa shall overcome. Will be have a man and a woman of integrity who represent Africa. How we have a greatness and goodness. Thank you.
Thank you, Rhoda. We appreciate that. Let's keep moving. I appreciate everybody. Please, thank you for the people in the comment section. Let's keep it neat and clean. Everybody is free and entitled to their opinion, but it matters when it comes to doing the right thing because it is right. Supporting what is not right is evil and uncalled for in any society, in any generation, at any time. And one of the reasons why we're here is because we want something to be done for this country that secures the future. We will not have a great future as a nation as long as exam cheating continues and political cheating continues and glorifying mediocrity continues and rewarding failure continues. We will never excel as a country as long as we use that as a measuring rod of who gets what where. And so when we stay up and talk the way we are talking, it is not for nothing. It's for something. And that thing is we want a better country to leave behind for our children and our children's children. And that better country is only built by the right law and that law being followed to the letter. Yes, Mr. Mukungi.
So thank you, Bernard. You know, it's very saddening to see if the kind of education we have in Kenya is produced at Tuya. We need to review it very fast because it's very dangerous. Very dangerous. Because we cannot be having such kind of individual coming arguing from no point or no base. Because as we all know, there's a difference between a private entity and government entity. A private entity, they are looking at profit maximization. Government entity, they are looking at what they can provide to be social welfare of a society. So if then you operate in government in terms of profit, where will citizens run? Then if the government wants to operate in terms of profit, let Ruto move away, and we are being led with Safaricom, so that we know Safaricom are leading us because they are profit oriented. The government is there for social welfare. That is why we are running our schools like primary school and secondary school and university with no profit, because at the end of the day, knowledge is much more important than that profit you can get from maybe paying of school fees, you know. That is what we call social welfare of a society. So that are things that government look at it. The other issue, we need to get it very clear. William Ruto, the kind of economy that he's doing is not justifiable at all, at all, at all. Look for this instance. Umetoa kazi mtaani ambayo inalipa. That is a kind of a social work, like kazi mtaani umetoa subsidy, umetoa mambo ya nani sijui ni ya wamama ya kujifungua sijui linda mama, umetoa vitu mingi, umecancel mambo ya NHIF ya polisi ya social, all that you have cancelled. That means you have reduced the government expenditure in terms of subsidy and other issue. But instead of relieving them taxes, you are going even to introduce more taxes. Why are you reducing government expenditure at the same time increasing taxes? Where is this deviation, a positive deviation of saving money going? Where is it going? You have stopped construction of roads. You have stopped things to do with subsidy. You have stopped things to do with Linda Mama. You have stopped every kind of government social activity or a financial kind of helping to the citizen. Then you are even going an extra mile to tax them more. So if you are increasing taxes to increase revenue and you are reducing expenditure, where is it that amount of money going? You know, that's how I'm telling you, the genuinity of these things look like being like, it's more like being a fool, because it makes sense. You know, angetoa subsidy atozo vitu zingine, aseme nimemalizana na mambo ya kufanya mambo ya taxes ya petroleum, tungeelewa. Lakini anaongeza taxes, anatoa subsidy. And also to let that man know it very well that the issue as to why we are always against the classical kind of model that William Samoei Ruto wants to introduce in Kenya is because of one. It only works under theoretical. A classical model says that the forces of demand and supply are the one to control the prices of commodity. That one, if there is no any externality, an externality is any other factor that might likely to affect the price of that commodity. And I will just be a little bit longer, and I give an example of petroleum. In Kenya, we are not using petroleum within our borders. So we are importing our petroleum from countries that are outside Kenya. That means that there is a foreign country. So the moment we're importing, we are exposed to an externality, like the war in Ukraine. That is something that we have no control. Kenya does not have the capacity to prevent or to stop the war. So it means whatever the cost it comes with it, we bear with it. And the only way we can caution the Kenyans from that such diverse effect, it is only by introducing subsidy to lower the prices, so that if the transportation route is long, if the demand is high and the supply is low, we can use subsidy to subsidize that kind of price. But if it was within Kenya and maybe the bandits in Turkana are causing oil not to reach Nairobi, we only need to take the Kenyan army along the route and protect the oil, and the prices will go back to the original prices. That is if it's within Kenyan borders, we can control. So when you are talking about classical model, the forces and the forces of supply and demand cannot work, because we are not a country that is self-sustaining. So it is bound to fail from the word go. So that's something that you need to know. So whatever you are seeing Ruto trying to do is not justifiable. Haiwezi kuwa justified in any case. Then you also need to note this way. we had taken a loan to 65% according to the International Monetary Fund. The ceiling debt of our country was 65% of the GDP. That is the 13 trillion that Uhuru left as our GDP. So Ruto, what he wants to do, he wants to cut the government expenditure, increase taxes so that he pays the loan at a loan with large amounts of money, so that he takes another loan. That is why you are seeing we are taking another loan. We have been reducing government expenditure and we are taxing citizens, because these are things that are being done by the Western countries, because they want to ensure that the loan is repaid as you take more, so that you remain as a slave. Ni kama uchukue loan kununua TV, na kabla hata hiyo TV ja kusaidia uuze tena hiyo TV, urudishe pesa, uende uchukue pesa ingine ukuje. You have done totally zero. So these are the things you need to get them very clearly and to understand that hiyo kitu wanajaribu kufanya self sustaining na hiyo work. Hiyo itafail vibaya sana na ni sisi tutaumia. Because right now, look at even things to do with electricity. How will the electricity come down apart from subsidy? How will it come down? Is a monopoly. KPLC is a monopoly. It is operating under government bailout. So how will electricity come down? Not unless we do subsidy. But I don't understand. Unless you come up with your own economic model, maybe you tell us and you have an evidence.
Bernard, can I ask a question?
Sorry? Yes, Atuya, what is it?
Can I have a question for Mukangi? Mukungi.
Ask quickly.
Mukungi, are you in Kenya? I hope so. And you are advocating for subsidies in the country. I want to ask you a question. If you are in Kenya, prior to William withdrawing the subsidies, how much was the price of petroleum in Kenya before the subsidy and after the subsidy? The same with maize. We had a subsidy which was supposed to bring maize to 100 shillings, but how much was maize before the subsidy and after the subsidy? And then there's just a comment. If the kind of education that you have gone through is the one that tells you that government corporations should not make profit, then I don't want your education.
So, you know, the petroleum, even immediately after lifting of the subsidy, the petroleum, what I know, is shooted by almost 20 bob. That one, William Ruto came with a kind of narrative that
how much is price now?
It is 179. That means almost 180. It has shooted by 20 bob.
How much was it with the subsidy?
Just less 20 bob from 179. It was 159.
It never went up with 20 shillings, my friend.
Bernard,
you don't know the price. Bernard, how much was oil, petroleum before and after? The increase was almost of 4 shillings. So what does what is the importance of having a subsidy costing the country billions of shillings, and it only saves you 4 shillings per liter?
Wait, let me ask you.
What was the importance? Let me ask you questions. You seem to know more economics or more trader more than I do. So what is the importance of having a subsidy to caution buyers of flour, unga, to bring it down to 100, but with the subsidy, still Kenyans are buying unga at 200. Without the subsidy, Kenyans are buying the unga at still 200 or 190. What's the advantage? Did any Kenyan here feel that the input of the subsidies?
You know the problem with you.
The subsidies were costing the economy billions and billions of money. You know who was benefiting? The cartels in the oil industry and the cartels in the maize industry.
So, Atuya, let me tell you, just hold on. Hold on. You have asked a question.
Let me say something before you come in. As much as you hate a regime, you just have to analyze issues to deal with the economy and trade. You just have to analyze
what benefits the common mwananchi. It is not about resisting what the government does that you don't support.
You know, you have asked me a question. Let me answer you.
When you deny that you don't want Kenya to be self-sustaining through raising our taxes internally, then I don't know the kind of education you have. How can you say that you don't want Kenya to be self-sustaining?
You know,
you want us to be borrowing. What kind
Atuya, listen. I was in economics class. I'm not a person talking from nowhere. Go and check what is multiplier effect of taxation and multiplier effect of government expenditure. You can calculate it. If I can go to take you to a class, I know what is multiplier effect in terms of taxation and the multiplier effect in terms of government expenditure.
Make me understand.
So I can take you to class if you need that knowledge. I can calculate for you either in an open economy, in a closed economy,
one thing,
or in a mixed economy.
We have classroom economics and practical economics. Just as we have
order, both of you. Thank you very much. Atuya, listen. Let's do this.
Yes, Ben.
Now,
you know,
please, let's retain order in our conversation. Exchange creates noise and does not communicate, especially to the audience. And we converse here so that our audience can profit from what is happening. Atuya, you seem not to appreciate the fact that subsidies are meant to make services affordable or commodities affordable to majority of Kenyans. That's the whole essence of subsidy. It's not to create your economy or build your economy. The economy is built by multiplying productivity. It is not by cutting down on subsidies.
So, anyway, Bernard, let me finish so that the next person will come in, so that we do not take that opportunity to mislead people here. One issue we need to know is that when you're talking about the subsidy does not serve only your village, it serves the entire country. So you need to look at the number of vehicles being subsidized. And you know, there's this narrative, and I want you to speak clearly. This kind of narrative that the Ruto told you that subsidy was benefiting only 7 companies. Yes, it was benefiting 7 companies because these are the companies that are able or allowed to transport or to bring oil or crude oil into Kenya. So we cannot come and subsidize your petrol station because it's serving maybe Nani Mogirango. We subsidize the largest company, maybe something to do with maybe Kitu Kama Total, that serves the entire country. So that once we subsidize it, it can be able to be felt across the country. So wewe kama ni uko na kampuni kako kakusabu hapo Nyamira, you have to shughuliki naye because we are dealing with Kenya. That's why we pick the biggest company that their effect can stretch to all over the country. So you been misled that the 7 people are enjoying. These are the only suppliers. Hold on.
Tell me the price before and after. Tell me.
I told you very well the prices shooted by 20.
You are out of order. Atuya, you are out of order.
No, okay, Bernard, surely.
Atuya, order. I said order.
It is that okay? Just
Atuya, if you don't stay in order, bus, we get rid of you.
So,
tafadhali, when you come here, you have not come to a marketplace.
Then
those they are looking for an excuse to cry that we are prejudiced against them.
Anyway, let me just
give the other person opportunity to finish his submission, not for you to keep interrupting. Don't turn on your mic until you've been picked on to do so. Thank you. Musia, malizia tafadhali.
So subsidy, we pick the companies that are likely to spread the effect across the country. So therefore, when we pick the 7 companies, these are the majority suppliers of the oil within the country. So when we give them suppliers, we know that we have given Total, we have given maybe ABCD company, and therefore their prices will be subsidized. And that's how the government operates. Even you likely to pick a company that almost cuts across the country. So wherever you are being misled and being shown that there are specific people who are benefiting, it was a lie, because we could only see the effect on the mwananchi. And just to summarize up, is that the regime is borrowing, reducing government expenditure by reducing subsidy, kazi mtaani, and so forth. They are increasing taxes. Where is the money going? And all development projects have stopped. Ask yourself such question. Could it be that people are consuming the money but in silent mode, or what is happening? Because that money is too much. You are saving, you are taxing, you are not spending, and you are borrowing. We need to get clear answers on that. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Mukungi, for that. I believe we need to move from there. So, Atuya, you have a response to that in half a minute. We go to Kenyan Kinyangi.
You know, Mukangi, when you say that you chose a few companies to give subsidies so that we can get the issue was not that which companies were chosen. The issue is, or the question is, did Kenyans get the trickle down effect of the subsidy? Yes or no? If I can, when I'm checking here, the average price of oil has been 179 between October 2022 and January 2023. It has remained the average of 179. That is with and without the subsidy. Where was the subsidy helping here? And then I asked you a question on maize. With the subsidy, when Uhuru Kenyatta and his friend came and they brought in the subsidy, they said unga was supposed to retail at 100 shillings. But how many Kenyans got that unga at 100 shillings? And how much is unga now without the subsidy, and how much unga was with the subsidy? If you can make sense of that, then I can tell you economics is right. If you can't, then I'm not willing to engage you again.
It's okay. Now that the subsidy are not working, what will it be working for? Now that subsidy is not working, give us your solution.
Tell me the prices before. I just want to know the prices with and without the subsidy.
I've told you very well. Petroleum
Don't you know the prices
by 20 bob.
Don't you know
when
the prices?
The subsidy were lifted.
That's a lie. Kenyan prices.
Okay, let's do this. Let's do this. Order, Mr. Tuya. Let's do this. I think we are getting to trivialities which are unnecessary. Okay?
Just one comment.
We have had subsidies all along, and that is how our commodities are affordable in this country.
No, these are comments to you, Bernard. I'm sure if I was the one being asked to give the actual prices, you yourself, you could have gone to details and made sure that
which prices are you asking for?
No,
you've just answered your own question. When the unga was subsidized, it was 100 shillings. Without subsidy, it's 230.
No, it wasn't subsidy. No, I'm saying when the
unga is 100 shillings. In which supermarket?
No, let me finish, Bernard. You've done this to me for many years, and I still beat you in elections. Give me my time now. I'm the president. Listen, unga before the subsidy.
No. You have taken enough time, please. You have taken enough time, and you're keeping other people on the queue.
Go with
good night. Good night. Don't bring your temperature here. We've been here longer than you. Thank you. Kenyan Kinyangi, how are you?
I'm fine, Bernard. I say hi to everybody. On the phone, I can't see those names. They are so tiny. So everybody get blessed. And I say hi to you. And I see you guys. You are really fighting.
Lift up your camera small. They want to see your face.
You are fighting for our country. And for sure, this country is really with bulldozers. We are the people, and we are the winner, and we are the people to continue fighting for this country before these people. I'll go with Mukungi. Mukungi said, if there is no subsidy and these people are borrowing, where is the money going? This other guy is convincing us that unga, how much was unga? when the subsidy was there. He thinks that we are complaining for nothing. We don't know what we are talking about. I think we are wasting a lot of time with these people instead of driving our Kenya forward. And many people have complained about that. Since they are coming here just to bring their fetch, trying to see whether it will hold water, but it will not when we are here knowing what it is. There was another guy who was there called Adam. Adam, first of all, you should know, there was a woman who died in Rift Valley, and I guess that is where you come from. A woman who was breastfeeding died because of hunger. You people, you have to be real. You have to be people who think before they come here. Because there are so many bad things going on with this Majambazi government. We have already noticed. It is up bottom. It's not bottom up. Because if you look what is going on, hustlers are going through so much, either UDA or Azimio. They have felt it. It's very painful. So UDA, don't come here with those ideas that you are going to commercial us. We are not going to listen. We are not interested with your ideas. Go have somewhere else and argue your points. But our points are straight and we are not backing up. We are going forward. Siwaelewi hawa watu ni nini wanatafuta hapa. Na wakikuja mambo ile wanatoa, in fact it is just shameless. Kwanza mwende mwambie huyo president wenu aache kutangatanga kwa nchi zingine. Amefanywa aibu ya kutosha. Na sisi tunasema yeye si rais wetu, because kama ni rais wa Kenya, hiyo aibu yote anafanywa huko. Sisi hatuitaki na hatumuelewi. Aache kutuaibisha. Na ndio tunataka atoke hiyo State House. Because he is doing nothing. Wameambiwa vizuri sana, au ni manyani. Wale wanaingia shamba ya mtu na wanajua wanafanya makosa, sasa ni kuchukua mahindi yote wakibeba, wakitoroka nayo. We don't want this kind of government. Nafikiri tumesoma ya kutosha. Na sisi ni watu ambao wanaelewa. Sisi si bubu. Sisi si watu ambao hawasikii. We have got all kind of a capacity God has given us to use. And that is what we are looking at, and we are seeing this government is a shambolic government. Waache kutuambia chochote. They are not going to defend themselves, because all what they have done in this country ni mambo ambayo inaonekana wazi ni watu hawana aibu na hawana heshima na maisha ya mtu. Wamefanya watu wengi wakufe wakicheza tu hapo, na mimi naona wakicheka mimi nashindwa, these people, when will they get serious? Because sometimes a president gets serious and you don't show us your teeth. We don't want to see your teeth. We want to see action that is supporting and helping Kenyans. Hii kucheka cheka na kutembea tembea nchi za wenyewe ikwame. And na kukwama ni kuwa ati utoke hiyo ofisi uende uachie yule anaweza fanya kazi na atulie. Hiyo kuzurura yake imetuletea mambo mbaya, kwa sababu huko ndio anaenda kutafuta mambo ya kuja kuharibu Kenya. Ama anatafuta mianya ya vile atatoa pesa Kenya akipeleka nje. This is a lot of money that he has brought to the country, or it is somewhere stored. And yet people are dying because of hunger. Imagine chakula iko Kenya na badala ajue vile itasambazwa all corners of the country, yeye anafikiria tu biashara. How can you do biashara when people are hungry, when people don't have money, they don't have anything to give to their children, and you are doing biashara na maisha ya watu? Taxation, first of all, I am very shocked that you can tax people who are not working, people who don't have food. Ati na ikiwa mimi nitatumia mtoto wangu kitu, hiyo itakuwa taxed. Kitu ambayo nimemtumia ati anga ajisaidie inakuwa taxed. Nitakuwa taxed mara ngapi? This is unheard of. And this government need to get out. Actually, it should not even be existing. They should be out because what they are doing, they are not showing us any signs of any change. There is no signs of any remorse to the people who are going through so much. Hizo safari zote anaenda, si ati anaenda kutafutilia Wakenya. It is himself. Na hiyo mchezo hatutaki. We are serious and we want good governance in State House. And my point is, wewe rais mtukutu, unatakiwa uwe umetoka hiyo nyumba, uachane nayo kabisa because hauiwezi. Na hauwezi hata kuongoza Wakenya. Unaweza ongoza yourself only na hauwezi wengine. Wacha nikomee hapo Bernard. It is very serious, very serious. Thank you.
Okay, asante sana, tunashukuru kwa maoni yako. Kinya, what? You did not tell us the meaning of your name this time round.
That is Ginyaning from Pokot.
Kinyaning from Pokot. Thank you so much. Your tour around the country is helping us feel more Kenyan and more responsible for this great country. We appreciate that, Mom. Let's move on. Guire, you're saying?
Yes, brother. Thank you very much. I think I've been listening to Mukungi, and I really like his perspective, his approach, especially in regards to a government that is increasing.
Don't mute your mic, coming to you.
Oh. A government that is increasing taxes, a government that has refused to spend. I'm sure if a government refuses to spend in an economy, that economy can slowly ground to a halt. They are increasing taxes. They are not paying any pending bills. I'm told there are those that have been paid they have been declared ineligible, and they are in their billions. I'm sure probably they are very genuine Kenyan business people whose money is not being paid for some political reason or something like that. And I'm telling you, those business people are employers of very, very many Kenyans who are probably not earning even salaries, who are going hungry. And you are saying this is a government that's going to rule us for 5 years? I think this government knows very well that it's not going to last. And that's why I can understand them amassing wealth, and that money must be going to some people's pockets. I really sympathize with my brother Atuya, especially if he's still claiming that he won an election and he's president and we are not. Yet the truth is out there. Everybody knows very well that this government did not win this election, especially this president did not win the election. The election was stolen. They have failed completely to defend themselves against the whistleblowers' revelations. IBC is quiet. I don't know who are these Kenyans who still believe that Ruto won elections. I don't know. Myself, I have already told you that I downloaded that data and I have proved from where I voted that that data is accurate. And it's coming from a different source other than that portal that people are talking about. I think it is high time Kenyans just made a decision that enough is enough. They have stolen, but we must take back our country. They stole our chicken, they have cooked the chicken, they have served it. We cannot share it with them. All we must do is to demand for justice, demand that Raila occupies State House. Raila is given justice. He takes up the leadership of this country. I think he's the only person today who the Kenyans have given the mandate. And without the mandate, you can do everything. I said, I understand Ruto. I understand the Kenya Kwanza government. I understand why they are insensitive about even education. They're insensitive about even leakage of exams. They're insensitive about even help loans for students who need help, need students who are going to colleges. They are insensitive about every need that a Kenyan have. And I understand them because they don't have the mandate to govern this country. Only a president who has been elected by the majority Kenyans can feel what Kenyans feel. That is the only person who can understand the Kenyan problem. He understands the Kenyan situation. But somebody who has obtained leadership through fraud, he has no obligation. We owe him nothing, actually, because his victory or his presidency is his. He knows how he acquired that presidency. So who are you even to demand services from him? We cannot demand services from a person we did not elect, somebody who got himself into office through his own means. What right do we have? What question can we even ask him? And he knows he can do it. He can do it over and over again. He doesn't even care. He's not concerned about 2027 because he knows what he will do in 2027. So whatever he does now is none of our business. He will do what he wants to do. And he will go to whatever length. You can't question. That's why you hear people chest thumping and saying they won election. There's nothing we can tell them. They'll still do it over and over again. Whatever we are doing now is nothing to them. They don't care because they don't even believe in the institutional structures that even install presidents. They have their own ways, and we cannot let this one go. And if it does prevail, that this president sits there for 5 years, then we should forget elections completely. Because 2027, they have already planned it. And you can see they have already started forming their own IBC. By the time we get to 2027, it will be completely impossible to win an election in this country through democratic means. Completely impossible. It will be vifaranga vya computer as we have always known it. So I really feel for this country. I feel for Kenya. And I would urge those who are courageous enough, the Kenyans who have stood up and who have said no, I am solidly behind all of you. That's why I'm sticking to the topic of today. I don't want to go to the economics of Atuya, and I really thank God for the challenge he has got from Mukungi. I want to stick to why Ruto and even IBC are not defending themselves against the allegations or revelations of the whistleblower. Let them tell us what is their version, what is their understanding. Are those figures fake? Are those figures fake? And can they challenge those figures successfully? Like we have said, by opening the servers. That's the only way. Otherwise, any other thing cannot challenge those results successfully. Let them open those servers. Let us compare what is in the servers and what we have been given by the whistleblower. Then we'll be able to know. It will be very easy to tell that they won elections or Raila won elections. Otherwise, if they don't, so far, the only credible results that we can talk about are the results that are putting Raila Amolo Odinga at 8.1 million votes and Ruto at 5.9 million votes. Those are the only credible results that we know. And if those are the results, then it goes without saying that the winner should be given the mandate to govern this country.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Bwire. Asante sana, tumsikilize Domi alafu Lala, alafu ndio tuende hiyo raundi ya pili. Thank you.
Okay, hamjambo. Hasa kama vile ule dada alisema, I think hata mimi pia sioni majina vizuri, lakini I believe salamu zangu zinawafikia wote. Before I make my comment, I think let me remember something. Pahali penye Atuya yuko, let me remind him something, kwa sababu probably anasikia. Mafuta ilikuwa inanunuliwa when there was subsidy. Mafuta tulikuwa tunanunua because hata mimi nilikuwa naenda kwa petrol station na nilikuwa nanunua. Mafuta ilikuwa 135. Wakati walitoa subsidy ilienda to 179. So kutuambia hapa ati subsidy hakuna kazi ilifanya, I think hiyo sasa tutakuwa tunadanganyana. Second thing, something that is funny ni kuwa from that time mpaka sahi world market ya mafuta inaendelea kupunguka bei. Kama hawajapunguza, then I think what ndugu amesema, I think that's what is happening. They are just looting. Kwa sababu to be realistic, mafuta imepunguka. We produce oil hapa na tulikuwa mafuta ilikuwa ina bei ya juu, imepunguka substantially with a very big margin. So kama Kenya haijapunguka, then kuna kitu I think what my predecessor is saying is just the truth. Mahindi ilikuwa and people bought, ingawaje haikuwa imefikia kila mtu, lakini watu walinunua mahindi at 100 shillings. Kama wewe haukupata hiyo, kama Atuya hakupata ya 100 shillings, pole sana, lakini ilinunuliwa. And remember, it took a very short time before elections. So your program it was cut off before mahindi ifikie kila mtu. Another thing nataka kuambia Atuya pahali penye yuko and people of the like minds, you are not the president. The president is Ruto. Wewe ni mwananchi wa kawaida sana na unafinywa kama kila mtu mwingine, na unatabu sana kama yule mtu mwingine. So don't come here to boast. You have nothing to boast of. Wewe pia unafinywa tu na unalipishwa tax za juu na unaumia kama mwananchi wa kawaida. I think such a people should wake up and start thinking, because apparently it's just pride that does not make you think. Somebody said that pride inafanyanga mtu anakosa kufikiria. That is what is eating such a people. Okay, I think pahali penye tumefika sahi, it is just to go forward. If I was able to talk to Raila, I would tell him proceed. We cannot watch as somebody who was not voted, mwenye alinyang'anya, alafu anasimama anaendelea kujigamba. You know, it's okay, it's a bit reasonable, or sometimes mtu anaweza iba kitu yako, na kama aibe alafu aitumie vizuri, asaidie wengine, at least unaweza fanya okay, hata kama aliiba, lakini at least anasaidia wengine or whatever, and he is not boasting. Aliiba and he kept just stamping. I mean, what is that? If we give that person a lot of space, ni kama I don't know how I can put it. You see, you stole the election, watu wakanyamaza, And they expected that, okay, now we have a president, hata kama ndio aliiba, lakini wacha tu, let's just, okay, we may not be moving on vile tunataka, lakini wacha tu tunyamaze tuone. Instead of the guy keeping quiet and doing what he's supposed to do in office, anaendelea kutuingiza vidole kwa mapua. My friend, Ruto, where you are, I think you have a problem in your head. And such a people who have a problem in their head, they are not fit to take office. Because that is madness. Peleka hiyo wazimu nyumbani. Kenya is bigger than you. And as ndugu mwenye ameongea nyuma, I think what he's doing, you know, there's a day I was, we were discussing with somebody. And I was telling him, you see, what is happening with Ruto is, he has a sense of entitlement. Kwa sababu gani? Ametumia pesa kununua watu, alitumia pesa kununua kila kitu chenye amepata, alitumia pesa kununua ma MPs waingie UDA, akatumia pesa kununua IEBC, wakamuibia kura. Kwa hivyo sasa at this time what he's saying now is, hakuna kitu mnaniambia because alitumia pesa yake. You know, that is the essence. Okay, that is the problem of giving thieves space of leadership. And it is time we need to show thieves where they belong.
Okay, let me summarize and hold the mic away from your mouth so that you get your words clearly. Saingine tunapotea.
Okay. Hapa mnasikia? Okay, I was saying, wakati I think there was a time wakati wezi walikuwa Nairobi, wezi walikuwa wabaya sana, walikuwa wananyang'anya watu openly. But sasa wakati ilifika watu wakaanza kupiga wezi wakichoma na tairi, at least ilipunguza wizi. Kwa hivyo that is what, if we cannot do it kama hatuwezi kukutoa kwa njia ya upole, we just have to find another way. Wacha tukutoe na nguvu. And what we need is, we need sanity to come back to Kenya. Getting Ruto out of the throne will bring sanity back. Okay, that is my submission now.
Okay, thank you. We'll go straight to Lala. Stony PK, you'll be the interim chairman.
Well copied, sir.
We, ngoja niko na story na wewe, ngoja.
Okay, it's good to see all of you. Of course, this is my name is Lala, which is my nickname, but those who know me better know me as Oriri, Abel Oriri, and I'm happy to be back with you. I've not been following because I'm between work and watching, but I wanted just to raise an important fact here, which is maybe just let me give a scenario of Titanic. You know, when the builder of Titanic ship stated that this ship is unsinkable, and some people bought that idea, and some of us have watched the movie The Titanic. You know, when it started sinking, people were dancing, and people were, because they believed the word that this ship is unsinkable, and I think that's one of the problem that I have with Kenyans, especially some middle class and some of us who have been bought. I've watched several Kenyan televisions, and I see men and women I thought had some strong morals, a good compass on the inside that led them. And when you see them defending something that should never be defended. It's very sad. I live in America. And the reason why we have a Second or First Amendment, the fair to bear arms, is not to kill thieves and robbers, but the first reason is a government that takes away their right. That's the reason for bearing the arm in the United States. A government that will come to take, their rights away, they have every right to fight it, including their own government. So that gun that Americans have, that some of us have a problem with, is for defending their rights. And nobody should take away that right. And when Chebukati and the government that should not be there is taking our rights, we have every right to resist it. And so when I see Kenyans are thought are educated, well-informed, without any conscience supporting what they should not, and not standing on truth and facts, it's very sad. Yes, Ruto is the problem, but there are some of us whom I'm ashamed of, because clearly we have a problem, and the problem is a major problem. And the issue here is our right, fundamental right, which is the core of everything that we have, right of every individual. That is the vote. That's the most important right that a Kenyan has, not other rights. That vote, when somebody takes it away from you, that is the worst crime offense in a state. And so defending that right is so critical for every Kenyan to stand and say, our vote is our voice. This is the voice a mama, a poor person has to say something about their government. And if you take that away from them, then what do we have? And to see people that I thought went to school, people that I've admired, coming there to defend the government is a shame. And so just to let you know that you are on the right path. And as a minister and also, psychology provider, because I do contract with the US military, so I'm both a minister. A minister is, you may call me up, things in the sky about God and all that. That's important. That's me. But I'm with the people. I talk to people. I work with people on the ground, and seeing mamas and others visiting home, what they have, which is their vote to change the system, to get away from poverty, which, some of us who live in the West, you come home, you're excited, you take a train from Nairobi to Mombasa, and you look out through the window, you see some of our people still live like birds, little huts, okay? They don't have anything. What's the difference between them and the birds? When actually people are stealing their money, they're stealing the little food they should have for their kids, stealing from them what should be building schools. And so to me, this is big. And you are on the right path. And let us team up together and bring sanity back to our nation. Truth, the winner, has to assume the power. And I think that's what I wanted to say. Thank you, guys.
Okay, asante Lala, tunashukuru kwa mchango wako, maoni yako. There is somebody obsessed with me on the comment section, Fabrizio. If you want to debate, you follow the link you get in the studio and bring your facts. But if you're here with hot air again, we will still get rid of you like we did. It's the same results. Same approach, same results. Change approach, improve on your results. Thank you. Kenyan would love. How now?
Can you hear me?
We can get you.
Bernard, first of all, you need to lower your bounty for my head. And I'm going public on this one. You cannot put such a big bounty on me. Yesterday, you put such a big bounty, ulisema nishikwe nikionekana.
Of course.
Kwa sababu ya traffic jam.
So umeonekana?
Sasa unajua ilikuwa lazima nikuja hapa ndio watu wajue bounty iteremke, useme personally from your mind.
You are now
I mean from your mouth.
You are under arrest. Do you know I did the show until 6 a.m.
I know, brother.
Because of
but
you.
that was a big bounty uliniekea. I told you I was in the traffic, alafu unajua pia saa zingine pia akili inakuambianga kama Ruto, hebu enda ukaone Gachagua. Na Gachagua akaenda kanitubua huko.
Traffic ile najua ni Jogoo Road City Stadium. So ukiwa City Stadium it will take you just an hour to get to the city center. Kumbe ulikuwa kwa traffic ile ya inaitwa nini?
Nilikuwa nimeenda kutafuta Hustlers Fund bwana.
No wonder.
Anyways, I really wanted to apologize to you for not coming on time at the time that you had asked me for. Yes, I was in the traffic jam. I mean, I was in the traffic. There was an accident, and then after that, I got some, things that zile vitu utokea huku shaitani. Unajua, zile kuna mtu alinirigia my day. Somebody rigged my day out of it. Sasa inabidi hata mimi niende kuitisha kura zangu na haki yangu. So I do apologize for that. But then again, Bernard, I wanted to just before you leave, because I was like, let me catch you so that at least I can apologize for yesterday, because I saw you struggle. I watched that thing this morning, and I saw Ukiuliza, and I know you did a lot, and I'm so sorry. I apologize in front of everyone. The thing is that, Bernard, I think you need to start educating people. Mi niko na 2.1. I think you need to start educating people on what subsidy is. Subsidy never came until people never knew what subsidy was until Corona ikakuja. And it started that name. Kenya hakuna mtu alikuwa anajua subsidy ni nini. Time ya Corona is when subsidy, watu walianza kujua subsidy, because wanasikia watu wanapatiwa subsidy and everything. And now it's become a big thing, and I hear people coming here talking about subsidy. They don't understand that your tax that you pay is a subsidy. The development that you do, that road, I think I've said it here before, maybe in some shows that watu wajasikia. That road, in unalipa, that development, that's a subsidy. Is the reason you pay your taxes, so that everything is subsidized in whatever you're doing. Your development is a subsidy has been there since governments were formed. That's the reason you pay your taxes. And I don't know why people just think subsidy at ni kutoa sijui kufanya hivi ati kutoa ati pesa fulani kutoka, we are paying this. It's been paid since then, even paying our civil servants. That subsidy, tunashikana si wote tuna subsidize. Tunasema badala ya kutoa ni kama chama. That's what taxes is. Tuko na boma moja, sasa kwa sababu tuko wengi na kila mtu anafanya kazi, tushikane tuende tuchukue mfanyikazi wa boma. Ndio boma yetu iendelee. Na kuna kabarabara fulani kanapita pale. Na unajua nini? Hatuna mishale ya kupigana tukivamiwa. So kwa hivyo tuende tuchukue mishale. But in this case it's a large scale. So badala ya kubai mishale mtabai nini? Tanks. A70s, A35s and all that. Na kwa sababu ile chama yenye tunachukuaga pale, tuende tushikane tu tulipe pamoja. It's a circle. That's what taxes is, and that's why these countries that actually stop paying taxes, then nothing can ever go on. So people need to stop looking at subsidies like it's a favor from the government. It's not a favor. It's always been a subsidy. Your taxes is a subsidy when you come to governance and economics of a governed country. The reason we all come down to pay ni kuchanga. It's a circle. So that you can get a subsidy and get a good policeman, instead ungechukua wochi mwenye anaweza kuangalia hizo vitu zote, mnachukua na kama kijiji mzima ama country mzima, mnasema tuwekea watu hao ndio watashikilia nini, army or whatever. It's always been a subsidy. This name subsidy, I heard someone saying, and that's why nikasimama, because I know siku hizi umekuwa kama Adam, akikuona hivi anachomoka. Sasa mimi nimejua tu ukiniona hivi utasema okay, now I gotta go, sijui nini, naenda kulala, sijui nini.
Unapasa kutuma hapa crate moja ya Red Bull. Mbuzi mmoja ile ya nyuma na bei moja ya unga.
Tutatuma, unajua, I'm not short of that. But what I'm trying to do is that I think, Bernard, you need to tell people to actually go understand what paying tax means. Most of us that come over here, and there's old people who come over here, they've grown with HELB loans. Kitambo hata ikuwaga HELB, walikuwa wanalipwa kwenda shule. The 70s, the 70s huko, walikuwa wanalipwa kwenda shule. And today when you get HELB, imagine how much HELB has helped how many people to get into shule. You can pay it later or make a deal. Barabara zenye zimejengwa, that's subsidy. Otherwise hiyo barabara kijiji yenyu ndio ingefaa kujenga peke yenyu. Ama kama unataka barabara ende kwako peke yako. So Bernard, don't let people come here and misconstrue this name subsidy. It's just that people started seeing subsidy during time of Corona. They didn't understand those are their taxes. You're just being given something that has been saved somewhere. And you eat $25 shillings, tunataka kujua kule inaenda, because mimi nilisema mimi hiyo 500 silipi. Kama Okanga venye alisema aende afanya, niambie kule ilienda, hiyo ni investment yangu. I mean hiyo ni savings. Otherwise nikujie savings. Ananipelekea wapi? Again, I think, let me finish real quick, Bernard. You see, I also think like this, I think it's this Mashemeji Debbie and whatever. That's Kinaitumbi trying to organize that. And people who are very corny in what they do. They know that people will go to Jacaranda, but they want to change it to be something. I don't even think it came from Gor Mahia or whatever, or FC Leopards. I think it was just organized. It's just kind of like the day that last time we wanted to go to Uhuru Park, and Moses Kuria, because that's a nutcrack, he was talking about ati tutakuwa na siku ya kutairi watu huko sijui nini, is just what and things like that, and they are trying to counter something so that you can change your minds. We are not changing our minds, like Stone Pickett says. And we have the right, and that's what the people of Kenya do not understand, that these guys are not here to stay. Ruto can be recalled. Everybody can be recalled. They recall everywhere in the world. But again, is a time we have a chance to make our leaders at this point, be it MP, understand that the sovereignty stays with the people. And how I wish Baba does not relent on that. How I wish we can walk to that status and they see what I mean. Mimi I swear nimetafuta ndege. I wanted to go because I didn't come in Christmas. But I wanted to come so bad, not after ticket. I wanted to be there. And I wish I can be there, but I've mobilized. na kina Gaucho. I wish it works well and we don't relent. Because the funny thing is that, Bernard, these guys that come over here wanakusumbua akili mpaka unawatoa kwa nini kwa show, they will benefit from it too. And then we will never have this stupidity. It's happened. Kuna mtu amesema hapa 25 countries in Africa in 12 years. What makes it that Kenya is so protected? Just because it's never gone through something like that? No, it's about time. You cannot just be stealing and then say, move on. Move on for what? To where? How? Which? So, anyway, Bernard, me, my biggest thing, nimesimama, I'll be back. I think utakomenda. I think Stone PK will be here. But all I wanted to tell people is that stop talking about subsidy like it's something that just came today. That thing has been there. That's why Nairobi is there. That's why the parastatals are there. And stop trying to sell parastatals. Parastatals are the things that make you pay less tax because they make money. Unless you just want to pay, I mean, kila mtu achukue tu minister wake ama MP wake nani amlipe yeye mwenyewe. That's how we come up with their budgets. That's how we pay their taxes. And the reason for parastatals was to ease the Kenyan person so that when they make profit, they can actually ease. When we had genuine leaders, not the Kinadindinyoros who already own 68%. I mean, just ran again after they knew they had stolen the elections, goes and gets 68% of, Kenya Power. And now he wants everything to be, liquidified. Where's Uchumi? Uchumi used to be the supermarket that people used to go for the cheapest of the cheapest. Saizi imebaki Langata Road. Really? Kenyans? Kama hujui kitu subsidy inamaanisha, go back and read what subsidy is. Subsidy is your tax. That's the reason you pay your tax. You subsidize everything that the government does. In fact, even in their salary, that's a subsidy because you could have been paying your representative by yourself. By your kijiji mnashikana, you take your taxes, mnashikana country mzima, and then you subsidize with that. And whatever is surplus, instead of buying something at 500, you say, hii yenye imebaki weka hapa. Now you're trying to make business with Kenyans, not Kenya, Kenyans, to a point that you're charging them an interest rate, outright interest rate, at the time they're taking the fund. And still, you want to go take the profit making that could have made. Hizi vitu zikienda private, mnajua tax gapi mtalipa nyinyi? You know how much parastatals used to counter? Ndio maana mzee Moi alikuwa anawaletea maziwa ya Nyayo, wale walikula maziwa ya Nyayo. Na mko mnailipa, mnadhani tu ni Moi anawapatia, ni pesa yenyu, taxes ya mama zetu. Anyway, Bernard, I wanted to talk about that subsidy, and I think we need to get a special show with some good economists who will tell you why you pay taxes, how you pay it, VAT, and everything, so that people understand how much right they have in their country and how much ate yo garia uyo, the person you call Mheshimiwa, does not belong to them as long as it's paid by your taxes. Private ni yake, ofisi si yake. And that's why people are getting scared. Those status ni kama ni ya Ruto. Status si ya Ruto. We've given him, or people have, we didn't give him. He took it. And Bernard, there's a someone, Mheshimiwa alikuja hapa akasema, amepitia hiyo dozia na ameiona. I went through it. I downloaded it myself. Nimeiangalia na nikapiga masimu. Na nikafanya kila kitu. It's true. And it's the same numbers we used to talk. Bernard, you know, I've talked about numbers here for so long. It's the same numbers. Nile wajamaliza count. It will come back to those numbers. Huyu amewaambia hapa. Kuna mwingine hapa anakuja anasema ati sijui nini provide what? Go get it. It's already there. Ilitolewa. It's just the name that is not there. It's public. Anyways, Bernard, thank you so much. And I do apologize for yesterday. Something just came up. Pole, lakini reduce my bounty. Niliambiwa nitashikwa nikikuja hapa tena. Ndio maana nimekuja niseme tu the mafia himself must reduce my bounty. Sitaki kuuliwa.
Wewe na Rigathi, you need to submit yourself to the nearest police station. It's okay. Thank you, sir. We appreciate that. Let's keep going as we talk and build Kenya, make Kenya better. Thank you, everybody. As we continue with the conversation, I will leave you in the able hands of Stony PK. And of course, Kenyan with Love will be back and you continue the conversation. Please, let's make our stand clear. Kenya must be recovered. It must be rescued from the hands of the mafia who have taken it hostage and they want to turn it into their personal property. The kind of minds that are being brought into the limelight of their suggestions, it doesn't sound so. Let's all stand up and defend our country at all costs. Thank you very much. Tuendelee mbele. Stony PK, you can bring in the man from Bondo and then continue there. See, you have administrative power.
Kabisa Bernard, niko gangari, niko na kila kitu, hata bunduki ya kuenda kulinda Kenya.
Sawa. So we'll clear that. Jacaranda ni lazima na State House pia, alafu nini ingine, kuna watu wananisukuma hapa niwapatia habari ya Gaucho. I don't want to speak without proper information, so I'll get the information, confirm the information, and then I'll get back to you. Otherwise, bless you.
Okay, sikika. Yeah, me point nataka ku emphasize tu kenye huyo Mkenya amesema, Mkenyan with love. I think Bernard, at this stage tunafaa to avoid politics, tuanze kufundisha watu on rights, what they expect from the government, not from peace, not from nini manifestos a party ama nini. Already what they expect from government, that any government can be held accountable, and then they should know their civil rights within the constitution. You see what they can only wait for the opposition ama any leader a blow a whistle for them to know that their rights are not as it's supposed to be in the constitution, na pia with issues na subsidy na tax. So we should try to avoid politics and reason na argue, because our right, it has got nothing to do with politics. But we find problems already. The reason why we argue with most people pia hapa, because already that signifies that they don't jaribu ku justify based on their affiliation to that. So wangekuwa najua what the constitution has in place for them, then I don't think we will have had choices to do with the party ama individuals. Unaona? But since we don't know, and then we think it's a favor, wengi wanafikiria it's a favor, or tukichagua Kenya, then we will benefit. Tukichagua vitu fulani will benefit. No, everyone should be now be educated, ajue their rights, civil rights, wajue they are entitled to health, so that they can be able to hold people accountable. And then kuna vitu zenye discuss also what is necessary, or what do Kenyans want, or what do we think as a people, what can we put, because the government cannot be the government without the people. And hapa ndo nakutanga fears by political leaders and parties they start to play politics at the expense. When people wakianza kudemand ama wanataka kujanjaruka, they always organize themselves, alafu wana cool down their differences and they start to work together because they want people to remain as ignorant as possible until when they have a problem, ati mtu amenyanywa ama na feel dissatisfied ndio anaenda kumobilize. So the aspect of ignorance is something that with it, and then we get politics out of it. Kwanza kuchanuana, people to know their civil rights, the obligations, and then what is expected of them. Because at a sisi as citizen, we have problems. There are times where people blame government, but the government has got no control, no direct role with individual personal characters. Unaona, mtu alimention hapa about wezi in the previous time. When people alichukua the laws into their own hands and security was there. Saizi ukingojea the government, unakuta a corrupt government official, mnashika mtu, kesho ameenda ametoka, and still the society is under threat and the government inakuwa used in a wrong way. The society to learn the unity, najua they have a civil right to protect and defend itself as an entity on its own. Kwanza na wewe jirani, we are safe before the government comes in. Mimi na wewe jirani, we are supposed to know how to trade and deal before the government comes in. You find unakuta unataka kufanya biashara, tu unataka kukon. Akisha kukon, unaenda kwa serikali, serikali pia inakon. And then we as a society, we will fail to build something. So lazima tujue the first resource before money is engaged. The first resource ni mimi na wewe. Because I'm the one who will buy from you, hiyo pesa upeleke kwa mtu mwingine. So money without the citizen or without the people is useless. People with poor character is equally useless. So kuna vitu mingi tunafatwa hamasishane kwanza. When it is just a matter of kuhamasishana, then that is very important. And then there's no room for politics na nini. And then when many wameshaanza kujua, then they'll start to understand which angle we want to argue from or where we are thinking of. Because there are some people who are here to defend ignorance, na wanajaribu ku blackmail watu wazidi kuwa ignorant, like the guy was before. Take advantage of people and waende abuse others. But when you abuse somebody, it affects me. Because ukibia mtu, ama you as a government, you oppress somebody, they can't get food. I try to work hard. I do my stuff. I want to pay taxes. This who cannot be taken care of, he will come and steal from me. So it becomes a whole problem we as a society. So lazima tuhamasishane, tujue where politics and civil action, what it means, because I think that's where we should start first from. Then sijui Mount Kenya manini, because we go to school. That's the reason we go to school, so that every citizen akijua everything about how the government can gang people against them. We form a bigger power than the constitution. We are the fundamental foundation of the constitution, the fundamental foundation of the government, na taxation na kila kitu. Even the police can for a unified country and citizen. So I think that's the biggest parting shot yenye ningeweza sema for today from my side. We can politics, but sometimes when tukitaka kuhamasishana, we just put politics as emotions aside, because it's something that has got to do with not only intelligence, but kuna expertise around how to go about this thing. You can be intelligent but stupidly intelligent because you don't see the impact of what you that will affect you, but you're intelligent in your thinking. But there is the aspect, as there is the expertise aspect of it that we need, that to know that mwisho itakuja kumiza na everything is a cycle and we depend on each other. So I think that's what ningeza sema today.
Aya, asante sana, our man from Bondo. Yeah, something to pick there. You can be you can be stupidly intelligent. Very key, very common in Kenya. Even from observation, you pick 5 Kenyans, pick the best. Hata uchukua unafikiria ni the best, give them a topic to discuss, then you will be shocked. It's only our late Professor Magoya that has always, and all along during his speeches, he's been bringing this out. That's why people didn't like him. Yeah. And that's why he's my mentor.
And then the worst part is media. When we use the media platform, media is a very big platform. I sometimes get sick to watch a debate argument with people who we perceive at they're educated, they have degrees, wamekuwa lecturers, playing politics. Politics does not help the next second generation. It will never. Kuna mali rights are just rights. Even the guy in Kisii, he was intelligent to hack the bank, but alikosa expertise za kuseal loopholes. So the intelligence to succeed does not guarantee or qualify success if the expertise part is not there. So all of it inakuwa fake. So we have to know exactly what means what for us and what impacts what for us to make a change.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much, man from Bondo. You can now mute your mic so that we give somebody else a chance. I agree with that. Maybe I'll also make a little comment a little bit later. Next should be Mdune Victory. Naona umeingia, lakini utasubiri Bwana Bwire. Do you have something you want to say? Then we go to Kenyan Ginyang.
Thank you very much, Brother Stone PK, and everybody else on the panel tonight. What I just wanted to add probably is that my heart really bleeds for this country, especially when I learn that people who were not even given the mandate are on the helm of leadership. If you look at now the talk of even privatizing the parastatals, look at Kenya, where we have come from. We used to have a Kenya oil refinery in Mombasa that we could just import crude oil, refine it, and use it in our markets. That oil refinery cannot be allowed to operate because of just the cartels who want to benefit from importing refined oil. Look at our sugar industry, for example. It cannot work under the management of the government, but you will be told that if you take Mumia sugar or you give it to Rai family or Rai company, for example, then that sugar can make profit. You realize there are sugar factories in this country operating, even though they are operating under capacity, and they are actually even importing sugar from outside, like West Kenya Sugar. The government cannot control the sugar industry. But private individuals can manage to process sugar and even sell. Then you ask yourself, where do they get these experts? And how comes the government cannot get these experts to run these factories? That's why you hear people want to privatize everything. And then even the privatization is also, the process is also very corrupt. You'll realize that it's just going to benefit a few individuals and actually known individuals in the political circles. Go to the judiciary, look at the cases being withdrawn from court. We are in a country where we glorify thieves, we glorify murderers. I've even been told that now somebody is even suggesting Chebukati can now manage EACC. And that is the country, that's what we have become as a country. I think this country needs a revolution like yesterday so that we can change our style of leadership. We can give strength to our institutions. If even the public prosecutor can be compromised that much, if he was compromised to prosecute people without evidence, he can still be compromised to withdraw cases. We have seen people with corruption cases running into billions, walking free, as if those cases could not be heard to conclusion, and those suspects declared either guilty or innocent. Why can't you just let a case run to its full conclusion? To me, that is evidence that we have a regime in power that is not even interested in Kenyans or in good governance. This is a regime that is interested only in serving some personal interests. And it's not even the Kenyan people, it's a few individuals who have just captured the country. Talk about state capture. I think we have been captured as a country. And it will only take Kenyans of goodwill, it will only take patriotic Kenyans to stand up and to say, no, we are not going to allow this. If you allow it to continue, we are going to suffer, and all of us will suffer as a country. I'm really wondering even the agenda of this government, because what I can see happening now is not even what they were campaigning on. I don't even think they were campaigning and telling people that they will remove subsidies. That was not even a campaign agenda. I never even heard them saying they will sell some parastatal bodies. They never talked about it. We are only coming to hear after they have stolen elections that now they want to remove subsidies. I wish they would have said those things when they were campaigning so that Kenyans can assess. It was not so difficult. They knew that there were subsidies. They could have said, we are going to remove all those subsidies. We are going to even to remove help, for example. Ndio tuone kama Wakenya kweli wangewapigia kura. I really feel sorry for this country, and I'm really praying that something happens that we can get our country back so that we can manage our affairs as Kenyans. Somebody we did not vote for, we have even no right going to them to ask for anything. I don't think we have any right. And they can do whatever they want to do because we did not elect them. But somebody we have elected into office like Raila Odinga is somebody we can sit with and talk to. I think I can just end there for now, but I think we are not going the right direction. Let us rise up, let us support the cause, let us turn up in large numbers, go to Jacaranda, and even subsequent meetings, let us attend those meetings in large numbers. People can say probably Kenyans are not that powerful, but something will happen And I think this country will be liberated from these thieves. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Ndugubwire. You know, the beauty of it all is that Wakenya wale ambao wanaunga mkono baba, tumeomba, we've been praying, and God has answered our prayers. Sasa Mungu ametupa, manake tulikuwa tunaomba tukiwa na nia. Sasa tumepewa uwezo. You know, tumekumbushwa uwezo tulikuwa nao, lakini tulikuwa tunaregarega. But now we've been reminded by God. God will not come ati hapa aanze kuimba Ruto must go. No, 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 no. But God has given us power to be able to assemble, to be able to resist, to be able to say, call it as it is. The way, Bwire, you are talking, the way a man from Bondo is talking, Bernard, and all of us, what we are talking in the power of God. We've been tumewepewa uwezo. Na uko chini on the ground again. It is everybody. It is everyone's ball that we must push, because we are fighting for truth and justice. Period. In fact, hapa bwana the man from Bondo, hakuna haja ya kufunza watu. Things are so common, so easy. Ni kuwashtua tu. Wakenya walikuwa wanahitaji tu kuelezewa. Because you don't need to be educated what subsidy is. Yeah, subsidy Mkenya unajua ni government inasaidia mtu fulani ambaye anatoa services muhimu ndio zisikucost sana. As simple as that. It could be an individual, it could be a company, it could be a group of people. So long as they are doing what is going to be a service provider or product provision for Kenyans so that they don't pay expensively. Wanapewa kiasi ya hiyo hela, wamelipa taxes. Kenyan with love amejaribu kuexplain, but angetoboa kwamba as much as we pay your taxes, serikali is not a profit making body. Inatoa hela and is supposed to sorry, yeah, I think something went on. The government is supposed to help its own people progress. Okay? And that's why when we hear of things like, parastatos, ambazo sasa zinauzwa, zinafanywa vile, there is no goodwill. Of course, you can partner with the private sector, private people, to be able to sustain them. But if there is that goodwill and openness, but hii ya Ruto ni ile ya Moi. Ya Moi alikuwa anauza maparastatos so that they steal the money, so that they eat the money. That's why mwananchi never benefited. This cheap housing project ilianzwa zamani, those days of Kenyatta, but it was squandered by cartels. This Ruto government is talking about cartels. Kumbe hao ndio cartels. So Kenyans should not expect mwizi ameingia kwako kwa nyumba, amevamia, ameiba kila kitu, anatafuta mwanya ya kutoroka nayo. Hawezi anza kuziba mianya, hawezi anza kufunga hiyo mlango yako ya huko nyuma, anaacha open ndio ukimvamia ataweza kutoroka. So that's what Ruto is doing. They took the government and quickly identified areas that can be easy to steal money from. And that's why a man from Bondo, you are right when you say, is it man from Bondo who has said those things were not in their manifesto? Awangeweza kusema because ni wezi. Mwizi akwambii acha mlango yako, ukiacha mlango yako open nitakuja, ananyamaza tu. Anakuja anasukuma kamlango, anakuta ulisahau. Anaingia anavamia. So Ruto was stalking Kenyans. Even those who are clever, as they saw the campaigns of UDA, they could have seen the stalking. And then Kenyans are ignorant. Ruto hakuzaliwa jana. There is no Ruto from YK92. You just need to read somebody's, activities from primary school. Ama mahali umeanza kumjua, ikiwa umemjua from college, track him from college. Who was Stone PK in college? Which college did he go to? How was he relating with people? Oh, alikuwa CU, Christian Union. Christian Union alikuwa anafanya nini? You follow that way. Aliandikwa wapi kazi yake ya kwanza? What business did he do first? What were his initiatives? What is it that he did so special in his community or whatever? And then you're able to tell what sort of a person he is. Kenyans, you can't tell me that they couldn't really say or tell that Ruto cannot make a leader. He's never been a leader anywhere apart from hiyo alijiingiza hiyo Eldoret MP. of course, which he came through, you know, conning, he's young, he pretended he's educated, and conned the wazee, only for them to regret later. How do you elect a leader who goes and piga mzee coffee? That by itself should have brought him down, and he should never have been seen in the web of politics. So basically, I don't want to blame Kenyans so much, because we never, okay, people voted for him, but he never got the majority that would have made him the president. Okay, so what we need to do is that alinyakua, alituchenga. Mtu akikuchenga, si tukicheza mpira mtaani, ilikuwa ukinichenga vibaya, naanza kukuotea. Then we plan, the three of us attack you. If tukimiss ball, hatuta miss mguu. So right now, Ruto alituchenga akachukua ball, we go for the foot. We go for the foot, we go for the neck, we go for the body, we go for everything until we wrestle him down. Let me bring in, who is next? Mdune Victory, come in. Oh, Mdune Victory anaonekana labda disappear.
Nafikiri umeniruka Stone PK.
Unajua sikuoni na kuona ile tulikuwa tunaita Onyues. Kenyan. Karibu mama.
Thank you, Stone PK, to see you. It's good to see you smiling. And it is good always to have that strength and a strong heart to, you know, to think positive and feel at home. And God has created us in very different way, and he has given us another way of life. So pole nitasema tena, lakini karibu. Wenzangu pahali mko, Bernard hajaondoka, nataka asikie vile nitasema akiondoka. Tunashukuru sana Bernard, hii kazi unafanya. In my heart, I feel we have got a home where we can come and challenge the challenges that we are getting, and also to form a kind of homecoming of hearts and those people who feel that they want to live in a country that has got no stains. We may have blemishes here and there, but it shouldn't that crude the way I see in our country. A healthy nation contributes to economy, and a controlled economy produces a healthy nation. So what am I saying? When people are living in a country that is being serviced by the government in the accordance, that is the way the government should work. The government should work. Ninakumbuka Didi Nyoro, one day he said, barabara tutakula. I remember him again saying that it's our time to eat. Are those the people really we want them in our government? Right now, I know there are people in Central, they are crying because of their roads have stopped construction, and they are crying. They are asking why we. Kwa nini sisi? Now, many people are crying because of the cost of living. That is Didi Nyoro saying ni time yao kukula. Imagine how many they are. Let's say they are 100, those people, against millions of people who are going through pain and suffering. What kind of a government is this? What are they expecting us to do? The whole country is in a mess. Mtu anawezaje kukuweka kitanzi, akuweke juu ya miti, na akwambie bado ninataka unilipe deni yangu? Let's say for example, akuweke kitanzi, alafu anakuambia utaendelea kulipa taxes. Where are you going to get those taxes? And that is how Kenya is. Kenya has been captured and it has been kept in somebody's hands that we cannot be able to turn. And that is what we want to break. We want to break that yoke and get loose so that we can work for our Kenya and make it great. What I'm looking at, I'm seeing darkness with the people we have in government. But I have got a very good feeling heart that we are going to make it. As the days are going and as the news we are hearing, this will be a good ending, happy endings in our country. We will make history in Africa, and Africa will be opened. I mean, the eyes of Africa will be opened, and everybody now will start seeing that we can do it, and they can do it. Kenyans, this is history we are going to make. Believe me, this is history, and a great history in Africa that we are going to make. I know now we are being looked like, what are they going to do? Let's see how they will finalize this. But Kenyans, if we do this, if we go through this, I promise this will be an eye-opener of Africans, and they will start doing the same. It's a good thing. It's not evil. It's the right thing for every person, that what you work for so hard, you should be rewarded. You should be given. You should present it. And that is what we are looking for. What people are seeing, they are seeing that something went wrong and it was done wrong. And even those who did that wrong, I'm telling you, they are haunted with what they did. I know they have got sleepless nights thinking about what they did and wishing they did not do it. Wishing that if we didn't do it, we would be in peace. Now we are struggling to make this look true, of which it is not going to happen. And these people who are following us, in fact, they have a right to follow their goal. So that is where we are, Kenyans, and we should not halt. We are not using forceful information. We are using reality. A real thing happened to the winner, who is Raila Odinga. He is the winner of our election, and he should be given. And he's not even being given. It should be presented to him in honor and with respect, because he won with majority, and he won fair and free and fair, despite of the people who played their game in our elections. Tonight, I'll say, Kenyans, let's go for it. Let's make history, and let's open that door for African countries so that we can move on and we can show other countries, Western countries, that we can lead ourselves without their interference. Thank you for now.
Thank you so much, Kenyan Ginyani. You know, I just overheard somebody telling me that Azimio people, you know, reminding us that in politics, leadership is taken. It's not given. We are not asking to be given. Let me remind people, hatukai hapa tunauliza tupewe. And I think in my submission, I said, we are not waiting to be given. We are taking it. We are taking it. And even if it means wrestling it out of Ruto, that's what we are going to do. We are going for it. Hatuendi kungojea ati Mungu Baba tupatie nini, hapana. We are heading there. We are going to get it. So UDA people who keep on reminding us, sijui it is taken, Ruto took it. It's true. Aliiba. He didn't. He stole it. So mtu akiiba kitu yako, there is no unaenda with the bare hands to claim your goods or your cow, your mbuzi. Unaenda ukiwa umejiami. Akiwa akileta mbaya ni mbaya. Akisema haraka haraka iangushe chini, tunachukua. Even a pickpocket in Nairobi City, akichukua kibeti yako ama amenyang'anya saa yako, aanze kukimbia, umfukuze, aone kamewaka na kamenuka, akiangusha chini, unachukua your watch, alafu unasema ni Mungu wake. Unasema ni Mungu wake amemsaidia, otherwise angepata cha mtema kuni. You live to try another day, then you will be lynched. So that's what we are doing as Kenyans, and we are doing it steadily, vizuri. I like the way Baba has set the pace. Pole pole, easy too, and then the build up will be, I mean, it's already unstoppable. Bernard, you wanted to say something?
Yeah, I'm owing to play a video. I needed to do that before I go. And I'm happy that we are in the same spirit, pursuing the same agenda. This country is our business. Anybody want to meddle with our business, we meet them head on. We cannot have a country that is run by the mafia against our children and our children's children. When you have employed a caretaker or a house girl to take care of your children and now begins to mistreat those children, you have no business keeping that house girl. You have no business keeping that caretaker. And so as Kenya Kwanza, they are proved in their first 100 days, they are careless, irresponsible, rudderless, and incompetent by all standards. That is why they must go. Winning the election or losing the election notwithstanding, their incompetence is enough grounds to get rid of them. The revelations from the IEBC whistleblower is just another reason why they should go. And also an explanation on why they are not behaving responsible in the office, because they think they got it through their way, and so nobody should ask them any question. People like Ndindi Njoro and the rest, they need not to be in the society of sane human beings. Hawa watu wote na Kashago wote pamoja, they belong to Mathare, if not Kodiak and the other prison places, because we don't need people who think themselves and, want to govern the country as if the country and the governance is all about making money. When he says that the government is entitled to 30% of the profit, and so it has no reason having a stake in any of the parastatals, that is a reasoning that is so limited and so narrow that a legislature should be thinking like that. What happened to leadership that places the interests of the people first and safeguarding the people from harsh private companies? Look at what became of Nairobi when they calculatively killed Kenya Bus, Kenya Bus Service, whatever, which was a government project that controlled the prices of going around the city. Now we pay more for 5 kilometers than the people who pay for 50 kilometers simply because it's a private company. And now there are circles that determine the fare and all that. It's no longer a matter of demand and supply. It is the circle decided. And so we to get out of this, we need better leaders, we need better legislators. Okay, I need to play this video so that we get a glimpse and an understanding on this Kenya Power thing and the rates that they are suggesting. Somebody gave out a very good breakdown on how the power costs in different countries. And the shocking part of it is that power is cheaper in South Sudan, the youngest the youngest nation in the world, okay, the youngest nation in Africa has the cheapest power. I felt like if power was being sold, I would go to buy from there and sell to Kenya, because the power in Southern Sudan is less than 2 shillings. Less than 2 shillings. So what they are asking us to pay 23 shillings is available in South Sudan for less than 2 shillings. Why can they buy power from Southern Sudan at 3 shillings and come and sell it to us at 5 shillings? And then we do away with these other things that want to sell us at 23 shillings. Kenya, my country. Let's listen to this and then something to get into the conversation. And those of you who are following the broadcast, is now live on Sound Candid Talk. We've been fighting to ensure that the feed there is working. It's now back, and so you can follow it from wherever you are. Mtembei TV YouTube channel, Mtembei TV official page, and then of course the profile of Facebook, as well as Sound Candid Talk. Invite somebody. Let's all flow together and learn everything we must learn. Thank you.
Million customers knocked off from the Lifeline band that currently assures them of the cheapest rate of power. In a proposal to the Energy and Petroleum Regulatory Authority, Kenya Power is seeking to raise revenues to meet contractual obligations for power purchases and to meet what it terms increased power transmission costs. The proposed changes could see consumers receive nearly half of the tokens they currently receive with the same amount. Sam Gituku reports.
The current power tariffs for domestic consumers are categorized into two major bands: Lifeline consumers who consume 0 to 100 units per month, and then those that consume over 100 units. At the moment, the consumers who use up to 100 units per month pay 10 shillings per unit. The Kenya Power is proposing to reduce the Lifeline band to be 0 up to 30 units and then increase the charge on that from 10 to 14 shillings per unit. At the moment, consumers who use over 100 units per month are charged 15.8 shillings per unit as per the approved rates before the subsidy. The Kenya Power is proposing to abolish the high consumers band and replace it with one for all consumers who use over 30 units per month to pay 21.68 shillings per unit before a subsidy. Citizen TV has tested data of a community who buys tokens worth 1,500 shillings through at least 4,500 shillings a month. In a copy of their January bill, they got 54 units. The token amount was 716 shillings, the balance going to levies and taxes. It shows that the consumer was charged 12.5 shillings per unit of the token received, with a post rate of 21.68 shillings per unit. Given that the consumer uses over 30 units per month, they may only receive 33 units, down from 56, if the token amount of 716 shillings is to remain. The calculation assumes that the taxes and levies remain constant, even though there are proposals to review some of them upwards. Given that the consumer spends at least 4,500 shillings per month, while today they receive a total of 170 units of power, should the proposal by Kenya Power be effected, the consumer will only receive 99 units. To procure the same amount of units currently enjoyed, they will need to pay 7,750 shillings, up from the 4,500 shillings, assuming that the amount of taxes and levies remains constant as per current bills. Currently, out of the 9.1 million domestic consumers, 8.2 million are in the 0 to 100 units per month, a band being abolished. There are 900,000 users in the over 100 units band to be abolished and instead have a band that is over 30 units per month. Consumers of 30 units and below currently stand at 6.3 million. At the start of the year, President William Ruto promised there would be reviews to the power tariffs to accommodate various social classes in the society starting this March.
We are conducting a whole review of tariffs of all our energy requirements and in 3 months' time, we will have public consultation to ensure that we have tariffs that are sensitive.
Kenya Power says the proposal will align the objectives of the social tough customer category with the correct social class normally defined for income. The model consumer P has seen their bill change over time, with 1,500 shillings earning them 58.9 units in December 2021, following price reductions from the electricity subsidy introduced by President Uhuru Kenyatta. The same amount earned the customer 68.6 units in January 2022 up until August and early September 2022. Following the inauguration of President Ruto, the rates reduced to 59 units for forex and fuel charges. The units due to 56 units in January for the same amount. Sam Gituko, Citizen TV, Nairobi.
All right, now the Kenya Revenue Authority.
Okay, there you go. That's the picture of the current state of affairs. Sensitive tariffs indeed.
Bernard, nafikiria Kenyans don't need any other trigger. You know, there were people, I remember I don't want to name names on this panel. Watu wamekuwa wakija wanatusumbua ati why should Kenyans uprise? Ati what are the triggers? I think thank God the triggers have just come too soon. And honestly, Kenyans cannot feel this in the next few weeks. Then tunaweza waacha wachinjwe tu na Ruto. Because it is like Ruto is hell-bent. Ametumwa na shetani kugandamiza wananchi. I think he is out. I don't know, atabaki hii inchi na nani? Who will he remain with? What is it? In fact, even if he rigged the election, he should have been at least struggling so hard to even have some semblance of delivering to yani kusalvage mwananchi. I mean, if I were the one who stole this election, I would be working so hard to give mwananchi the basics, the best. Nimwambie maze kakitu niliiba lakini si unaona ninakujali. This guy has stolen elections na amefinya mwananchi kwa jugular vein. Mwananchi can't breathe. So I tend to think even Baba kazile yako nao ni rahisi sana. So what wananchi should do is simply uprise before it is already rotten, before it becomes disintegrated. Because if this country sinks and slips into some areas and some activities, they will not be reversible. Some damage will take very many years to reverse if it's done. I mean, ask yourself, why is it that all those countries that surround us in Africa, hakuna nchi ambayo stima iko this expensive? Kenya, we have so many dams. We have the hydropower, whatever. We have had the Naivasha, whatever. How come all these are not, and they were meant to bring down the cost of power? We have the wind in northern Kenya. But the answer, the sum total of this is that these people are just out to steal. And remember, Ruto was asked in one of his interviews, how much is too much? And then you remember, maybe one time tomorrow we can play that clip. He justified that there is nothing that is too much. Kwa hivyo unaweza iba from childhood, unaiba mpaka uende kwa kaburi. Just stealing. The guy does not have enough. Ni mwizi yule mbaya sana. In fact, if there's anything that has happened to this country called Kenya, why Kenyans should go down on their knees is to have a Kenyan by the name Ruto. Hii ndio shetani ile. Kenya isingojea ati mwisho wa dunia, ati itakuja ati sijui nini, tarumbeta itapigwa. Kenya saa hii ndio inaisha. Dunia ya Kenya imefika mwisho unless we reverse the situation. Because this guy has no feeling, has no bone for anybody. Yeah? Look at what he's addressing. They will do the tariffs. Why? I want even the economist and the technician to tell us why power is expensive in Kenya. In fact, I'm calling upon rural people, ubaya sasa hawawezi ku afford, they should all go solar. But again, this guy will start taxing these panels, and you find them so expensive. You know, a country like Rwanda, so cheap. Power is so cheap in Rwanda. Okay, Tanzania, ile tumekuwa tukijivunia, oh, Kenya is better than sijui which country. All those countries are enjoying. Investors now are going to where power is easy. Power is cheaper. Bernard, you've just said if power is so cheap in South Sudan or Uganda, tuachane na yetu, kindaruma zetu tuachane nazo. If they are that expensive to run, then we start importing. If it's cheaper to import, then let's do that. But that would be ridiculous. Ati kwanza ng'ombe yako ile iko nyumbani unalea, maziwa yako inakuwa more expensive, ya jirani ndio inakuwa cheaper. You must be an idiot. Even everybody will laugh at us that we have 5 dams, 6 plus this useless Takwel dam that was deviated by Moi. It's one of the worst things that ever happened because Takwel was not visible. It was just a valley. That dam was supposed to be Mutonga in Meru on River Tana, but then corruption, he shifted it to wherever, spent millions and billions of money that have never been repaid. Yeah, it took years and years to fill, to even generate what the capacity that was needed. So what we need to do is we get out of, like the team he has brought in, the Kenya Power team he has brought in, the Nyoros. Yeah, all this hakuna solution, ni kuatimua tu mbio mbio. Ile nani, kuna ndugu yetu hapa anakujanga anasema ni hogea tuwatoe kabisa without caring where mahali wataenda. Wakienda kwa mapipa ni shauri yao. Yeah, these are terrible people. They don't care about this country. Hiyo stima nani ata afford from 4,000 to 7,000? Nani ata afford hiyo? Hata ukisema ati last mile sijui you have extended power everywhere. Yeah? The other day nilikuwa kwa village, watu hawezi afford token, so wamerudi kwa nini mafuta ya taa now ni expensive. What are we talking about? Yeah, bana, back to you kama unasema kitu ama ni Kenyan Ginyang.
Thank you, Mr. Stony PK. It's a sad state of affairs that the people we get that wants to be the CEO of the country want to turn the country into their enterprise. That's exactly what we see. And the decisions that are being taken are not geared towards developing the country or making the country viable, but to eat what is remaining of the country. It's a very, very disturbing reality that when they get into office and the first thing to do is secure themselves into those parastatals. And then, in fact, if they are looking on how to get the parastatals based on the law, then it's okay. But they are looking for a way around the law. That makes it obviously that these people are not up to any good. Every parastatal and individually, according to the current law, individually, each parastatal must be discussed and passed in parliament before it is liquidated or it is laid off or privatized. But now they are looking for a blanket law that will make the president and team to decide on when to sell the parastatal without passing through parliament. Now, who wants to, which other way does somebody portray himself as a thief than this? That you want to find a way around the law to abuse the properties that are held in trust by the Kenyan people, of which you only have whatever mandate to oversee. And so it is regrettable when Kenya Meat Commission was not making money. A responsible president, Uhuru Kenyatta, looked for how do I make a Kenya Meat Commission begin to make money. And he looked around. The military was an option that he dashed the responsibility to, and they turned the Kenya Meat Commission around. When Nairobi was having issues with the madness of Sonko, he brought in wherever, general or major, and the place has been taken care of. Go look at the Kenya Railways, okay? The Kenya Rail that had been left to be carried by, Chokora carrying Juma and going to sell. is now back and running because of one responsible leader who wants to salvage what is remaining and make it profitable. But these ones have come in to eat everything, whatever that had been denied them by reason of the strict rules and strict leadership of Uhuru Kenyatta. They are seeing it as freedom. And that's why they were talking about freedom is here, freedom is here. Now it was freedom for them to fleece the country and turn themselves the owner of this country. God forbid. These people must be shown the door soonest. Thank you. I'm happy Julia is here. Thank you. The whole house now is full. Hata mimi nikitoweka sasa niko poa. Kuna huyu political party.
Bernard, usiende kwanza. I wanted to ask you, what about your I sent you a clip. Why did people kill themselves in Kiambu? Did you follow that story?
What?
I sent you a clip where some people committed suicide in Kiambu. Na mama
yes.
mtoto. What was it?
It's I understand it's a true story. She confirmed it. It's a true story. People are becoming helpless. This government is offering no hope to anybody. So somebody she killed herself and the children, and I think about 5 people. And that's in Kiambu, the constituents of this Kawanjiko.
The place of Kawanjiko. It was about 5 people that killed themselves.
Yes.
Ilikuwa kwa mainstream media, ilikuwa I think kwa NTV.
So it's not just us who are seeing fault. Even the Kenyans generally are seeing this thing is hopeless in terms of if this is the kind of leadership that there is no need of continuing being alive in this country. They are not offering any inspiration or showing any sign that things will turn around. The kind of preaching they are preaching is everything is doomed, and they are hell bent to see to it that nothing works, especially for the common mwananchi. And so, tuende Jacaranda, tukitoka Jacaranda, we go anywhere else. Just get rid of Kenya Kwanza government. It is incompetent. It doesn't have the mandate of Kenyans, and it doesn't care about the welfare of Kenyans. For those 2 sins, 3, let them be evicted immediately. Asante sana. So I will leave this SG, Secretary General. Unajua chama mimi ndio treasurer. Ni pesa mjaanza kuniletea.
Hey, ati wewe ni treasurer?
Aya. Tena mmenibadilisha.
Hapana, wewe ni chairman. Ile position kama ile ya Uhuru Kenyatta ya Azimio chairman, mtu ambaye hana mambo mingi.
Asante. Nimekubali, hiyo ni kubwa.
Asante sana, nashukuru sana kwa siku ingine. It's a new day at around 4 and we are burning the midnight oil. Because whether Ruto likes it or not, he is going to be evicted. He is an illegal tenant at State House. And therefore we are legally waiting for Baba to give us a direction. I'll personally beba majani, naitanga na Kikuyu madhege. Tutabeba madhege on Sunday, so that we complain on poor leadership and many stories that we are given by this government. At one point, I thought Moi was a problem. But I now know this is, I think, a cultural problem. You know, katika zamani nikuwa mtoto, tulikuwa tunaiba githeri sana na chapati. Na kila saa babangu, Mungu amulaze mahali pema peponi, alikuwa anatuchapa akituambia, neke Moi na tarubwa. Neke Moi na tarubwa. You know, I didn't know what he was talking about. Until now Ruto came to power. Because wanatafuna token bwana. Hey, yes, umeona umetuambia mambo ya token hapo. Wametafuna Hustler Fund. Over 70% has been eaten by the ministers or this government. So we have no country, Bernard. We have no country. The only cure it is to throw these people, because how do you allow a person who has no goods to be the chairman of goods? How do you allow that as Kenyans? Ati tumechagua mtu ambaye hana mbuzi, hajui vile mbuzi huwa zinalewa, hajui vile zinazaa, hajui vile zinatayarishwa majani, ati yeye sasa ndiye kiongozi wa hao mbuzi. It is not possible, because Ruto does not know how to grow an economy. He does not know how to manage a country. He does not know how to manage taxes, and then he is in charge. I think, for lack of a better word, is that he and the kind of people Ruto represents, I think Ruto needed supervision. Without supervision, then we do not have a country. And therefore, Bernard, as the SG party leader, I'm calling upon Kenyans to come in big numbers. We feel Nairobi like the spring of Sri Lanka, and throw this government away, because we cannot continue like this. People are suffering in Kenya. Nothing is making sense. The shops are dry. Everything in a kwa Kikuyu, kwa Kifaransa, in French, they say, in French they say, Froli niogagaire, Froli umegagaya. There is no business. People are opening shops to go there and smile. Nobody is buying from the shops. There is no traffic jam nowadays. Actually, you'll find that you can move to Nairobi freely without any problem during the day. Why? The country is broke. And it is broke within a very short time. And therefore, Bernard, we are calling upon the Kenyan people to come out in large numbers. And people are joking with these rallies. They are joking with this mandamano. And we are going to we are going to make sure that this government does not, we are going to make sure it doesn't perform. Yeah, watuambia ati sisi ndio tunaharibu ndio wasiperform. We do not care now. Wacha kiharibike kiumane, maisha iwe ngumu kwa kila mtu. We have to go to those current houses, gated community, and reclaim our victory. Kama president, kama Raila is not becoming the president, then Ruto should not be the president. Tutatafuta caretaker government. And that is where we are right now. And we are very bitter with this government. Nothing is making sense. School fees is high, electricity is high, fuel is high, food is high, even Indomie is high. Indomie. And we can't allow that. Kwa hivyo kwa machache, wacha nipumzike alafu nitaendelea naendesha gari, and then nikisimama mahali endelee kupinga hii serikali, lazima ianguke katika jina la Yesu. Ni serikali potovu. Asante sana bwana chairman, speaker. Thank you.
Kwani SG umeamka saa ngapi ama hukulala jana?
Nilikuwa kwa safari mahali. Sasa hii ndio ninaona, unajua lazima nitoe, I'm a member of parliament. Lazima nitoe my mjadala leo kabla tujamaliza mtembei.
That's good. Sasa nyinyi, kwa nini watu wanajua Kiambu?
Sasa sinakwambia mambo
kusema kitu.
Kumekamatana. Hakuna kitu ina make sense. Watu hawawezi kulipa school fees, na hiyo basari hata wabunge wanaitisha basari wapewe wananchi ni ya kukula. Wizi sahi Kenya is official. In fact, if you are not a thief in this government, you are out of fashion, and therefore it is it's a sad situation, and people don't fear anymore. In fact, nobody is paying taxes. People are not even paying taxes. They are feeling because the friends of the president are not paying, not president. The president, the friends of Ruto, we don't recognize him as the president. The president of Ruto, friends of Ruto, who are forgiven taxes. So we are asking ourselves, who should pay taxes then? So people are in distress. People are in depression because for the first time in Kenya, there is no, the economy is not working. There is nothing that is happening in this country. Watu wanafungua boutique Nairobi, wanakaa the whole day. Nobody is even asking them habari yako, because nobody has money. There is a cash crunch. There is a very big problem in the economy. The economy is dead. Neither tu waja admit, and therefore those are things affecting people, and that is why you see people taking that kind of those drastic decisions.
So SG, sasa mnasema hii serikali haijamaliza miezi 4 and they have brought the country down already. Sasa how, hata without the election malpractices, how can we bear them for 1 year? Wewe unaonaje? Tunaweza vumilia mwaka mmoja uishe?
Hakuna mwaka inaisha. Mimi nakwambia ukweli, mimi naambia wewe ukweli. Hii serikali iko na mashida mingi sana. One of the things, na nilikuwa nimesema hapa awali, hakuna vile unaweza kuwa kwa serikali ya mnasema ati mmebarikiwa na Mungu na kiangazi ni ile kama ile ya siku ya Noah, sijui Abraham na Elisha. We are in deep problems. Ile fertilizer yote walipeana huko Rift Valley na Kitale imekauka kwa mchanga. There is nothing that is working for this government. Economically they are going down, weather-wise they are going down, politically they are going down. Na unaona mtu anajipiga tu kifua akisema ni sipeani handshake, as if handshake is what people want. People don't do handshake because they want. People do handshake because it is a compromise, is a political compromise, because the problem in many countries is political. Si maneno na story na Thanksgiving. Watu wapendangi ati kushikana mikono. There are so many problems in Somalia because they don't believe in handshake. They don't believe in coming together, in building consensus. There are many problems in Congo. A very small group of people, M23, are troubling the whole country. And they cannot even move. They cannot even build roads. If you go to Kinshasa, sewage is like flowing every corner. And it is the capital city with about how many million people, almost 10 million people. Yeah. These things are supposed to be very carefree, or you trend carefree. So when you see somebody is just showing us teeth, telling us there is no handshake, there is nothing, mimi si Uhuru, mimi sijui ni nani, wewe ni nani? Who are you? We will make sure that nothing will perform. In fact, after Sunday, we are not going to be officially paying taxes, and we are not tutazushia hata hiyo kampuni yake ya hizo za kuku na hizo za nini za sijui za insurance, hizo zote za ukora. We are not going to do that. Na watu hata stima tuta connect illegally, so that at the end of the day we have a country that makes sense.
Yeah, that's a good idea. Alafu kama uko na kasola, unaona saa zingine stima, what we need ni mwangaza tu Kenya, si ndio? Hata bahati hamna winter ama nini, you don't need heating. Sasa kama uko na kasola, unaweza kasola. Somebody anaitwa Tim Kemboi anauliza who killed the economy. Tim Kemboi, wewe kama umekoma na umefikisha 18 years. Just the other day we were not struggling with paying power. Now Uhuru was able to manage hata maneno ya prices, hata ya mafuta. Na at the same time Uhuru alikuwa anatujengea barabara. Na Uhuru was able to manage to give us school subsidies. Kwani huyu Ruto yenyewe amepeleka hii pesa wapi? Is it that Team Kemboi, kama uone Ruto ako na DNA ya wizi, ama hii DNA ya wizi umesema SG iko wapi? Hii DNA ya wizi. I mean, I'm beginning to fear. Stone PK, umechunguza watoto wenyu na nyanya zenu na grandfather zenu na SG, msikuwe na DNA ya wizi. I think we need to do some thorough investigation. So SG, unaweza jibu Team Kemboi anasema ati who killed the economy? Ruto. How 3 months down the line, Team Kemboi, we can feel the difference. So what do you want us to say? So you bring Uhuru back then, kama mtaki baba, ama SG utamwambia aje?
Unajua mistake za huyu mtu ni mingi. One of the things, unaona vile the first thing he does when he becomes the president or the so-called president, because he's not, he's told, ni kuappoint wakora as judges ambao walisimamisha walikuwa wanaficha watu ya kasa hapa, watu wanapitisha vitu inaitangwa drugs in Kenya. I mean, those are the kind of things he's so passionate about. The other thing, ana appoint ministers rapist kama mtu kama hao wakina Minister of Agriculture. Number 2, ana appoint wengine ni murderers. Wengine wako na kesi kama ule chairman wa KRA amefanywa aende hapo na ako na kesi ya kuiba katika City Council. Hii what is this? Is it a weakness? Or ukiimagine ya kwamba kuna shule huko Kisii, na sina shida na Wakisii, nimekuwa nikisema hivi, shule moja imepata A's 400. Where on earth? 400 A's. They are all transiting to the university.
After Mashogu amekuwa, yani Mashogu ameingia na wizi wa mtihani.
Mashogu ameenda akapeleka leakage kwa roli, akaambia watu copy. It is our time to eat. Nao wakakopi word by word mpaka koma inafanana, mpaka wale walikuwa wanafanya exam wanashindwa hao watu kwani ni werevu namna gani. For the first time shule ambayo haijajulikana inakuwa na 400 A's. It's unfortunate. Mashogu akienda kuonesha kutoa speech analala kiongea, mtu ambaye hata ajui nini anafanya. He doesn't even know what education is all about. We are destroying even the education itself. Huu ni mtu, hata kama wewe ni mtu mjinga namna gani, huyu anatakiwa kuwa minister wa heritage na art and craft, ama kupanda miti, something that does not take much of his thinking. Now umepatia education, watu wajui hata ni CBC, watu wajui kama hata capitation hakuna. Nothing is making sense in this country. Watu wanaenda shule kufungua kunegotiate school fees, and then mtu hapo anaitwa ati minister. Ukiangalia ile kazi yote imefanywa na Matiangi, imefanywa na mtu anaitwa Makoha. May the Lord rest his soul in eternal peace. And I think Makoha alikufa kwa sababu ya hizo haze. Kwa sababu hata wewe unaweza stuka after fighting so hard for many years, unasema hapana, your A will be your A, your B will be your E, and even if you are D, you will be important in this country. A whole minister leaks, ana leak exams, and then unaniambia ati tunaingilia Ruto kwa sababu sijui hatupendi Wakalenjin. Hapana, ni Ruto ako na problem. Huyu mtu ako na problem.
Si Wakalenjin wako na, we want to
si Wakalenjin, ni huyu mtu ako na problem. Wakale ni wazuri sana, hata kuna mtu anaitwa Kipruto Arap Kirwa, kila saa asubuhi anaambia wao Wakalenjin tukue na haya kidogo ya wizi. Please Ruto, wacha kuachilia kina Meru Wamboi, wacha walipe tax, wanaachiliwa. Wacha kuachilia hawa watu wanaitangwa wakina Kariuki, wacha walipe tax, wanaachiliwa. Alafu mtu anafikiri ati atakuja kwa Wakenya awaambie walipe tax. Kuanzia Sunday, nothing will move on in this country. Hata hizo mapicha tutaangusha na tuchome. Hatutaki kuona watu wakora wakiongoza hii nchi.
I was surprised to hear Sudi akisema ati kuna watu wana finance Raila, and he even brought in somebody called Ogora. Hata nikashanga, I was beginning to learn with Ogora. Nikasikia is a chief of general staff. I mean, watu kama akina Sudi, si Ruto angewapeleka masomo ya Gubaru, ama si masomo ya Gubaru ilishanga SG, ama kuna ilishanga watu kama wapelekwe.
Nakwambia ile problem iko hii hata sijui ni nini tutasema. It is not only political, it is spiritual, it is environmental, Na mtu anasema ni mambo ya Mungu. Mungu gani huyu? The God we serve is not a God of confusion and dryness. There is something wrong with this government. And that is why unaiba kura ukifikiri. Hata kama kitu ingekuwa inafanya hata mimi ningeamini alishinda. But you are forcing yourself to lead people, but you have no capacity and even you don't have the audacity to even lead the people. It is sad and very unfortunate, and I'm so bitter because I was taking my kids to school, and I saw a family that didn't even have uniform. They didn't have even anything, but the mother wants to take them to school, and the principal says, "Pende msipende hapa lazima mkuje na school fees, ama mkuje na nguo, ama mkuje na nini." And that is the situation in this country. And then somebody ni kucheka tu na kusumai na kusema hataki handshake, sijui nini. Is a failed country, failed state. Within 4 months, people are shouting. So it is sad. It is sad. Hii mambo si ati tunachukia huyu jamaa. Huyu jamaa ameshindwa kuongoza nchi ya Kenya. In fact, I resign tu. Otherwise, itakuwa aibu sana wakati sasa anatolewa na wakati uchumi.
SGS akikuonyesha meno yenu yake, kuna shule ya matope iko pale Nandi. I will find the name. This guy calling himself I want to go for this guy akina Ruto na Tip Kemboi. Mnajua ile shule ya matope iko Nandi? Aren't there MPs in Nandi? You know charity begins at home. You cannot go around telling us that you're going to help this country, you're going to improve our lifestyle. Na kila kuchao bei ya mafuta imeongezeka, bei ya stima imeongezeka. Watu tukiangalia tunaona shule za matope pale Nandi. Watu wameiba mtihani. Tukiangalia wa members wa cabinet secretary wengine ni wezi, madarasi, rapists. I mean gangsters, serikali ya gangsters. Na kila uchao Gachagua akifungua mdomo, what comes out of his mouth? I mean, you begin wondering, alisomea SG, Kenyan, Ginyang, and Stone PK. I'm still asking myself, you people, are you sure Gachagua stepped into any university? I mean, university, anybody here on the chat section or on this panel who exactly knows which university Gachagua went to? Because I don't know. Hata huyo pengine nataka kupelekwa masomo ya Ngumbaru. Sijui Kenya Nginyani utasema nini?
Yeah, I had Babu Owino saying that they were in one school together, but they
cannot be in one school with Gachagua because Gachagua is very old.
I don't know, but I had Babu Owino say that. And I looked at Babu Owino, then I was wondering who was ahead, who was behind. So because there are people who sometimes go to school when they are old, but okay. I did not understand.
Kuna masomo mengine ilikuwango inaitwa mature entry. Hivi karibuni there is when parallel degrees came. Chika MSG ulisikia is a story. Kuna watu walisoma wakiwa mature. Gachagua kusoma mature entry. Maybe I really want to know where Gachagua went to school. Somebody needs to help me because I ask myself every day I wake up when he opens his mouth, and I don't believe that man graduated with a degree. If he graduated with a degree, then I want to question his teachers.
You know Gachagua, what people don't know about this Gachagua is that all this fame, all these riches that he has and all this flamboyance he has, this is it's what we call in English kid of President Moi. Si Mkikuyu.
Akona hiyo DNA ya Moi pia.
Yeah. So the reason why they came out to be a very recognized family in Nyeri is because Moi actually fathered him. That's a fact on the ground. So what is happening is that when you are fathered by Moi, you don't have to go to university. You are brought. You can be doctorate. Those are the kind kwa nyumba.
Yes, hata unasikia mnasema doctor
mamake alikuwa KANU activist in the 70s and 60s. alikuwa KANU activist in the 60s, anaitwa Martha Karua or something. Martha Karua was an activist. Yeye alikuwa slay queen ya watu ya KANU. Slay queen inamaanisha yeye wakati Moi anaenda huko Nyeri, wakuwa na watu wa Mai, huyo ndio walikuwa wanapigania them days. So that is where this problem arose. Na unaona karakter yake ni kama ya Moi, ya kufikiria nobody else matters in this country. So we are now tunaanza kuchimba watu, ndio tukienda kuongea pale Sunday tunasema who are these people. Si ati walitajirika na kuuza makaa ama nini, walipewa hiyo pesa bure na rais mstaafu, Rais Moi, kwa sababu yeye hata kunasemekana he was working at the age of 25 at the Ministry of Interior. Kwani yako na bahati gani? Kumbe ni hii mtoto ya KANU hii.
Ni mtoto ya KANU na no wonder, okay, niseme maneno ya mdomo yake, but he has such a full mouth and I think he needs to be taken back to school. Alisema kwamba ati apewe baba waonane naye, lakini baba juzi alisema kwamba that they are not in the same class. I mean, and Gachagua has been calling himself Mau. Mimi, nyinyi watu mnakumbuka, you people, you are from Mount Kenya now. I think Gachagua's family, maybe grandmother ama grandfather ni walikuwa wale wa home guard. Mnakumbuka maneno ya home guard? My grandmother alikuwa anaita home guard. Wakikuwa alikuwa anasema home guard. If you look at the behavior ya Gachagua, anakaa kama DNA ya Mau ama DNA ya home guard.
Home guard. Yes.
Ama SG, what do you see? If you look at the behavior of Gachagua, do you see the DNA of the Mau or DNA of the home guards? Those bootlickers. No wonder Baba alisema that he has been leaking the behind of, I don't want to say, he has been leaking the behind of. Amekuwa kirambaramba. Pande ingine hapa tutaki kusema. Yeah, Moi. So that is because he behaves like a home guard. He doesn't behave like a patriot. I mean, he doesn't behave like a patriot. All he said and done, PK, I think imegiria story mingi, lakini nimeona your motion today inasema kwamba hata ukweli sijasikia Ruto akicomment maneno ya hii story ya baba. I don't know, I think he has gone into hiding because I think the truth is coming out. So if somebody says William Ruto appears defenseless, I don't know what he's thinking, but I can tell you what is coming is not good for him. I can tell him that. Now, Jacaranda rally cannot be cancelled. Yes, I don't know. Somebody talking about cancelling. Pike kuna mtu anataka kuingia anaitwa Duncan Sigai kutoka kwa curtain atukujui. Sasa we only allowed SG because we know him, but we don't know who you are. So if you want to be allowed in the show, toka kwa curtain uongee kama sisi. We want to see who you are. Maybe ni Ruto ameingia, and we don't mind this chatting with Ruto ama Gachagua. I mean, these are free show. Anybody is free to express their views. So I don't think they can cancel the Jacaranda rally, PK, and I believe that they are making good plans, I mean, of the way forward. Because like I was asking, first and foremost, is that now it is clear that these people shamelessly stole the election, and they are imagining that they can rule Kenya after stealing the election. I think they have gotten away with it several times, so they think they can still do it again. Unajua kila mtu anakuwa na mwisho wake. Stone PK, hata bibi yako usifikirie utamweka kidole kwa macho mara 2 mara 3. Ati vile ulilipa mbuzi sijui mbuzi ngapi. Ati muitange ni bibi ya mbuzi. Ulipelekea baba yake mbuzi. Hata kama ulimpeleka shule, don't dare go there, usimweke vidole mara 2 mara 3, atafika mwisho. Na siku yenye bibi atafika mwisho, I mean, there will be a point of no return in that home. So these people have been stealing elections and they think they can get away with it. And on top of that, they are making life unbearable for Kenyans. Now, I want to ask Kenya Kwanza people, tell me seriously, when Uhuru was president, were we talking about the increase in cost of power? Tuliongelea hiyo maneno. Ama we were talking about Uhuru anapeana subsidy. Even Uhuru see how Uhuru managed the COVID situation. He tried very much to make life bearable for Kenyans. In fact, when it came to the COVID situation, Uhuru did a good job. And we can talk about the infrastructure in Kenya. We can talk about so much. As we ignore our wajingo walikuwa nasema ati hatukuri barabara kwani utatembelea juu ya mti ukienda kwenyu. So see what is happening now. You want to tell me that Kenyans are going to tolerate this? So Stone Pikachu nikurudishie usukani na uambie Duncan Sigei, tunakuomba toka kwa kati ndio tukuadmit kwa show. Asante Stone.
Thank you Julia. I can see Kenyan Ginyanang anataka kusema kitu. Ginyanang, kabla useme, hebu ni mwambie Duncan Sigei. Arab Sigei, toka kwa gaten. Wacha niongee na hiyo lugha labda ndio utaelewa. Toka kwa gaten kabisa, sina taa kuona hiyo sura yako. Hapa kwa TV huwezi kuingia bila toa sura ndio tuku-uplift, tuku-admit kwa studio. Anyway, it's open for anybody, but you have to come in clean. I also see there's somebody else there. Thomas Babu is trying. I think the network is giving you a challenge. What you need to do, just
he has to allow the StreamYard to configure his gadget. Thomas, yes. Babu, allow StreamYard to configure your gadget. Allow StreamYard to access your camera and your mic, so that you don't struggle with coming to the show.
Sure, Julia. Thank you. Allow. Allow kila kitu. Yeah. All right. Kenyan Ginyanyang, you want to say something?
It's Kenyan Ganyaning. That is Pokot. All right. I wanted to say something about Ruto. Ruto is not a hardworking person. What he has is he is a mastermind of bad things. And he organizes these groups very well. Remember about the t-shirts, which he sold 10 times. Same package. He went and consolidated or, talked with that few people who were in that office and conspired how they're gonna get a lot of money. And he took that package for the first time. Then he went back at night. He got the package from the same group, went with it, brought it during the day, 10 times, different occasions. Now, he got the money. As from that time, we have had so many things even before he became whatever he was by then. How many ministries has he been fired? Several. Because of the same being cunning and taking money out of, everywhere he passed, lazima watu wapige nduru. Kwa hivyo huu mchezo ameucheza mpaka hii dakika tuko na yeye. Ruto anapitiaga kwa shoulders za watu. Nyinyi mnaachwa mkiungua, yeye anaondoka na vitu, nyinyi mnaachwa mkienda kwa kotini kwenda kesi ambayo yule beneficiary amejiendea. You'll never see his footprints, even fingerprints on anywhere. Ndio saa hii unaona amerecruit wezi kama yeye. Ndio warundike chochote kinapatikana Kenya. And that is why he was saying that government will be centralized, that governors will not be getting money. Simply because now the money will be under control on one point, whereby he knows what is coming in and going out, because he will be the controller. He is not the president. He is the financier. He is the what is it called? Is it financial controller? Yeah, something like that. All these people have been put every corner. Kurundika hizo pesa kutoka kona hiyo, kona hii na zote ziletwe. Kumbuka Uhuru vile alisema. Alisema huyu ni mtu ambaye atakuwa anachukua pesa. Anakwambia hiyo ni yako, hii ni yangu, hii kidogo ni ya wananchi, hii ni yangu, hii ni yako, hii kidogo ni ya wananchi, but he is getting the biggest share. That is the government. That is what we have right now. Kwa hivyo msi expect any changes. Msi expect such a person to change. Nani alisha employ fisi kwa butchery? Huyo fisi hautapata pesa, atakula huyo mbuzi wako amalize. Kwa hivyo that is what we have in Kenya right now. We have fisi in a butchery. Anaangalia hiyo mbuzi, anaona hii mguu imenona sana, anachukua na meza, anasema sijui kama nitapatikana, sijui nitatoa pesa ya wapi ya hiyo mguu moja. Lakini anaangalia tena, anaona bado imebaki kubwa kubwa kidogo, anakata, anaweka kwa mdomo, anaenda hivyo mpaka anamaliza mbuzi. Pesa hakuna. So the owner of the butchery, huyo fisi anatoroka. That is the plan that is there. Ruto ataponyoka na wale watapatikana hawataweza kumuingiza kwa hiyo kesi, because he knows how to play his games of getting money without anybody realizing what he is doing. That is his plan. Kwa hivyo Kenya, don't expect any development from this guy. This guy is out there to enrich himself, however how much. He don't care. Jana, in fact, when you said whatever about those people who died, Julia, yesterday I spoke and I said, who knows how many people are dying right now? Who knows people who are going through depression right now? Just because it is not my sister, is not my brother, is not my relative, we cannot tell how many people are going through depression or suicide or hungry. That's what I said yesterday. But it is very sad that that is a very saddening story. I haven't heard yet, but if it is true, but I believe it's true, Kenyans, we are in a hardship time, which we need to cultivate and think twice. We don't need to spare this government. We cannot keep on losing people because of few who have selected themselves. We never elected them. They selected themselves. So we have to work hard to get there and then have our Kenya back into our hands, because we know we are brother and sister keeper. Thank you, Julia and Stone PK.
Asante, yes. Moisiru, kwa ile lugha ya French inaitwa Moisiru. Moisiru guru. Kenya nyanga tunaitanga aje hao watu?
Nini hiyo?
Moisi, tunasemanga Moisi. I mean, there's a word we use there in Mount Kenya for those tough thieves.
Moisike guaru kana?
Moisike guaru. Yeah, hiyo ndio umedescribe hivyo. Karibu Thomas Babu. Thomas Babu, twakukaribisha.
Habari yenu, nawasalimia nyinyi wote.
Twasalimika, karibu kwa mjadala.
Nimefurahia sana kwa kunipatia hii nafasi kidogo, na mimi nichangie, at least nichangie kidogo. Niko kwa barabara lakini nitachangia. Mimi I'm very happy kusikia ile malalamishi ya kila mtu yenye anachangia, yenye analalamikia, and at least all of us, we are concerned of what is going on in our country, what is taking place, the lies that are going around, watu wetu wakiambiwa, wakidanganywa. Lakini I'll keep saying this, Uhuru aliwaambia, I'm leaving. I will be retiring. I will be going to Ichaweri. And the people within the 3 months, people will start crying. And what Uhuru told the people of the mountain, at least now they can see. And if they can't see it, it is on the way coming. Na inakuja na ile kifumbi. Ingawaje, what I don't know, sijui kama ni what is going on there. Sijui kama hii pesa ya Ruto, wenye watu wamekula pesa ya Ruto, hata ukamwambilia nini, hata ukawaambia namna gani, hawezi wakafunguka macho. Hawezi wakaona that this guy, huyu jamaa alikuwa na waragai na kuwadanganya. This guy used to say that nikipatiwa tu namna hii, I put down my Bible, then things will start trickling from heaven. But whatever he promised when he was campaigning, they haven't seen it. None has been seen it. All he keeps on is trying to change all the time. When he's asked, what he tells the people, give us time. But when you are campaigning, alikuwa anasema mimi nikiweka tu Biblia namna hii chini, vitu zitatoka huko mbinguni. Anything, ile pain, ile ugumu, ile shida, mtu yote ambaye ametoka west, ama ametoka coast, ametoka wapi, ama ametoka huko South Nyanza, ama Northeastern, ama ametoka Central, hiyo pain itakuwa inakuuma. Kama inauma mtu ya pande ile, na wewe itakuwa inakuuma. Ile mlikuwa mnaambiwa hasara, mama mboga, boda boda, that is no more. Watu walikuwa na hii serikali itakuwa ni ya mahasala na wa mama mboga. Lakini wakati ile serikali waizi ambao makesi zao zimetupwa, zile kesi zilikuwa active, wengine ni wauaji, wengine ni rapist. Their cases were thrown out. Sai wamekuwa sanitized, wamekuwa peupe kama barafu, kama snow. Yenye hii sisi tunaonanga huku pande penye mahali sisi tuko. Saizi uno wakaoshwa wakakuwa to step down, and it was given that the Uhuru has exceeded the presidency. The guy changed completely. Sijui ni kitu gani aliramba, sijui ni hiyo vile Raila anasema eti akina Gachagua waliramba kutoka kwa nani huko chini. I don't know. Na mpaka saa hii watu hawa jamaa wakienda kama ni huko Central, na wanadanganya wale watu kabisa, kia Mungu wanawaambia eti maajabu itaonekana. Maajabu itaonekana. Na wanajua kwamba kabisa sasa kila kitu imeanza kwenda mbaya. Electricity mambo, mwenye alikuwa ananunua December, mwenye alikuwa ananunua token ya 1000 in December, token ilikuwa ukinunua 1000 ilikuwa unapata 49.2. But right now ukinunua with 1000 Kenya shillings, what you get is 37 point something. na bado inakuja. Ile unga walikuwa wanaambiwa within when by the time we take over everything will come down to 7 shillings. Hakuna chenye imekuja. Yenye vitu mingi waliahidiwa, lakini mimi nashangaa na kweli hao watu hawawezi wakafunguka hata macho. What is the problem with our people? Yani watu hawawezi wakafunguka hata wenye wale viongozi wenye walikuwa na waragai, wanawadanganya, wanawaambia hivi na hivi. Watu hawawezi wakaona. Angalia mambo ya shule. Serikali ya Mwai Kibaki na serikali ya Uhuru Kenyatta at least ilikuwa inajaribu, ilikuwa inasaidia, inalipia pesa kidogo, hata kama inalipa ni 20,000 ile wenye walikuwa wanalipa, ngani na wewe unaongezea ile yenye utakuwa ukiongezea. Lakini sasa kila kitu imetolewa. Angalia nini sasa. I don't know what our people watafanya, lakini the only thing ni ifanywe revolution. Kama inaweza kuja ikue ile mapinduzi kama yenye ilifanyikanga huko Ghana, ile ya 1978, ile ya Jerry Rawlings, and those people wawekwa huko, yani mwenye ule amehusika na wizi na crimes zote wawekwa huko Arabwa, wapigwa marisasi, ndio ikue funzo. Lakini kama hatutafanya namna huyu jamaa atatumbukiza hiyo inji, itaingia vibaya, itaingia kwa moto, na sio rahisi huyu jamaa kukuja kumtoa. Sababu sasa angalia, hata wale watu tulikuwa tunaamini huko kutoka Central walikuwa Jubilee, wote mpaka sasa wameanza kuramba huyo jamaa. The rights of akina Sabina Chege, the rights of Kanini Kega na hao watu wengine. Saa hii angalia huyu jamaa jana ama ni juzi, ni jana, huyu anaitwa Gachagua alikuwa amekutana na MCA wa Jubilee katika Nairobi County. Ameenda kukutana nao. Why Gachagua anaenda kukutana na watu wa Jubilee? And it's not in Jubilee, it's in UDA. Ni nini hii wako nayo, wanadanganya watu wetu mpaka unakuta mtu mwenye, what do you believe in the party or you believe in an individual? Kwa nini wewe unaitwa ni mtu wa UDA? What do you believe? Una believe na hii jamaa ama you believe in a party? Anyway, Mungu asaidie nchi yetu na tuombe Mungu sana, but inatakikana ile mabadiliko kubwa, na baba tuko nyuma yake. Kama ni uwezo chochote baba tuonyeshe njia namna hii, sisi tunataka tufuate hiyo njia. Hiyo njia ndio tunaelekea, ile watu ndio wakombolewe. Otherwise huyu jamaa anataka kutumbukiza hii nchi yetu mahali mabaya, and this guy atakuwa dictator ule mbaya ndani Museveni, ndani na wale wengine. Ni huyu jamaa, kama ni uwezo huyu jamaa atolewe kabisa, apinduliwe. Ikipatikana kama ni hiyo, hata kama ni pesa inatolewa watu changie, I'm ready to give my money. Thank you, nimeshukuru. Niko kwa barabara naendelea kusikiza vile watu mnachangia. Asante sana.
Yeah, asante Babu. Good to hear from you Babu. Tujaonana siku nyingi bana, tangu Washington. Ulipotelea wapi bro?
Niko kazini, niko kwa barabara, naingianga kazi saa 10 ya jioni.
Yes.
Sasa kama saa hii sasa mimi natoka hapa New Jersey naelekea huko upande ya PA.
Sawa, nitatafuta namba yako nilipoteza, nitakutafuta tu.
Namba ukitaka namba utaipata. Nataka nikupatie namba hapo, uandike haraka.
Niambie haraka niandike, ni muhimu bana.
Okay, iko 201 685 2800.
Sawa, hamna shida. Hiyo nitakuinbox.
Basi mimi niko hapa naendelea kusikiza bado. Mimi niko kwa barabara mpaka saa 10 asubuhi.
Kabisa, fanya bidii, tunakuhitaji na tunahitaji hiyo nguvu kule ground. Sasa kabla nilete okay, sawa. AG kabla uje ama Kenyan Ginyani, ningetaka nijibu one of the comments that was raised a little bit earlier ati kwamba Kenya tayari ati economy ilikuwa imeharibika. Ati sasa si Ruto ameharibu economy. You see, wale wasikizaji na wale tuko nao kwa panel, you know, Wakenya wamefunzwa kuishi kwa uongo. Ni kweli economy ilikuwa tunang'ang'ana, lakini Julia umewauliza swali, tulikuwa tunang'ang'ana, mbona haikuwa na hiyo mashida kubwa? Mbona Uhuru alikuwa anajaribu kuziba? Jibu ni sawa, na ni ukweli kwamba Azimio ilipounda manifesto yao and what they were going to do, it was based on the current situation of the country. That's why in transition from Uhuru to Azimio, Baba walikuwa wame come up with very strong points that were supposed to mitigate and safeguard the people. Moja ni hii ya shilingi 6,000. Do you know what that means? I'm bringing now to answer this question of people dying in Kiambu. Do you know people who are just up there, Kinanjidi Nyoro, they have no feeling, no touch, no attachment with the ground? They don't know. Kuna mtu ambaye hana shilingi 50 hata ya kununua kabanchi kamoja kasukuma wiki. I'm telling you, that is the reality. There are people who are so down, they don't know where to get even 50 bob. What difference would the 6,000 have made in a household? Wale watu wanaishi kwa Ivory Towers tu ndio hawajui. You know, ndio inasemanga mtu kama hujawahi vaa kiatu kikufinye, ukisikia mtu anakuambia hii kiatu mazee inanifinya, you have no idea. Kama hujawahi lala njaa, you have no idea. You just assume, oh, njaa inakuaga hivi nini. If you've never slept hungry, you have the luxury and na una hiyo baraka, please just know that it is. Nilisikia watu walikuwa wanapuuza, watu wa UDA 6,000 ni nini na 6,000 mean not in a household. Some of us have gone through that kind of life. We know what 1,000 shillings would do in a family for that day. We know what mama mboga zao nasikia Ruto alikuwa na masifu. We know what they have, what they take home. Anauza mboga, anabaki na 500 ya stock ya kesho. Anaenda na 500 ananunua kaunga na nyanya na nini. That is the survival that the majority of people are going through. So Baba's manifesto, Azimio's manifesto, was people driven. It was the quick fix, the rapid fix of what we are living a lie. A lie we are living, saying that Ruto won, saying that Ruto was never in the government. He criticizes a government that he was part of for 10 years. He was earning that salary. All the destruction and the fouls that became of that country, he was part and parcel of it, but he has no clue as to how to fix it. All right? And that's why we have this problem. If you read manifesto ya Azimio, ilikuwa imeaddress hizo quick impact interventions za mwananchi wa kawaida. You can't run a country when the mass is crying, when the mass are writhing with pain, when the mass are crying of this electricity, unatuambia ni restructuring. What the heck of restructuring are you doing when everybody else is suffering and dying? Who will buy that electricity? Ulituambia about 10 miles and they can't afford. What will happen? So basically, Ruto is living a lie. It's a hyena in the shed. It's there to kill all the lambs and all the goats. So, and I'm happy that it's happening this soon. So the Kenyans are feeling the pain and the revolution is real. The seed has been sowed. The sprouting is there. So come Sunday, people are telling us at Mashemeji Dabi, that's garbage ya kina Itumbi. Who is Mashemeji? Mashemeji is AFC and Gore. You expect Gore to go and play football when Baba is in town? You are dreaming. That's a serious dream. And these bloggers of UDA are so foolish that they are able to float that kind of nonsense. So poleni sana, Baba has declared there is no stopping. And even now, bila aliweka hiyo gear, he cannot even, hata akiwa mgonjwa tutambeba, atakaa hapo, touch the wood, anakaa hapo na Sunday will continue. So Sunday is unstoppable. And Ruto and his people, they are so blinded. They should have stopped this from happening by just admitting, enyewe poleni. In mtaani we used to, kinishika nimebamba kitu yako, nilikuwa nakwambia mazee, nilikuwa tu najaribu. And then ninakurudishia. Ukinipata mtu alikuwa amechukua kiatu yako hivi, unamwambia ni, alafu anakwambia bro, ilikuwa tu nataka kuona ama uko ridho. That's how people used to play that game in the village ama in mtaani. So Ruto tumemshika with his pants down. He kept on saying he has won, he has won. Little did they know kuna kitu kama hiyo tatokea, and we thank God. Our prayers actually have gone to the right God, because it is God that has touched the heart and the brain of this Kenyan who is so patriotic, the hero now. We will remove away the heroism that was accorded to this thief and burglar and madman called Chebukati, and give to this whistleblower. And I'm appealing to Raila and team to make sure that they take that family of that guy or lady or whoever it is, wamtoe huko Kenya kabisa, because Ruto will kill him. He should be helped out of that country, apelekwe in a safe place, safe haven for the rest of his life, because if he lands in Kenya without Baba being the president, he's finished. We know that. We know that. So let's not be careless about this kind of information. And the information is good, imesambazwa kila mahali. And this journey is going to be bloody. That's the truth. Itakuwa ni shida. We are wrestling this out of a thug. And ukiona amenyamaza, he's colluding, he's thinking of what to do. They are hunting, they went combing.
He's trying to navigate the army. Ulisikia Sudi alikuwa anasema ati anaanza kutaja kina Ogola, kuna watafutia. You know, they are only 3 months into the government soon. Sasa ukweli kwamba I don't think they still have the grip of the army. You know, unajua when you are insecure, hata kama wewe ni baba uko insecure, unafikiria hata watoto wako watakuchapa usiku. Ni vile tu kununua chakula jana. So I think he's trying to navigate. Stone pika endelea.
Yeah, so as I was saying, it is a serious one, and I want also Baba and his people to be very, 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 very keen now, because the path has been drawn. We know the destination. The destination is not about kwenda disco ama kwenda kurukaruka tukisema nini nini. The destination is State House, and it's not going to be easy. If destination is not State House, tuambiwe mapema, we withdraw and sit and watch as things get worse and people get consumed into this corrupt regime. Otherwise, if the destination is Kingston, and for this time Kingston is a State House, then we get rejuvenated. Jacaranda will be an icon. What you will see in Jacaranda will be almost close to what you saw in Uhuru Park. And Baba knows. And that crowd, once it's gathered there, I don't know what we will do to take them home without them achieving the objective. We might achieve this objective earlier than we thought. It is unstoppable. And that's why personally, I hate Ruto. That one I don't fear to say. But I would give him this advice for free. Nabi Ruto, just give up what you stole, because this storm will be just too heavy to wither. It is heavy. It is heavy storm. This heavy is unbelievable. This, storm is, it's nyingine hii ajabu. Kenya is going to set a record. Yes, there will be a president that will have only ruled that country for how many years? For how many months? 5 months. I know the shortest president was Ochuka. Okay? But now this one will be the shortest of all. And he had all the time to say, haya basi, wacha nirudishe kile nilikuwa nimeiba, kumbe ilikuwa mmelala, lakini nimerudisha because it's true I stole it, na munisamee nikae kwangu Sugoi bila kusumbuliwa, aendelee kukuza kuku zake bila kusumbuliwa. That is what we think, and that is what we are up to. Azimio is not relenting. We are heading there. You told us power is taken. Yes, this one we are going to wrestle it out of this hyena. And that's what's gonna happen. Wale wengine UDA, you don't need to come to this channel here to, if you think we are lamenting, just sit and wait. Kwa Kimbere tunasemanga ngojea na mwili. Ngojea, weka mwili ungoje usikie vile tutailipua. That is how it goes. Ngojea na mwili.
So can I play the clip? Can I play the clip ile niliwaambia ya watu walikufa Kiambu?
Please go ahead, Julia.
Hiyo ni kwamba watu 4 wamejitoa uhai usiku wa kuamkia leo katika kijiji cha Nyathuna, eneo bunge la Kabete, kaunti ya Kiambu, na miongoni mwa 4 hao ni wanaume 2 ambao wanadaiwa kujinyonga na mama ambaye anakisiwa kumpa mwanawe sumu hadi kufa kabla ya kujiua pia kwa sumu. Mili ya mama huyo na mwanawe ilipatikana nyumbani mwao, na matukio hayo sasa yameibua wasiwasi mwingi sehemu hiyo. Wakazi wameomba idara husika kabiliana na changamoto ya msongo wa mawazo katika eneo hilo. Mili ya 4 hayo imehifadhiwa katika hospitali ya Wagenge.
Mtu yeyote unaona akona depression, ongea na huyo mwingine na huyo mwingine ili tuweze kuwasaidia tusiwe na janga kama hili. Sasa mtoto ameenda, mama ameenda, lakini kama tungepata nafasi tuongee na wao pengine haingefika hapa imefika.
Pengine mtu anaangalia vile maisha imekuwa ghali, sasa naona jambo mzuri kujitoa uhai. Kwa hiyo ni jambo mzuri, basi kila mtu bana nafasi yako serikalini, mkubwa kwa wadogo, tuone vile tuweza kuwa tunazingatia ile maisha tuweza ilete chini, ndio watu wetu waache kuwa na fikra mingi za kimaisha.
YouTube TV has no
Thank you, Julia, for that clip. What else do Kenyans want? Whether you do psychosocial counseling or anything, njaa haina psychosocial counseling. Njaa is njaa. The fact that you have no food to eat, then you have a family. Unaona watoto wako, they are here. I mean, people can handle this differently, but the ultimate thing is what you have seen. We cannot have any stimulant. We cannot have anything that is supposed to trigger an uprising more than this. How many families are going through this? And then we are here tunapayuka, going for pressure, the strategy you have. What strategy can you have when you cannot save a life in your country? What other strategy can you have as a government when you cannot mitigate loss of life? So sincerely speaking, even one. And that's why I love people like the First World. They value even one life. One person losing a life, it becomes a national crisis and a national calamity, which is declared in the House of Commons or in the Parliament and all that. That a family has lost or they have committed suicide because of lack of food. This is unbelievable. And yet, we are stealing billions and billions in the name of Sijui Hustler Fund, Sijui Nini, all the nonsense we've had. This government should not even be there for the next 3 days. In fact, Sunday is when we are supposed to ride over, go and raid the State House. And I'm appealing to the armed forces. Don't nurse this hyena. You guys, you have become like you are a year. These armed forces of Kenya we have. No wonder Muhoho says, no, not Muhoho. What is the name of this guy of Uganda? Muhonza, son of Museveni. No wonder sometimes he says he can run over the country called Kenya. Ametudharau kiasi hiyo. The armed forces, you are seated there. Mnakuaguliwa gwaride, garide linafanywa nini? Linakaguliwa na mwizi. Hyena. You are there saluting to a hyena. And then you still say you are defending the country and the people of Kenya when we have such things happening. Yeah, which is very, very unfortunate, very, very sad. Kenya, unataka kusema kitu kuhusu hiyo clip?
Tony PK, it is very sad to hear that. And when we are speaking here, No, there are still another number of people going the same. Huyu Ruto amezoea kuwa anaambia watu nipe muda, nipe muda. Okay, now that family maybe walikuwa na hope ya huo muda alikuwa naomba. Sasa wako wapi? Wameisha. Sasa atapea nani muda? Ni nani atampea muda? Hao sababu wamekufa. Does he regret what he is doing or what he did by snatching somebody's win? Does he regret? Does he regret the lives of people who have passed away during his time because of the problems that is going on in Kenya? Does he regret all what he has said with his own mouth that is not fulfilled? Does he regret that when he look at himself and see all these evil things happening in Kenya is his cause? Does he regret why he ran with promises that he did to people who believed on him, and now he has thrown them under the bus? What is other things are we waiting for this guy to do? What other evil things are we expecting from him? Because I don't expect anything good out of him. If somebody can sanitize thieves, murderers, rapists, everything, what else are we expecting him to do? He has no answer. Maybe right now he's listening to us and trying to say, what are these people saying? But we are calling you. You are not the right person to rule Kenya, to lead Kenya, to lead Kenyans. Because Kenyans are smart, they understand, they know all what is going on because it is their country. And whatever they expected to hear from you, those who voted for you, is a shame. They cannot get where they were going. They cannot get what they were expecting from you. What happened after you put the Bible down? Does it mean Kenya changed? Kenya became new to you? I can't believe that Kenyans can go through so much because of one person who takes and pretends that he is leading people to destiny. It is awful and a terrible thing to happen in Kenya. I believe there are so many people regretting right now, and so many people depressed, and so many people sick, and so many people hungry, and so many people sick during this time that there is no expectation of good change. Kenyans, let's be thoughtful and pray to God that this thing happens and goes on in the right way, because Baba will be the redeemer. Huyo ndio atatuokoa kutoka kwa mikono ya fisi. When you look at all these people who are in this government, they have no idea what they are doing. They are people on borrowed time. And when they talk of freedom, I think freedom, that word was wrong in the dictionary for them. They cannot use that. Freedom is not for them because there is no freedom from them. It's only demolishing and destructing people's lives. Let's pray and ask God to give us strength to fight our way out, because we have to do it. We have to do it. This is not a joke. This is a serious matter in our country. And in fact, we are not fighting for one Kenyan. We are fighting for all Kenyans. And I know they know that. The few who collaborate with the government that is there, ole wako. And one day, when this will come to pass, you'll also enjoy and rejoice. And it's secretly that you'll not say thank you, but in your heart, you'll say thank you. Because the life people are going through right now, it's evil and never accepted in our country. Thank you, Stone PK.
Yeah, thank you, Kenyan Ginyani. There is something I want to comment about. 2 points that have been mentioned by our followers. One is about the is about the budgeting for what to steal. This is the modern way of stealing, and it is very common not only in our country Kenya, but it's common to any country, any organization that is full of thieves. The easiest way and the most kind of discreet way of stealing is to make sure that you build in what you will steal in a budget. So you start planning to steal from the budgetary point. Those of you who do budgeting, you know what that means. So in a country where you have captured everybody, that is the kind of planning that you do. And that is Ruto's speciality. Ruto with his people and all that, it's their profession. You know, you budget for Kimwalel, put in exaggerated figures and there. So you steal and you steal hiyo na unaiba na kila kitu. If something is costing 1 million, then you make sure it's 10 million. So that you have 9 million that you are going to steal. And then it will not happen. So even if it doesn't happen, you've already gotten your cut. It's a very simple way of stealing, but because you collaborate with everybody else, right from treasury all the way down, you are able to do what we have done. And that is why in Kenya, it is set record. Globally, Kenya is where we started stealing money in terms of billions. No other country in Africa was losing that kind of money. It was confirmed by Uhuru also that we were losing 2 billion a day. It is unbelievable, and people just took it lightly. But yes, that is what it is. So you can imagine now the master plan of that kind of stealing is the president, and that's why he did what he did. And number two, he knew that the best way to also silence people is to go through the Bible way, go through the church and, select all these upcoming, mushrooming, poor people who purport to be pastors and lay readers. They wear that collar. Wengine hata ujui walisomea theology wapi. You see, I would want people to read about Rwanda. Why do you think Kagame one day woke up and he said, ataki nonsense ya Bwana asifiwe, that you cannot start a church there unless you have attended a theology training, which I think it's a minimum of either 2 or 3 or 4 years, a degree. Because if you commit to that, ukicommit to study hiyo kitu, then you definitely become genuine to some extent. It was check and balance. And he expurged any other nonsensical mushrooming churches. Yeah. That is, I tell people always to try and learn things that some of these leaders have done. It's because Kagame knew that the church was going to be used to lie to people, because you are always told don't question the matter of faith, which is a lie. Why should I not question the faith? Why not? If I think you are a thief and you are pretending to be a saved person, I'll question. I'll say you stole my thing. Even if you were a pastor, nitawambia wewe ni mwizi. I get you with my wife and you are a pastor, I treat you as a thief and an adulterer. Don't tell me not to question pastor and all that. And that is the problem we have in Kenya. The church got rotten, and that's why Ruto went through the church. and you see the result of that. We've seen how the colonialists came to colonize Africa. They came through the Bible. Yeah, they told you anything you have, unaambiwa amini Mungu. You wait for God. God will come and save you. God will come and give you money. God will come and help you from poverty. Wewe kaa hivyo hivyo tu. Kaa hapo kwako tu. Hata usifikirie kulima. Wewe omba Mungu. Sunday you are in church. Okay? You bring whatever you have, sell your chicken to make sure unakuja kutoa sadaka kwa Mungu. Lies. Oh, these are lies. Impoverization of the poor. Okay? Extortion of the poor. And that is what has happened. That is where Kenya is where it is. That route is what has dropped Kenya. Kenyans dropped their guards. They started saying Ruto. Hata saa hii wa Kenya wanasema Ruto ni mtu wa Mungu. Ni kama kuna mtu wa shetani. There's no human being that belongs to aliundwa na nini if you have the faith. Hakuna mtu wa shetani. Okay? So now they said serikali yao ni ya Mungu. Wacha wakipata pate. Kwani Mungu wao wako wapi? Sasa hao wamejinyonga Kiambu. Mbona Mungu hakuja kuwasaidia? Wasije wakajinyonga. So Kenyans should know that it is the devil that is leading them. It is the evil leader. He doesn't care about people's life. So that's why Kenyans should whatever. Then there's somebody who was asking, what is happening with Akina Sabina Chege, Akina Kanini Kega? I said on this program, I think a week or 3, 4, 5 days earlier, and I told Kenyans, don't even bother about the leaders. We don't bother. These leaders, the so-called leaders, ni watu wa njaa. They are tumbocrats. Ni selfish people. Wanajitetea. They are so hungry. They can even go to Ruto and start apologizing so that they get appointed and all that. Okay? So these are the crop of leaders, the crop of people that would die for Kenyans is long gone. Imebaki tu na Ruto. And very few people. Maybe 1 or 2 other leaders who are going to emerge. But majority of who we have, it's their tumbo first. Watakula nini? Wakiitiwa pesa, waitiwe kazi, kwisha. And then they lie to you that they were in Azimio to redeem wananchi, to fight for wananchi. That's a lie. That's a lie. Yeah. So as of now, you can only rely on Baba. And wananchi wasianze kuuliza ati wapi governors, wapi sijui wale, those leaders that were elected. Forget about them. It is about you, wananchi. Electricity bill, the MP doesn't feel it. The governor doesn't feel it. Okay, the women rep doesn't feel it. These guys you elected, they are good to go. Their salaries are too huge. Hata hii stima ikipanda 200%, they will still pay. It's paid for by the government. So mwananchi, don't even start saying ati mkutano fulani, nani MP hawakuja. Those MPs, you are even supposed to dump them. Tukifanya hiyo revolution, we dump them into the matangi ya takataka uko Dandora. That's where they belong. So mwananchi, you are absolutely on your own. And if we manage to do the revolution and Baba becomes the president, then that's when you know what to do. You elect, if you announce, somebody is announced who you don't want, react immediately. Wachana maneno ya sheria. There is no law when law is not being followed. I asked here on this, and I'm still asking even those who are listening to us, when 2 wrongs don't make a right, when do you make a right? When 2 wrongs can't make a right, then when do you ever get a right? And what do you do to get it right? I'm throwing this to people because unaambiwa 2 wrongs don't make a right. Ruto amekunyang'anya, ameiba, so you are supposed to go to the law. That's where we went, and we were given the bull S. 2 wrongs. So how do we correct that? You are being told, oh, adhere to the constitution. Kenya is a constitutional country, is a democracy country, but these idiots are not following the constitution. The thieves are not following that constitution, because if they were following constitution, they would not have stolen the election. Then who is the loser here? Mwananchi. Why? Because you have thieves overseeing your resources. And you sit there being told, Omba Mungu, let's pray. Let's go to church and pray. Yeah, you pray that one day Ruto will change and take care of you. It will never happen. It will never happen. Then lastly, there is one thing that is emerging, that Sunday, the UDA government is going for a Thanksgiving, prayer giving in Narok. And stupidly, they start announcing that the senator of Narok should never be seen near that meeting, you know. And then people have started debating about it. I'm asking Kenyans, really, even Azimio people, would you be mad to attend prayer meeting, Ruto, UDA people? Would you be really crazy, even if you are the MP of the area and they are coming to your moral? Should you, if you are really right and you stand with Azimio and the people of Kenya, would you sit on the same days with UDA thugs and thieves praying in your constituency? How would you become a hero? Would you attend? And then people telling you, oh, you know, you have to attend because it's your constituency. Must you sit and dine with the blood hands, stolen, thieving hands? I'm throwing to Azimio people, and that's why I'm telling Kenyans, forget Azimio leaders. Because there's no way you'll tell me that unaweza kaa na Ruto kwa meza moja, at you are recognizing he's the president. And then you start saying he must go. How will you do that? How can you double speak? You dine with him, you are supporting him. Where kaa huko kuwa UDA, and then you uendelee. Because it is either you attend his rallies and confirm him and be with him, or ignore them completely. Kaa kando kabisa, manake hiyo ni upuzi. So Narok, they are trying to make it a hype. I mean, they are trying to hype that Oledama has been given warning. He should not attend that meeting. And I hope Oledama, the way I know him as a soldier, he should not even think about it. After all, on Sunday, we are in Jacaranda. He is better off in Jacaranda, talking to people. And then anytime he wants to do his meeting in Narok, he can always do it anytime he wants. And after all, Azimio, Baba is going to Narok for the same consultations. So his time will come and he will explain to his people why he would not attend such a meeting. I felt I should bring that up because it's trending now that Oledama has been warned not to attend Ruto's thing. That is the UDA nonsense. So UDA should be there with its followers, and then Azimio people should not attend meetings. I understand they have been forced. Letters have been circulated. The governor has said if you miss that meeting, if you are a civil servant, you are county staff, you'll be fired. You'll be sacked. You know, I think when Julia comes, I'll ask her to play that clip. Yeah, Mr. Who, that gentleman, the governor, issuing warning that people should attend. It's a must. I said it on this TV that Moi is back. Arab Moi is back. Moi was the one who, whenever he comes to your town, you must line up and tingisa. If you tingisa kidole, the schools would close for the children to line up. Okay, all the leaders, all the shops would be closed. If you opened that shop, you would be dealt with cacophoniously. So we are back, and we have seen this script. We know this script. When we say Ruto is evil, we know it. And he's doing exactly, only that he's magnifying what Daniel Moi did, probably by a factor 5. Yeah. And that's why you see in 5 months, he has really done what we call fast running, fast tracking, you know, going sniffing where there is money quickly. Yeah. You know, ask yourself, you take over from a government that had planned 2023 budget. Then all what you do is you come now, you start cutting off, closing. It's simply because you are looking for where to steal, the money to steal. So you have to steal that. They could not even wait for their budget 2023, 2024. Walianza na kuiba hii, what there is. Na Wakenya mutajua hamjui. Mutapiga nduru, watu watajinyonga. Yeah? Yesu wenyu ni Raila. That is the one who will save you. Wa Kenya. Mtaambua muende kanisani. Kanisani hakuna solution. Kanisani omba nguvu tu, you resist, na tupindue hii serikali. Hii serikali, people are saying, oh, Baba Azimio is sabotaging the government. Yes, indeed, yes, that's what we want to do. We want to make it ground to a stop. We want it to stop. We want to bring it down to its knees. That is exactly what we are doing. Babu, I'm Kenyan.
Yeah, Story BK. There is this question I might want to ask about the Christianity and the Muslims. Does it mean that Kenya is only for Christians, not these other religions? The Islam, the Hinduism, and the rest. But that's all the time what we are told, Kenya ni ya Wakristo, yani nchi yetu ni ya Wakristo. Why haven't we seen hii mambo yenye inafanyika katika makanisani, hii ambao wamekuwa they have been brainwashed, they have eaten Ruto's money devil's money, mpaka wamekuwa changed. That one we are not seeing in the Muslims, in the mosques, in the temples. Why is it only that we are seeing it katika makanisa yetu? Na mbona makanisani imegeuka kuwa, yani we don't have people wenye wako na msimamo wenye kama ule msimamo akina Timothy Njoro walikuwa nao, akina Henry Okuru, akina Alexander Muge, na wale wengine akina Bishop Kidali, na wale wengine akina Ndini Mwana Nzeki. Mbona hatuna ile msimamo ya watu kama hiyo? Sasa imekuwa ni kule kwamba unaona kama hii juzi nani huyu Ruto anaenda huko Kirinyaga, yani eti wameenda maombi, but what we were seeing there, hiyo eti maombi ikageuka kuwa siasa, and the bishops there walikuwa wanapiga makofi, they were clapping, wanapiga makofi, wanapiga makofi wakisikia vile Gachagua wanaongea, vile hao watu wengine wanaongea. Yani kanisa inageuzwa inakuwa ni Raila, kila kitu inakuwa ni Raila. Ila kwamba Raila sio yeye amegeuza hii shida ambayo Wakenya wako nayo, wenye walikuwa wanadanganywa. Wale watu wa huko Kirinyaga wenye walikuwa wanadanganywa, sio Raila ameleta hii shida yoyote. Wao walikuwa wameambiwa na huyo nabii wao that nikichukua hii serikali kila kitu itakuwa inatoka mbinguni, kila kitu, everything will change, and things will start trickling from heaven. Mbona watu wamekuwa wajinga namna gani? Mpaka makasisi wetu wamekuwa wajinga kiasi ile, eti kwamba hata nyinyi mnapiga makofi mkijua kwamba huyu jamaa ni kuandaa watu, ni kudanganya watu, is taking advantage of the ignorance na ile kutojua ama kutoelewa, na nyinyi mnapiga makofi badala mkuwe na msimamo ule wa kuambia, mwambie this guy, mwambie wacha kudanganya watu. Ile kudanganya, umedanganya hao watu, kumetosha, is enough. Umedanganya kutoka ulianza wakati kutoka 2018. You have been lying to these people. Enough is enough. Wacha kudanganya watu sababu watu wanaumia. What is the problem with the bishops? Wenye hii makanisa yenye Ruto anaendanga kuenda kudanganya watu. What went wrong? Mbona hatuwezi kuwa na watu maaskofu wenye nimetaja hawa, wenye ambao wameondoka hii dunia, wenye walikuweko hiyo mbele, wenye walikuwa wamesimamisha, they had a stand and they fought for the second elaboration. Wakapigania the multi-party system ile wakati wa 1990s, wakasimamisha damu, wakasimamisha Moi. What is the problem with these people? Yani kwamba ile pesa, unajua mimi kusema kweli huwezi ukandanganya, sababu I believe huyo Ruto is one of the devil worshippers, na yeye ndio wa ile kanisa hiyo dhehebu, eti kwamba ukikula pesa yake tu namna hii unakuwa mjinga. Hata ukuwe namna gani, hata kama ulikuwa na akili ya aina gani, unageuka unakuwa mjinga. Ulikuwa na vision, ulikuwa na maono, lakini once ukikula hiyo pesa ya huyo jamaa unageuka unakuwa mjinga. Unageuka unakuwa kama ile warthog. Unajua warthog hata warthog ikikimbishwa na mnyama inakimbia, alafu unakuta imesahau, inasimama, inasahau eti kwamba ilikuwa inakimbishwa. Kuna adui mwenye alikuwa anaikimbisha, inasahau kabisa, tena inasimama, inaanza kukula nyasi. Hiyo ndio mimi nalinganisha na huyu jamaa anaitwa Ruto. Mbona watu wasifunguke macho? Unadanganya watu masikini, unajua kabisa eti wewe ni kuwadanganya, unawadanganya. Na viongozi hao tuko nao wote. Wewe angalia huyu jamaa ametoa hizo subsidies, zimetolewa hiyo ya fuel, zilitolewa za wapi, zimetolewa za nini, zimetolewa hizo za electricity, imetolewa kila kitu. Na bado unaendelea kuramba huyo jamaa. Na viongozi ambao wamesoma kabisa, wameenda shule, wamesoma kabisa, wamehitimu, wako na madigiri, wengine wako na masters, lakini kwamba unakuta wanaunga mkono, wanapigilia huyo jamaa, wanapiga makofi, wanasema yeye ndio Mungu wetu, tumepatiwa na Mungu. Mbona watu wasifungue macho? Ni nini kibaya kilitokea? That is the question I'm asking. Asante sana.
Asante sana Babu. Naona Kenyan all the time amefika. Kenyan all the time karibu, and Kenyan with love karibu. Allah, Kenyan with love, Kenyan all the time. Kenyan with all the time, wewe ndio utaongea, alafu Kenyan with love akuje baada yako, kwa sababu Kenyan with love unajua yeye ni mdosi hapa. Wacha mdosi kwanza akukaribishe, lakini kabla hujakuja wacha tuone Kenya Ginyaning anasema nini. Sema Kenyan.
Thank you, Stone PK. I just want to make a short comment kwa huyo babu ambaye ameongea saa hii. Nataka nimwambie Ruto hakuna siku ataenda mosque ama kwa Waislamu. Because I remember there was one time they said that sisi kanisa yetu hatujui mtu mkubwa ama mdogo. Ukikuta tumekalia viti tuko pale mbele na huyo mkubwa aingie nyuma ya hao wengine, ataketi huko nyuma. So there is no space for Ruto to go there and do politicking ama kueleza watu ni nini inaendelea nchini. You either go there, do their service, whatever they do, and get out and go. There is no space for him to politicking.
Okay.
So that is one point. Let me make another point. I am praying that in Africa, those leaders who are faithful and those who feel that they are honored by their people, their citizens, to be their leader, they will come to their thinking or to their senses that one time they will be uniting their minds and tell on the face the person who does anything illegal like what Ruto has done to Kenya. Tell him off and tell him that he should do the right thing. And I hope Africa will unite for that so that we can cleanse our country, Africa, our continent, Africa as a whole, so that we are respected by Western countries. Because if they do that, really, everybody will come to their senses and they will fear doing such thing that Ruto has done to our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Kenyan Ginyani. Yes, Kenyan all the time, and then Kenya with love. Karibu Kenyan all the time.
Yes, how are you bwana Stone PK? Habari yako?
Asante sana, karibu bwana. Leo kutanyesha. Karibu bro.
Okay, mimi niko hapa. So Kenyan with love, Kenyan Ginyang. Hapa naona tu ni Kenyan tu inaongea eh? Yeah. Anyway, I'm happy to be here and to be back. You know, I think ninasalimia pia wale wengine wote wanatufuata kwa mtandao. Bwana Stone PK, you know, najua umeienda matanga. And I have interacted with very many people in our country now. And our country looks like a burial scene. People are not happy. There is so much which is happening in that country, which shows that people are not happy. Remember, you can deprive people everything and they can still seem looking good. But there is an environment in that country which is showing lack of, there is so much which is happening because of these scenarios whereby we present truth as lies and lies as truth. And I can tell you, I'm interacting with people and people are not happy. Even in Mount Kenya region where I come from, people are not happy. People think that, you know, let me tell you one information which we have to get clear of, Bwana Stone PK, is that 2022 election, people don't know what happened. And we have continued setting a lie that 2022 election was the most conclusive election in Kenyan history. Whereas that whatever happened, even that thing which they are calling server, we do not know the information which was put there. Whatever happened in the IBC, people do not know. Like, things are not ending up. Then there is this information which has come up, which is showing that Raila got 57%, and these other people, I think, got some 5.9 million versus 8.2, which to me looks similar to what we were expecting in the national elections. But how things were overturned has still, but that one is not important for now. What is important for now is that these people, we give them the country so that they can be able to guide us, but they don't seem capable. 4 months down the line, we are still talking of basic things, destruction of the basic governance system, because actually our governance system has been destroyed. The justice system is over. The tax collection system is over, which has now become political. You can collect taxes using money, putting tax by the word of mouth without using even any models. You are just saying we can collect 3 trillion. Whereas we know that correction is a systematic form of doing things. You cannot just come and tell people that I want you to correct 3 trillion. I mean, remember that money you are collecting it from the basic people. That's why these people, have to look for any mechanism of correcting those hustle of what all those things will have to be brought so that they can be able to meet that target, and they fool Kenyans that the government is working fine. We understand they're putting these artificial mechanisms so that they can use it after 1 year or 2 years to claim that the government has worked so well, whereas we know that this government has started on the wrong foot. Secondly, you know, I'm one of the most frustrated person because of what happened in August. I wish August can be redone. However, the situation, there is still something else which can be done. And you know, this idea of every time we have to wait for Raila Odinga to come and redo some of the mistakes which have been done by some of our people has to stop. Now, this is the thing here. 50 years down the line, 60 years down the line, we have been having a functional government. But we allowed those people to govern us without having a lot of ask to them. I think it's wrong. So you understand? So what I think is that we have to reach a level where our country, we have to get serious. Moi ruled us for 24 years, no serious output. And we allowed him to rule us for 24 years. Now we have another brink guy who is ruling us. And the guy seems to want to get his 10 years come rain, come sunshine. And we are here. So the worst thing which can happen to our country is if Mr. Ruto will rule that country for the next 10 years. We have to get ready. We have to marshal support. We have to make sure that that country does not go into that direction. You can imagine 4 years of gnashing of teeth. No, 4 months so far. I've been talking with people, and people look devastated. It is not even encouraging for your information. I talk with them. People are not happy because we elected or somebody who is in power doesn't seem to understand the basic functionality of a government. People are saying that nimesoma links up, nimesoma watu hapo wanasema ati we are crying. This is not about crying. This is about the future of our children. And how can we get back our country? Because actually our country was, you know, let me tell you, there is what we call the natural system of operation. And in August 2022, even a kid knew that Raila was the one to win. All the models were showing Raila was winning. So that was the natural setup. Now, Chebukati and a few people decided who is going to become the president of Kenya and denied Kenyans the greatest opportunity, the most experienced person to rule that country. That is what we lost. I wish people can understand what Chebukati did to them. They will not take him with just a smile like the ones which people are just smiling. Chebukati stole your 5 years, which you'll never recover again. That is what Chebukati did. Chebukati stole your time. If you are 17 years, by 2022, so 22 years, so Chebukati has stolen your productive time. And it is so sad for your information, you people. So when we are talking about these issues of seeing how we can reduce some of these things, remember now, Mr. Ruto is emboldening himself and trying now to bring a system which will make him the untouchable. Remember, look, is surrounding. We do not have the attractive country which we were having. I can tell you, we will audit in the next 2 years. We will have lost so much. We see how the dollar is functioning. We are now at 120 something. Since when did the dollar reach at those levels? It is not the stories of COVID or what. It is our economy which is not functioning. Those people who look at our statistics, we are even performing better than the Tanzania sharing that we used to perform. Look at it. Look at the region-wise. We are not doing better. These guys are on a steering spree. These guys are on other agenda, but they are not on the agenda of governing our country. We lost our country, and that is what makes me sad. Before 2022, I was a very happy man. I used to come here. We have a nice discussion here. We talk. We were seeing a progressive agenda happening in Kenya. But immediately after August 15, after our country went into the brink, my sad moment came in. And I don't know who can help to clean my heart. No wonder we are losing people like Magoa. Maybe it is this headache. It is this stress. When you see some of the good things you have done, somebody like Mashogu comes in 2 months, he burns the effort, he burns 10 years. Those are the things we are talking about. People are having headache. Personally, I have headache because of my country. I do not love our governance anymore. I wish there is something which can be done politically to undo what is happening now. Otherwise, I see my children coming to do things which I could have already done. Somebody is trying to steal our future right in our own eyes. And that's why and let me tell you, revolutions are not sparked in any other way. They are just sparked by certain feelings. We are not mad people. I'm not a mad person that I would be saying a functioning government is not functioning. There are things which I feel they are not happening properly. And I think Kenyans have to stand. And if the good Kenya has to come through maandamano, through reorganization, whatever the cost, we have to get ready. We have waited for so long, since 80s, we have waited for things to come and happen. Tunapatanga vitu zinakuja kidogo, zinaenda. We get a relief kidogo, zinaenda. But we had an opportunity to get a permanent relief, and we get the shape of our country for better. So, Bwana Stone, what we need to do as Azimio and the people of well-wish, we have to now understand and know that the responsibility which is ahead of us is 10 times bigger than what we were doing in August now. We have now show us whatever we need to do now. We have to do it now. Otherwise, if these guys are going to finish 1 year, 2 years in power, we are now going to, in the dark ages, we will have no money in that country. I'm hearing even remnants from diaspora is reducing every day. Ease of doing business, we are now doing worse. Which other country do we want? If already the indicators which show a country is doing well, we no longer have. So our country has gone, and we have to get it back, and we have to speed it up this maandamano. These ideas which we are saying that we have to, lazima tuandamane forever, no. I want to tell you, there was no better time to swear in Raila than now, because his win is defendable. We know what happened. We have been shown the result, and I don't think even those people who have tried to give the details of what happened in August, those people are mad. No. So there was no better time to make Raila Odinga the president as now. But I don't know who is going to organize us. We need a swearing in. Those are the things which we need to be talking, and the Azimio should be planning for us. Yeah, so Bwana Stone, I think that swearing in which we did on January 30, 2018 was supposed to happen this year. It is actually the best thing which this country can do, because we are tired. How long are we going to wait for people's votes to be stolen? And then tunaichukua as mambo ya kawaida. It is so painful to be voted by somebody who was not voted by the majority. And that's the reason why we are sad. Otherwise, I'm not happy, and I hope something can be done in that country before darkness becomes darkness. Otherwise, we are not good. There's no shape. Even in the outside world, things don't look good. People have lost the hope we had in Kenya. It was a very good progressive country. We were making progress in so many fronts. But right now, we are just moving backward in the name of one person who couldn't respect the will of the people. That election was stolen, and it has to be undone. If not today, right now. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Kena, all the time. And kuna out ninja out neja Yeah. Just before you come in out Ninja, Kenya all the time, we really feel you, and time is now. You know, the problem with Kenyans, we are very selfish individuals. That's something we have lived in denial. Hakuna kitu inaitwa umoja katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Kila mtu, it's every man for himself, then God for us all. So we've been living on fake tenets. We've been pretending. You know, people pretend, but so long as it's not happening to you, you are cool. Ukisikia mtu amegongwa na gari, that's why unaona mtu amegongwa na gari unapita fwap, hata usimami, because so long ukiona ni mtu ile nguo amevaa, you don't recognize, you don't bother. I saw totally different thing in Tanzania. Mtanzania akiona Mtanzania mwenzake ameanguka kando ya barabara, you will see how many vehicles will stop there to see and ensure that that person, what could be the problem, just they are out there to help. But that was never implanted into us. We were given the capitalistic doctrine, which is total selfishness. Capitalism is selfishness. Capitalism believes in stealing. When you are stealing, you are working very hard. Look at when you start constructing. You have a project somewhere, even in Geshagi, Nairobi. Let's say Geshagi and you live in Nairobi. That project, you unaenda, uko na fundi, uko na wafanyikazi, but you will still lose. Kidogo utakuta ile rangi yako, kama ulikuwa unapaka rangi ya orange ndani ya nyumba yako, your neighbors wanaanza kupaka hiyo same rangi. What does that tell you? That they are waiting, you supply rangi to your project, and then wanaibiwa nusu kidogo, by jioni ametoshelesha na galan. So as a country, we have been nurtured into believing that kitu ya kuiba, hatusemi ni ya kuibiwa, tunasema ni plani. Huyo jamaa ni mnoma, ni kucheza. Nakumbuka tulikuwa tunatumia hizo sheng zote, mazina enda kuchai, huyo jamaa ni kauzi, bala useme ni mwizi, ati huyo jamaa mazee yewe ndanga tau nini, anapiganga job zake tu mazee. And don't bother, don't ask. Ukiuliza anadu job gani, anasema wewe mazee, usiulize anafanya kazi gani, si shughuli yako. So we condone that, and so it is embedded in the leaders. Wizi ni normal Kenya. Somebody steals elections, mwingine anakuuliza how do you know, unajuaje aliiba? Toa evidence. Utoe evidence. Mtu alirepu watoto, unaambua wewe nyamaza, ulikuwako. How can you be there? A thief is a planner. Mwizi ana plan kuiba when you least expect. How do you expect to start having evidence? So basically that is very systemic. It is cultural. There are some tribes that don't have the word thief in their vocabulary. They don't believe in stealing. Like, for example, some also believe if they raid your boma and take all the cows, that's bravado. So we have that kind of a problem. There are those people who are so tribal. Ukimwambia hii kitu ni ya Onyango, anasema gai Mujaruo. Mwingine unamwambia ni ya Mkamba, anasema gai Wakamba. I mean, those are things that we may not be able to deal with them in our generation. But again, if we are not able to turn them out, then it will be a problem. That's why it's so obvious the election was stolen, but there are those who are telling you to prove. How will you, Kenyan, all the time prove when Ruto was stealing elections? And let's say, for example, you are in Murang'a, and you know obviously. Then they are selling this useless idea at the Kwamba agents. They keep on talking about the tired statement about agents. What are the agents? Azimia Muku and agents. So in Kenya, where nyumba yako, people have a right to break into just because you don't have a watchman, then that justifies waizi wakuje waibe. Na wakiiba, it's not a problem because you did not have watchmen. So we have to change that. Okay, let me bring out Neja. Karibu out Neja.
Habari zenu? Salamu alaikum. Bwana asifiwe.
Walaikum salam wa alhamdulillah wa barakatuh.
Yes,
Amen.
thank you so much, Stone PK. I'm very, very glad to see you. I had I died hard. Nilikufa roho for some time. I've been listening off and on, but what happened in August really killed my heart. It was daylight robbery. All of us. It doesn't matter what part of the world you were, as long as you are watching what was going on, you could see this is robbery happening in front of your eyes. And I was a little patient to see what's going to happen in the courts, but I was very pessimistic that anything is going to happen. And the number one reason I would say, guys, why I thought nothing is going to happen right from the word go. The moment that, especially, number one, that the Electoral Commission had failed twice. Ada Wafula Chebukati. And then we expect the same commission to perform. That is when I felt strongly that nothing is going to change in this country. And I was thinking, the opposition, which has been led for a while by Raila Odinga, is going to do something about it. It's going to push to the extreme to make an overhaul of this system. Kubadilisha hii watu yote wafagiwe. This is the person who did the 2013, which had issues. Is the problem? Is the same person who did the 2017, which had to be repeated. And now we trust him do another election? I was very skeptical. Now, the other thing that I thought probably this thing is not going to go well is when the Kamago team came in, caught red-handed in the airport with equipment, the IEBC. I don't know, at that point, I felt strongly that there's no way that this election is going to be fair, free and fair. However, a lot of people like me who thought so, our fears came to bear fruits when actually it didn't happen. Kila kitu ilibiwa, as all of us saw. So, Bwana Zero, I have had your class. I've had you before, and I have had Stony PK, and you talk the language that I wish the Kenyans of goodwill that think about your kids and the kids, your great kids, your great grandchildren, what they will benefit from what you are doing now. Because Stone PK has just said, our problem is very old. It's very systematic. Ukienda Kenya saa hii, you try to do anything, there's somebody who is trying to swindle you. Somebody is trying to steal something from you. Even ukienda kununua kitu, it's very hard for you to get the proper change. If you are not careful, utapewa change yenye haifai. Hata ukienda kwa supermarket, you are buying, you are a customer, you are leaving a profit. Umenunua vitu za 750, utaona mtu akijaribu kurudishia 200, akanyangia hiyo 50 bob. It's a very serious culture. So the problem starts with the people, with the Kenyan population. with us, the Kenyan people. But the solution can be there. If the people can change, then they can be able to weed out all these corrupt individuals. I had today a very logical argument when somebody was asked, aliulizwa, it is being proposed that Wafula Chebukati might continue being the president of Electoral Commission, IEBC. And akaulizwa, would that be the best? And the person who was answering the question said, yes, that's the best. And the interviewer akamuuliza, are you not the same person who said that this guy is the worst of the worst? Akasema, yes, I said that a few weeks ago. But when I correct my mind, I think he's the best. So what do you mean? What I mean is, this is the base of the argument. Kenya, we believe in the worst of the worst. Kama wewe ni mtu wa uongo, unaweza kuongea uongo ushinde wale watu wengine, that is the person that we want. If you are a thief, na wewe ndio unajua kuiba sana, kama William Samoei Ruto, that's who we want. I know, nyinyi kwanza, the two of you are from Mount Kenya, you know what the people say. We try to talk to them. Wakasema huyo mnasema ndio mwizi, huyo ndio tunataka. They say that. They say that to my face. Walikuja wamegine mpaka wanakuja mpaka kwa hii channel. Sasa hii hawezi kuja. They used to come and say huyo mwizi mwenye mnataka ndio tunataka. And sometimes, I'm not going to lie to you guys, sometimes I feel that probably Ruto is the best for the country. I'm not going to lie. Why? Because that's what we want. The people want that. So until, just to use the language that is normally used, until awafinye, mfinyike, watu waishe kuisha, ndio sasa mtaona, oh, what did we just do to ourselves? Tulijifanya aje? Mwanze kuenda kuomba kwa mkoroini wa Jacaranda, go down to the kule, you start playing the God. Before the churches came, we had our own God. Me, I'm a Christian. I'm a safe Christian. But still, I know we had a God before the Christianity came. And our wazazi wetu, our great grandfathers, walikuwa wanaenda mlima Kenya. You guys know. Wanaomba wakitoka hapo ni mvua. It had not rained for months, sometimes years. Wakitoka hapo today, nobody can do that. So me, I think we have to go back to the mahali tulipoteza njia and then find our root. Because wacha niseme hivi, without any fear of contradiction, there is nothing, hakuna kitu itafanyika Kenya. Trust me, nothing positive. Let me put it that way. Nothing positive. Everything that's going to happen from now going forward, which has been happening for the last 3 months, ni kurudi nyuma tu. You guys have been there. What did he do when he came in? All subsidies zikaishia. School subsidies, hizo pesa ya shule zote, billions zimeenda. University subsidies zote zimeenda. Road zote zenye zilikuwa zinakonstructiwa ati contractor hajalipwa, zote zimeenda. Position zote, zile macheo zote. Think about any position that is not. He fooled the people. Alifool watu vizuri sana. Aliwaabiria watu wa Western, nitawapatia vyeo kubwa. Hata ile prime minister itakuwa wenu equivalent, na akawapatia. He looked like somebody, akawapumbuaza. He made everybody stupid na kuwapatia what he had, like he seemed like he giving you what he had said he would give you. Na wakapatiwa hapo Musalia na huyu jamaa mwingine wa Bugoma. Yeye anaitwa Weta. Central, you have to be rewarded. Mshapatia kula. mkapewa quite a number of many cabinet secretaries, mkaona huyu jamaa kweli anaongea ukweli. Amekuja ametoa hizi pesa zote za hizi miradi which is billions and billions, hundreds of billions. Ametoa tu bilioni 50 peke yake, amewapatia in terms of hustle fund yenye alikuwa amewaambilia, alafu mkaona he's talking the truth. That's how we have been fooled around by this guy. Program zote zilizo which has been done by experts zenye zilikuwa zinaenda under the previous government zote zimehalt. Sasa wenye tunaangaliaga the religious leaders wote, mimi naonaga State House squeezy, and God will save us. Ni Mungu tu atatuokoa. If our religious wenye wanaweza kusema wakatae, waseme unatufanya hivi, unapeleka nchi si vizuri, wanaenda to dine with him because he is saying praise the Lord. I feel like we are doomed. I feel like we are doomed. Politicians wote, hii pesa yote, hizo projects zote nimesema na zile zingine sijasema, ile pesa yote zile ziko supposed kuenda kwa miradi zingine, kwa programs zingine, hiyo pesa ndio imechukuliwa, imegawiwa hao ma politicians from a lot of them, even from Azimio, a huge chunk from Azimio. Sasa sisi wananchi wetu wa Kenya, sisi ni wanani? We don't have religious leaders, we don't have political leaders, we don't have anybody. Guess who tumeachiwa tu peke yake? If Raila Odinga does not save that country, we are doomed. He's the only one who can save that country. He's the only one who have got the pain of the country, and he has a leadership position at heart. There is a few others, but the main one, Raila Odinga, I can see he has got a few foot soldiers. Tuko na Eugene Wamaro ako pale. I can see huyu jamaa wa Senator wa Narok, he's a good soldier. We have a few men that can stand with him. But more and more importantly, mimi nitajua we are going somewhere nikisikia that leo we are matching to state. I'm 100% with you, Stone PK. If we are not going to get to that state house and remove that men, and guess what? You just need about 50,000 men. That's it. Now, wako, and I have seen there's a lot of determination. Wako, we have young men, and me hata nafikiri, I don't know where you are, Stone PK, but lakini sahi, I'm just feeling like wakasema they give me a week, I'll be there. I'm 3 days, I'll be have thrown home. I'll be one of them marching to that state house. There's no way a government is gonna kill 50,000 people. No way. The only way is marching to that state house. Furusha hiyo mtu nje. And I like the way Mother Karua was speaking. Watu wanatakana wavurushwe nje. And you don't start from the bottom. You start from up. Unaenda state house, unatoa Ruto, and it's very easy. Once you just need a few guys with machines za kuweld, mnakata hiyo gate na mnaingia. And you sit the yule mwenye amechaguliwa na watu, mnamkalisha hapo na mnakaa huko. Ni maroli ya mikate tu tutakuwa tunawaletea, mnakula until he is sworn in. Otherwise, the pain yenye failure to do that. You know why can people might fear to do that? The deaths that might happen. And I don't see hata watu wakikufa. I'm saying even if it happened to watu wataisha. Wale watu wanakufa leo, Stone PK. Zero wale watu wanakufa today, every single day. Sio kama wale wanaweza kufa that one day. I am talking with my people back at home. They are telling me watu wanatoka kwa manyumba zao. Na nimetoka nyumbani saa hii. I have just come, I'm only 2 weeks. Nimetoka nyumbani. I have seen it. Watu wanatoka manyumbani kwao, Stone PK. Wanaenda, mtu anatoka anaacha watoto wake. Because you don't want to see your children dying. Huna chakula, wamekaa siku 3 haja kula. You just run out of your house. I have had multiple stories. Wewe umekuwa hapa tukichezewa hiyo video. Watu wamejiua. Kwa sababu they don't have anything to eat. Watu wanajiua tu, wanajimaliza. The unreported cases, we are talking in tunes of thousands and thousands and thousands. Wale watu wanakufa every day. So this is what we can do. Go to State House. Tuodoe hii mtu. Saa hii nimesikia already. Ile pesa amechukua is over $1 trillion. Already in 3 months. It took Uhuru or the Jubilee government 10 years kukopa 8 trillion. Was it 8 or 7? It took 10 years. Miezi mitatu huyu jamaa amechukua deni ya over $1 trillion. Never mind ile pesa yenye inapotea kila siku from the foreign. The investors who are supposed to be coming after the elections, guess what they did? They all stopped. Hawakuji Kenya, the investors. Guess what is happening to all the investors that were in Kenya? They are leaving. We are losing billions and billions, trillions. We are losing. Angalia, unafikiri kama hii hoteli kama Hilton zingefungwa? Eda Coast, Eda Diani. I was there. Eda Watamu uone. Eda Lamu, Eda Maridi. Just go and see the dire state of the economy. Hoteli zimejengwa za kifahari, what the billions. Ni manyasi tu inakuwa huko. Imeanza kumea huko. And that has just happened in the last 3 months. The ones we have, we are losing. The ones who are supposed to come, they are not coming. Mimi kama nilikuwa nataka kujenga kanyumba kangu, nasema acha hata hiyo pesa ikae kwa bank kidogo. Wacha nione hii. Maneno naenda wapi? Sasa we are now struggling to feed our population. Na wewe utafeed tu ka family kako kamoja, maybe one more. How about the rest of the whole population? So for me, mimi niko kama wewe, kama nyinyi. Wacha tu wenye watamalizwa wamalizwe, tuende State House, tutoe hii mtu. Na mimi ningeomba hivi pia. Wacha watu, sijui tutumie chano gani, hata hii tunaweza tumia. Wacha watu wachezewe mavideo za where it has happened before. I saw it in Sri Lanka. People got fed up of the president na kukura pesa yako nafanya nini. Wanamvurusha. It's so easy. Mass action is the easiest. Wachana na maneno ya vita ati wewe you don't look for weapons. Uwezi. Mass action wins every single time. At the Central African Republic, Jews last year, what did they do? They had somebody they knew was good for them. Kama alikuwa reject kama vile Raila anajaribu kunyang'anywa. Akaenda akaanza farming. The whole population ilienda kwake nyumbani, ikamchukua, ikamkuja na ikamfanya the president. Wakafurusha yule alikuwa. Central Republic. Hiyo iko hapo tu karibu na sisi. You saw what happened in Sudan. Wacha watu wachezewe hizi video zote. Because either way, think about it. Either way, our people gonna die in masses. Sasa tuseme hivi, chances are hatuwezi kumalizika tukienda kukomboa nchi yetu from State House. And the first, ukitaka kumaliza nyoka unakata kichwa kwanza. You can't start with the tail. Cut the head, let's deal with the rest of the body. Vibaraka wote unaona hao wengine wanasida wakimshuguka hapo. You will not even know where they have gone. Mimi, I'm for the revolution. And I also think one thing. Tukimaliza hivyo, tukisha pereka serikali Azimio hapo ikiongozwa na watu wawili. I don't think we're gonna get these two kind of people in Kenya. We are not gonna get Martha Karua and Raila Odinga in the next maybe 50 years. We are not gonna get people like that. Ukiangalia Martha Karua, sio mtu akona haja na kupata anything. She lives a very simple life. She doesn't want anything. She doesn't want a mass in the wealth. Yeye anataka tu awe na chakula yake ya kukula. That's it. Tukichukua watu wawili, we start a program in our schools from class 1. Mtoto akiingia hivyo, watu wafundishwe humanity. Kuwa mtu ni nini? How to respect the other person. Because ukienda Kenya, uenda tu streets za Nairobi, uenda tu hapo sijui Harambee Avenue, Tomboya, uende hapo, mtu anakugonga tu na kifua. Na mimi mtu kama mimi ama nyinyi, we are not young people. Unagogwa na kijana ya miaka 17 anakuangusha chini. 20 years anakuangusha chini. Hatuna respect. We don't have any decorum as a country. We don't even give space. Uende tu kwa line ya bank, mtu anakukanyanga. The other day I went kwa hoteli, mtu anakuja tu, the next anakuja ananikanyanga. We don't have any decorum. Tufunzwe kuwa watu. It be in the curriculum, iwe in the syllabus. Watu wafundishwe kuwa na nidhamu. Watu wafundishwe kuheshimiana. Watu wafundishwe udugu. Watu wafundishwe discipline. Mimi naingiaga kwa barabara, just go to our highways. Uone mtu umuulize ni wapi unaenda. Mimi huwaga napitwa na gari zote. Mimi kwangu ni Gilgil. Nikienda Gilgil magari zote zinanipita. Nikifika hapo Elementaita zote zimekaa hapo nikukura wanakura. I'm like, these people were flying. They are doing 110 kilometers per hour. Na hakuna mahali anaenda. Anakuja tu na kukata karibu akugonge. If they scratch your car, they are not going to even say sorry. What kind of people have we become? Hii ni nchi gani? Ni watu wa aina gani tumekuwa? A syllabus should come out ya kufundisha watu jinsi ya kukaa na watu wenzao. Kuheshimu watu wao, watoto wao, mabibi zao. Because we are supposed to respect each other. Hata kama wewe ni mzee mwenye nyumba, unaheshimu bibi yako, unaheshimu watoto wako. Watoto wanakuheshimu back. You get what you put in. Huwezi kuweka inaposho mwiru, huwezi kuweka mahindi and the other side ukapata ngano. It's no way. Ukiweka mahindi, the other side utapata unga ya mahindi. So we be taught how to live like people. We be taught to fundisha watoto wetu brotherhood, sisterhood. Then in the syllabus, wacha tukue na the pride of the country, the nationalism, the one that the Jomo Kenyattas of yesteryears were fighting for. The nationalism, the Kwame Nkrumahs were fighting for. The nationalism that the Kaudas were fighting for. The nationalism that the Manderas were fighting for. That you don't have to own the whole world. Upende nchi yako. Mimi tusiseme tu na mdomo mimi ni mwana Kenya. Let's prove it. Let's show that love. Because the one thing that is lacking is people, because they are thinking, now this is just a thought. Kama watu wa kutoka kwetu mlima Kenya na watu wa Rift Valley, we are thinking that because ndio mmechagua mtu, you're going to benefit. Guess what? You can't benefit. It's just a few individuals wenye watamzunguka that they're going to own everything. Everybody else is going to be languishing in poverty. Au vibaraka tu ndio wata benefit hapo. Na hata wao, they are not even lucky. Because how you going to live when everybody else is in trouble? Unakaa aje? How do you feel? How do you sleep? Unaamka mpaka asubuhi. Unaenda kulala say 9 o'clock. and wake up until 6, na unajua ndugu yako amelala njaa, how do you sleep? Na unajua wewe uliiba bilioni 3 jana, na unajua village yenu kwenye umetoka juu. Sasa wewe unaishi Runda, kwenye umetoka the whole village labda imelala njaa. How are you able to sleep? This is something that it should be taught. It should be instilled right from our schools, from our churches. Those things they should be lazima tuwe nazo. In the meantime, we can do something. Wale watu kidogo hatuwezi kosa kukusanyishika watu 100,000 200. Tuende hiyo State House, otherwise we don't have time. Hakuna time. Na hatuna watu wengi. The only people that saa hii mimi najua tuko nao, we have got Raila Odinga and Martha Karua. These people, they are fearless, but they need the support. They can't just go the two of them, and we just need to give them 100, 200,000 people. Vijana wale niliona Nairobi peke yake, they are more than that. Nairobi peke yake, they are more than that. Wakirandaranda kuku, they are not doing anything. Mtu ameweka tu mikono kwa mfuko, they are not doing anything. Mtu akiwa na njaa, they can do anything. And our kids are hungry. Mimi niko na watoto wazima huko. Nasikia mtu amesoma degree, amesoma IT. Yule mwingine amesoma psychology. Yule mwingine amesoma, niko na watoto wamesoma ni engineers. And guess how much they get for salaries? 20,000-30,000 ndio mtoto wanalipo. Hiyo mtoto lazima umsaidie mpaka na chakula. Sasa 30,000 atafanyia nini? Mzazi wewe umetumia millions kusomesha mtoto, alafu anaenda kulipwa 30,000. Ni nyumba atalipa, ni gari ni fare, ni kukula atakula ama ni nini? We have to change that country. Na mtu kama Deto juu nimeona kama amekuja, akija aambiwe we don't want to stay in this foreign land. We want to go back to our country, and that country must be safe and secure, and people have to be sleeping with their stomachs full. You mean kudanganyi? Liona nikipatia mtu 100 shillings, napatia vijana hapo, nawaambia niwapate niwanunulie Christmas. Napatia mtu 100 shillings, ananirudishia asante karibu mara 10. Mtu anakurudishia 100 asante mara 10 kwa sababu wako na kitu kingine kwa mfuko. Wacha nifikie hapo kwa saa hii.
Haya, asante sana Outneja. Wacha tumsikie Kenyan with love. It is true what you have said. It is a serious thing. Lakini sasa wacha pia nafikiria pia inaerevusha wa Kenya, because as I said, Kenyans are very selfish. Wanasikianga tu uhuru ilipiganiwa, majority wale walipigania uhuru washaenda. So wale wanakula ni matunda, wanakula ile tunaitanga matunda ya uhuru. They don't know how uhuru was realized. And that's why you have silly people like Gachagua calling themselves at ni watoto wa Maumau. Alijua Maumau wapi na alikuwa Emgat. Babu yake alikuwa Emgat. Hao ndio walikuwa Magat wa kuua Waafrika wengine. Anyway, Kenyan with love.
Thank you so much, Mr. Stone PK. Sorry, I'm going through an issue with my device. I think you already know. I texted you, but we'll figure it out. Either way. Stone PK, thank you so much, everybody that is watching us. Na kila mtu, I'm grateful to be here again. Kenyan all the time. Daddy, mambo ndo inaanza kukuja sasa. Outneja oro
Kwega
rauga atia meni
okurakara. I'm mad, man.
Yeah,
I'm annoyed by this regime, man. I'm so mad, but
netoko kinya meni netoko kinya. It's just a matter of time.
It's just a matter of time. And anyways, so Stone PK, I won't be a man of talking too much today. I'll be a little bit, just a little bit. Nitakuwa nimejinyamazia kidogo, but I have heard out Niger and what you've spoken, and I don't want to empty what you've just spoken, because I think that is what Kenyans need to understand, that there comes a time that we need to do the unthinkable. What we are talking about is the unthinkable, and it's actually what is having a problem with a lot of people thinking that, why are you guys thinking like that? But it's because it's time, and the time has come. Because we cannot be in a state where things are just taken, and once you take it, you can run away with it, and that's it. There comes a time that we think of, okay, what's happening now? Because at the end of the day, when you postpone a problem, eventually that problem will catch up with you. Now, we might agree, we say, let it catch up with us now while we can deal with it, or we can postpone it and pass it over. We've had a problem in Kenya. There has been a recurring problem of having elections but not having elections at the same time, if you understand what I'm saying. And that thing has also brought with it, has dragged with it tribalism, to where Kenyans love Kenyans and love Africans and love Africa and everything. And we know we have a potential. We don't care about who's who and what tribe you are. However, wherever we meet, either we meet in Belgium, we meet whatever, even if we meet in Kisumu, and we are in Kenya, we are Kenyans. I don't care if you're a Kikuyu, Makamba, and I'm what. But this postponement of injustices has brought, it's like having a microphone that brings a lot of tribalism in it. And it's changed so many things, and it's time that now this generation that, like you said, I always give an example of Wahenga. You know, when you hear Wahenga walisema, our generation, we need to have that Wahenga. Someone came over here, and actually I went and researched, and I found out it's true what he said. There's been 15 governments in Africa that have taken out their current government in the last 12 years. Yes, it looks too far-fetched, because that's what dictators think, that they can never be taken out of the office. But I think if we're going to do an election, it needs to go to the right person that we choose. There's a lot of people who've been here that we did and actually spend a lot. Kwanza ikatuuma kabisa, because we invested a lot and we know who won. We knew it even before Aletei. All I'm trying to say is what Stone PK says. When is enough when is enough enough? When we say is enough, what is this thing of accept and move on? I mean, what is it? Accept and move on.
So next time I come and slap you and take your car and take your house and take your wife and take everything, and then I tell you accept and move on. I think there comes a time that people need to start saying that, and that's why these leaders know that. They know they just come and tell you, nipigie kura, or they give you $200, 200 shillings, they buy you, I don't know, lunch, nanini, and then after umwapigia kura, you will never see them again. You have to call them mheshimiwa. Yet they were begging you to get them there. Me personally, I am at a point where I'm proud of seeing Kenyans unite and not care about tribe. And I'm also very happy to see people starting to think like, okay, so why are we going to vote? What is the point of voting? And what is this? And let me ask you guys a question. If we can come up with the best money transfer system in the whole world, which is M-Pesa, the best that even countries like I am in have tried to replicate that. The best, they came up with something called Cash App. And that Cash App does not work as M-Pesa works. You know, I traveled to Kenya, not last Christmas, but the other Christmas before then. I was in Kenya, and the entire time, all the dollars that I had in my pocket and all the cash that I had stayed in my pocket. In fact, some of them hata sijui kule zilipotelea. Why? Because I had a phone that had an M-Pesa. If I want to go gas my car, M-Pesa. Need either bill number or my goods. If I want to do anything, M-Pesa. Phone. Even my card, I couldn't even use my card. The last time I used my card for airport, and that was just buying my card, somebody something, duty free. So you come to understand, you come to ask yourself, so and you remember the guys that came up with the M-Pesa thing, they were Strathmore kids. What walikuwa tu hapo hivyo Strathmore. And they made that, and we have that kind of system. Are you telling us that we have to import Venezuela's artists? We now we can't have servers. Where is the M-Pesa server? So if we can do such a money transfer, why are we having people who are actually tainted? Because I've really researched on that Smartmatic company. They just messed an election just the other day. They had to come and say, oh, yeah. We messed it up. If Kenya, we can do that, and all those people that actually go out there, because everybody that actually graduates and does a good job and whatever, they eventually leave the country. But if we can do a money transfer like M-Pesa, are you telling us that we cannot do, we have to call Venezuela to Smartmatics to come? Because for me, I feel it's BS. I'm sorry. It's BS. That thing could have been done by, server, hata kwanza Photoshops. Who's better than in Photoshops than Kenyans? Kenyans do the best, funniest Photoshops that you can ever find. They know how to do it. So why do we need these other companies from outside that can come and tell us Supreme Court of the law? The law of the land. Supreme Court is everything. Tell them, no, we cannot give you what you're asking for. We are not going to open the server because of what? Proprietary rights. Rights my foot. So you're taking our data and you're telling me, it's kind of like me coming and taking your data and telling you that
you know what, you cannot have that data because I have proprietary rights on that. So yes, I have everything for you. I have all your pictures, but you cannot have them. Personally, I'm a technological person. I can tell you what I do, but I am a technological person, and I know that's BS. But the problem is that the leaders that we have, the Rutos of the day, they think everybody is so stupid, dumb, stupid, and doesn't know anything. And they want to rule in a rule of, they think everybody is just dumb and stupid. And with them thinking like that, they think even if you know, because they think now they have the seat, the army, which they don't have actually, I can tell you that for a fact. The NIS, which they don't have. They think that everybody else is stupid and illiterate because they grew up in that from YK92. They don't understand people are smart nowadays. They understand. They can say it and say wajinga waliisha Kenya. But the thing, it actually, in their minds, they think everybody is just dumb. They just know that, nobody knows this. Nobody, and that's why somebody can come and lie to you in front of, I mean, really, people have gone to school. How can you talk about server? How can you compare a server and a portal? And you're the president, and you're telling, and who are you telling? Even the place that you're talking about lawyers who are sitting there. You're talking about, you're talking to people who have gone university students, and you're talking to, Moses Kuria's sister's burial, I don't believe it was just full of Wakijiji. It was people who, they came there with their cars. So these are people who are educated. Go ask anyone that has gone to Form 4, even, somebody who did even C++, which is done, first year of your university. Hata saa zingine zinafanyika saizi on high school. Mtu amefanya C++ will tell you that a portal is not a server. So why do our leaders think that we are so dumb and stupid? And that's where the problem is. When you have somebody that thinks everybody is so dumb and stupid that they can tell you that, okay, listen, we have to save for you. Why do you need to save for me? And what are you saving for me? Don't I have a savings account? If you're going to give me $500, 500 shillings, give me the full 500. Don't give me minus 25. What if I want to cash up on that? Cash out on that 25. Where am I supposed to get it? And why are you saving for me? Am I so stupid that you need to save for me? Are you my mother, my dad, or who are you? Just because you're a president, Stone, I think just because you're a president, you don't come down and start looking down on your people and think that they're stupid. There's people in Bunge la Wananchi and people who even pushing carts, mkokoteni, who are very smart, educated, and all that. Basically, all I'm saying is that, yes, I want a revolution. And it's time for us to revolve. And also, while we're doing that revolution, we need to also be very smart and think about our country, in where we are going, how we are going, what kind of leaders we have, and when, and everything. Just think about the whole thing. But Mimi, if I had the chance, I've even been looking for flights. Mimi, I want that revolution to happen because
I think there comes a time where we get our independence. I've been saying here, I don't think we had independence. I think we changed from white colonialism to black colonialism. Na hii kitu ya Itumbi trying to, and them trying to put at sijui mashemeji dabi, sijui and then at sijui stop. No. Haingefaa kufanyika hiyo time. And Stone, maybe you will tell me, ama unaweza niambia, Kenya all the time, hii kitu ya mashemeji ilikuwa ukweli, ilikuwa ni game, ilikuwa imepangwa hiyo siku, ama tu imekuja from nowhere? Kenya all the time.
Yeah, that's a diversionary tactic, eh? I think they are just using them.
Yeah, that's what I think. Hata mi naona ni kama kitu tu imepangwa, and then but hiyo barua niliangalia haikuwa, I tried to look for it na nikatuma mahali, it wasn't actually from them, it was from kuna watu wanasema ni kutoka kwa Itumbi. I cannot really give that, but I think it's just the government trying to change that ndio isifanyike, but we will do, and we will take them out. Me personally, I'm pushing for that, Aki, because that would be the best thing, so that we never have this thing again of kuibiwa kura. Because sometimes I ask myself, okay, tukiacha iende sasa, nani mwingine ataweza kuwa anaweza simama hii kitu? Na do you know how much we will regret that tuliacha baba akaibiwa kura tukiangalia? Na tuko na hizo servers, wengine wetu tuko nazo, tumekuwa tukiimba hapa. Wewe unajua Kenyan all the time, you know the journey that we've gone. Nikikwambia hata ukachoka kwanza ukaachana na sisi kabisa, ambia tunajua hizi numbers, the same numbers zimekuja sasa, na mumembuka kuna server ilikuwa mahali pengine, which is all I've been telling you guys. So what's the point of even people in the diaspora spending so much money, spending time, getting the right numbers, and then you have Mother Komes coming and talking about something, or hot hair, and all of a sudden it's gone, and then you have an illegitimate president that cannot even up to today, hawawezi kata hizo numbers. So what are we doing as an African country that was posed to be the Washington DC of Africa? That's a question that I've been asking here for a long time, and I need us to ponder that and start educating people in civil education. Na watu wenye wanakuja hapa hivi wa kutupigia kelele wanatuambia ati sijui ati the nini whistleblower did not, whistleblower hasn't, and you haven't even gone. The dossier, we have it. It's online. Go get it. It's there. Download. I've read it. All of it. It's true. He's given out the right numbers. Everything. Ni wenye wajamaliza kucount, will be more than that. Anyway, Storm PK, like I said, I don't want to talk too much. Wacha tu ninyamazi hapo for now. Like I said, my system is not working well today. Lakini I'm here, I'm listening.
Kenyan with love, your system is not working well.
Now when I get into my laptop, I don't know, maybe pia mimi nimeshambuliwa, but like I can't post, I can send I think I sent you a screenshot. I cannot invite, then it keeps on hanging. So now I'm using my phone.
Sawa.
Yeah.
Since we are both here, then I can I can compliment, no problem. Kenyan with Kenya all the time. Kuna huyu anaitwa mzalendo ako kwa screen, tafadhali toka kwa screen. Wakanda forever, karibu. Wakanda forever, unmute.
Hello, Stone PK and the panelists. I'll prefer maybe taking a few minutes to just listen in before getting into the conversation, please.
Okay. Karibu. Kenyan all the time.
Okay, thank you, Bwana PK. I'm happy because of this discussion, and I hope we are going to get a consensus as a people, and we will be able to salvage our country. You know, from 1963, we have just been, at times, we get presidents, we get leaders, and at times we are not satisfied with them. But we have never reached a time where people felt that their voices have not been respected. We know in different countries, in different places, elections are stolen. We don't deny that fact. But even if elections are stolen, the elections which they are too obvious to steal. And for me, 2022 was the most obvious election which you needed not to steal. Everything was for Raila Odinga. But somebody decided to subvert the will of the people. Either he was paid or it was a maniac act. But what I know is that the will of the people was subverted. Number two, you know, the reason why we have governments is so that they can be able to actualize what they said. I have taken time to read the Kenya Kwanza manifesto. Even when you go to many government meetings, people are saying that you need to look into Kenya Kwanza manifesto before you implement anything. But Kenya Kwanza manifesto is not implementable because it was something which was not based on the reality. And it is so unfortunate that Kenyan economists were not able to analyze that manifesto. So even when you want to embed the Kenya Kwanza manifesto to the government operations, it's not working. It's not working. You want cheap labor, you want some things to be like penniless, but life doesn't work that way. So I'm saying that this was a quickened government. It was a government for somebody with no structure. Somebody decided, you know, people vote manifestos and ideas. Governments are never just put it. And that is why, by the way, Kenya is going to stagnate. Because Kenya Kwanza was a government whose manifesto and methodology did not reflect the reality. Rather, people worked very hard to get the government without a workable idea. That's why we are going to stagnate as long as these people they're in power. It comes without saying anything because they had no idea. The only thing they worked on was to get power. The issue of connecting their methodology with the economy, their thinking, that is why even the people who they brought to power, the CS what, they are just quacks, money. People thugs, people who have no morality, authority to do anything. Let me tell you, some of the people in Kenya who are CS's current, in some other countries, they could be in jail. That is what we are dealing with. We are dealing with the people who their only thing they were doing was to get into power. The methodology to them was not important. Everything was not important to them. It was only to get into power. For Azimio, as Azimio was strategizing to connect the idea to do so many other things, somebody was busy working on a method, backroom method of how to get to power. And miraculously, they succeeded. So it's a very big loss to any sane Kenyan, any right-thinking Kenyan. You lost a lot. And this is not an idea whereby we say, ati miaka tano tutarudia. I can tell you the undoings, because let me tell you, these people want to put a system which will make sure that quacks are the only people who will be reading in Kenya. And I can tell you, if this presidency of Mr. Ruto is going to see the light of the day for the next 5 years, you will be seeing people with any form of character getting close to power. We have opened, or somebody has, let me not say Kenyans, because Kenyans are innocent. Somebody decided to open a very bad door for us. You will be seeing any form of people, even drug lords will start becoming presidents if this presidency continues. Because in life, bad character should not be rewarded. In life, we want people to anguish. We want people to fight for the best, and we get the best product and the best things possible. But when you see criminals are the ones who are getting power and the rest, you now start having a country which is looking like Mexico or Colombia, or those countries which you hear that there are gunshots of cartels every time and every day. That's how we are ending. So look at what is happening. Even if they are saying that the life is coming down, I don't know how, but I'm now hearing Kenya Power tokens will go high. Food is going high. Even that food is not there. They now want to use the other methods of the crook methods of stabilizing the amount of food in the country. So there are so many things. People are not being consulted. So it's simple. Who can audit IBC? First of all, because let me tell you, the greatest project Kenya can do is, yes, we have known the election was stolen. Then, how can this information reach Kenyans? How can the truth reach Kenyans? Because, you know, Kenyans have been cheated. People think that they have a legitimacy leadership. So, how can we audit IBC? You know, these ideas of having autonomous institution which cannot be told, which cannot be audited is wrong. And I think we need another agency now. I don't know which one can be, but we need another agency. This idea that the only person who can tell you the truth about IBC is Chebukati. So the only thing I need to do is to buy Chebukati, or if you get an evil Chebukati, because those things happen, you get a very bad result on everything. So the current system we have cannot help. We need another methodology of improving honesty in our country, because now dishonesty has gone into every corners of our functioning government. And I don't think there is any institution in Kenya which can give you the right thing. I'm not sure. Dishonesty in Kenya has gone to the highest levels possible, to the extent now you cannot trust judiciary, you cannot trust your electoral body, we cannot trust our school, our even election bodies, we cannot trust them. Cheating everywhere. We are just cheating. We are a cheating nation. Why? What is cheating going to give us at the end of the day? Can we form a nation through cheating? Can we form economy through cheating? No. Even if we cheat, the net product will be obvious. that even countries which are not doing much will defeat us because we will be staying in a fake economy. No wonder I even had some time back that even our dollar value was not the truth value. I was hearing that our economy was a bit not natural, and I was hearing that our dollar value was. There were some foreign people who are saying that Kenyan dollar value is not natural. I don't know how it is, but that is how people live in lies. So we have too much lies in our country. We are not honest people. If somebody with 5 million votes can defeat somebody with 80 million votes, we need to sit down as Kenyans. That is the most serious thing. That is also showing you that you can become a billionaire in Kenya by doing nothing. If somebody with 5 million can defeat somebody with 8 million, it's not a joke. You know, unajua saa zingine mimi nasemanga, unajua ni vizuri pia kujiwekanga kwa miguu ya watu wengine. Imagine wewe ulikuwa unatafuta kura. Say wewe ndio ulikuwa Raila, ulikuwa unatafuta kura. Alafu mtu anaiba kura yako kutoka milioni 8 anaileta kwa milioni 6 na kitu, na yake anaitoa kutoka milioni 5 sijui milioni ngapi. How would you be feeling now? Unajua saa zingine even as we try to blame Raila na kusema ni kama atosheki, you will feel bitter. And I think Raila has some grace if you can see. Wangekuwa ni watu wengine kama sisi, hata tungekuwa tumevuruga hiyo inchi sana. I hope he still has that resilience that he wants to follow the right channel even to become a leader. But mimi ile kitu hata inanisumbua sana ni ya kwamba somebody want Kenyans not to benefit from Raila president. Because remember, Raila si ati anangojea. Every time you waste Raila time, you are wasting a very serious time for this country. That is what we are losing. I wish there's a way in which justice can be. I don't know who can give Kenyan justice. All our justice system is corrupt. They were bought. But we are losing a lot. History ya kusema, you know, Raila Odinga can be in a position leader. Yeah, okay, well, he can. But there was something we were to achieve as Kenyans. If Raila Odinga became a president, there was something special we were to achieve. But unfortunately, I can see there is somebody who is determined to peg our history and to peg our thinking in medieval time. Ile mafikiri ya kitambo tu anataka tuweka hapo. We have so much to benefit from Raila Odinga presidency. But I'm so sad that somebody sat down and they prevented our children from enjoying Raila presidency. May that person die. Mimi hivyo ndivyo nasema kila siku. May that person die. That is not somebody who needs even to be forgiven. Whoever denied Raila Odinga presidency in Kenya, Mungu amuue tu. Thank you, PK. Mato endelea, naona ni kama PK yaski.
No, actually nilikuwa nataka kukuuliza because now you brought up that number. You know, I'm a number person and sorry. Ushaka chini ukapiga hizo hesabu zile number, I mean how it was distributed. You realize that the 1.7 something million is what was changed to the other side yenye tulipewa ile yenye tulipewa, na the numbers that have come wale watu wanakataa hii namba yenye tunapewa saizi, that the 2 million difference is what was divided in between the number between the portal and the one that has come with a you know, with a whistleblower. That difference of 2 million is the one that was divided to bring Ruto from 5 million all the way to 7, and also ikadividiwa tena kwa Ruto, kwa Raila ikarudi into ikakuja kwa 6 something. When you do that calculation, you still find out that that's the same number
that they are talking about, the difference between the two that had happened. And when you look at that, now you start looking at where it was, which is what we had said a long time, hata before kura zitangazwe. And if you remember, ulikuwa hapa, my friend, you were here when we were saying those numbers before itangazwe. And we said when the glitch happened, it was at 3 a.m. Hatukulala hiyo siku. So you start seeing now the sequence of what exactly happened. Because for me, at the time we had the server, the one in Belgium, with the people that we decided to do that with. But still, that number is still coming to show itself. And when you look, unaona nile, walichukua hii, wakagawa pale, wakaeka pale, na wakaeka hii, wakaeka pale, koko mwingine. And then all those numbers, when you calculate them, you still come down to that two. Actually, I think it's about 3 million. Because they're still counting and still looking at it. But I've looked at the dossier. But when you look at that number, it still goes shy of what we had spoken that time before zitangazwe. You were here when we were looking for those numbers, when we were saying those numbers, why Raila had won at that time. So how, and this is not the first time that they've done it. They did it last time, where you take a number, play around with it, give kidogo kidogo hapa, give kidogo kidogo hapa, and try to cover those numbers so that they look real. But this time, they were caught. And whoever is saying these guys were not caught, I feel sorry for you. Because, my brother, you were here. You remember. If I can call you your name, Jiru, you were here. We said it here. You even called us so many times. Are you guys sure about this? We told you yes. When the glitch happened, we said it. This was before elections happened. It's now that people are starting to see these things, but you know we were here, we never slept. You were asking us. You would call me. I would tell you, let me call. Make sure where we are, because we had the numbers. The numbers are there. It's not something that we are making up. And that is what pains me when I hear some people talking about, oh, Ruto alishinda. And I'm like, okay, what am I supposed to do? To connect the number. Njiru, if you have a 1 + 1 and you did the math and you followed the whole thing and you even invested in it, what are you supposed to do? That's why I kept quiet for some time. And I'm still quiet even today about the numbers. But you, the people who have been here, when we were doing the tallying and everything, we did them here. It's not, I mean, people can go back and look at these numbers when we were doing them. Before after the zitangazo na kina Chebukate, when we knew it's done. And we told you guys, it's done. It's over. Amechukua. Remember, don't forget. Lakini now, some people like us and even the people that took out their jobs, the IT guys and all those things, wala watu tulikuwa tumeamua, you know, the groups that we had from different countries to hold this thing. Sometimes we feel down. Tunasikiaga down because we already know we did it and they were there and we took it and we know when they started staging. And when you have a president that is lying to people like us, not even like, you know, lying, not even lying, just stupidly talking some absurd things like, oh, server ilifunguliwa. What do you mean as a portal is a server?
A portal is not a server. I mean, now you're making us look stupid. And at the time you find that that's the thing that you've been going to school for. So for me, today I'm, leo niko down kidogo because it sucks when you know you've gone to school to do something. You've spent your money to do something. You've sat down there and you know the numbers, you can see them. You have them. You quote what you know what exactly happened. And then you have someone that thinks everybody is stupid talking about portal and server. Yet the numbers are here. Now they are coming out. And it's not even us that did it. We celebrated Raila's presidency a long time ago before it was even announced. The day that they were going to announce at Bomas, it was Raila going to be announced. He was ready. Even Uhuru was coming to celebrate. And then all of a sudden they started doing matope. And it's the reason the military had to take the 2 certificates. And it is a reason for the first time in our country, we saw someone be sworn in as a president, or being given a certificate that is handwritten. And the vice president does not get a certificate. Hata ile akina Kibaki walifanya better because the vice president alipata certificate. Where's Rigathi Gachagwa's certificate? Na mtu akinionyesha saizi, nitanyamaza, sitaongea tena. Mtu akinionyesha siku moja aliona certificate ya Gachagua, which is constitutional, that you have to have as a running mate. Mtu akinionyesha saizi, I'll keep quiet. And I'll never talk again. Because there's nothing. Gachagua has never gotten a certificate. So what is it that we are doing? Tumekuwa mitumba. A country of mitumba, just doing something like that, like this. We have a constitution which we don't even follow. The constitution says the vice president has to have a certificate. It's always been there since independence, since we got our constitution. Hata tukiwa na mkoloni, even in the Queen's constitution. So how comes this is the first time that the vice president does not even have a certificate? Yet the deputy governors have their own certificate. Kenyans, please. Mkiona watu wakisema saizi watu hata wanataka kutembea kwenda State House, is because of the lie. And like I always say, the truth shall run around the world before, the lie shall run around the world before the truth ties its shoes. And the truth is starting to come. And it was bound to come. This time he was not going anywhere. Raila won. We had the numbers before they were announced. The numbers are coming back again. Raila won this election. Raila is the president of the Republic of Kenya. And that's why the military was around. That's why NIS mnasikia sijui nani walikuwa nasema, because he was done. People thought watu wanaogopa tu kupigana. And that's how they're trying to do it, because they know watu wataki kupigana anymore. Because tulipigana 2007 na hakuna mtu anataka kupigana tena hivyo. But push to the shove, watu wataguza kidonda si mzuri. There was an MP, MCA that went to Jacaranda today, a UDA. Alitoloko na mawe. Akaingizwa kwa gari yake, akaambiwa toka hapa na uende kabisa. Nilitumia Benadio nini, and the people on the wale wenye mko kwa nini kwa WhatsApp group zetu, mtaona nilieka hapo hivyo. Nilitumiwa na mtu. Guys, cannot run a country like that. Me personally, this one is personal to me because it took us 3 days of not going to work, of saving time off of work. Nilikuwa nalala kwa couch hapa hivi, nikiwa kwa simu zinalia back and forth. Tuko huku tunafanya hivi, okay, nani nini unapigiwa, wa Moranga amefikisha pale, na yule ametuma hii, ndio hii huko, tumetangaza hii, you doing the math, umeandika. Yani even my Excel sheet istakagi kuiangalia siku hizi. So the guys that are saying that Raila did not win, you're very wrong on this one. And I don't know how we're going to do it, but the more we keep on talking, and I hope Kenyans, I know Kenyans know, and even central guys are coming to tell us that they don't understand where the votes came from. And I've been asking that for a long time here. Where did Ruto get the votes from? Ask a lot of people, they won't tell you. They don't know. Hawajui? Raila won. He got it. So ni ile kitu unaweza kumeshika glasi ya blue hivi na mtu anakuambia ni ya red. Personally, I know it. Niko ndani, naijua. We did that job. But anyways, wacha ninyamazi hapo hivyo Stone PK. I just wanted to to say that we do know for a fact. Na mkitaka muniite nitaenda huko niseme. Because we do have the numbers. Even today. And they're even bigger than, a little bit more than huyu mwenye yenye ameonesha. I don't think wamemaliza kucount zenye wanaonesha. But it's very true. Na umesikia leo mheshimiwa akikuja hapa hivi akatuambia yeye alienda mpaka huko akaangalia, akachukua hiyo dozia, akaangalia na akaenda nao mpaka kwa nini yake, voting center yake, na ilikuwa inaenda stream to stream. If you look at it, I've had to look down at it na kuangalia na namba zenye tuko nazo, and they match apparently. So wacha ninyamazia hapo. Stone, pole.
Thank you, Kenyan with love. Kenyan with love, unashangaa ati which way to go, na si njia tushaonyeshwa. We are heading to State House. Kwani we bado una doubt? There should be any Azimio person now should not doubt, because the direction has been given. We are heading to State House. There are no two ways. It's just a matter of what time. Meli mengoa nanga. Rocket tushaiweka, iko juu. You can't recall it mpaka imalize mission. Mpaka imalize mission. The drone ishatumwa. We are not calling it back. Nangoja tu bombard mtu. Sikia mtu kichwa imepasuka. Mwizi hatuna huruma na yeye. Kenyan, yes. Kenyan Ginyang.
Gajinang. Okay, asante Stone. Na hao watu wengine hawako hapo saa hiyo ingine, na wasalimia. Nilikuwa nataka kuambia Kenyan all the time, hii serikali sio ati hawajui Raila ni nani. They knew he is a destroyer. And for that reason, they were not ready to be destroyed because of their evil deeds. Karua said, once we get in government, they will be all arrested. They could not wait that. They would do anything to find themselves where they are. And that is why hawa ni wale watu wanapewa mifupa ama nyama, wanaigeuza, hawajui watauma pande gani, kwa sababu hii si kazi yao, waliichukua waliinyakua na wakaenda nayo na hawajui la kufanya nayo. They don't know what to do, but they would rather do what they used to do, stealing, kupokonya watu. Na tena kwa sababu sasa wamefika kwa gala, now it is packing everything. That is their way and that is their behavior. They are not going to change. They are not going to give us any change at all. Na hiyo mambo yote wanafanya kwa sababu they don't know their life, where they are. How long are we going to be here? That is why they are doing what they are doing. Wakenya, mnataka Wakenya wangapi wakufe kwa sababu ya hii serikali? Ni Wakenya wangapi watakuwa wagonjwa depression kwa sababu ya hii serikali? Ni siku gani tutakataa hii serikali ndio watu wetu wafufuke kutoka pahali wako? Kwa sababu ni kama wamekufa halfway. They are halfway dead because of kunyanyaswa na yale madhara yote wameletewa na hawa watu. These are just few people against millions of people. Why now? Why wait? These are people that are not ready to sustain Kenya rather than destroying. Their pockets will never be full until the time they will be driven out of that state house. They should, because we are not going to wait for Kenyans to die the way they are dying. We cannot imagine that this government is just sitting there doing nothing and not even thinking about the Kenyans who are suffering. I wonder what is going through their minds. Look at how dirty these people are. Very dirty. Hata maongeo yao si ya kusaidia. Hata nini yoyote ambayo wanafanya. In fact, I would ask somebody to tell me one of the CSs. What good things have they said? Wengine hata wanapeana information ya CS yule mwingine. Unashindwa hawa watu walimetoka wapi? Instead of their own ministry or whatever department he is, you find him crossing the other side and giving information about another CS. I mean, ati ni conference anafanya ya CS mwingine. Unashindwa hawa watu kwani hawana kuelewa ati mimi ni wa kilimo, huyu mwingine ni wa wanyama, ama huyu mwingine ni wa maji. You find them, they are crooked. They don't know what they are doing. Even a lay person can do better than that. Why are they taken for training, retreat? What for? Where did they come from? From school? These are people who have lived with the people wherever they have been, and they know that the problems people are going through, but they don't care. They would rather be in V8, driven to other places, expensive hotels, not anything crossing their mind that there are people suffering. Wakenya hivyo ndivyo tunataka. Wakenya tutaongoja mpaka tuvunjike miguu tuishe ndio tutaamuka, ama tuachilie tu tukufe? Nani atakuzika na hao hawana haja na wewe? And especially those who are called hustlers. What are you going through after being called a hustler? In fact, even that name, you should refuse it. Say you are not a hustler, you are a Kenyan. We better refuse that word name, hustler. Tuseme sisi ni wa Kenya. Hatutaki kuitwa hustlers. Hiyo ni yao. Wao ndio hustlers na ndio wezi. Wana hustle pesa ya wananchi, wanaweka mfukoni, wanaua Kenyans. We should refuse that name, hustler, as from now, because it does not impress anybody. It is not even supposed to be used on Kenyans who are struggling now, looking for school fees, looking for food, looking for medicine. We are not hustlers, we are Kenyans. Ikiwa wanatuita hustlers ndio watutumie, tukata hiyo jina. Tuseme we are Kenyans dying because of hunger, struggling for school fees, and dying looking for medicine. And those old Kenyans are dying because of hunger. That is what should stand. Never call yourself hustler anymore. Let them be hustlers and let them do whatever they are doing. It will come to an end. And that name, they will go with it wherever they will go, because that is not their state house. They need to vacate and go where they came from, because they look like they came from horrible place. This is the time they are trying to make their life better, using Kenyans' funds. They have been crooks. If not now, they have been crooks until today, until the time they will get out of the state house. I believe Kenyans understand what is going on and the pain that people are going through. And we are looking forward to see that Kenya liberated and Kenyans going back to live. Wale wote wamenyongeka saa hii, tujaribu kusaidiana, wawe na nguvu, kwa sababu liberation is coming. Ndio watu waanze kusimama na miguu yao miwili. Kuna shida nyingi. Hatuwezi kubali wa Kenya wawe wanakufa, wale wengine wanakula. And in fact, these people, they are, the knowledge they have in their mind is only to go to those who are able to stand. Those who are not able to stand, they are let to go, to perish. How is that? Hustlers? No. We are all Kenyans. We are not hustlers. Na Mungu atubariki na atusaidie. Atupee uwezo wa kufikiri vizuri, kwa sababu hawa wametumaliza akili zetu. Lakini Mungu atatunyunyizia nguvu na atatusimamisha, ndio tutekeleze ile kazi muhimu ya kufanya hawa watu wajue sisi ni wa Kenya, na Kenya yetu iwe imesimamiwa na watu ambao wanatujali masilahi, na watu ambao wanajua ni nini kimewapeleka State House. Wakenya msilale. This is the time to fight for our Kenya, and it will be history. That one I will not forget. It will be history in Africa, that Kenya will be in another book, that they fought for their liberation again. Because hawa ni haina, wale hawana huruma hata kidogo. Santeni ndugu zangu.
Thank you very much, Kenyan Ginyan. Wakanda, umeweza ku...
Yeah.
You feel you can say something now?
Yes, I think I can say a bit.
Go ahead.
Chakamudume anaitisha nini link?
Haya nitampa sasa hivi.
Yeah, I can say a bit. The first thing is, I think there are two major contentious issues. One is electoral justice. The second one is high cost of living. So I've been trying to digest these things after Baba's speech, and I'm seeing point of convergence, whether someone calls themselves UDA or hustler. There is that convergence that I think Ruto might find it hard to deal with, because you promised people that you are going to do A, B, C, D. You promised people, like Ruto promised his people bottom up, like we are going to uplift people. But in actual sense, he said after 100 days. So after more than 100 days, we are talking about 5 months or 6 months down the line. If you look at where the question is this the bottom up where do we have low cost of living? The answer is no. So even the people who are even those people who are like very activated, like fighting for order, I think that morale has gone. No one will be like, let's defend these people. So what this one has done to some extent is giving him time, and these are isolated issues. Like he cannot mobilize, let's say, certain parts of the country to protect him because he is in government. So the only thing that he's left with is to manage the instruments of power, but he cannot mobilize wananchi effectively to protect him. That one, I don't think he will manage it. The high cost of living and electoral justice, the numbers are very clear. And up to now, we are still waiting for ODA or IBC to say that the numbers we are talking about or the numbers Azimio are talking about are not real. And we are also waiting for ODA and Kenya Kwanza and IBC to say that Azimio do not have facts, and here is the website, here is the server. If they can say, here is the server, you confirm, we are 100% sure that we want it, we'll be good. So we don't have any doubt about the integrity of the whistleblower. We know whatever the whistleblower said is 100%, even 101% right. So when we look at Kenya Kwanza and whatever they promised, like their manifesto, they were talking about after baada ya kuweka Biblia chini, bei ya unga itarudi chini, na the cost of electricity will go down and fuel will go down, and remove some of the punitive taxes and make fuel cheaper. That, in fact, at one point, Ruto was talking about fuel having the reason why fuel was expensive was that there were more than 15 or 17 various taxes that the government has imposed on the fuel. So up to now, we are waiting for him to remove all those taxes, but I know he won't. And then the high cost of living, like, it's very simple. There's no need of Gachagua or Ruto or even members of parliament putting us all pushing to get funding for bursaries. We don't need bursaries. What every Kenyan need is free primary and secondary education. Because as we speak, most of these bursaries mostly goes to government institutions like primary or the secondary or universities. I think what is needed is, I know that there are people who will deny that, but right now people are crying about high cost of living, watu wanarudisha watoto shule, but pesa kuna, kara kuna. The question is, why should government take money from this coffer and then put it this side and push it to wananchi to pretend that they are doing something, while in actual fact, the government can say, yeah, there's no fee to be paid and everybody can access education so that no one is left behind. So hii story ya bursary ni mchezo ya watoto, waachane na hiyo. And that's why for me, that's why personally I supported Azimio, because in actual sense, history ya bursary, it's bullshit. because mtu anapewa 10,000, mwingine anapewa 5,000, anapewa this term, next term pia anataka kuapply, and not everybody can access it. So the reason why personally I was like, yes, I believe in Azimio, one of the main issue was that, because it's very clear that if we say education is free, and there are countries which have done it, Finland has done it, and people can access education. So when we want to talk about literacy level, we want to improve services, we want to invest in our youth or the future, we must start with education. And the best way to do it, make education free and accessible to all Kenyans, not bursaries. Bursaries will never make education free and accessible to everyone. So, so that, for me, that was one of my biggest point of departure, apart with the Kenya Kwanza. Apart from the numerous ones, like their lack of integrity. In terms of policies, I still believe Azimio had progressive policies. And then when we talk about electoral justice, I think Raila has said it very clear. For me, I'm not clear. I'm not understanding the other bit, but I will leave the other bit to maybe with time I will understand it. But what I understand, the pathway that Raila is setting, number one is to do more rallies, so that this awareness, so that people can understand, everyone, so that it's not only Nairobi, but it should be like a countrywide movement where everybody is in the same page. Before any action, let everyone participate. And one of the things that I think Raila is doing well, or Azimio, Kalonzo, or Martha, what I like about whatever they are doing now is they're engaging people directly from the ground. There is that space for other young people, for people from Mashinani to actively engage in this process, which is very important. The idea of putting MPs, members of parliament, in charge, I think is long gone. Acha Ruto achukue hawa watu awaweke ndani aende nao. We don't have any problem, because some of these people are just defending their interests, personal interests, most of the MPs. And throughout this process, if this is what is going to happen, if it happens that Ruto will buy out MPs thinking that he might derail the process, what will happen is we will have an emerging leadership. We will have people like Mdume. We will have people at the grassroots level who will replace this. It will happen automatically, and I have no doubt with that. Gaucho and other guys will claim their rightful place, because in most cases, the people who normally mobilize people, nobody hears about them. But this is an opportunity for Baba to build that grassroots network, and that team will be unbreakable. That one I know for sure. If the MPs go away, they are actual. In fact, there are Kenyans who feel the pain, who feel the pinch. Some of these MPs will not feel the pain. As we speak, some of them earn like 1 million a month, so they will not feel the pain. But there are young people who feel the pain, who must be at the center of the struggle. And that is one thing that I'm happy about. So if Baba continues the way I think with whatever he's doing, consulting and holding most of the meetings with Wananchi directly to establish that link, I know it will go far. And lastly, when we look at the end game, Baba has two choices as the leader. Baba has to choose whether he wants to check the government or he has to choose to take whatever belongs to him. So either way, but handshake should not be handshake. We all agree that handshake is not an option. The two options that Baba have is either to be an active opposition leader, of which we are not happy about, or to take what belongs to him. Because when we start talking about, now I can understand, when we start talking about high cost of living, fuel, it is because of the current government which does not have the right policies. Number one, what they did is removing the subsidies, and they said clearly that subsidies that they are going to put subsidies on production, and you wonder like which production? What are they producing now? When we are talking about hunger and starvation, it will take about 8 months to grow anything serious. And if you remove subsidies, are you telling people to die? Because you cannot stay angry for 6 months waiting for to collect fertilizer. You cannot stay for 6 months collecting fertilizer because someone is saying that let's wait. And Kenyans have also gone to church. You go to church, you pray. After that, you need to eat. So even the prayers will not help. It's more of an action. Everybody knows how to pray. So kila mtu wanga anaenda, hata pastor mwenye anaomba. In the end of the day, they have to eat. So these ideas, we are closer to God than any other person. That is bullshit. Lastly, I've had the guy that calls himself the current AG talking about Article 108, that they want to introduce Article 108 in Parliament so that they can make they can tweak and make a few changes on Article 108. And one of the changes that they are proposing is to change majority and minority leadership, that the person who loses the election becomes the minority leader in parliament. So that they becomes the minority leader and then becomes the opposition leader. So those are I think that is what the Kenya Kwanza is trying to do. For them, they think the solution for this is to have a constitutional amendment so that the Baba could become opposition leader in parliament, which everyone is. I don't know who is advising them, but we will see where this one will take them. Otherwise, a luta continua. Yeah.
Thank you very much Wakanda. Chaka Mdune, alafu baada ya Chaka tuende kwa Geoffrey, baada ya Geoffrey tuende kwa Lea. Ebu una swali out Ninja?
Yes.
Uliza.
Yes,
Chaka subiri kidogo aulize swali.
Before the likes of Chaka warm up the debate that is on the floor, I wanted to make a few corrections here on two of our panelists who have spoken the last. I'm gonna start with Kenyan with love, and Kenyan with love. You spoke very well. You articulated your issues very well, but I got a problem with the way that you are addressing the person who is occupying the office of the president. That person cannot and will not and should never be addressed as a president. And I heard you twice saying President Ruto. Take that out of your vocabulary. That person, if you want to address him, if you want to be respectful, you can say Mr. Ruto. If you want to call her you want to call him with his real names, call him Wizi Ruto, Dhag Ruto, Animo Ruto, Fisi Ruto, ama Haina Ruto, something of that nature. Lakini usijaribu kutuambia President Ruto hapa. The person who gets the majority vote does never becomes the president. The minority vote never becomes the president. Now, I'm done with Kenyan with love. The next person that I wanted to address is Wakanda Forever. Wakanda Forever, we don't have two options. We only have one option. The person who wins the presidency, of all the indications have shown, as IBC have not said that the numbers that they have been presented with, they are wrong, as the current occupier of the office has not rejected those numbers. So we know that that's the person who won. So we have only one option. To take the winner. And I'm going to tell you the winner in a second. Raila Amolo Odinga, seconded by Mother Karua, to the office. We don't have the opposition, the position that you are trying to talk about here being created by the AG of the opposition. That is talk for another day. Once we get Amolo Odinga to the office, and I wanted to make it very clear to you, Mr. Wakanda. It's gonna reach a point. It's not a question of whether the winner, Raila Amolo Odinga, wants or he doesn't want. We will take him there. You win, we give you the sword. I just wanted to make those points. I have got more points, but I wanted just to make those two clear so that you can hear from the other people.
Point taken, kabisa, kabisa. Mato, you want to rebut, but I thought it was just a correction. Okay, Mato, I mean Kenyan with love.
My friend, Outnager, I don't know what you heard from me, but I doubt if in this forum I've ever called Ruto a president.
I heard you say you said by mistake. I was listening to you. Both of my ears were listening to you. Sema ilitoka kimakosa, we will forgive you.
Okay, sir, basi ilitoka kimakosa. Mimi I've never done that. I don't think kama ilitoka hata mimi naenda kutubu. Saizi naenda kutubu saizi. I've never done that. Anyone that knows me knows that has never happened.
Okay, you should first of all lazima kwanza utubu in this forum, alafu uende utubu somewhere in privately.
Aya, sawa, natubu. Unajua Father Darius ako huko. Forgive me, Father, for I have sinned. Ai, Ruto atoke wapi na ati president wa nani?
You said that, listening to you, and I was very wacha niseme the word, I was very pissed off when you said that, because that's not like you. I know you very well.
Hiyo basi sijui, maybe nilitegwa na kitu ama nilimeza mate vibaya. Sorry.
Hiyo tumemaliza. Na just in case mtu mwingine anataka kutumia hiyo jina, please utuondokee hapa.
Mato, can I say something?
Guys, I'm not the chair.
Ilikuwa
I'm
nafasi
not the chair
yangu.
today. Stone PK is the chair, so don't ask me as the chair. When I'm the chair, you can ask me. I'm even asking.
He's on phone. He's on phone.
He's on the
Ilikuwa
phone.
nafasi yangu Geoffrey, nikitoka nikupe ndugu yangu na wewe. Ilikuwa nafasi yangu kidogo, naomba kidogo. Najua
Okay. Order. Chaka
Mama,
okay.
can you be the
order,
guys.
Order, guys, until Stone PK comes back. And Leo is here too, can help me.
But Mato already, Stone PK had already pronounced that the next person is Chaka. So Geoffrey, I know you are here and we can even be here up to 1. Kindly, there is a reason why Chaka ukisikia melea, wacha submit, then we bado tuko na wewe hapa tutapambana. Chaka, endelea.
Asante Nyabaya kwa kunielewa zaidi kwamba hali ni hizo za mkongojo ndio nakuta tukiingia yani ndio hivyo. But nishukuru pia kwa hii nafasi, alafu pia brother yangu hapo out ni nje. Asante sana kwa kuweza kumkosoa ndugu yangu hapo Kenyan with love. Hatuna rais Ruto, tuna rais Raila Odinga kwa sababu yeye ndio mwenye ushindi. Vile pia niongezee mahali ameacha ndugu yangu hapa Wakanda. Nafikiri alikuwa anazungumzia kile kamba alikuwa katika nafsi yangu. Kile ambacho alikuwa nakizungumzia kuanzia jana mpaka sasa hivi, hapo nilikuwa nimesimama mahali amezungumzia. Na shida si kwamba tunataka Raila. Kwa nini? Shida tunang'ang'ana tuhakikishe tunapata haki, hususan katika chaguzi zetu. Tusirudi mahali kila siku tutakuwa tunaambiwa let's accept and move on, ili hali kura ya mwananchi hazungumzi. So this is the time tuhakikishe kwamba tunazika huu ugonjwa kabisa na kusahaulisha machoni pa Wakenya. Ndivyo tujenge rekodi mpya katika Kenya yetu, East Africa, Afrika na hata dunia nzima. Tumalizane na hawa wakora wenye kuhakisha wanaingia katika mamlaka na uongozi kutumia milango ya nyuma. Kwa sababu naamini kwamba si kwamba ni kura za urais peke yake zenye zinywa hivyo, hata kuna baadhi ya wabunge walichinjwa tu. Kuna baadhi ya magavana walichinjwa tu. Kuna baadhi ya maseneta walichinjwa tu. Mfumo huo ulitumika on daily basis kwamba anayechaguliwa mwingine anayepata ushindi mwingine. Ni vitu ambavyo tunataka tuvisahaulishe. Na hatuwezi visahaulisha kama tutaendelea na hii regime ambayo imeshindwa. Ingia hapa katika uongozi, tumeshuhudia wakifagilia GMO, wakiona watu wanapiga mshindo kwamba hawa watu wananyamazia, wakarudi hii serikali ikatuambia kwamba tuna plan, kwanza tumuongeza hata zaidi awe ni rais ambaye ataweza kutawala maisha. Walipokuja na propaganda hii, waliviona hii nayo itadunda mno, wakabadilisha. Yani hawa ni wamefuatilia hii serikali ya Venezuela hii. Maana si serikali ya mwananchi. Serikali ya Venezuela ikisaidiwa na Chebukati na Martha Koome. Wamefail since wakati ule wa mwanzo. Tutazame tukumbuke tu hapo nyuma mawaziri haswa akina Murkomen, uwanja wa ndege. Tulikuwa hapa. Jinsi walivyo fail. Akina Lintuli jinsi walivyo fail. Akita Moses Kuria jinsi walivyo fail. For the first time wamepewa hayo majukumu tu. So hii ilianza na kufail. Kwa hiyo hapa lengo ni kuhakikisha kwamba sauti ya Mkenya ikizungumza debeni ndio tunayopewa. Na sauti ya uchaguzi uliokuwa wa August 2022 watu walimchagua Raila. Na huo ndio ukweli. Na hata Mlima ilimchagua Raila. Lakini kwa sababu ya hawa janja ambao tunataka tuwakomeshe, ili isitokee tena kizazi hiki tukimalize kabisa chenye hizi roho. Maana hawa ndo wanatupa utawala mbovu, hawa ndo ambao hawana haja na Mkenya, kwa sababu nguvu yao kwamba wanajua jinsi walivyopata uongozi ni kwa jasho yao nyingine, upande mwingine si kwa ajili ya kura. Sasa baadaye wanatuletea wananchi, wanatufumba macho kwamba walichaguliwa kihalali na Kenya. Hakuna. Hapa lazima tutapigania hilo, na baba atupe neno la mwisho hiyo Jumapili. Na option moja tu kama alivyozungumzia ndugu yangu hapo out ni nje. Lazima tuchukue ushindi wetu. Hii propaganda wanaipanga eti wapeleke mswada bungeni wakiongozwa na huyu aliyekuwa spika wao, aliyekuwa spika wa bunge, sasa hivi na bwana mkuu wa sheria. Haka kai plan wanaipanga, ndio hiyo handshake wanaitafuta kimlango wa nyuma. Tena warudi kwamba sisi hatukubali handshake. Tulitaka mtu ambaye atakuwa opposition leader, ambaye ata counter check, atatuangalia ile kazi tunaifanya. Sisi hapa tujaribu tukaendelea kuwanyanyasa wananchi. Upuzi. Kenya tumechoka kubebwa maembe. Tunahitaji huduma. Tunahitaji watoto wasome bure. Ndivyo elimu, naamini elimu ndio uti wa mgongo. Tunahitaji hospitali zetu ziwe na madawa na ziwe na madaktari wa kutosha. Tunahitaji barabara. Tunahitaji stima vijijini huku. Stima hiyo kama itakuwa imepelekwa juu namna hiyo, utamletea mwananchi huku, itamfadisha nini? Je, itamsaidia je kunyanyua maisha yake? So ni mengi ambayo tunapigania hiyo, lakini la kwanza tunalopigania ni kuhakikisha tumemalizana na masuala ya uchaguzi. Chaguzi zijazo, awe mheshimiwa Raila, awe nani anayekuja, njia iwe ni swafi. Hakuna ukora tena. La pili tunalolipigania hapa ni harama ya maisha. Tunalozungumzia hapa kama Wakenya wenye kuipenda nchi yetu ni harama ya maisha. Hatutaendelea kuteseka namna hii. Hatutaendelea kubebeshwa mzigo namna hii. Inauma. So kwa wale mtu anapokea payslip mwisho wa mwezi hataona ni mzigo. Lakini kwa wale wana nguvuze ndio wanahisi na kubeba huo mzigo. Mimi nikiwa mmoja wao ndio naona uzito hii serikali hii. Kwa hivyo hapa mambo ni mawili tunayapigania wananchi na ndugu zangu, ni kuhakikisha kwamba tumemalizana masuala na chaguzi zetu. Wezi wakora wenye navyo hawezi nunua wakatumia pesa yao kuingia katika mamlaka hata kidogo. Yule Mkenya amemchagua, yule ndiye afaa asimame pale pale, kwa sababu huyo ndio watu wamwamini. La sivyo hakuna haja tena na chaguzi. Kama baba atakubali akubali kwamba awe kiongozi wa upinzani, akamtacheki serikali, but there's no need for us going for election come 2027. Hakuna haja. Itakuwa tuna nguvu gani ya kwenda katika chaguzi wakati wao wanajua kuchagua ni nani atakuwa rais, nani atakuwa prime minister, nani makamu wa rais, nani atakuwa ni nini? Tuna haja gani ya kwenda hakuna haja. But kwa sababu tunaamini baba alishachaguliwa kihalali, yeye ndio rais wetu. Mimi simwamini Ruto tangia mwanzo kwamba ni rais wangu. Hata kabla mheshimiwa Raila hajatangaza juzi, sikuwa na muamini Ruto kuwa ni rais wangu. Na ndio maana on daily basis hapa nilikuwa napinga yale wanayafanya na zile akili wanakuja nazo kwa Wakenya kutaka kutuwatumia vibaya mno. Kwa hiyo baba awe na option moja tu ya kwenda kuchukua ushindi wake. Hapo tutakuwa tumetengeneza historia. Japo hao wa Venezuela watakuwa wametengeneza wameingia katika vitabu vya kumbukumbu kwamba walikuwa rais, haitafutika. Lakini awe ni rais wa miezi mitatu katimuliwa. Sasa hapo historia itabaki ya Mkenya milele milele milele, na yale mataifa hapa majirani wanaoteseka, nadhani watakuwa wamepata ufunguo kutoka kwetu. Tutaanza kuona haya mambo yakitendeka katika nchi zenye viongozi sampuli hii, tukianza na wa Uganda hapa jirani zetu. So Kenya, wacheni kugawanywa. Hawa wanakuja hapa bado wako na kwamba tunapiga domo kaya hapa, hakuna chochote, maana uongozi ushaenda. Hayo mambo yalipitwa na wakati. Hakuna mkubwa Kenya hii kama zaidi ya mwananchi. Hata awe rais huko haizi akawa rais bila kuja kumpiga magoti mwananchi huku kumwambia kumrai. So ndugu zangu, tujeni pamoja, tusiwe kama nyoka. Tusiwe kama nyoka, kwa ni wakali kweli, lakini sasa ukimpata ni mmoja tu, huwezi wapata 10 hata siku moja. Laiti nyabaya uje wakute nyoka 10 ndio hawa wanakufuata, hizo mbio utakazotimka hapo uongo. Kwa hiyo sisi tusigawanywe, tusikubali kugawanywa ovyo ovyo. Kabila zote tushikane pamoja, na kwa kushikana kwetu katika hali ya huu ushindi tutakapokuweza kuupata na victory kurudi na freedom yetu kuipata, that's the time tutakuwa tumekuamua hatua ya kwanza ya kumalizana na ukabila. Maana hakuna kabila tahisi ameachwa nje. Pili, tutakuwa tumeanza kupata nafasi ya kuweza kuwafuatilia hawa waporaji. Hawa sasa hivi wamejifiisha ngozi ya kondoo, utadhani hakuna walokole kama wao, hakuna vile wanakosa kanisa. Lakini naamini kwamba yoyote yule, si wote wale wanasema bwana ndio ambao watauona ufalme wa mbinguni. Sasa watu wanapiga matai Jumapili, hakuna jinsi mtu anaweza mobilize watu mpaka kwa kanisa ama kwa mazishi. Na mfano wa juzi tu Jacaranda, ile kipenga tulivyopigwa, uone mtu ambaye huwa ana ushindi anavyokaa na mtu ambaye hana ushindi anavyokaa. Leo nitatoa huo mfano, hiyo tofauti. Aite mkutano wake hapo Nairobi tu, huyo Ruto, kama kutakwenda watu kama wale, kama hata tumia kuwahonga na kuwatumia magari na kuanua lunch, na ukitazama ni watu kidogo tena kabila chache, si wote, ajaribu. Lakini hawana watu, ndiposa kila Jumapili, na kwa sababu aliteka kanisa na makasisi wanaongozwa na tamaa kuliko tamaa za kimwili na za yani si neno la Mungu, akishapewa gari na kupewa milioni 1 basi kasisi ndio ashakwenda na maji. Ndipo wanamotumia kumobilize watu ni kwa mazishi, hapo ndo wanakatilisi wapate sauti ya kuzungumza. Hii si serikali ya Mkenya. Serikali ya Mkenya tunaijua ni ya Raila Amolo Odinga, na lazima tusimame na yeye ili kuweza kulinusuru hili taifa letu kwa watu ambao wanataka kulimaliza, kwa watu ambao wanachezesha biashara tukiona. So mimi sitaki kuwa mrefu ndugu zangu, lakini kwangu ni kwa rai wa Kenya wenzangu, turudi pamoja. Umoja wetu ndio nguvu yetu, ushirikiano wetu ndio manufaa yetu, kujitolea kwetu na kujituma kwetu ndio kutakatufulisha kupeleka mbele zaidi. Maana hapa ni kujitolea, roho mkononi, liwe liwalo, lakini tuhakikisha tumepata hii victory yetu na tumempa mwenye ushindi. Tuone kama hii Kenya haitabadilika, tuone kama watoto hawatasoma bure, tuone kama wazee hawatapata hizo 6,000. Mimi hata sina haja baba niambie 6,000 za kuwapa wa Kenya zinatoka wapi, kwa sababu naziona mimi hapa nilipo, naziona. Nikianza na zile pesa zilizoregeshewa Gachagua bilioni 7.3 sio 4. Hizo ndo pesa tutazozipata kwa ziwasaidie familia maskini waweze kupata hizo 6,000, zitawasaidia pakubwa. Mtu atakopa mahali hata kama ni kwa duka, najua nikipata pesa zangu mwisho wa mwezi 6,000 nitakuja kulipa, ashanusurika. Kuliko hawa waliotuambia kwamba ni wajenga uchumi, kumbe ni waangusha uchumi. Kuliko hawa wanasema sisi tutadili na economy, na economy yao ni kuhakikisha palipo pesa jicho liko pale pale, ili wapate kuigawa hii keki kwa wao. We are now tired as Kenyans. Tusidanganyane hapa. Hapa tuambiane ukweli ili tulinusuru hili taifa. Kwa sasa hivi na kwa kuitetea vizazi vinavyokuja. Wakati ni sasa. Wakati wa kulikomboa hili taifa kwa maneno ni sasa. Huu ukombozi mpya na watatu huu wa uchumi ndio tunauanzisha sasa, tuone kama Kenya itafika wapi. Haitafika mbele. Kama tutapata the right person pale juu ambaye amechaguliwa na anahisi ana ule uchungu kwamba nilichaguliwa kweli mimi na wananchi nitawafanyia kazi. Kuliko kwamba tuongozwe na mtu ambaye alitumia pesa zake kuwa pale juu uone kama anaweza kuthamini kama mwananchi. Maana hiyo ndio tofauti tulionao sasa hivi. So Kenyans, let's come together. Turudi pamoja, wacheni kuwa na uoga. Tumekuwa na watu waliopigania uhuru na walishikana kabila zote. Ndio tulikomboa hili taifa. Baadaye ndio karudi kwamba wengine ndio wanajiita maumau, lakini hata huyo maumau kuna mtu alimsubiria atoke na akasema uongozi umenipa kweli, lakini nitamsubiria atoke. Na hakuwa peke yake mwenye kuzungumza hayo, alikuwa na wengine na viongozi wengine, kwamba lazima mwenzetu arudi hapa. Huo ndio umoja huo wa Kenya, na ndio maana sasa hivi tunauregesha ule umoja ule. Watu wapaze sauti, watu wajitolee, tuhakikishe kwamba ushindi huu tumempa mwenye ushindi. Na hawa watu baada ya hapo, mwenye kuiba abebe msalaba wake, ni mahakamani. Aregeshe pesa zetu zinunue madawa, aregeshe pesa zetu zile mtu ameiba ziende zitengeneze barabara, aregeshe pesa zetu zikatengeneze masuala ya elimu, watoto wasome bure. Kule ukalisha huu msitu uliojaa wakora wenye wamepora pesa mingi wenye wako nazo. Mimi nitakwamia pale ndugu zangu, nisipandishe munkari zaidi, kwa sababu light kama ningekuwa na uwezo wa kuweza kuipendua nchi, wallahi mimi ningeingia State House. Vile sina uwezo tu. Na nikatimua haswa light kama ningejaliwa na uwezo. Njoo ni kitu kinanitia uchungu sana. Hatuwezi ongozwa na wezi. Hatuwezi ongozwa na watu waongo. Leo wakizungumza hili, kesho wamezungumza hili. Na hiyo pia Wakenya bado mna support. Hii ni nini hiyo hasela? Wako wapi hao mama mboga na boda bodas? Where are they? Lini ulisikia mtu talisia kauli moja inazungumzia boda boda sasa hivi na mama mboga na Wanjiku? Zaidi ya kahawa mlima na majani chai mlima. Hata huyo mkutano ameenda amezungumzia kahawa na majani chai mlima. Na hawa Wakenya wengine, please let's come together. Tupiganie nchi yetu. Tupiganie ukombozi wa tatu na Mungu atatusaidia. Hakuna refu lisiokuwa na mwisho. Na siku zote mimi huzungumzia hapa, hata juzi nilizungumzia kwamba ujanja wa nyani ni mwisho ni jangwani tu. Na ushafika. Wa open server hawataka kufungua server, watupe ushindi wetu. Wafungue server tuone kile kiko pale ndani. Si mambo ya kwamba poto, si kuna poto, si kuna nini. Hiyo kitu tunataka kusikia. Let them open server, wafungue. Hapo tutakapojua mshindi ni nani, halisi ni nani. Na hapo ndo tutakuwa tumekuamua na tumemjua haswa mjanja hapa ni nani. Lakini I do believe ujanja wa nyani unaelekea jangwani sasa hivi. Hakuna miti sijui itakuwaje. Asanteni.
Stone PK barabara. Asante sana Chakandume. Uwezo unao, usiseme huna uwezo. Uwezo unao. Na hivi karibuni lazima tutaenda tunyakue ushindi huo. Naona wengine wanakuja hapa wanatype vitu watu kama kina Keep Elijah. Keep Elijah, if at all you are here and you've been following us each and every day, and I can see you're even having a top fan badge, and you're saying that we people are saying nonsense here, I think there's something wrong with your mind. You need to interrogate your external mind so that it can agree with your internal mind. Your internal mind is here and they know what you're saying here is making sense internally. But because your external mind has been compromised and lured and cheated by Ruto, so it doesn't want to accept what your internal brain is telling you. So you need to ensure these two parts of your brain agree instead of typing some nonsense here. In fact, what you're typing is what is not making sense. I was told the next person is supposed to be Godfrey Ouma.
Okay, thank you, Leo. I greet you all, my friends. There's something I'm going to kuchangia about what Wakanda said, but before I go to what Wakanda said, Mr. Out Ninje, how are you? There's something you have raised up.
I'm good, sir. I'm good, sir. I'm good.
Yeah, there's this issue you have raised up, issue ya kuita huyu mwizi president. You know, si atakuwa tunataka kumuita president, but sometimes unashtuka tu umemuita. Si atakuwa tumeitoa kwa mdogo kwa nini yetu, kwa roho yetu. Huyu hatuwezi muita president, but sometimes it happens tu unashtukia tumemuita president kwa sababu ni vile ako pale. So usitulaumu sana, tukua inapitia tu yani. Si ati tunaitoa kwa mdogo kwa moyo. Wakanda, there's something you talked about that we only have two issues. One is either we take our victory. The second one is either we check the government. I can assure you that we are not checking this government as opposition. That is for sure. I can assure you, we are not checking it as opposition. My only concern is that we are going for our victory. But sasa kuna shida kidogo. Shida ni kuwa yesterday nini was live. This guy anaitwaje? Huyu Okanga was live. Akawa anaulizwa maswali. So by the time akawa anaulizwa maswali, I wanted to know what is really happening on the ground in Nairobi. Nikaingia kwa channel na nikamuuliza, because I wanted to know if hii moto ambao baba alikuja nayo kwa Kamkunji ndiko on the ground ama haiko on the ground. I came to learn that kumbe hakuna watu ambao wanaitembeza hii fire on the ground. Watu wamenyamaza tu wanangoja mpaka baba akuja aongee ndio twende. Baba akuja aongee ndio twende. I think this is the right time that we need people. You know, taking power si kitu rahisi. And that's why I was pushing for this channel ifanye 24 hours. At least sahi watu wa Kenya wameamuka sahi, at least they can listen. Na ufuate kitu ambacho tunasema. Taking power in fact from this guy, huyu mwizi. This guy is not a good person. Huyu mtu ni brutal na ni mtu ambaye anaweza ua kwa sababu mambo yake kwa ni izeda uwe lakini asikose. Ni izeda apate. So what I was arguing Kenyans ni kuwa, you know, in South Africa before the revolution took place, ni youths ambao walianzisha that revolution. And those youths saw what was happening. Wakawa wamekasirika. Na wakati walikasirika, walianza kuvunja vitu. Wanapata watu wameketi kwa group, wanavunja hizo vitu, wanawaambia mbona mnasherekea? Unajua wazee wa kitambo walikuwa wanapenda kuketi, wanakunywa pombe, wanapiga story, alafu walikuwa na ile mentality kwa maogopa wazungu. So wakawa wanatupa hizo machupa zao za pombe, wanawaambia mbona mnaketi hapa mnasherekea na kule wasichana wetu wanakuwa raped, watu wetu wanauliwa, wazungu wanachukua shamba zetu. Hapo wakati vijana waliamuka, kuna some leaders ambao waliona potential in these guys, in these youths, na wakawachukua, wakawatrain kisiri. Sasa wakati walianza kupush on, jamaa walikuwa tayari wako na courage, na walikuwa wako na yani walikuwa washapata strategy how they move with their course. Sisi hapa baba has lightened the lamp. But now hakuna mtu ambaye anapush pale chini. Kinokanga wakishatoka kwa mkutano, hakuna mtu anawasaidia kule chini kupush on this thing kwa sababu kitu si rahisi kuchukua. So what I was asking, kina Raila should plan au na strategy at least kuwa na watu ambao watapush. You know, tukisema tunaenda on the front line, sahi vijana wataenda sawa, kina Okanga watakuwa mbele. But now si kitu ambacho itachukua one day, ni kitu inaweza enda karibu 2 weeks, inaweza enda kwa 1 week. On that 1 week we need people who are strong. We need people who can survive. And unajua sasa tuna economy imechangia kila kitu maribu. Sasa watu wako weak, watu wako na njaa. Sasa mtu kukaa for 2 weeks kama hajakula haitakuwa rahisi. We need somebody. Raila should have a group of people ambao wanapush, wanaonyesha watu strategy ambao watatumia. I talked to Okanga but hakuniambia ni strategy ambayo iko pale. Alituambia sisi njia yetu ni twende tuchukue. Tunaweza enda tukachukua, lakini sasa isifanyike kama ile ambayo ilifanyika 2017, ile ambayo baba alichukua akaapishwa lakini ilikuwa haina effect. Sasa we need tukienda kuchukua tunachukua na we took the real thing na baba achukue uongozi. But we need strategy. Si kunyamaza itatusaidia. Yes, Mato.
Leo, Sorry.
Yes, yes. I can see your hand is up.
No, Leo,
And
it's you.
before-
Can you, Leo? Can you?
Okay, just
you
a
hear me?
minute. Yeah, I can hear you. And just a minute before you respond or you ask your question, I see
No,
Wakanda.
I didn't want to respond anything. I just wanted you to put your number, your WhatsApp number. I don't have it. If you can
All
put
right,
it out there, there's a video I want to send you and see if you can play it. Because you're easier to play. My thing is acting up.
All right, I'm doing so. Wakanda, before I give you a minute, I just want to make a clarification. You know, these guys like misleading people. Like Nico Diambo is already misleading some there in the Facebook that the Jacaranda rally has been postponed. Nico Diambo, Jacaranda rally has not been postponed, will not be postponed, and don't dream of that. The rally is still on, and we tell your neighbors to prepare to attend the rally. What happened is the letter that you people are saying was written by somebody called Samuel Ochola. He is the Secretary General of Gor Mahia. I myself am not only a fan of Gor Mahia, I'm a member who votes in that club, and I'm also a shareholder in the Gor Mahia SACCO. So the request they were requesting Raila, I think I'll just take a minute and read for you the letter. Yeah, they said to our esteemed patron, the Right Honorable Raila Odinga, belated Happy New Year and the best wishes for all your plans and endeavor in this year. We, the Kogalo fraternity, are aware that you have planned a consultative meeting with Wananchi Kamdemo on Sunday, 29th January 2023. As our dear patron, we wish to remind you of our Mashemeji Derby clash with AFC Leopards at 3 p.m. Nyayo Stadium, the same day that you will be holding consultative meeting Kamdemo. We hereby formally invite you to grace the occasion. We also appeal to you to consider either rescheduling the demo or having it in a good time to enable supporters of both clubs make their way to the stadium. It is true that the Green Army and the Blue Army are the main army in the Azimio. So they did not tell Raila to postpone or do what. The two things can happen at the same time. We will attend Jacaranda rally, and after the Jacaranda rally, we can go and watch football from 7 p.m. It has happened in Kenya before. 2014, we used to play the KPL games at Nyayo Stadium from 7 p.m. There is full floodlight there. So Nico Diambo, don't be worried. The two will have to occur. And if in any case the players are not going to Jacaranda, the game will continue in the stadium. There are many days people have been playing in that stadium without fans. And I can tell you, we will go to Jacaranda and they think of attending the match at maybe another day. So don't be worried. Wakanda, you can ask the question you wanted, then we allow Godfrey to wind up.
Mute. Who mute? Wakanda, mute your mic.
Mute or unmute? Unmute, yeah, that's it.
Yeah. Godfrey, there is something that you say that I don't know. I've just lost it.
Wakanda, you are muted. You are muted, Wakanda. You have to unmute, yeah.
Okay. Wakanda said you've lost it. So as you're looking for it, Godfrey, you can just wind up. Maybe if it is a river, he'll get it and get back to you later. So just wind up so that we don't take a lot of time.
Okay, what I was trying to say, we need a strategy because this guy is just brutal efficiency. Na ni mtu ambaye anaweza amua kuua na ataua. Okay, we have some few guys kina Gaucho wako kwa field. But we need also leaders. Raila anafaa awe na strong man. Hao watu hao kama kina Mobimba. Mobimba should come out. Ule Mobimba mimi namuona tu kwa jukwaa. But he should come out aende pale chini kwa sababu ndio anajua hao watu wanaishi vipi, ashapitia hiyo hali. He should go down aongee na kina Gaucho wa plan wawe na a strategy that tukienda okay.
Yeah, I think Godfrey, the only problem that one thing that I often I struggle with whatever you are saying. You know, the master plan cannot be shared at social media on a social platform like this. That way you will fail, because once you share that plan, you are saying that Raila is not telling us the plan. Then you are as dead as your plan, because when let's say today maybe Gaucho or anyone, and they need to also be advised that once you have a plan, you don't come on a social platform like this and share the plan. The plan will not work, because the other person will know how to counter your plan. So this idea of us pushing so hard that Raila is not sharing a plan, or what, the ambiguity is what might is the best thing to do a revolution. Yeah, you have to be ambiguous. You must be unpredictable. History sharing a plan, oh, we want these details, or what next? You are going nowhere once the plan has been shared, my friend. That is I might be wrong, but for me, if someone was planning how to kill me or remove me into power and shares a plan on this platform, and I know, let's say Gaucho or the other guy is coming on this platform to share the plan, I will have time to plan how to counter them. So they need Gaucho and the rest of, if these are the people who are going to work with Baba, they have to be told how to hold on critical information. You can't share everything on a social platform unless you are sitting somewhere planning to execute. You only execute, but you don't share the plan. You only execute, but not sharing the plan. If they do that, then, my friend, we will be wasting time. Coming here to share plans, you will be wasting time.
Wakanda, what I meant, I interrogated Nene, I interrogated this guy.
Let's have some order. So let's have some order. Geoffrey, do you want to back?
I wanted to say something. Yeah, I wanted to say something.
Yeah, I thought that was very clear, because you see, some of us are very, very connected in terms of all what is going on. Like now, we've been having long conversations. You see, what we discuss here is mobilization, period. Just mobilization, explaining it to people why we are going for that cause. The rest of the details, you will never hear them. Even when Gaucho comes here, he will just tell you, tutaenda huko Jacaranda. How they will go, the route, nini, you will not know. Even you don't know what will be there immediately after Jacaranda. Okay? You know, and they are so much used to these things. The planning and all that, you know, the mass movement and all that. Even Baba will never tell you. If you listen to Baba very carefully, he tells you the rest. We will know as we move on. And that's the strategy. This one is heavy, Godfrey. Even if you call people, it is very few people who know what is happening. Because again, if you involve everybody, then it will not be a plan. All right? So you only need to have a critical mass that is planning, and it has to be very critical. And number two, people know Ruto can kill and will kill, but he kills his ICC is waiting for him. This is serious. And you don't know why Ruto is so quiet when these things are happening. It's because he's being watched. Ako katika meno ya nini? Ya mamba. Not that he's just that. In fact, Kenyans have the advantage to do whatever we want to do. The Constitution empowers us to do that. Power belongs to us. So mass movement, it's okay. Kumtimua kutoka kwa serikali, it's okay. We'll be claiming our sovereignty and our power as a people. We feel he is not fit. So sisi ndio tuko more advantaged than Ruto. He tries to throw one bullet, he's gone. Tutamkuamua tu akiwa amelala hapo. Tumtimua mbio ile mbaya mbovu. There you may want to continue a little bit. There is a call I'm on. I just
All right.
yes.
All right, it's okay. It's okay. Yeah. So maybe Godfrey, just also on the same note, there are some things that are not planned publicly. Like if we say tomorrow we are going to do this, follow this route, to do this, the enemy prepares. They get the right way to rebut and the right way to respond to your plans. That is why there are specific planning that can never be shared. The only thing is they'll tell you, you come, you are going to know what is taking place. The number two, this guy that you're talking of, Mubimba, Makatwech, was just like the gaucho that you're seeing. He's one man that nobody knew will become the MCA. He's the MCA of Korokocho ward. If you don't know where Korokocho is one slum that you cannot go if you've never been in that place and walk freely. Even people will be able to know wewe ni mgeni na hautapita. Ask those people who've been in Korokocho. Na huko ndio kuna jeshi. Wale wakiamua wamefunga hiyo barabara watafunga na hakuna kitu mtafanya. So this is a guy who is really in touch with the ground, with the real hustlers, and he knows what he says. And maybe to confirm that one to you, let me play for you a video here. So this video will confirm your doubts and maybe bring you back and realize that everything is well planned.
Watu wetu mikono tuwatoe chini. Kwa siasa ya taifa, baba, hakuna njia nyingine. Tunataka tutoke, tuende Ikulu, tutoe huyo mwizi Ikulu. Na mimi nataka niseme namna hii, lazima tuingie town, tufunge na biashara, hakuna biashara itaendelea hii capital city of Nairobi. Ndio William Ruto washimu Raila Odinga. Lazima tufunge biashara hii Nairobi. Baba, tulisikia ule mjinga anaitwa Gachagua anasema ati awachiwe Raila atadili na yeye. Mimi Gachagua nilishamlima nikamweka chini ya kitanda. Ule mtu wa githeri na mchele hawezi tishia baba. Sawa sawa. Baba waliwarawei, serikali ya Ruto waliingia kwa store wakaiba mpaka condom. Alafu wanasema ati serikali waliwachiwa bila kitu. Kama wanaiba condom, watasaidia wananchi namna gani? Kwa hivyo naambia Excellency Raila Odinga, tunataka tutoke nje, tuokoe taifa, tupeleke Kenya mbele, mambo iinuke. Asante na Mungu awabariki. Tulo.
So that is the Matuech Mobimba. His name, the one he was using in the estate is Tulo. So when I was in high school, I happened to be attending some games at there is a stadium in Korokocho. It's a Catholic church called St. John. So he's one guy who is good in organizing and mobilizing. And from that speech, I can tell you half of the Jubilee MPs have responded to him. And if you go to your social media, you'll find most of them responded to him. So it really, they really know what will happen. And they really know the impact of the person speaking. That is why when you see they arresting Gaucho, it tells you, they know who is now mobilizing. This thing is not being done by the MPs who've been elected. It is done by the common mwananchi ambaye amechoka, anaona gharama ya maisha imepanda. Na gharama ya maisha imepanda na bado itazidi kupanda. Manake kila mtu akiongea kila kukicha mnaambiwa maisha itazidi kupanda. At the same time, huyo Ruto wenyu anaenda Dakar to go and lecture some Africans. He's lecturing some Africans on food security. Yet in Kenya, people are going hungry. Bado ako na ile courage ya kwenda kukalisha African president anawa lecture anawaambia how to deal with food security. Na Kenya huko ameacha watu wanakufa njaa. Yeye bado na is interior minister, this man huyu wa soprano anaitwa aje sijui Kindiki, wanaenda kupeana threats huko. Jana, the other day, 3 people were killed. I'm told the government even armed some other communities. So the wars there may increase. bado anaendanga tu kupeana threat akiriniwa, anapeana threat akiriniwa, wakitoka Wakenya wanauliwa. And somebody wants to tell you tumpatie serikali nafasi ya nini? This guy doesn't need even a week. These guys should be removed as fast as possible. And from that Jacaranda meeting, I can tell you this thing is possible. It needs some mindset. Somebody who thinks of Kenya, and Kenya is already tired with the state of economy. Things are going up, nothing is coming down. So if that is the bottom up, you are told, then I don't think it is the right thing. Do they want to raise the price of everything so that they start afresh? It's not going to happen. So I'll still encourage those people who are still doubting. Jacaranda is a real deal. You know, in these public forums is where pronunciations are made. And these announcements that are made in the public forums normally have got some greater impact, because when you go home, you'll now have to implement them. It might not happen suddenly or on a single day, but as long as we are doing something, it gives us hope that there is possibility that finally we are going to achieve our main objective. And you and I know our main objective is to ensure that we don't allow the UDA and Kenya Kwanza to continue dealing with Kenyans as if they're dealing with their personal property. Yesterday, I had a minister, and I don't know who speaks for Ruto nowadays, because everybody purports to be speaking for the government, and I'm aware they have more than 10 communicators. I had this shareholder of Kenya Power, Ndindi Nyoro. This guy is the greatest shareholder in Kenya Power, and they keep on increasing the cost of tokens and the cost of electricity, and somebody still comes in this forum to tell you that it is stima ijapanda. I heard him saying that they are going to privatize the government parastatals. My friend, the only thing that they need to tell us, if these parastatals are not making profit, then they need to do something to ensure that the parastatals make profit. When the Kenya Meat Commission was not making profit, what did Uhuru do? He realized that there were cartels there. Ruto's son among the cartels in the Kenya Meat Commission. What did he do? It only took Uhuru 1 month to hand over that parastatal called Kenya Meat Commission to the army. Then within a month, everything changed, and the Kenya Meat Commission is up, standing and operating, and it's selling meat and making profits. So why can they do that? The only thing is they remove the cartels. They do tell us they know the cartels. These parastatals can make profit, but they're not making profit because of the cartels who are there. If you go to Kenya Power, who are the cartels there? Forget about even the shareholders like Ndindi Nyoro. The cartels are Ruto's people. When Keter was the minister there, he really ensured that he even brought even the sweepers. The same people, the same cartels. So the Kenya Cereals Board, the Cereals Board ilianguka wakati Ruto alikuwa minister wa agriculture. Mbona ilianguka? You are told waligula aje, even the sweeper walitoa kwao wakaweka hapo, and these guys were totally destroying these parastatals. So the enemy of parastatals in Kenya we know is William Ruto. Anything parastatal he touched imeanguka chini. When Ruto was the Minister of Agriculture, that is when the sugar industry ya Kenya ilianguka. This giant Mumias Sugar ilianguka wakati Ruto alikuwa Minister of Agriculture. If you go to places like Sony Sugar, the Muhoroni, and all these sugar companies that you see, wakati gani, before Ruto became the Minister of Agriculture, these companies were making profits, and you will go to any supermarket and pick of any sugar that is made in Kenya. During that time, you will buy Mumias, you will buy Cabras, you will buy Sony. What happened when Ruto became the minister? That's the time we started seeing sugar being imported from Brazil and packed as Mumias sugar. What did he do as a Minister of Agriculture? Our education system, the higher education system, started failing when Ruto was the Minister of Higher Education. That is when our universities started registering and producing some fake graduates. People like Sakaja will just walk in, register and wait for some few years to get awarded for degrees they did not even qualify for. The degrees they did not even attend classes. Why is it easy for you currently to walk into University of Nairobi, pay money, go rest in your comfy offices, then wait for graduation when you don't even attend a single class? Who made it possible? And now they are telling us they want to privatize our universities. Will we be able to pay? If you're not able to pay school fees in a private primary school, how will you pay school fees in a private university? We need to ask ourselves these questions. The government, at the same time, they're telling us the government is not in the business of doing business. At the same time, the government is not in the business of making profit out of hardworking Kenyans' money. If the government has to make profit, then this profit should be shared equally. We know very well in every business that we have in the country, the government takes 30% as taxes. So is that one not business? Are they not enjoying the proceeds? They are not enabling the business. So we need to stop this government before our country loses its value. IMF the other day told you that Ethiopia and Angola is overtaking us in terms of the GDP. How? This is a country that has been moving on well. Even during COVID, we did not. I don't think we did not lower ourselves like this. We were able to come up with measures to mitigate the COVID, and Kenya stood strong and stable. So right now, we are only 4 months into this Kenya Kwanza government. The value of the dollar has dropped. Right now, if you have $1, it is Kenyan shillings 128. I've just checked in the morning. Just imagine. So it means our traders will have to spend more money in order to get dollars. If they used to import something at $100, and maybe at $100 they were using 10,000 Kenyan shillings, today they'll have to use 13,000 Kenyan shillings to get an item that is valued at $100. So what does that one tell you? We need to do something. We need to do something. I think I'll welcome Guru to say. I saw Zalendo. I don't know if he's still around. I see him. Guru, you can welcome. You can proceed and speak. As I'm preparing that video. Guru, karibu.
Habari yenu? Habari?
Mzuri sana tunakusikiza. Ni venye watu wako disciplined huku. Umejua wanaambiwa when somebody is speaking, they mute themselves. So I think
Kwani amepotea?
Nzuri Guru.
Stone PK. Wapi Stone PK? Kwani amepotea? Now, I can see Defenceless. Is it Defenceless? I beg to differ. I think you have noticed that most of the MPs have kept off this debate. The elected members of parliament are keeping away from the push and pull between Raila and Ruto. The question you ask yourself, why? Let me tell you, there's a person in the last meeting who said those who are not here will soon be following the caravan. You know, politicians sometimes, not sometimes, actually behave like poachers. They wait for the animal to be felled. Some even wait for the rotting process to start so that they can now come in. What do I mean? There are politicians mostly wouldn't want to get into a rhythm that will fail them. Some of these are young politicians, and they know that once a certain momentum takes, place, if you are not in that rhythm, you end your political career. So today, they are in government. But at the same time, out there, there is something building up. Whose direction at this level is very difficult to tell. If you can revisit what happened between 2003 to 2007, it will tell you how the mobilization mainstream affects the next general elections. You are aware that some of them are still very insecure, because actually some of them, as you had the tinkering with the voting, most of them, at least a sizable number, did not get their positions because they deserved. And Jose Camargo assisted them to get where they are. Kwa hivyo, the troops will start being known once the momentum picks pace. That's when you know who is on which side, especially for the elected leaders. Because right now, if you go to the ground and you find everybody has shifted on one side, those are politicians for you. They will start trooping on either side. So hii maneno saa hii iko kwa mikono ya wananchi. Wananchi ndio mwishowe watasema hawa watu wataelekea upande gani. It's a very serious situation, because we don't have principled politicians. Most of them are just like those poachers. If you ask what they stand for, they will not tell you. That's why today, those who are actually holding the reverse of power were the ones who vehemently opposed the current constitution. But you see, today, they are enjoying the trappings of the same constitution that they opposed so aggressively. So that is the paradox of the Kenyan nation. Sometimes unapikia watu chakula, unafikiria sasa ndio wakati wa kula hiyo chakula, lakini mtu mwingine anakuja anachukua kwanza kwa nguvu. So there is one analyst who has said that this thing could take a life of its own. It starts in small installments. Those who are right now not sure where things are moving, they are just quiet. But because they are politicians, once they know the ground has become hot, they will start trying to squeeze out those who have been braving themselves in the trenches as this momentum picks pace. The most interesting thing is that this time things seem grounded on reality. I don't know whether you have noticed that nobody has come up with a counter to the figures that were given of what happened, the 8.1 versus 5.9. There is nobody who has come to say those figures are exaggerated. There is nobody who has disputed those figures in any way, except the one who came close to saying that the servers were opened wrong time ago. But then again, I don't know whether he knows the difference between a server and a portal, because he seems to have been talking about the portal. And that portal is what was fed with fake figures. So therefore, Baba has a right to ask for the servers to be opened. The other thing that is most interesting, I don't know whether you heard when Raila met with the leaders in Nairobi, he told foreign powers to keep off Kenyan affairs. That was a very strong statement. I just came across information that I don't know whether it's true that there was a plan to find a way to go and protest on the gates of American embassy. I don't know whether they are the main movers of what is happening, and they have since revised their view on the Kenyan elections of August, that it cannot now be known who exactly won these elections. That's a very heavy statement. And I would not want to preempt what that means, but I can only assume that perhaps they are thinking of a situation like that which happened in 2018 and 2008 of handshake and sharing of government and so on and so forth. But I think they are mistaken, because Kenyans have since moved on, and I think no Kenyan, especially a supporter of Raila Odinga, would want to hear of handshake with the government of William Ruto. Therefore, I think they have underestimated the progress in Kenya in terms of political, formations and
Guru,
political.
your phone is really ringing there.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Somebody was trying to enter in Nini with the phone. So what I'm saying is that they may be wanting to micromanage the situation that we have, but this time they are in for a rude shock, because in fact the most radical supporters are those that are supporting Raila. They would not want anything to do with the handshake. Sasa hapo sijui watafanya namna gani. You can imagine the government perhaps would want a handshake, because after all they are already holding the levers of power. But the person they are going for handshake to is supporters. Himself, I don't know. I'm not in his heart. I don't know whether he would want personally or not, but his supporters would not want that to happen. So we are staring at what some time back Stone PK called the uncharted waters. The matters in Kenya today look to be beyond the Supreme Court, because even the Supreme Court itself is subject of what is being discussed. The IBC is a subject of being discussed. So when you reach a point whereby even the Supreme Court itself is a subject of public debate on its conduct, then we have a problem there, because the only fallback position is that of the sovereignty of the Kenyan people. Asante.
Asante sana, Guru. And to those people who still doubt this journey, let me remind them, if Ruto himself and his government have already panicked and they are right now thinking of ways to manage Baba, something that we are against, are you aware that they are planning to introduce a bill that will allow Raila to get back to parliament? And I remember this man called Justin Muturi, I think is the Attorney General, saying that it is possible. We do not need a referendum. We can think a bit with Article 108 to have the person who comes second in the presidential poll to become the minority leader in the National Assembly, and the running mate to become the minority leader in the Senate. And they are planning that they want to introduce a bill, and in that bill they pass it so that Raila joins the National Assembly and becomes the minority leader, claiming that that office is really financed by the Parliamentary Service Commission. Then Kalonzo, who was the running mate, to join the Senate and become the minority leader there. How on earth can somebody who won elections become a minority? So that is what they're planning. It tells you these guys have really panicked, and we will not allow them to do that. Son PK, you can say so.
Yeah, thank you, Leo. Let me say quickly, to rejoin on what Bwana Guru amesema, and we've done quite good also to make it very clear. You see, Guru amesema we are on uncharted waters. Truly speaking, not only are we on uncharted waters, but now we are even beyond the constitution. And this is what people should know. For us in Azimio now, we don't really care about the constitution, because I keep on saying, two wrongs don't make a right. But then if wrongs continue happening, how do you correct them? So let them take it to the bank. Right now where we are, we don't care about the constitution. We just care about getting the power back, which is what we are going to do. And Ruto can prepare to do whatever he wants to do. It's not about the constitution anymore. Hii kitu imekuwa mbaya. Ruto amengoja ikafika rapture stage. And that is where we are. He can arrest Gaucho, he can do whatever he wants, but we don't want to reveal what is really happening. The boiler is boiling. Sasa, it's not constitution ni mavia kuku sasa. We don't care about it because nobody respects it. So no one should use it kama vile watu wanatumia Biblia kuwagandamiza watu. Ruto can keep the constitution. He can do whatever he wants to do with the constitution, but he has screwed it up. So it is now watoto nyara, free for all. Mwenye nguvu mpishe. Sasa tupimane nguvu basi. Asante Leo.
Thank you. Yes.
I don't know, but you see, the difficult position we are in right now as a country is that it was never envisaged that an electoral body can conspire with service providers, ICT companies, and some political elite to pollute the democracy in the country. So we are in a situation where the country has become kind of a captive of some political elite in conspiracy with some foreign company or companies that provide us with the ICT infrastructure. We even don't know what they decided when they were getting the contract. You cannot tell. Perhaps even the part of their deal was to do what they did. So it is a difficult situation. And that's why I think Raila saying this is beyond even Kenya. It is for the African continent because we are holding elections, ICT systems and infrastructure, and the companies providing us with that infrastructure are getting involved in what outcome will finally be announced. A very dangerous thing because it means then the vote of a citizen is not respected anymore. That's why you can see people chest thumping because they know whether you go to vote or you don't vote. Already the systems have been set in such a way that they will emerge victorious. This is a serious matter. And I think that's why Raila said he's ready to assist and lead that path for the sake of Kenya, for the sake of African continent. Asante.
Okay, thank you. For those ones who are checking on the Candid Talk, the feeds currently in YouTube, you'll find it in Mtembei TV. Facebook, we are having Mtembei TV and the Swift Media. So those are the only 3 channels that are giving you the live feeds. I think the other show that was ended, the one that you heard at night, was being streamed in Candid Talk and Mtembei TV. But right now, we only have one YouTube channel that is streaming live. That is Mtembei TV. So those ones following at the Candid, maybe you might think it is behind. So you can change and join Mtembei TV. That is where you'll get the live feeds currently. I can see out Inja is having the hand. Godfrey Ouma, Zalendo is also waiting to speak next. Kenyan with the lab is also there. Andrew Werimo Karibu, you will speak after, you will submit after Mzalendo. So I'll just give less than a minute for those ones who've raised their hands. Mzalendo have not submitted, Andrew Werimo have also not submitted, so that we give people equal chance, so that we can be able to hear from everyone. So Godfrey, less than a minute.
Okay, a minute I cannot finish. I think ukaja tuseme kitu alafu nitarudi baadaye because in a minute what I wanted to say.
Okay, yeah, you utarudi baadaye kawaida. We are not locking you. We are not closing now.
Okay, let me concur with Mr. Guru what he said. You know, in Azimio, we only have organic supporters of Raila. The people who can die for Raila. Raila kama sasa twende kufe, watu watenda kufe. But ukiangalia these other chamas, hakuna mtu anaweza toka akaenda kufight when watu wa Raila wana fight. So what I was talking about the other time ile ambao Mr. Stone alikuwa anasema, si ati nilikuwa nataka tupewe the real thing that is happening, the real plan. What I was saying ni hii mobilization. Ani isinyamaze, tunafaa tuwe na mobilization kuwa ile fire ani iendelee ku keep burning. Sikuwa nasema watupatie real plan kwa nini kwa live TV. Okay, I will come back kwa sababu kitu ambacho nilikuwa kusema it will take some time kidogo. But I will come back later.
Okay. Thank you. As I'm giving Mato also 1 minute, let me just remind this man called Julius Koech. Julius Koech, Kenya is known as a country of potential. This is a country that wins the gold medals worldwide. This is a country in Africa that was the first to nullify the presidential election. So telling us that we can try it elsewhere, not on another planet, we are sorry to tell you that we are going to try it here in Kenya. Kenya is the one that sets the pace, not only in Africa, but in the world. So just be patient with us, and soon you will come to swallow your words. We are doing it in Kenya, and we are going to set an example as the first country in this region where a fraud who is masquerading as a president will have to be forced to resign or surrender or leave office. So just be patient with us. Mato, you wanted to say something, a minute. You don't want to take Mzalendo's time. His points might diffuse before he...
No, I just wanted you to address the people on the candidate because they were asking me what's going on. If you can address them to maybe come on this side, because I've gone to the other side too. I think it's really behind. Unless you can address that.
I've really checked. If you check up there, you'll find that we are only streamlining. We are only live in Mutembei TV, YouTube. Then there's Mutembei TV, Facebook, and the Swift Media. So maybe if there are people who are there, what I can do, we can have maybe Mutembei TV, YouTube, Mutembei TV, Facebook, and we can see if we can include the candidate. I know there are some who are waiting there, so let me see what we can do about it. And Mzalendo, I want to welcome you, and because you are a good man, you are a Mzalendo, I want you to, as you join, you maybe have a say on this or comment on this as you are coming in. There's a nice video there.
This is what we are saying. And that's the point,
my brother, don't forget about my video.
That when there is a transition in any religious institution, we want to see merit, not balkanization of the country based on which religious formation is stronger. Now these are realities, just like Arsenal and Man U. And so we need not to be pushed back when we are saying this, because people look to the church to provide leadership. So when leadership, and he raised something earlier, perhaps he was off air, that there are certain individuals that were poised to rise to the position of Secretary General of National Council of Churches of Kenya. What other considerations made it impossible for them to rise to those levels? If these things are not spoken here, we'll be lying to ourselves. We are not attacking any institution, but we are saying it cannot always be that when leadership is meant to transition in certain institutions, then there are those who are preordained. That's what we are saying. Whether it is in the church, whether it is in government, that people can tell the outcome of an election even before it is held, and confidently tell you that even if your brother were the returning officer, Now, that is not a democratic system. In a democracy, it is the process that should be predictable, not the outcome. Yet in this country, we have gone on a campaign where we have been told we do not know who will be elected, but we know who will not be. Now, that is not a democracy. Because in any democratic process, it is the process that should be predictable. The least predictable thing should be the outcome.
Yes, Mzalendo, Karibu, that is Churchill. Churchill telling us that in Kenya, what happens is the opposite. The process is never predictable, but the only thing that is always predictable is the winner. And that is why when you had those, Don was, I think, interrogating the chairman for IBC on matters of the process, he kept on baffling and he kept on jumping from one story to another, telling you very clearly that the process that they used was not predictable, the process cannot be verified, and the only thing that they can verify, they can tell you that the winner won. So how the winner won, nobody will tell you. They'll tell you the winner won and we announced the winner and I don't know the portal and what, but they will not tell you how did you arrive at the winner. That's the question that most Kenyans have been asking. In every forum, in every channel, people are asking, how did this winner win? You keep on telling us the winner won. Then how did it happen? They're not able to explain the process. And that is what you're saying, that is not democracy. Mzalendo, it is your time. Huh?
I'm having, I think I pressed the wrong button on my gadget. Anyway, good evening, good morning, guys. I can see Stony PK. I can see Geoffrey. I can see, oh gosh, my eyes are gone. I can see Andrew. I can see Guru. Leo kama kawaida, out ni nje. Out ni nje. Kenya Nyang Nyang, whatever that is. That's a very funny name. Okay. Thank you, Leo, for inviting me once again. You know, these are rare opportunities that we get to differ, and on some issues, sometimes we agree. But most of the time, we put our country forward. I believe we all have the best interest of our country, whether you are on this other side and I'm on this other side, or I'm neutral on other views. But the most important thing is that we don't want to burn our country for the sake of a politician or a few individuals who want to grab power. I want to start with the video that I've just seen, Churchill talking about the evangelical churches or the Christian churches in Kenya. I want to say Azimio failed big time, and it is all about strategy. Politics is about strategy. You must get the churches on your side, and Ruto did his homework so well. He managed to get the churches on his side. Remember, during Moi's time, the churches were against the president because the opposition then had them on their side, and they had a view and a strong view. So when we are going to the politics of 2022, Ruto managed to get the churches on his side, while Azimio was still having the rallies and vilifying the deputy president, not knowing that Uhuru was the president of the day. So they failed big time in that, and it's all about strategy. Then came the so-called famous handshake. The handshake was between Uhuru and Raila, purporting that there was a war going on, while the real enemy was Ruto. Ruto was the enemy of state then. So Uhuru got a handshake with the wrong person. Instead of getting a handshake with Uhuru, he got a handshake with the opposition leader who didn't have a problem. The problem was Ruto. So that handshake was for convenience sake. It was not for the country. It was for a partnership of two individuals, and it never brought forth to anything meaningful. All right. Okay. So as we go on, Leo, I'd put for you an issue about the rally tomorrow, on Sunday. I think it's on Sunday at Jacaranda. You can see some issues are already cropping up. That Gor Mahia have got this derby. I don't know whether it was planned by FKL a long time ago. Maybe you can check
Okay,
on.
maybe to respond to you in that, the games are normally planned by the federation, and that once the league starts, the fixture is normally out. So it was planned, and people are ready for the derby. The games have been going on each and every weekend, but the derby does not in any way stop the rally or interfere with the rally. And the fact that majority of the followers of Gor Mahia and FC Leopards doubles up as the followers of Raila Odinga. So the letter is not something that needs to raise eyebrows, though in that case, Ochola did not act well. The letter it was just trying to invite Raila to go and grace the derby. So what can happen if Raila wants to attend the derby? It is still possible. The game is supposed to start at 3 p.m. FKF can reschedule that game. That is through the request of our able chairman, Ambrose Rachier. He've done that one before and he can still do it. They can schedule that game so that it can become the Jacaranda curtain raiser. We can attend the game at 10 a.m. or we can attend the game at 11. Then from the game, we march together to Jacaranda. So that one will be taken care of. That I should not worry you. As long as you are not a fan or a member of the two clubs, it should not worry you. That was just a letter that was just taken out of proportion. And it is also good that, the time that Raila comes in, attends the rallies. So the game will continue whether the rally will have to continue whether the game is there or not. The game is played by players, not fans. Fans just watch. So the important things first. So the Jacaranda rally is only is the most important thing there. The games have been there. They can be postponed. It is possible. They postpone them each and every time, but we cannot postpone our democracy, or we cannot postpone our freedom. So we'll have to attend Jacaranda. The games can wait or it can proceed. Our attendance will not change anything or as far as the game is concerned. Maybe Godfrey want to respond to that. Then maybe before you respond, I just want to tell you, Mzalendo, on the matters of church, you've misled. Ruto did not have church on his side. Instead, he had the crude church leaders on his side. This man called Ole Sapit is the Bishop of Anglican. Do you want to tell me that the Anglicans, Raila is a member of Anglican? Did Ruto have Raila, who is a member of Anglican, on his side? So he had Ole Sapit, not Anglican church. So you need to draw the difference between a church and specific church dealers.
All right.
Also, before you continue to mislead us more, Mzalendo, before not to mislead, ngoja kidogo, kuna kitu I want to correct you on the issue of handshake. Handshake was not just fighting Ruto. You have to know that by that time we had handshake, kulikuwa na division. The country was in two pieces. Kulikuwa na side ya Raila na kulikuwa na side ya Uhuru. Na country imeharibika. So the main focus ya handshake was to bring peace. Na ili achieve kuleta hiyo peace. Although kuna vitu ambavyo tunataka pia handshake tusaidia, haikutusaidia, but the main focus was to bring peace. Na hiyo ili manage. So usiendelee kumislead sana na mambo ya handshake.
Yeah, Mzalendo, it's your time. I think it was a first submission, so maybe you still have a minute. Then we bring.
Yeah, every time Azimio supporters, they have to interject to bring their kind of correction. I want to reiterate and tell you that we didn't have any war going on. That we were really yearning for a handshake for things to move in government. After all, most of the laws are done in parliament, I keep on telling you that most of the things that the opposition wants can be done in parliament, and that is where you have your elected leaders who can propagate whatever you want. If you want the cost of living to go down, it's not done in the streets, it's done in parliament. If you want to abolish secondary school fees, it can be done in parliament. It's not done in the streets. If you want to reduce the cost of unga, it's done in parliament. It's not done in the streets, and it's done by legislator. And these things cut across all the washimiwa. Whether you are in UDO or Azimio, you know that your people are buying unga at a very high cost. You can table a bill that is bipartisan, and it will definitely sail through. Some of these things are just obvious. It's only that we like whining. Azimio people like whining a lot. So, but we are getting used to whining. About the match, Leo, it just shows you once again that the football match is very, very important. I believe that Gor Mahia, being a part and parcel of this movement, and FC Leopard being part and parcel of this movement, the press statement that should have been out is that we have decided to postpone our match due to the most important rally that Baba will hold in Jacaranda. I think that would have more weight. Or what do you think? That would have
Okay.
more weight.
That will have more weight if these matches are scheduled by teams individually, but a team cannot postpone the match. These matches are controlled by FKF, which is under the watch of one Ababu Namwamba. Do you expect Ababu Namwamba to postpone the match because Raila is having
No.
He can't do that,
Ababu,
and he wants to bring confusion. So maybe I know you.
Ababu is a CS. Football is
Ababu is the
controlled by
CS who initiated
FKL.
the corrupt FKF that we had that was led by Nick Mwana. So for the matters of football, maybe we can school you a bit later. We can talk the football politics. You know, you are not you are a fan of English Premier League, but for the matters of Kenyan
Okay.
football, we'll tell you how things work. Thank you
Anyway,
for that.
Leo. Okay. That I can't let you go with that, because the people who know me, they know me as a coach, a football coach. And for your information, I have played at Nyayo Stadium. I have been a coach. I have been a soccer player, and I have played at league level. And I am a champion for
Which
East.
team did you play for at league level?
You go and find out.
No,
In the
I know the
background.
teams. I can tell you the history of football. I'm a fan of Kenyan football team, and I know all these teams. Every team, even if they recruit, I know.
I think during my time, you were probably a toddler. You would not have
I
known
can
me.
even talk of the butter and all those. So okay, I'm giving this opportunity
Okay,
to
thank
Andrew, and
you.
before that, allow me just a minute. Just a minute. I'm not paying the bills, but just allow me to show you the kind of government that you want us to give time, so that at least this one will also build on what Andrew is going to say. So that at least this one will also build on what we can say. So that at least this one will also build on what we can say. Sorry, that video is not having the video is not having sound. Let us sort out the sound. And Andrew, proceed. I think I also have some echoes on my side. Andrew, proceed.
Habari zenu nyinyi wote, ni muda sijakuja. But what I can say is that I've listened to all the conversation. Just to answer to what Muzalendo is alluding, as much as those laws and bylaws and the constitution, what states are made in parliament, there have to be a way out of parliament that these things can be more exacted to the executive, not to infringe a common citizen. You're a common citizen, I'm a common citizen. The person at the top doesn't feel the pain of buying unga at that cost. But you feel it. Other people are feeling it. So if you take it as a one man or a single entity responsibility, it is the government responsibility, and it's a basic necessity according to our constitution. And the constitution states clearly, and even I think Leo put it on the screen, and saying where the sovereign power lies is from the people, not the leaders who are elected in the parliament, not the leaders who are in power. It's the people who will decide how they want to be governed. And the sovereign remains with the people. And the fact remains that they are pushing as mere allies to reveal to them how they are what they are going to do in Jacaranda. There's something called in security we call hearsays. We will tell you something that you want to hear, but that's not what we are going to do on the D-Day. And that is what you should know. That's the architect behind the Jacaranda or all the rallies being planned under Azimio. They will tell you this is what we'll do, but when the D-Day comes, they will tell you something different. Check what they say and what they do. They're two different things. It's a technique. And you can't tell your enemy what you are going to do. Your enemy will start planning against you. So for me, wherever Azimio is going and whatever we are doing, we are on the right course, and we are according and in accordance to the Constitution, as far as I'm concerned, as far as I know. If all of us knew and understood what the Constitution says, our country would be very far. The leaders are misleading us, but we Kenyans have matured now. We don't need to fight for us to achieve what we want to achieve. We need to tell them this is what we want on the ground. But if we fight among ourselves, we are not going to achieve that. That's all I can say. Morning.
Thank you so much. Who was talking? Was it Geoffrey? Yeah, Andrew. Andrew, thank you so much for your submission and making that very good clarification. Yes, whatever we are doing, there's nothing unconstitutional, and we know, and that's why we are empowered by the so-called constitution. Yes, we know we have leaders, but what sort of leaders do we have? Tumbocrats, useless people who have been bought and all that. We've already discarded them. And that's why we will take the power. And we are going to do whatever we want to do with the power. Number two, there is nothing called opposition in our constitution. So when I hear UDA people keeping telling us about opposition, I thought we did away with that term opposition a long time ago. Yeah, there's nothing like opposition. And even the dream of trying, Andrew, I give you a second, Andrew.
Yeah.
Yes, Andrew.
Just to clarify, that's why I was telling my brother here, if we start putting innuendos in the constitution that is not there, that's the time the common citizen that you are taxing highly on what is never on the constitution, they'll retaliate against you. And in Kenya, I'm telling you, I can tell you by now, call election today. The government sitting on the seat will not hold that power. It will be on a 0.0%, 100% I can tell you. Because whether UDA, whether Azimio, everyone is feeling the pinch to the bottom of it.
Yeah,
and if something,
right. You know, these guys you see seated here, they are well fed, and they are in the US, in UK, in France, they are all over the world. Wanakula matunda. Yeah, they don't know.
Hata mimi siko Kenya, lakini ile uchungu watu wako home wale wanaisikia.
Yes.
I can tell you 1 year or 1 month before election, I was sending money and you don't get any complaints. Send money now. The complaints that you get that hii pesa haitoshi, you ask yourself, what has turned around the nation that I knew we are on the right track? That's why I said if elections were called today, mark my words, Ruto will not get even 40% today. Because already people have felt the pinch and the lies that they were told on campaign trail, and nothing has happened. Even after 100 days, anything happened? Nothing. So the government of the day is taking us for a ride. And what they were saying all in their campaign before getting into the office, it's hearsay. It's hogwash. Just to get into the position, and then they are satisfied. They are billionaires. But you, as a common citizen, where do you stand? How do you hold? Me, I can tell you, PK, now as we speak, kuna mtu anatembea kutoka mali anaishi, anafanya job tao, anatembea kutoka mali anaishi mpaka tao. Juu ya nini? Anataka kusevi pesa, jioni akirudi, kuna kitu ya kukula kwa meza ya familia. If we look at it on the nitty-gritty of a common mwananchi, ule haizi hata akinunua paketi moja ya unga, itakuliwa mara mbili. Watakula leo, breakfast wa skip wakunywe turungi, lunch pia wa skip, alafu sapa wakule tena hiyo ugali. Ndio waweze survive. And before it wasn't that, you know, huku kule niko, subsidiaries hizi ambazo serikali inasema ati hazisaidii. Even these countries that we are in, yes, they are well off, but they have those subsidiaries. Why are those subsidiaries there? To back up the government, to make sure that it reaches the point that it wants, then it will drop. Without that, how is Kenya going to survive? Saa hii, stima imeongezwa. Mafuta, ndio hiyo. Chakula, mazao ya shamba, ndio hiyo. Mbolea ilikuja, lakini ilipeanwa discriminatively. So, which Kenya do you want to live? If we want a Kenyan of equality, we Kenyans are citizens. Wacha to retaliate. Egypt will retaliate. Do you hear Egypt now complaining? Egypt, there was a mass action. Musa took over, but he didn't perform. He didn't even stay for 3 months. He was ejected. Abdallah Fattah el-Sisi, he's now there. Go see Egypt. How he's done it after that revolution. Not Egypt alone. There are 2 other countries in the Arab world that had the revolution. Go see those countries now. Because when Uhuru was in power, we were at par like this with Morocco. The development that is going on in Morocco is the same development that is going on in Kenya. So, if we as citizens, we are not going to look at it at par, where did Uhuru leave us? With a 13.4 billion economy. Now, why is our rating gone down from 4 to 7? Not 7, 8. Because once the government took over, the depreciation of investor went off. And when Uhuru was there, investors were willing to come and invest home. So we need to look at it in the perspective of our economy was here when Uhuru was there. But now our economy is going down here. Yes, I believe we have loans. But which country does not have loan? Even US itself, they have loan at a tune of 13 billion. So we don't need to compare ourselves with any other nation. We are part of the Africa's revolution agenda. 1, manpower. Kenya is known out here, we are known to be the best. Because when we touch something and focus on it, we achieve goals with it. We can do also that in our country. A good example is the Mwale Medical Technology City. It's in a village. But how many presidents from other countries came to visit and see what is happening? That's the question we need to ask ourselves when you're electing these leaders. Where do we want to be as a country? Are we evolving higher or are we evolving backwards? Because with this government, we are backwards. And worse,
by creating the cocoon of enmity. A certain tribe just should be there, which is not. That's what I could admit to my side.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. I can see.
Oh, okay, go ahead, Leo. Go
Oh,
ahead.
I can see Guru.
I want to support my brother who has just spoken. You see, one thing that Kenyans do not understand, even those who are saying Hatupangwingwi, is that a country is as good as the environment that they give to the investors, either local or international. And this is sometimes about perception. If a regime is perceived to be hostile to those who hold capital, whether local or foreign, they will find themselves in a very hard situation while trying to convince these investors to put their money in the economy. Just a few weeks ago, there was a report that the wealthy in Kenya are holding equivalent of 922 billion shillings in terms of dollars, when the country is tottering on the brink in terms of the forex that is required to be maintained in the central bank for purposes of international trade. What then happens is when the country starts having a shortage of dollars, like ours that is kind of dollar denominated, we do international trade mostly using the dollar, we suffer a lot. Because what happens, what follows is that the dollar becomes very expensive. And when the dollar becomes expensive, then it becomes expensive for those who would even want to bring machinery here and start processing of primary products. So you find there is a slowdown in investment, in industrialization, in so many things. My brother who has just spoken is very well conversant with these things. I've heard him. And unfortunately, some of these matters are political. If leadership does not inspire confidence that the few already established investors are running away, how do you expect new ones to come in? And they are running away because of policies. Sometimes they are running away because of the unstable policy environment, like what happened in Naivasha. You tell people to get, people perceive that this region is going to have this kind of activity. They take loans, they start putting up infrastructure, hotels, and all that. Then all of a sudden, because we have done an election and there is a simple political matter, you come and rubbish all that and they turn you actually deprive that location of what was perceived to be big business on the way. So therefore, it's not going to be easy for this government. You can't force some things. Huwezi. Msichana akiwa tasa, hata ukifanya nini, it is not possible. Because the other thing that they may overlook when they chest thump is something called political risk assessment. If the political risk assessment is such that there are two forces in a country like we have right now, and there is always that feeling that things can turn another way, you don't expect investors to come here. Even though if you are here, won't be sitting on the edge. Okay? Is it any wonder that Uganda is now thinking of investing its infrastructure, especially towards the Indian Ocean through Tanzania? No. So therefore, these are serious matters. They are serious matters, and it's unfortunate that right now, he has already pointed out, we were left at number 6 or thereabouts in Africa. Now we have gone down to number 8 or thereabouts. That tells you we are not doing well. We are not doing well, and the factors that surround our not doing well are partly political, because an environment has to be stable for investors to come confidently and put their money in the economy. You cannot be talking of how you are going to then the other thing is favoritism. If you're having an environment where people perceive that some people can be forgiven for tax evasion, others are, you run very hard on them, like is happening in the Raru, and then you find, because you are politically connected, on the other hand, there are those who are being given even silent waivers, I don't know, they continue with the business. I mean, which investor will be confident enough to enter into such market? Let's be serious. Then the issue of power tariffs. Our power tariffs is like they are in the hands of cartels. The cartels have only increased, where somebody of the stature of the president says the power bills have not gone up. Then just a mere citizen brings the bills. Last month he bought tokens of 1,000 these units. Then this month he has bought tokens of 1,000 with these units, which have gone down. Honesty is lacking. Businesses are very sensitive things. Investors are serious people. They cannot operate in an environment where there is no honesty, where the environment is unstable, where favoritism is open, where disputes, even the judicial, those matters that end in judiciary, you even don't know how cases went, or even when they went. So therefore, there is much, much more than just saying hatupangwingwi, we have the power, we are going to do this, we are going to do the other. The things don't work like that. The economy is a very sensitive thing. It is something that requires a lot of balancing, so that you continue with capital investments, and you also continue with taking care of the population. You need to have very good managers to do this. So therefore,
we can't hear you.
So therefore, those who still have doubts, I would invite them to keep track of what is happening to the Kenyan shilling, to keep track of the information coming out about the sentiments of the investors. Just the other day, a so-called mysterious investor, after the prices of Safaricom were patterned badly, some unknown investor came and mopped up shares. So we don't know whether some of these things are deliberately induced so that they can give a leverage to some political elite, which could be the case. So therefore, when you are operating in such an environment where there is unpredictability and some things seem to be tinkered with to favor or direct matters in a certain way, then very few investors will have confidence in such an economy. Thank you.
Thank you. Stone PK, I wanted to come to you, and I don't know if you are there. It's true, Guru, I have to agree with you. If you see this government, they are hell-bent and they keep on talking about privatization. Then even this Ndidi Nyoro telling you that they've already started shopping for investors, foreign. In fact, I hate hearing the word foreign investors. Don't we have people in Kenya who can invest? They're talking of foreign investors to come and take the government parastatus. Let me tell you who these foreign investors are. These are not foreign investors. These are foreign identities that are just being used to cover your eyes. So you think there's a certain Singh or a certain Karmago or a certain Johannes from America. Yet the person who is going to take these parastatals is a Ruto or a Kimani somewhere. So these are people, when they are campaigning, I think they promise so many people outside there that, no, when you take this government, yeah, so that's what they want to do. They've ensured that these parastatals don't operate, so they're going to sell it at a throwaway price and buy it themselves. So when you hear they tell you they're bringing an investor from Uganda to take over Mumias, it is not an investor. It is Ruto and his family and his friends taking over Mumias, but using Ugandan there just as an image. Like some of you wakikuja hapa badala ya kukuja live kuweka picha zao, wanatuwekea some portraits, unapata ameweka ya mwanamke na yeye ni mwanaume. Sasa hizo ma profile pictures ndio wanaendea huko, wanaita foreigner. But the real owners of this, the real people who are going to take these parastatals are themselves. They want to own so that in future they'll be able to control economy. So just imagine a situation whereby private entities doing a control, iko Kenya Power, iko Posta, iko sijui nini nini. These are guys who can sabotage economy and they will ensure that you vote the way they want. Wataamua wanaongeza bei once, wanapunguza bei once, they'll just be controlling us. So you should not allow the government parastatals. You know, these are some of these things are our national heritage that we should not allow to be given foreigners. We have able Kenyans. Jeshi proved that they can manage these things. When walipopewa the Kenya Meat Commission, they did it. When Nairobi had some issues, some political issues, mkiweka ule jamaa wa kuvaa nyororo na jacket za gold anaitwa Sonko as a governor, that joker. What happened? Uhuru aliona hapana, we can't allow our capital city to go this way. Walileta Badi. Badi proved people that you don't need to be a politician, you don't need to be elected to ufanye kazi. Alifanya kazi. So kama parastatals are watu wameshindwa kumanage, we have government departments, in fact the discipline forces, they can manage these things comfortably. They can do it. Stone PK, I think it is your turn. Huh?
Yes, kidogo. Two or three things. One, I want to make something very straight here, that whatever Azimio is agitating for, we are doing it within our boundaries, okay? Within our frameworks. No sovereign, no outside country can interfere with what we are saying and what we are doing. So let Ruto people not begin here saying to threaten sijui ati ICC is watching. We can say to hell with ICC. ICC has let us down big. If ICC was live and strong, Ruto would not be the president of this country. You know, so nobody should come telling us here ICC is watching. Is watching what? We are talking of what is within our constitution, if anything. And ICC is not mandated to interfere with the people's constitution. Yeah. If we overthrow the government, that is within our means. It is the people getting back what belongs to the power that belongs to the people. So there's nothing unconstitutional here. All right. And as I said, we could suspend the constitution. That's our mandate again. As a people, we can decide to hell with it. We can decide to say, okay, if Ruto says he has voters, let them come on and we go on. Then we see who is it. All right. So telling us, oh, ICC, sijui America, sijui UK, sijui nini, that is all nonsense. You know, we have countries that have charted their ways without necessarily kulambalamba, kulambalamba hiyo mavitu ya watu wa maitwa Western, sijui nini nini. Hiyo ni upuzi na ni ujinga. All right. The other thing is, as a, you know, we are supposed, people are supposed to know that if you are young and you've never seen how revolutions are done, keep your ignorance. Unajua, kama wewe ni mtu wa 1990, hujaona real things happening, just watch the space, kaa kwa fence uone, ujue what is happening. Oh, kutuambia sijui leaders hawako na sisi sijui nini. just sit and watch. Sit and watch. Uone vile kanatamba. Yeah? Uone vile kanatamba. Na vile kataumana. Na vile katakua. You know? Because unless, you know, which most of you DA people are, their brains imetamba na utanda wa yellow, so they are not able to think beyond the very basic, you know. That's why they wanakuambia, oh, Ruto won. They give you lectures of how Ruto won, how strategic Ruto was. What strategy is that? He was strategic to steal, and he stole. That was the strategy used. You know, if he had won squarely, we would be talking of a strategy. If, you know, thieves' best strategy is to come when you are asleep, when you don't expect, and then wanaiba. But when they are caught, what do we do? They are lynched. Siku za mwizi ni 40, za Ruto zimefika. Amemema, amezoea, you know, amezoea. But this is the worst strategy he has ever undertaken. Ya kipuzi kabisa, ya kijinga, because God really made him a fool. You cannot steal the way, even the most stupid person cannot steal the way he stole. Okay, and he thought he would go away with it. You should have looked at Chebukati today in the commission. He looks like a chicken that has been, ilikuwa imenyeshewa ikaresuscitatiwa, because they are dying of guilt. The guilt is catching up with them. They will start, wataanza kupoteza nywele kama mtu ana cancer, because the stress and depression is just too much. The people are cornering them. They will look for holes to hide, caves to hide, they will not get. Because that is it. It will be hot all over. Miti yote itateleza. Na imeanza kuteleza. Oh, ati usijui wanajaribu kusema ati Dabi na Baluya ina. That is nothing. We can have Jacaranda and the soccer can be going on simultaneously. And the crowd you see in Jacaranda is unbelievable. It's not that everybody who goes to Jacaranda is a fan of football. No, hakuna kitu kama hiyo. In fact, right now the priority is not about soccer. Hakuna mtu hata akili yake iko na soka. Hata huyo jamaa aliandika barua tu ndiye ajiandike, maybe he was trying to steal the limelight. I can assure you that stadium will be empty even if they decide to continue with it. Priority is not soccer anymore. Priority is to get Ruto out of this country, out of this government. Ni mwizi. That is the bottom line. Whether UDA people refuse to say it, it is true. And even Ruto himself knows he's a thief. He knows he stole. You know, that's the good thing. Anajua ni mwizi, ameiba. And that's why he's grabbing as quickly as possible. Earlier when I submitted, I said he's like a monkey that goes into a shamba. It knows because it has some brain, some little brain. Hii shamba ni ya binadamu. Na mwenyewe yuko mahali atakuja. So it grabs as much as possible, inakula, inaweka kwa tumbo, you know, that kind of a thing. So basically, Ruto is trying to grab as much as possible. Hata tukichukua serikali, atakuwa amesha kula zingine ameficha wapi and all that. It will be a long recovery route. But what we want to do is kumtimua as fast as we can. All right? Lastly, where we wanted it to start, imestart na imepita. Whether the other leaders want to join or not, that Mwananchi has no issue about it. In fact, what has happened to our country, Kenya, assuming the revolution doesn't happen, there will be nobody going for elections anymore. Anybody of sound mind will never queue to vote. That I can assure you. Anybody with the sound mind, anybody worth of his salt will never go to vote. Ruto will be going, he will be paying those hustlers of his. I don't know where he will get them from. He will be paying them to go and vote, just like what they are doing. The rally he has on Sunday in Narok, they are issuing threats. All county workers have been told it's compulsory to attend to a rally, a prayer rally. Can you imagine that kind of nonsense? Wote wameambiwa if you are absent, you will lose your job. It was issued by the governor of Narok. That is Ruto's government. Because of what? That stadium was going to have the very, very few people. maybe only the UDA supporters, and not all of them, because already UDA supporters are suffering. So it was going to be one of the biggest embarrassment that Ruto was going to experience in Narok. What does he do? He gives a directive, presidential directive via the county governor, that all county workers must. And then stupidly, they issue this statement in the glaring of the television and national television. Can you imagine how stupid this government has been made to look? Akili imepumbazwa na utanda wa manjano. Back to you, Leah.
Thank you. That's the truth of the matter. That is the situation that we currently have. And I can see even people in the comment section, they realize the first thing, yes. And Andrew.
Yes. Leo, I just want to put across as a very simple point. There are three things that we need to know for any government worldwide, even where I'm working. Like where I'm working, people like, I'm a Kenyan, I'm not a local of this country. But when you are given a budget of 850,000 to run a department and give feedback at the end of the year, there is something called integrity. They are trusting you with their millions. And you're running an operation that consists of 400 and something rooms with a number of staff in different sections. At the end of the day, at the end of the month, you sit in front of a board that wants to know how you spend 2 shillings, $2. But in Kenya, it's rarely, unless it's brought in a tribunal, that's when you know the government spent this money badly. But whatever the government spent, we as citizens who get cut on this tax, we don't know where it goes. We don't know how it's spent. As we speak now, the president is traversing the world. How much do you know this guy is spending? And he's saying, we don't have money. That is the question Kenyans need to ask themselves. That's the question the people in his government need to ask themselves. That is a question the overseers or that made the budget while Uhuru was there, they should ask themselves. When they took over, they said there was no money. But now, he's traveling all over with a delegation of 20 to 30 people. For what? Whereas this money is supposed to be injected in the development of our country so that we can compete worldwide. We are not less unfortunate in terms of education, in terms of engineers. Most of our engineers and doctors, where are they? Outside the country, because of the opportunity, the environment that the government is supposed to create for us to thrive in the country is not available. So it's we who will push the government to create that environment. It's we, where the Constitution gives us the mandate, that we have the power within us to implement that we want to be done for the prosperity of our country. And another point that you mentioned in terms of investors. If an investor wanted to come and invest in Kenya, and he looks at the environment and how the government is handling business, that is the first red flag. An investor will go away from the country. But if he looks at the country, GDP growth, Guru stated something like, not stated, I mentioned we were number 4 on the continent when Uhuru was in power. Now we are number 8. Why? Everyone got that wind of the person who's coming in power. 1, he's corrupt. 2, he's not straightforward to things. 3, too much of hearsays and he does nothing. So we need to look at where are we going as a country? Where are we going to be in the continent itself? There's the East African community. It's a continent that was growing by its own. But if we don't have someone stable there who has a diplomacy in terms of communicating with these other countries, which are our neighboring, we will not be one, we will not be strong to be a great economy. Kenya is one of an example of a great economy in Africa. So,
Thank you,
as I
thank you.
speak,
I know we are going to give you another chance to keep on giving such economical submissions. I've noted it was just a point of intervention, and it would be unfair to allow you give a full submission on the same. Otherwise, thank you. Fen Sanchez, hello too. It is true Gaucho was arrested, but he was released after Kenyans piled pressure and called for his release. And this one was aided by the deputy, the former running mate to Jimmy Wanjigi, this man called Willis Otieno. I know people did not realize when he was running, the running mate to Wanjigi, but you only came to know of him when he was representing Raila in the Supreme Court. He's the man who sang to the hot air judges, Piki Piki Ponki. So he was there and they secured the release of Gaucho. He's now free. These guys have been releasing their criminals, as Nancy Nyansweta is saying, but they want to arrest innocent Kenyans. So before I give it to Kenyan Nginyang, I think she is in Turkana right now. Let me get a question or a response from Zalendo.
What's his name again? Andrew has spoken so well about the economy and the situation abroad relating to the situation in the country, Kenya. One thing I want to correct you is that Uhuru messed up the country. Uhuru, when they were elected in 2013, he said that he was going to fight corruption. He said that he was going to create jobs. He said that he was going to tackle food insecurity, and he failed drastically. There's no job that Uhuru created in his term. He had very weak policies, but very gigantic infrastructure projects. Maybe his long-term goal, if he was going to be a president for maybe another 20 years, he would have achieved a lot. But the time he was the president of Kenya, he failed terribly. He could not tackle corruption. He could not create jobs for the citizen. The issue of food security that we are tackling right now in a country that solely depends on a red-fed agricultural economy is pathetic. So I don't know these standards where you are elevating somebody who did
Okay,
so
Mzalendo,
poorly.
maybe to prevent you from continuing, just a minute.
Why
When
do
you
I?
say, okay, I just want to correct, we can't allow, people are watching here and we will be held responsible for allowing lies or allowing deception. We don't want to deceive. The main reason we are here is to damage ignorance that is there in the public and the deceptive nature of the UDA government. So if you say that Uhuru messed the economy, when we are talking of the economy, these rankings that we are talking of, I think they evidently tells you who was in power when we rose in these ranks. If I go to the farmers, and anybody who is a coffee farmer will agree with me, when Uhuru came into power, coffee was being sold at 30 shillings per kg. He ensured currently a kilo is being sold at 100 shillings. It is so ignorant to say that Uhuru invested in infrastructure and failed to tell us that this infrastructural development created jobs. How, even a class 5 who is doing social studies or GHC knows very well, if you are building a road, there are people who are going to work on these roads. Every Kenyan will tell you that when Uhuru left and Ruto came, kazi kwa vijana went. That is just a literal meaning of kazi. So telling us jobs were not created, I think this is misleading, Mzalendo. We should get some other objects of hate that we can use to hate Uhuru, apart from these other cheap objects that we are using currently. It is true, not everyone should love you or not everyone will have to like Uhuru, but can we get some genuine and some tangible objects of hate that we can use to hate Uhuru? Even me, I didn't vote for the last two elections, maybe, but I think I need to get some better object to hate him than deceiving. Mato.
You put it so well. Let him get some other objective ways of doing it, because I want to touch on the corruption part. Because when he's talking about that, Uhuru came and promised that corruption would go away. Mzalendo, how many high people did you hear getting arrested during Uhuru's time that are being vindicated right now? Mzalendo, listen to your brother, what he just said. At least if you're going to be objectively kind of trying to look for something to hit Uhuru with, please spare us. Wajinga waliisha bwana. I always tell you, come with some objective kind of way of saying. Right now is when we're seeing people like Aisha Juma and people who had some corruption cases that were running them helter-skelter being vindicated. But people were getting arrested. For the first time, we were seeing leaders being arrested, MPs and all that. Anyway, nilikuambia nani Leo, hapa utapigana na mzalendo, nilikuwa nataka nikuachie. I was wondering if you can still play me that video and then I tell you guys bye. It's my birthday, I have to go, I've been invited somewhere. So kama unaweza nichezea tu hiyo moja niwaache. Mimi nikuachie mzalendo mpigane. I'll be watching.
I did try to play. I think I have some problem.
Okay, okay, sasa basi. Then
the video is not.
Okay, at this point, then I'll have to tell you guys good night. I mean, let's see you guys tomorrow. I've been invited somewhere. It's my birthday, so wacha niende nisherehekee kidogo. You guys will see ya.
Thank you. I think we'll take a question from out Ninja, then Jacaranda, then PK Utapanga.
Yes, is it my turn? All right. I just wanted to mention that what Mzalendo has talked about is a little bit off the cuff, in the sense that I believe Mzalendo and most of the people in this forum, they have traveled the world over. I have traveled. I think Mzalendo has traveled. Even if you haven't traveled, you already know that any country that develops needs infrastructure. So when you talk about the infrastructure, we are not only talking about the roads. We talk about the electricity. We talk about the cable network. We talk about the roads. We talk about all kinds of infrastructure. So it is sometimes hard to be able to achieve everything that you want to do, even on personal level. Muzarendo, you cannot tell me that everything that you have ever wanted to do happens as per plan. So you could give a certain aspect to the ex-president, the outgoing president Uhuru, but you can't just say that he was a total failure like you just want us to believe. I have been coming to Kenya twice every year, and every single time I come, I travel at least 6 to 10 counties, and I can see the development. The country that I knew 15 years ago is a very different country today. Yes, he may not be able to do everything, but he has tried. You can see the man wants to try. He is doing something. The money that has been borrowed, you can see where it's going. On top of that, you have also to look at the underbelly of why some of these things didn't happen. Like, for example, he pushed very hard to get the people who have been caught on corruption arraigned in court. And I heard him lament multiple times how hard it has been because of some other powers and some people who are close to him. Little did I know he's actually talking about Ruto. He's the one who has been protecting all these people. He is the one who has been dealing with the judges and making sure that no case goes anywhere. A good demonstration is when he has just come to power. Who has been held in the charges of corruption, starting with the deputy president, going to Aisha Jumwa, going to everybody who has been held. Everybody is out. In my opinion, if these billionaires, people who had stolen billions, they have already out, we should release everybody in jail. That's my opinion. If you can't catch the big thieves, you let them go off you should get everybody else. Now, Mzalendo and the people who want to think from that line is just the consumption of the repeated lie that Ruto and Gachagua has been repeating. You have consumed it, you have digested it. You need to get something to get that out and face the reality. Go to Kenya if you are not in Kenya. Go and see what people are going through. I have a friend of mine who has been doing very well, multiple friends. I got a text message this morning. Somebody asking me for 300 shillings. Somebody who has been making money the last few years. No, somebody who didn't have issues. Just asking me, please give me 300 shillings. I buy my kids unga. This is the situation that we have in Kenya. People are going hungry. And as much as we may keep talking about democracy here, we talk about the rule of law, we talk about the constitution is a creation of the people. We elect members of parliament, they go sit in parliament, they create the constitution, and then we follow it. When we are hungry, when the people are hungry, the constitution may not apply. And by this constitution that we are following right now, it is engraved in the constitution. In the second part of the constitution, it tells you very well. The people may exercise their sovereign power either directly or through the democratically elected representatives. What does that mean? If we elect these governors, these registrars, MPs, and they are not doing what you think, you can actually take the power as the people and kick the whole system out, starting with the president and going all the way down. And that is what we are asking. Everything else we are talking about here is we need us. We need this system. What we to Canada. And then you start talking about constitution here. We don't want to hear about constitution. We don't want to hear about the rule of law. And if you want to talk about it, it's in the constitution. It's engraved in the constitution. So please, Mzalendo and company, give us a break. Sisi tunataka wale viongozi walichaguliwa democratically wakalie viti, then we can go there tuone ni wapi, because there are loopholes in that very constitution we are talking about. There's so many loopholes. We see how we're gonna seal these loopholes. We have made the constitution. Constitution is a continuous process. We have made it. Tuone ni wapi shida ilikujia, then we fix it, such that tomorrow Stone PK akichaguliwa, leo akichaguliwa, wewe Mzalendo ukichaguliwa, utapata ile kiti ulipigania. Otherwise, we don't need it now. Ukiangalia, you will see very well that zile vitu unaambilia watu saa hii ati fertilizer. Fertilizer itakuza chakula wakati gani? Ati ndio tunachukua farmers, tunachukua namba ya farmers ni wangapi na wako wapi, and how much fertilizer they need. Okay, ukianza hivyo, how long do you think people can wait? Uchukue namba ya watu, wapatie fertilizer, wapande, chakula ikue, alafu wakue, watakuwa more. We really have people to govern in the first place. Watu wote watakuwa meisha. That is what we are talking about here, Mzarera. I don't know whether you're still here. That's what we are talking about. We need the current government out. Period. And then we will have a country. If we have this government for 1 year, we will not even have a country. We will not have people to govern. Mimi nilisikiza watu wengine wakiongea hapo in Citizen News channel, and they were talking about, if we are talking about the rule of law, kesi ilipelekwa Supreme Court. How did it go? The majority wote wali agree on one side. That is a very high improbability that the whole court haikuwa na makosa in the whole process. Even on that, ukiangalia mpanda wa IBC, how is it possible? How is it possible in this world that the minority, who are the called the dissenters, they are the one that, why did the majority? Why did the majority they didn't lose? Because ukiangalia kama any situation, that's why there is always odd number, so that the majority will rule. In the AIBC case, the majority which were for, which are being called the Jacaranda for these days, they did not, their side did not rule. The minority won. How is that possible? It never goes anywhere in the world. We need to go like one of the speakers said, we need to go like Egypt. They went to Tahrir Square. Nobody can stop the mass action. Walienda Tahrir Square, wiki mbili. And the government was good. Ukienda Egypt saa hii, I'll be there. It's a new world. It's close to a first world. And it's only a few years. So it is as people tusukume watu waondoke, watu watie nchi yetu. The West will always follow the wind. Ukiona saa hii West, the reason that they didn't want Raila is because he is going to the East. He is favorable to the East. That's the only reason. Saa hii they are sitting on the fence kuona ni nani atakalia hiyo kiti vizuri. If Ruto stays there, they're gonna be with him. Raila tukimuigiza, the West will follow suit. So we should not be worried about what the West is thinking. They will always follow the wind. They have done it in each and every country. Thank you.
Naona moderators wetu siwaoni hapa, but sio kama mtaniruhusu niendelee na mimi pale pameacha ndugu yangu out ni nje.
Endelea nani Chaka mjumbe.
Asante ndugu yangu PK na ndugu zangu ambao wako hapa na brother yangu Guru na tena na ndugu yangu hapo Geoffrey. Unajua propaganda imezidi hapa. Tuta kama kuna mzalendo anasema kwamba si uhuru ana nini. Hebu nimpe tu kidogo historia fupi kidogo tu. Between 2013 and 2017 Uhuru hakuwa na sauti. Alibanwa mbavu na ndio wakati ule corruption ilianza. Ilifanyika haswa zaidi. Pesa zilibwa wakati ule. Corruption hapo ndipo ilipochacha. Alafu akawa amefungwa, hana sauti. Sauti ya Uhuru ilikuja after handshake. Hapo ulikuwa unaweza muona akizungumza, unajua yes huyu mtu anazungumza. Kwa sababu wakati huo wa 2013, between 2013 na 2017 hawa wajanja walioko sasa hivi ndio waliokuwa pale wakati huo. Na tulishuhudia ufisadi wa hali ya juu. Kila jambo walikuwa wako mstari wa mbele, wao wameifanya Kenya ni yao. Haya tunayoshuhudia ndio tuliyoshuhudia wakati ule. Sasa haya alikatizwa ghafla tu baada ya 2017 ya Raila na Uhuru kuja pamoja kwa minajili ya taifa. Na si kwamba Raila alishindwa kulisambaratisha hili wala kuigawa nchi, ila ni kwa ajili ya kuweka taifa mbele kuliko yeye mwenyewe binafsi. Wakaamua kuja na uhuru, na hii jambo halikuwekwa kisiri, liko wazi. Kwa nini wamekuja pamoja? Lakini hakuingia kwa serikali. Serikali bado makama alikuwa Ruto na rais alikuwa Uhuru, na ndio wakati ulishuhudia hii miradi sasa, akisema hapa patafanywa hili litafanywa. Barabara zimejengwa mpaka huku niliko Vanga, kuanzia Lungalunga mpaka Vanga ni lami. Vijana wengi hapa waliweza kupata ajira pale kwa Wachina. Kuna barabara ambayo imetoka kuanzia Lungalunga kuelekea sehemu za Kinango kuelekea Mwangulu. Vijana walikuwa wameajiriwa. Kukicho unaona watu wako busy na vigari vya Wachina, wako ndani, watu wanaenda wanatafuta riziki. Hii rejimu ilivyoingia wakawatimua Wachina. Sasa kuna barabara ambazo niliacho ilikuwa hazijamalizika, kuna madaraja ambayo hajamalizika, sehemu hazipitiki, lami imeenda imefika mahali daraja ilikuwa inamalizwa hakuna, na hakuna mtu akufuatilia sasa hivi, kwa sababu Wachina wote watu wamewafurusha kwamba walikuwa wanakula pesa yetu nyingi. Uchafu wa hii serikali. Kwa wakisema uhuru, hati uhuru hajafanya lolote alisambisha hii nchi, nasema ni uongo. Walioisambaratisha hii nchi ni hao walioko katika hii mamlaka. Tuambie neno ukweli, tusifumbe macho. Na wakisema Kenya ina pesa, hawa ni wanafiki wakubwa, kwa sababu kwa kila siku ushuru na collect hapa ni mabilioni ya pesa. Hizi pesa zinaenda wapi? Huku kuliliwa kwa kila siku ni kwa mpaka mwaka gani? Kenyans, we don't need this government. That's the real fact. Hii ni government ya waporaji na wababaishaji tu. Wakiviona kwamba labda tutawapa kura zetu kwa sympathize kwa sababu ya uongo na propaganda, tuonee imani kwamba labda hawa ni wa kweli kweli. Lakini hawa watu ni waongo, na hatutaongezwa hapa na uongo mwananchi akiumia hapa. Sasa tutazamie tu hayo wanayozungumza kwamba uchumi ulisambaratishwa baada ya handshake ya Uhuru kuja pamoja na Raila, ndipo mwanzo. Lakini kulikuwa na unafuu mkubwa kuliko mzigo tunaobebeshwa sasa hivi. Zaidi ya matumaini, tupeni muda, bado serikali ni changa, lakini hakuna dalili hata hii moja inamfeva mwananchi wa kawaida. Ishara wazi kwamba huu uongozi ulinunuliwa, huu uongozi ulifanya kupikwa, piga ua kwa nguvu zote. Kwa hiyo si wa wananchi huu uongozi, ndiposa tupitie haya tunayoyapitia. Gharama maisha imeenda mahali ambapo si pa kawaida. 500 si lolote, ni kula kwa usubuhi tu na jioni hujui utafanya nini. Sasa wale mamilioni wa Wakenya ambao hawana ajira, wanategemea vibarua vyao ndo wasustain maisha yao. Hata wale wako mijini, mtu analipa nyumba, mtu anafundisha watoto. Hali ya gharama maisha iliyofikia hapa, sarafu ya Kenya imeshuka mpaka Tanzania na thamani zaidi ya. Alafu tunasema hapa kwamba tuko na serikali. Serikali gani hii? Hebu tutoke katika hii ushabiki usiokuwa na msingi huu. Hili tambara la macho tunalofungwa ili tuondokeni hapa. The only healing solution ni kuondoa hii serikali katika mamlaka na tuweke the right person. Tiba ya nchi ni kuhakikisha chaguzi zinazokuja zinafanywa kwa njia ya haki, ya huru, haki na haki, ili kura ya Mkenya ipate kuzungumza. Tusipikiwe maneno tu na kuenda kupangishwa laini lolongo the whole day kwa kisingizio kwamba watu wameenda kupiga kura kwa for their democratic right. Ni right gani hii ya demokrasia hii ya kwenda kupiga kura wakati kura yangu haizungumzi? Mzalendo hapa akija nakwambia hii kitu toka rudi nyumbani. Mzalendo, ulikuwa nyumbani na tunakukaribisha huku, njoo tupiganie na hii vita, tukomboe nchi yetu. Na wale wako pande huo, wale wa Kenya ambao wanaona huu mzigo, sio unaumia kichwa ndio inauma, unazungumza mguu kama ndio unauma, utapata tiba namna gani? So wale wako pande ule mwingine, turudi haswa tuikomboe nchi yetu, tuhakikishe kwa tumeijenga kwa hali ambayo hakika kila kabila itajihisi liko katika Kenya hii, lina thamani katika Kenya hii. Kila jamii angalau huu mzigo pia utushushie huu. Watoto waende shule, lakini hii ya kumezwa na hawa walaji waporaji haitatupeleka mahali popote. Kwa hiyo huyo wote ambaye analaumu kwamba serikali ya Uhuru iliporomosha huu uchumi, huyo ndio mnafiki wa kwanza, huyo ndio mwenye corruption wa kwanza. Ni waibu gani wa watu ambao wameiba mapesa na yaliregeshwa katika rejimu hii tuko nayo? Hii serikali hii, wezi wangapi walipewa pesa zao na kesi zikafutuliwa mahakamani? Hatujashuhudia hayo. Tena wao kutokana kwamba wanataka kututumia vibaya, wakataka kutuletea JMO, wazidi kutumaliza kabisa. Si tuko hapa kwa ni juzi tu. Please Kenyans, wakati wa kufanya uapuzi umeisha. Wakati wa kutumiwa vibaya na wanasiasa umeisha. Ni wakati wa kuhakikisha sauti yetu kama vile katiba inavyoturuhusu. The powers belongs to the wananchi. Hebu tufuata katiba sasa hivi. Ndivyo viongozi wale wataingia katika uongozi watufanyie kazi. Waogope, wajue kwamba kama hatutafanya kazi, kilichomtoa kanga manyao bado kipo. Kutakuwa na heshima between viongozi na wananchi. Na huu ndio wakati. Tutakapoitoa hii serikali katika hii itakuwa fundisho tosha. Wale watakoingia kwa uongozi watakuwa wanaogopa wananchi kama kitu kingine. Na watawafanyia wananchi kazi, si kuwatumia wananchi kwa manufaa yao. Si kuwatoza ushuru kwa manufaa yao. Si wingi wa ahadi na propaganda na double speech ambazo hazina mwisho. Masuala na fertilizer yamezungumzwa kitambo. Lakini je, utampaje mtu mbolea? Yaani sitaki hata niingie tu deep zaidi. But Kenyans, tuje pamoja. Jacaranda izungumzwe. Na namuomba baba azungumze neno si maneno. Wakenya tuamue. Wale watatufuata well and good. Wale bado watabaki kwa usingizi, lakini wakati wakiamka watatupata tuko mbele. Hatutaacha kulikomboa hili, hatutaacha kupaza sauti zetu kulikomboa hili taifa. Na hatunini kumwaga damu ya mtu, bati haya maneno tu Mungu ataajalia na atakuwa mazito na atautoa huu uongozi uchafu wenye udhalimu. Wenye kujikurubisha kwa Mungu ili hali ndio wachafu wa kwanza, ndio wauaji, ndio waporaji. Asanteni ndugu zangu.
Asante Chaka Mdune ndugu yangu kwa hayo maneno makali kabisa yenye nguvu kabisa, tukiwarai wananchi wa Kenya. Uamuzi ni wetu. Tukiamua basi tugandamizwe, basi ni sisi basi, na tuvumilie tu basi mwiba uzidi kutuchokora. Lakini kama tumeumia na tunaona tutaumia zaidi, basi mapema ni mapema. Tuamue, manake nguvu tunayo, nia tunayo. Sijui kile nini hatuna, Mungu tunaye. Basi sasa ni sisi tu kujipeleka pale na kujituma ili tuweze kutamatisha haya. Nimeona Gachagua ana threaten baba, anamwambia ati kwamba ati akisumbua wananchi, akisumbua serikali isihudumia wananchi, wanaweza hata wakamweka under house arrest. Adhubutu Adhubutu ndiye atakiona cha mtemakuni, atajua nini kilimnyoa kanga manyoa. Kenya imefika mahali huwezi kuanza kufanya vipindire na masinema yale yanafanywa Uganda bwana. Gachagua nadhani amelewa kabisa, ni mlevi tu kabisa na ana kichaa kulingana na namna ninavyoona. Maneno anayotamka si ya mtu ambaye ana akili timamu. Na kwa ukweli nadhani angepitia hospitali angaliwe, wangeangalia na mapungufu fulani.
Stone PK.
Yes.
Is that for a fact or rumors?
It's a fact. I mean, it's on the social media.
House arrest.
It's I'm threatened. It's on social media. It's circulating everywhere.
Yani tunaishi Kenya gani? Si nadhani that was part of what we are calling imprisonment without trial,
yeah.
kudhibiti hali ya siasa. Lakini unajua ni mzuri aongee namna hiyo, kwa sababu sasa vile anafanya ana ile mbolea wanapea wakulima, ndio hiyo mbolea sasa anawekelea kwa hii siasa ambao wamefungua. Na unajua mbolea hufanya mazao iwe hata kubwa zaidi.
Inafanya mazao inanawiri kabisa. Haya basi, sasa hapo
na pia wasiwasi, kwa sababu unajua wasiwasi unaweza kuingia ukashindwa ujui utaanzia wapi. Maana kweli hili jambo litokee liwe kweli hasiswa, na imani kwamba litakuwa kweli, ataficha wapi sura yake na uso wake katika Kenya hii? Yaani tutajiuliza tu hilo swali. Ugeta wa victory na tuhakikisha kwamba sisi serikali tumepeleka nyumbani, ataficha wapi uso wake? That's the question najiuliza. Na ndio maana huu mchecheto, utumbo joto hili lote, hiki ni kizunguzungu hichi, but atabeba msalaba wake
kabisa. Naam, kwa sasa naona tumechangia kabisa vizuri. Ningesema sasa labda nipewe maoni tofauti, ningefanya tutoe maoni yetu ya mwisho kutamasisha mazungumzo ya leo, ili tuweze tukapumzika, kisha tusubiri tena kufungua studio baada ya masaa kidogo. Manake wakati huu tunazungumza masaa mengi, tunajaribu kusukuma, tunajaribu kuenda ndio watu wapate wananchi wengi na tuweze kuwarai ndio waweze kutokelezea namna inavyotakikana, ili tuende tukakate kauli. Sasa kwa sasa ningeuliza tuanze na Geoffrey, useme yako, alafu tuende kwa Guru, kisha tufunge na kipenga cha mwisho.
I think sitakuwa na mengi ya kusema, because mengi yashasema. But just to add something on what you guys have said. You know, when we compare this government, for only 3 months, washachukua 1 trillion. Nakumbuka ni ando watu walikuwa demonize Uhuru wakati alikuwa anachukua deni. Hawa akasema kiingia hakuna deni watachukua, but only in 3 months washachukua 1 trillion. Haya, there's something I read on an article wakisema kuwa they are planning to take 3.6 trillion in their first term. In fact, wamechukua 1 trillion, but I don't see anything ambao wamefanya nayo. This government, we cannot compare it with the government ya Uhuru hata kidogo. There's nowhere we can compare them all. Look at what Daniel alikuwa anasema, Mzalendo alikuwa anasema kuwa Uhuru alitufail. It's true. Kuna some issues ambazo Uhuru alitufail. Issue kama hii ya kudeport Miguna, hata kama Miguna alikosa, I don't see the reason why alikataa kumrudisha hiyo time handshake. Kuna vitu vingi ambazo Uhuru alifanya ambazo zilikuwa sawa, but we cannot compare this government with the government of Muizi huyu ambayo tunafaa tumtoe. What I can just say, I think let's just move on. Not moving on at tuna agree na this government, no, but moving on to take this government out, to take it out and take a victory back. See what tunakubaliana na mambo yao, because the government has nothing to offer wananchi wa chini. Gharama maisha imekuwa juu, kila kitu imekuwa juu, watu wanalala njaa. Mpaka sasa kuna watu ambao hawajaenda shuleni. Why? Because the economy imekuwa imeharibiwa and people are not moving forward. Kila kitu imesimama. Na why? Kwa sababu ya mtu ambaye ameingia kwa kiti ambao si yake. So my last comment ni kuwa twende tu tumtoe. Hakuna kitu kingine. Kumtoa tu.
Thank you Geoffrey, umesema we soldier on na hakuna kurudi nyuma. Asante sana Geoffrey. Bwana Guru, Chaka.
Okay, sawa. Mimi langu la kufunga ni kuwarai wa Kenya, kwanza tuondoe uoga na tuhakikishe tunashikana kwa pamoja, kwa sababu umoja ni nguvu siku zote na utengano ni dhaifu. Na wale wameungana kwa jambo moja, basi pia Mungu huangazia hiyo njia. So Wakenya wote, kabila zote ambazo tuko katika hili taifa letu, tunalizungumzia taifa letu hapa, hatulizungumzii zaidi ya kingine, zaidi ya taifa letu hapa. Hivyo itamata kwamba tuje pamoja na tuhakikishe kwamba hii serikali hii tumeipeleka nyumbani, na wale tutawapata wako na makosa, wako na pesa zetu, basi ziregeshwe ili kusudi watoto wetu wapate kusoma bure. Wazee wetu wale ambao walikuwa wameshapoteza matumaini waweze kupata tena pesa zao za uzeeni. Vijana wetu ambao walikuwa wameweza kunyang'anywa hizo pesa zao za vijana,
Haya, kabla bwana ndugu yetu Chaka arudi, bwana Guru, nitakupa usukani. Bwana Guru.
Yes.
Jambo la
I have very little to say in closing remarks, except that I think the process seems to have started, and everything that has an impact starts with the first step. So we can only hope that a clear path will be found. Because in politics, there is what we call, there are 3 stages. There is the thesis, there is the synthesis and antithesis. Thesis, synthesis, antisynthesis.